Their networks were disrupted overnight, and so we might have a slow recovery, but the bottom line is we will begin to have aircraft move in and out of this airport at 11 o'clock.
Okay, so 1, 2, 3.
Has the flight recorder been recovered, the black box at all?
I don't think we can say anything about what's in TSB's purview.
You mentioned the airport opens 3 hours from now. There's a lot of helicopter traffic from the military, U.S. Park Police, and all that. Will helicopters be flying right through here as well, beyond the recovery efforts?
I don't know the answer to that. Jack, do you have anything to add? We don't have anything to add about that. Yes.
This is for Secretary Duffy. Can you reassure Americans that the U.S. still has the safest airspace in the world?
So the question is, can I guarantee the American flying public that the United States has the most safe and secure airspace in the world? And the answer to that is absolutely, yes, we do. We have early indicators of what happened here, and I will tell you with complete confidence, we have the safest airspace in the world.
What's next?
When it comes to informing these families who've tragically lost their loved ones, what has that looked like so far? Have any of them been informed? The flight manifest, is there any details you can provide on that front?
Can you add anything?
All I can say is that we have published the 1-800 number. We have family assistance centers set up here in DCA. We do in Wichita as well. I'm not at liberty to give the number of families that have been that have used those services, but we are making that use. We have over 100 team members that are either here or on their way. They're specially trained to work with family members, handle travel arrangements, hotel arrangements, incidentals, to make sure that we're taking care of people in any way that they can. As you know, as our teams are hurting and suffering, as our passengers and their families need assistance, we're doing everything we can. I don't have any more information on that right now.
Mayor, you're next.
Chief Donnelly, can I ask you to describe the next phase of the investigation? How confident are you that you'll be able to recover all 67 of these bodies? And can you speak to some of the debris that's also being pulled out of the river? We understand there are some suitcases, some other things that have been pulled out from the river. And I would like to ask anyone here, perhaps the Transportation Secretary or Mr. Isom, if we know anything about these victims, age ranges, nationalities, anything of that nature.
So the next phase of this operation is going to be led by the NTSB. All of us are working together, though, to search the area and find the victims. I'm confident that we will do that, and that will take us a little bit of time, though. It may involve some more equipment. As far as the things being collected, I don't have personal knowledge. I know that we have been collecting debris that you would expect to see from a plane.
Okay. Anything about the victims?
So the question is about the victims. The NTSB is going to lead that portion of the contact with the victims. I believe American is going to be involved with that as well, and so will the FAA and the Department of Transportation.
Secretary Duffy?
We're going to take some questions over here. 1, 2, 3, 4.
For Secretary Duffy, the flight path that the helicopter was on, is that a common flight path, and is it normal for helicopters to get clearance to cut across busy approach paths?
So I don't know if you all could hear the question. It's a question about the flight path of the helicopter. I don't want to go into too much detail about the information we have from the FAA, but obviously it is not standard to have aircraft collide. I want to be clear on that. But prior to the collision, the flight paths that were being flown from the military and from American, that was not unusual for what happens in the D.C. airspace. And as this investigation moves forward, we will be able to provide more information to you about the details of that statement.
I wanted to follow up on that question regarding the flight path, because you said it's standard. So can you speak to the conversations with the air traffic control? Were there blind spots here? I don't know if you can expand.
So the question is, were there blind spots with air traffic control? I don't want to make statements about that. I don't lead into that answer. But Again, I think whether it was air traffic control, whether it was military aircraft, helicopters, or the American flight, everything was standard in the lead up to the crash. Now, obviously, there was something happened here. You'll get more information and more details as this investigation moves forward. We'll learn what happened. But again, those who live in the D.C. area, we see military helicopters fly up and down the river. It's a standard path that they fly. They're used to aircraft landing at DCA, and there's a procedure in place because this happens every day. Something went wrong here. I look forward to the time and point when we can give you that information, but I don't want to comment on that right now.
Okay, next.
Senator Kane, Senator Warner, you all have been, very vocal about your concerns about busy runways here, air traffic. I know it's still early in the investigation. I'm just curious, any steps that you all plan to take to address that?
We have raised this issue continuously. We've got very busy airspace. I think we will ask questions, but at the appropriate time. We are in this period right now where families are still being notified. We're trying to figure out what happened. There'll be time for those discussions, I think.
Yeah, I'd just say the same thing. We've been pretty plain about our concerns, but it isn't a good time to speculate right now. We have faith that the NTSB will provide the answers about this.
Okay, you fourth here, and I'm going to take 3 in the middle, and then we're going to have to wrap. 1, 2, 3 after this young man.
Thank you, appreciate it. Chief, I know, again, I can imagine it must be traumatic for your first responders to have to deal with this. How are they doing right now, and are you all going to be offering any services to help them as they process this?
So thank you for the question. Our first responders are resilient people, but yes, this call will be hard for them. Our peer support teams are already engaged with the responders, and we'll be following up on that to make sure that they're okay. But I think the concern is real.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Barry. What kind of communication was there between the helicopter and the tower, the plane and the tower, and the helicopter and the plane?
I don't want to say too much on the communication between the helicopter and the tower and the airline and the tower, but I will say this: there was communication. It was I would say standard communication. So there was not a breakdown, if that's your question, in communication between the military helicopter and the American Airlines flight. There was communication between the aircraft and the tower.
Was the plane aware there was a helicopter in the area?
I would say the helicopter was aware that there was a plane in the area.
You mentioned that.
So the president, you said yesterday that you called into the briefing room. Has he returned to the briefing room since then? Have you spoken? Also a question about the National Security Advisor, Mike Waltz. He's saying that there was 30 bodies that have been recovered. He just said that at the White House. Curious, I know you're in this presser right now, so that's hard for you to update, but I do have the question on POTUS in the briefing room.
I can do the body question. So in terms of body recovery, we as we recover bodies, we have a process, and we're not counting any bodies until they're in the possession of the medical director. So there may be some fluctuating in numbers that other people would report, but our numbers from the medical examiner.
So just in regard to the president in the briefing room, I've been with this team for the last hour plus as we've worked through the details of the information we wanted to give you. But it is my understanding that either this morning he was going to be in the situation room, or the situation room is obviously briefing the president. He has been kept in full appraisal of what is taking place.
Okay, last two, you and you, ma'am. First.
You mentioned that the aircraft were on a standard flight pattern. Just curious, when the airport opens at 11 today, will planes be on that flight pattern again, or are they being directed to fly a different way to land?
Jack, do you want to? Okay.
Well, I mean, safety is paramount, and I don't have that information quite yet from the FAA, so I don't want to provide an information I don't want to provide an answer or inaccurate information on what routes will be flown out of DCA.
Okay, last one.
Two questions really quickly. What do you know about the experience and history of the pilots of both the American Airlines plane and the Army Black Hawk helicopter? And then for Secretary Duffy, last night the president had said that this could have been prevented and questioned why air traffic control didn't tell a helicopter what to do. Is that something that investigators have determined should have happened in this situation?
So do you want to, I can quickly, Secretary? Just quickly, I don't have a lot of information to release, but these are experienced pilots. I know that the captain had 6 years with PSA, or almost 6 years with PSA, and the first officer almost 2 years. Again, standard approach, and that's about all I can say. Thank you.
In regard to the military, I don't have information in regard to the experience of the military pilots. I would just note that this was classified as a training mission. Sometimes people could think that a training mission is someone who is inexperienced in the cockpit. We call these missions that are flown in the D.C. area as our pilots are getting hours in experience training missions. So don't read into that we had how many hours the pilots on the military aircraft had. And you had another question for me that was...
Last night the president had said that this could be prevented, and also that air traffic control, questioning why they may not have communicated with the helicopter telling them what to do.
We are going to wait for all the information to come in from this vantage point, but to back up what the president said, what I've seen so far, do I think this was preventable? Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there an acting FAA director?
Thank you, everyone.
We've been listening there to officials giving an update on the midair collision of a passenger plane and military helicopter near Reagan National Airport. Officials say this is now a recovery effort, not a rescue effort, because they believe there are no survivors. 64 people were on board the American Airlines flight, including 4 crew members, while 3 soldiers were on board that military helicopter on a training exercise. Officials say 20 bodies were recovered from the plane and 1 from the helicopter are with the medical examiner right now. But the National Security Advisor tells ABC News 30 bodies have been recovered in total so far. Officials say the plane and helicopter were both in a standard flight pattern at the time of the crash. I want to bring in ABC News transportation reporter Sam Sweeney for the latest on all this. Sam, so many questions surrounding this crash. What sticks out to you from what we've been able to hear in that presser so far?
We have to figure out why this helicopter collided with this airplane. If they reported to the tower that they had this airplane in sight as they made their way down the Potomac River and this plane was on approach, why did they collide? Was there some sort of disorientation with the lighting, with the pilot? Did he think that he saw one aircraft? He said he saw one, but was he actually looking at another airplane? These are all the questions that investigators are going to have to figure out.
And Pierre, what is the latest on that investigation? I want to bring in our Chief Justice Correspondent, Pierre Thomas. What are you hearing on that front, Pierre?
Well, sadly, right before they made the official announcement that there were no survivors, a source had briefed me and said that he had no information that anyone had survived the crash. He also emphasized that it was a very gruesome scene that was unfolding on the river. Multiple bodies recovered. We're seeing roughly 30, somewhere in that range, that have been recovered so far, meaning that the rest of the bodies are still in the water. And it is being described as something that the first responders will likely never forget what they're actually seeing. I won't go into more detail than that. Right now, they're looking at this as a likely an accident, likely involving pilot error of some sort. No nexus to law enforcement concerns at this particular point. The NTSB will be the lead on this investigation. So I can just describe to you that sources are saying that they're devastated, that this is beyond anything that they could have anticipated or have seen in recent years in the Washington region, especially with that airport being as busy as it is.
Yeah, one of the busiest in the country. I want to bring in our senior White House correspondent, Selena Wang, too, because, Selena, at the presser, officials are saying 20 bodies were recovered from the plane so far, 1 from the helicopter. They say those numbers come from the medical examiner, but the White House is saying 30 bodies have been recovered so far. What are you hearing from the president and the defense secretary?
Well, we know that the president has been updated on this overnight with his senior advisors briefing him in the Situation Room throughout the night that he's been monitoring this. And we heard there from Sean Duffy, the head of the Department of Transportation. He said that the FAA, the Department of Transportation, and the Department of Defense will not rest until they have answers for people and their loved ones. Now, this also comes as these cabinet members have been newly sworn in, Diane. This is an early test for them. And also, President Trump overnight, he was questioning why this happened. He says he believes that this could have been preventable, why the tower didn't indicate to the Army helicopter that this passenger plane was coming. And you heard a reporter ask Sean Duffy, the head of the Department of Transportation, during that press conference earlier, that exact question, if he believes this was preventable. Duffy says that at this moment, at this point of assessment, he does believe that this was preventable. He also said that the flight pattern of the Army helicopter as well as the passenger plane, he said that this was a standard flight pattern and said that there was nothing unusual. So many questions here still unanswered, but we know that the federal government has been making an all-out effort to try and get those answers.
Sam, they also say that the fuselage, the main body of the plane, was found inverted, so upside down and in 3 pieces. What do you make of that?
I mean, this plane was coming in high rate of speed. You have a helicopter also moving at a high rate of speed. They collide together. Planes are not that strong to withstand that kind of force, so they break apart. It's almost like a crumple zone, and then they fall apart into 3 different pieces, and then they slam against the ice of the Potomac River. This is like something piercing a very hard surface from several hundred feet in the air as it made that final approach. So it is going to be a wide debris field. They're going to go through meticulously. They're going to try to recover every single one of these parts and put this plane back together, recover those black boxes, and try to figure out what happened.
And our investigative reporter, Olivia Rubin, is covering the latest on the victims. Olivia, what do we know so far about who was on these flights?
Not so much yet, but we do know that it seems that at least the figure skating community was impacted by this. The United States Figure Skating is out with a statement this morning saying that they can confirm that multiple members were on board of that plane. And Diane, what's so devastating is they're saying that it was the United States Figure Skating Championship tournament had been going on in Wichita, and that there was a national development camp right after that. So it seems that individuals coming from that were on board of this plane, which is just so horrific for that community. I'm sure we're going to see others that are impacted. And it comes as we're supposed to learn more about some of these victims. Of course, officials are still pulling people out of the water, and they described today at that briefing what some of those conditions are, Diane. They talked about icy water in that river, winds blowing apart sort of the debris field so that they're searching. Again, it's narrow water, but still they described an extremely difficult rescue last night. They said it shifted into sort of more normal conditions. But of course, that airport, I'm looking at the clock in front of me, is supposed to open in less than 3 hours, and they are still recovering more people from the water, Diane.
Olivia, thanks. I want to bring in Tom Howder, former director of the Office of Aviation Safety at the NTSB. Tom, where does this go from here, and what do you make of the fact that they are saying the plane and the helicopter were both on a standard flight path? So how does the helicopter then come into the path of the plane?
That's a very good question. Clearly, the helicopters operated in one of their normal helicopter routes. Airplanes on final approach, which is normal. So the question becomes, what happened? We've been told that there was communication from the tower to the helicopter informing them of the aircraft out there. And as Sam Sweeney brought up, what did the helicopter see? Did he see the actual aircraft? Did he see another airplane and thought it was the airplane to avoid, or what? That we don't know now. It's going to take a long time to piece all this together. The big issue now is recovering all the victims and recovering all the wreckage, getting the wreckage someplace where it be examined. Looking at all the radar tapes, that'll be important. I assume the NTSB has their hands on all the radar information, which is quite a bit in the DC area, and all the air traffic control tapes, and we'll start piecing all this together. But how it happened, it's going to take time to find out. in some respects, this is a see and avoid environment that you're flying along, it's clear, you're expected to look out for other traffic. So does this happen occasionally with small airplanes? We haven't seen something like this with a big airplane in many, many years. And so it's going to take some time to develop the data and go through it. And the NTSB will need time. Recovery of the wreckage is going to take time. This is not a case that's going to be solved overnight.
Sam, the Potomac River had been frozen over for weeks. It's just starting to thaw out, so that water is nearly freezing. How challenging does that make this recovery effort?
I mean, think about it. You have humans going into this water. It's 36 degrees. There's chunks of ice. They have to break this ice to get through. Luckily, it is not deep there, just about 8 feet or so. But it's extremely challenging. And this is, of course, started overnight, so it was dark. And yesterday was a high wind day. You know, there was a number of delays and ground stops at D.C. area airports because the wind was so strong. So just add that into the water, the darkness, the cold, the ice. This is extremely challenging. And then you have a debris field that is in 3 separate sections with 2 different aircraft.
So, Tom, what are you watching for now?
Well, now the NTSB needs to get the whole team together. And right now, what the NTSB is doing is putting together all the participants in the investigation. They're collecting data, but also the NTSB is small. And so they'll have people from the FAA, PSA, the airline, the pilots union, the manufacturer of the aircraft. All these folks are going to get together as a team in different groups and start sorting through pieces. The NTSB has a lot of experience, unfortunately, in recovering aircraft from water. It just takes time to happen. So we'll wait, and it's going to take time. Clearly, over the next few days, they'll be marshaling all the equipment they need. They'll need to bring in the appropriate barges and lift cranes to start pulling this wreckage out of the water and then take it somewhere where it can be laid out, examined thoroughly. There's hangars at National Airport. I don't know if they'll use those or not, but there's a lot of resources available. But the issue is time, and it's just going to take some time here.
All right, Tom, Selena, Pierre, Sam, thank you all. And thank you for watching. I'm Diane Macedo. This has been an ABC News special report. David Muir will have the latest on world news tonight from Washington, D.C., and our coverage continues on ABC News Live right now.
This has been a special report from ABC News.
Hi, I'm Diane Macedo. Breaking today on ABC News Live. First, a deadly midair disaster in the nation's capital. Officials believe there are no survivors after an American Airlines passenger jet collided with an Army Black Hawk helicopter over the Potomac River.
Crash, crash, crash. This is Alert 3. Crash, crash, crash. This is Alert 3.
It's the first major commercial plane crash in the U.S. in 16 years. 64 people were on board, including members of the U.S. figure skating team.
Fireboat 201, go ahead and get underway. We're looking for a aircraft versus a helicopter into the Potomac in the area of Reagan National. I have no viable survivors at this point.
Now that recovery effort is underway for the victims. The water temperature in the Potomac is just barely above freezing as we learn new details about the Army military helicopter, what that chopper was doing and why it was so close to Reagan National Airport. Our special live team coverage of this midair disaster starts right now. And we begin with that breaking news near Washington, D.C. Officials say there are no survivors after an American Airlines flight collided with a U.S. Army Black Hawk helicopter midair. It happened as the flight from Wichita, Kansas was approaching the runway at Reagan National Airport. 60 passengers and 4 crew members were on that flight, including figure skaters and coaches returning from the national championships. 3 soldiers were also on that helicopter on a training flight. Both aircraft were flying in a standard flight pattern, so still not clear how and why this collision happened. So far, dozens of bodies have already been pulled from the Potomac, which is, again, just barely over freezing. ABC News transportation reporter Sam Sweeney joins me now with the latest. Sam, we just heard an update from officials here, and the biggest part of this, one, is that they don't believe there were any survivors here, but also that the flight, the American Airlines flight and the military helicopter, they say were both on a standard flight path. So how does that happen?
And that's the big question for investigators. It appears that at some point that the helicopter pilot either lost sight or had some sort of confusion. What happened, this American Airlines plane was lined up originally for the main long runway at Reagan National. In the final moments before touchdown, the controller moved that American Airlines plane over to a smaller runway nearby, runway 33. Slightly different approach. This is common practice. This is a smaller runway. It can handle smaller aircraft like these regional jets. That frees up space on the main runway, which is the busiest runway in the entire country. It is possible that this helicopter, which checked in with the tower, and the tower said, "Do you see this aircraft, the regional flight?" The helicopter responded that he did see it. It's possible that the helicopter may have thought he was going into the main runway. It's possible that he saw another plane and confused it, or there was some sort of orientation issue with all of the lights in the area. That's what investigators are going to try to figure out.
Now, Sam, when they say that it was on a standard flight path, does that mean it was on a standard flight path and didn't veer off the path it was told to go on, or just that it was given a standard flight path and may have veered off?
Unclear right now, but these helicopters, as we've been saying, are up all day long. They're moving around VIPs. They're moving around equipment. They are up and down the Potomac all day long. There's also a Coast Guard facility at Reagan National Airport. The Coast Guard helicopters go in and out. This is common. They've been doing it for decades. Now they need to figure out what happened, why these aircraft got so close that they were able to collide.
All right, Sam Sweeney, our transportation reporter. Sam, thank you. And this is the deadliest commercial plane crash in the U.S. in more than 16 years. Now questions are growing about how this could have happened near one of the busiest runways in the country. ABC News transportation correspondent Gio Benitez joins me now with more on that. Gio, what's the latest in terms of what you're hearing with this investigation now?
Well, Diane, I mean, this is just absolutely tragic. As you've been reporting, no survivors at this point, and now this is a recovery mission. We did learn just moments ago that at least 28 bodies have been recovered. That American Airlines fuselage was actually found in 3 different pieces in waist-deep water. So you can just imagine how violent this crash was for that to happen. And it's just absolutely awful what we're learning about who potentially could have been on board this plane and that it happened at all. And I got to tell you, this has completely shaken the aviation community. Take a look at the latest here. Investigators urgently trying to figure out how an American Airlines flight and a U.S. Army Black Hawk helicopter collided over the Potomac River.
Crash, crash, crash. This is Alert 3. Crash, crash, crash. This is Alert 3.
This EarthCam video showing the deadly midair crash is sure to be a key part of the FAA and NTSB investigation. An NTSB GO team launching with investigators to the scene overnight, newly appointed Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy promising a thorough inquiry.
We are going to offer full support to those on the ground, to the mayor, but also to the NTSB, who is going to be conducting the investigation in this matter.
The plane lined up to land on runway 33, rarely used because of its size and unique landing approach required. The other end of the runway is lined up with the Pentagon, so that side cannot be used.
There'll be a review of what happened here tonight, and after the FAA studies what happened, we will take appropriate action if necessary to modify flight paths and permissions.
The military pilot on that Black Hawk telling the DCA tower they could see the plane seconds before collision.
S25, CRJ in flight. This club has an aircraft in flight for precision separation.
Army officials confirming that helicopter was on a training flight out of Fort Belvoir, Virginia. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth saying Army and DoD investigations are already underway. With so much still unknown, the CEO of American Airlines saying the airline is committed to finding answers.
Our cooperation is without pause, and we want to learn everything we can about today's events. That work will take time, but anything we can do now, we're doing.
And just moments ago, that American Airlines CEO actually said that everything appeared normal on that approach for the American Airlines flight, and that now the question is, from his perspective, is why did that military aircraft come into the path of the plane? And that is really such a question. Sam Sweeney was describing potential confusion that was happening on board. We know that it was a training flight aboard that Black Hawk helicopter. So many questions surrounding that. Were they disoriented because of the night sky? We also know that it was clear. The weather was clear. So many things coming into question here, Diane.
And Gio, the Secretary of Transportation, Sean Duffy, at that presser said everything was standard in the lead up to the crash, both with the passenger flight and with the military helicopter. What do you make of that? And what more are you hearing about that?
You know, what's so unique about this, and we heard Sam Sweeney talk about how busy this runway is here, right? The busiest runway in the country. But what's so unique about this particular airport is that you do have that Potomac. And the Potomac River is typically what's used when you're flying a lot of these helicopters. A lot of helicopters are always in this area transporting different officials back and forth. So it is very, very congested in that sense. So that's what makes this so unique, and that's what makes it standard to have a helicopter over this area and a plane coming in at the same time. What's not standard, obviously, is what was happening with that helicopter at that moment. We know that air traffic control told the helicopter and asked the helicopter pilot, do you have the plane in sight? And the helicopter pilot responded, yes. And then moments after that is when this crash happened. So what happened in those final seconds? Was the helicopter pilot maybe talking about another plane and was confused? That's what's so unclear here.
And Gio, that was another big point in this presser. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy saying that he was asked if the aircraft, each one knew about the other. He didn't say about the plane, but he did specifically say the helicopter was aware that there was a plane in the area. How significant is that?
Well, that is significant, and certainly when you have air traffic control changing the runway at the last minute there, that makes you wonder, well, did the helicopter pilot hear? Did everybody hear that? Obviously, the American Airlines pilot did hear that, because the American Airlines pilot was indeed coming in on that shorter runway, that smaller runway, runway 33, instead of that big main runway. But what did the helicopter pilot hear? And that's what's so concerning here, because no doubt when you're looking at this case and you're looking at that helicopter, that's what's going to be one of the key issues to investigate here.
All right, ABC News transportation correspondent Gio Benitez. Gio, thank you. We'll be right back.
What does it take to be the most watched newscast in America?
We are part of an operation.
Is this our combat operations center?
We're approaching the gate. Militants came in from different directions.
Nuclear reactor.
So you have a couple loaded and ready to go. The house is destroyed, but the flag
Not a carrying it.
How important it made to USA. Great work.
Hi. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Ismail? David.
I'm David Muir.
I know who you are.
You
Watch
do?
you every night.
ABC's World News Tonight with David Muir is America's most watched newscast.
The news never stops. We are here in Israel, a nation at war.
Hurricane Helene screaming across the state, and that's why ABC News Live never stops.
Taking you to the center of the story as news breaks live.
ABC News Live is there for you all morning live.
Right there, as events unfold across the day, breaking down the day's top stories. ABC News Live Prime going there, wherever the story is.
And ABC News Live lighting up the weekend.
ABC News Live.
Because the news never stops.
Who is this guy?
He was kind of creepy. Pure evil.
We were shocked.
This is every woman's nightmare.
This is not just any killer.
There was 11 skulls.
Drawn using a finger in blood.
All of these victims' souls belong to him.
They're mine.
I'm more sane than most Americans.
This guy is an evil genius. He's the best serial killer that ever existed.
He compared himself to Ted Bundy.
Wild Crime, 11 Skulls, only on Hulu.
You know something serious about to happen. I have an idea.
You guys have eyes on your targets.
Shouldn't we strategize?
Come on, we're gonna improvise. Freestyle.
No.
Whenever, wherever news breaks, it's so important to always remember that lives are changed. Here in London, in Buffalo, Uvalde, Texas, Edinburgh, Scotland. Reporting from Rolling Fork, Mississippi. Ukrainian refugees here in Warsaw. We're heading to a small community outside of Mexico City. Getting you behind the stories as they happen. ABC News Live Prime. We'll take you there.
Stream ABC News Live weeknights wherever you stream your news. Only on ABC News Live.
ABC News Live.
Because the news never stops.
Hi, I'm Diane Macedo. Breaking today on ABC News Live. First, a deadly midair disaster in the nation's capital. Officials believe there are no survivors after an American Airlines passenger jet collided with an Army Black Hawk helicopter over the Potomac River.
Crash, crash, crash. This is Alert 3. Crash, crash, crash. This is Alert 3.
It's the first major commercial plane crash in the U.S. in 16 years. 64 people were on board the plane, including members of the U.S. figure skating team.
Fireboat 201, go ahead and get underway. We're looking for a aircraft versus a helicopter in the Potomac in the area of Reagan National.
I have no viable survivors at this point.
Now a recovery effort is underway for the victims. The water temperature in the Potomac is barely above freezing, and we're learning new details about the Army military helicopter involved, what that chopper was doing, and why it was so close to Reagan National Airport. Our special live team coverage starts right now. And we begin with that breaking news near Washington, D.C. Officials say there are no survivors after an American Airlines flight collided with a U.S. Army Black Hawk helicopter midair. You can see a live look there at those recovery efforts underway. The flight from Wichita, Kansas, was approaching the runway at Reagan National Airport. At the time, 60 passengers and 4 crew members were on board, including figure skaters and coaches returning from the national championships. 3 soldiers were on board the helicopter on a training flight. So far, dozens of bodies have already been pulled from the Potomac, which is just starting to thaw after being frozen over for weeks. ABC News transportation reporter Sam Sweeney joins me with the latest. Sam, what are you hearing so far about how this happened and this continued recovery effort?
Well, as you said, both of these aircraft were on a standard approach. The helicopter was coming down the Potomac, passing the Kennedy Center, headed south. The other one was coming in for a landing on originally the main runway, runway 1 there. And then in the last moments before touchdown, it switched over to another runway, runway 33. That's a shorter runway, and that is common procedure. The tower checked in with the helicopter saying, do you see this regional jet? Do you see this aircraft? And the helicopter responded back that he did see it and he had it in sight. That is also standard procedure for air traffic communications. Now they must figure out if that helicopter saw the plane, well, why did it collide? Was it looking at another aircraft? If you look in the video, you can see another plane is also taking off at that time. Or was there some disorientation going on because of the lighting or something else that we simply don't know at this early hour of the investigation?
Sam, talk to me about just that area, because you're talking about one of the busiest runways in the country and an area that generally is pretty busy in the air as well.
This is some of the most congested airspace in the country. You have Reagan National Airport, you have Dulles Airport, you have BWI Marshall, not too far away, and then you have all of the helicopters. It's also highly regulated. You can't even fly a drone inside the beltway that surrounds Washington, D.C. So you don't have very many private jets, but you have a lot of government movement and, of course, these commercial jets that are coming in one after another. As you said, runway 33, it's the busiest runway in the entire country. The planes are coming in one after another. As soon as one comes in, another one is right behind it. And then in between those, another one is taking off. This is extremely complex, but these air traffic controllers are highly trained. They do this every day, and helicopters like this have been flying in this airspace for decades.
And you say they're highly trained, Sam. What can you tell us about the training exercise that this helicopter was on at the time?
We heard from the Secretary of Transportation there, who said that just because it was a training mission, it doesn't mean that they were inexperienced. You have to be trained for the Washington, D.C. area. If you're a commercial jet and you're flying in on the approach and you cross over the Potomac and get close to the White House, you're going to get in trouble. What they say is you'll get a phone number and you will call the FAA, and they will want to know why you did that and crossed into that airspace. So you have to be highly trained. They work for this, and they were doing what is known as a routine mission, trying to get familiar with the area and you know, be able to handle these specific airspace conditions.
All right, so many questions still to come. Sam, I know you'll be staying on top of it for us. Thank you.
Thank you.
And this is the deadliest commercial plane crash in the U.S. in more than 16 years. Now questions are growing about how it could have happened near one of the busiest runways in the country. ABC News transportation correspondent Gio Benitez has the latest.
Investigators urgently trying to figure out how an American Airlines flight and a U.S. Army Black Hawk helicopter collided over the Potomac River.
Crash, crash, crash. This is Alert 3. Crash, crash, crash. This is Alert 3.
This EarthCam video showing the deadly midair crash is sure to be a key part of the FAA and NTSB investigation. An NTSB GO team launching with investigators to the scene overnight, newly appointed Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy promising a thorough inquiry.
We are going to offer full support to those on the ground, to the mayor, but also to the NTSB, who is going to be conducting the investigation in this matter.
The plane lined up to land on runway 33, rarely used because of its size and unique landing approach required. The other end of the runway is lined up with the Pentagon, so that side cannot be used.
There'll be a review of what happened here tonight, and after the FAA studies what happened, we will take appropriate action if necessary to modify flight paths and permissions.
The military pilot on that Black Hawk telling the DCA tower they could see the plane seconds before collision.
At 25, 0G in flight. This club has an aircraft in flight precision separation.
Army officials confirming that helicopter was on a training flight out of Fort Belvoir, Virginia. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth saying Army and DoD investigations are already underway. With so much still unknown, the CEO of American Airlines saying the airline is committed to finding answers.
Our cooperation is without pause, and we want to learn everything we can about today's events. That work will take time, but anything we can do now, we're doing.
Big thanks to ABC News transportation correspondent Gio Benitez. And the mayor of D.C. is now thanking those first responders for braving deadly temperatures in the Potomac during the rescue effort. Now firefighters from several nearby cities have joined local police forces and the Coast Guard in the recovery effort, which is expected to go on throughout the day. ABC News investigative reporter Olivia Rubin is tracking the latest on that. Olivia, how challenging is it to have first a rescue, now a recovery effort in an area this busy, in the water so cold?
Well, it's remarkable that they're able to open the airport as they're expecting in less than 3 hours when they are still doing this recovery effort. But, you know, as we heard officials say this morning, they do believe that they can do that. You know, overnight, they talked about extremely difficult conditions. It was dark. There's no visibility. They spoke about winds. They spoke about cold temperatures. We were told this morning that that river was ice at one point, of course, that the plane plunged into. But we have gotten some new information this morning, officials saying that they have pulled 28 individuals out of the water, 27 from the plane, 1 from the helicopter. And we are learning more, Diane, about the victims this morning. We've gotten a statement from the U.S. figure skating saying that a number of their members were on the plane. It's just tragic, Diane. They're saying that members, family members, coaches were coming back from a national development camp that was going on in Wichita in conjunction with the United States Figure Skating Championship. So that is just tragic. And of course, we're learning this morning that no survivors are expected. You know, all through the night, Diane, hospitals were telling us that they were standing by, that they were ready to accept patients to help in this rescue effort. And of course, just awful. We're learning, of course, no patients were brought to those hospitals, no survivors expected, Diane.
And Olivia, what can you tell us about who was on board the plane? I know there were some figure skaters. What are you hearing on that front?
Yeah, so, like I was saying in that statement, not much information. We don't know numbers. We don't know who. Of course, figure skating just saying that they had several members of the skating community on that plane. They're saying that it was athletes, coaches, and family members who were at that training development camp in Wichita that was going on with the U.S. Figure Skating Championship. So, I expect that we will start to learn more, but clearly that is one community that is being severely impacted by this, as they are confirming that they did have some members on board of that flight.
All right, Olivia Rubin, thank you. And ABC News senior White House correspondent Selena Wang joins me now. Selena, what are you hearing from the White House and the Department of Defense about this?
Well, we know that President Trump has been monitoring this overnight, that he's been updated regularly with his senior advisors in the Situation Room. And right now, the federal agencies, they are trying to get to the bottom of this. You heard Sean Duffy, the Transportation Secretary, earlier at the press conference. He said that people should be assured that when you fly, you are safe. This has rattled the public, given that this happened in the American aviation industry, that this happened over the nation's capital, a highly regulated airspace. And President Trump overnight, he was also asking the same questions that you've been talking about just earlier on the show with Sam Sweeney, asking how is it that on a clear night that this Army helicopter was not able to avoid this passenger plane, why the control tower didn't notify that helicopter. He called this a terrible night. The president also saying that he believes this could have been preventable. And Sean Duffy, the Transportation Secretary, in that press conference also reiterated that he believes this was absolutely preventable. So now they are trying to get to the bottom of this. This is an early test as well for Trump's cabinet members, some of them newly sworn in. Yesterday was Sean Duffy's first full day on the job, and now they are dealing with this major crisis. The Department of Defense is also involved. Pete Hegseth, also new in this role. He said they're launching an investigation given that an Army helicopter was involved here. Now, it was on a training mission, but Sean Duffy making clear that this doesn't necessarily mean that the pilot was inexperienced. But huge questions moving forward, Diane, about how the government is going to ensure that something like this never happens again, that this horrific tragedy doesn't happen again, especially given just how congested we know the airspace is in this area.
Selena, does it present any extra challenges at this stage with the administration so new? I mean, as you said, yesterday was the Transportation Secretary's first day on the job.
We did see an immediate response, not only from Pete Hegseth, from Sean Duffy, but also from Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem. They want to ensure the public that they're doing everything they can as fast as they can. Those first responders immediately rushing to the scene, and each of those cabinet secretaries making clear that they're going to use the full force of their resources to ensure that they are helping with this recovery effort and to get to the bottom of these answers. As I was just saying earlier, this has really rattled the public. A tragedy like this in America's airspace over the nation's capital skies, ensuring the public that flying is safe and that they are going to understand how this could have happened when A, this was a clear night, and B, as Sean Duffy was saying earlier, this was a very standard flight path, that there was nothing unusual about this.
All right, ABC News senior White House correspondent Selena Wang. Selena, thank you. And let's dig in a little more to the investigation into the disaster. Let's bring in ABC News contributor, former director of Office of Aviation Safety at the NTSB, Tom Howder. Tom, when you look at the video and you listen to some of the audio coming out of the air traffic control tower, does that connect any dots for you?
Not really. It's fairly standard. As everybody mentioned, this is a standard approach for the aircraft to go from one runway and divert over to 3-3. That happens all the time at National. The helicopter traffic passes over that area all the time. It's very common living in the DC area, and basically when I worked at NTSB, I could see this out my window. It happened many, many times a day. What happened here becomes a little more difficult to understand. Both aircraft are supposedly doing what they should be doing. The helicopter's on a standard route. The airplane is coming in on a normal procedure too. Why the helicopter didn't see the airplane, that becomes a question. Yes, it's a very clear night, but there's lots of lights out there. There's airplane lights, all the airplanes coming into land. There's city lights. There's other things going on. And so did the helicopter pilot misidentify the airplane? That's something that'll have to be looked at in great detail. Unfortunately, I doubt that the cockpit voice recorder and flight data recorder from the airplane is going to provide a great deal of information here, because it was on the approach. It could see the runway. That crew is lined up to land. They're focusing on the landing and not necessarily looking for other traffic coming from their right. But the NTSB will do visual studies. They'll try to see what people could see, what they couldn't see. Just takes time, but it's hard to explain this case because it looks like we have experienced helicopter pilots, we have experienced controllers, we have experienced people in the airplane, and how that led to this accident is going to take a long time to fully put together.
And Tom, when they say that both the plane and the helicopter were on a standard flight path, does that mean they were given a standard flight path, or that they were on a standard flight path and hadn't veered off in any way?
The airplane would have been on a standard path to line up to land for the runway. Clearly, you're coming in from the south, and you'll make a deviation towards the right than the left to come in and land on 3-3. That's pretty standard. You're giving the area there. The helicopter path is a little broader. It's a standard operating area. They try to keep the helicopters separated from the airplanes further over towards, Washington, away from Reagan Airport. And so the question will be is, did the helicopter pilot, was he flying towards the edge? Was he planning to now cut across and head back over to the other side of Virginia on his way back down to Fort Belvoir? There's a lot of questions there, what happens. Once we get the radar data, it'll be a lot easier to see what happened in those final moments. Fortunately, there's a lot of radar at DC. There's ground type traffic radar called ASDX. There's other aircraft radar available. It's just a matter of putting all these pieces together. And I think it does become difficult for people to understand that both airplanes were theoretically doing what they're supposed to do. One's on a standard approach to the airplane, and the helicopter's in a standard operating area. But why that didn't work this time, I don't know. It's going to be interesting to get all the facts and put this together.
Some are asking why about that communication between the air traffic control and the helicopter, because they ask the pilot of the helicopter if he sees the plane, and he says yes. Is it normal to just ask a question like that versus telling the helicopter pilot what to do and where to go?
That's fairly standard. What you're expecting, this is a visual environment. It's clear. They're not on an instrument approach for the helicopter. He's flying in a visual environment. Air traffic says, he knows the helicopter's out there and the airplane's out there. So he's telling the airplane, do you see the traffic? And he gets a response back from the helicopter, yes, I do. So at that point, air traffic believes, okay, they're going to see and avoid. They've seen the other aircraft. Therefore, I don't need to give them further guidance because they will avoid hitting the other airplane because they see it. Clearly, that didn't happen. The question is, why didn't that happen? And it's confusing. It really is. I suspect that the helicopter pilots thought he saw the airplane, but clearly he didn't. We have to think again that it's a dark night. The helicopter is coming basically at 90 degrees to the airplane. There's not a lot of lights on the airplane coming from that side. You have a rotating beacon, you have wing lights, but you don't have that nose landing light to help you see it. And so in this environment with so many lights on the ground, other aircraft around, finding that target can be difficult at times.
All right. Tom Howder, we appreciate your time today, sir. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Coming up, ABC News goes inside an ICE operation to arrest undocumented immigrants, what our cameras saw, and where President Trump wants to detain thousands of immigrants as they await deportation. Also ahead, the latest on that deadly midair collision over D.C. Up next, we will talk to a retired Black Hawk helicopter pilot. Stay with us.
The news never stops. We are here in Israel, a nation at war.
We heard what appeared to be gunfire. The former president rushed off the stage.
Hurricane Helene ravaging the coastline of Florida.
It's moving really fast, screaming across the state.
And that's why ABC News Live never stops.
Taking you to the center of the story.
As news breaks live.
We hear the small arms fire around us. We're right on the border between Ukraine and Russia.
ABC News Live is there for you at the start of your day, all morning live.
ABC News Live, right there, as events unfold across the day. ABC News Live, breaking down the day's top stories.
Lyle and Eric Menendez, there is new evidence in this case.
ABC News Live Prime going there, wherever the story is. Are you going to build it back up?
And ABC News Live lighting up the weekend.
With breaking news and all the latest pop headlines.
Happy Oscars Sunday.
A lot to watch for tonight.
ABC News Live.
Because the news never stops.
The Kardashians are here!
What have you been up to?
What haven't we been up to?
We're going to Vegas.
This is my 40th birthday.
Kim and Chloe take India.
That Monday.
I feel like Cinderella at the ball.
Corey! Here, I make a hole his closet.
You must really like him.
Such a stage mom. Where do you think she learned it?
I'm Kris Jenner.
Oh my God, I'm Kris Jenner.
Whenever, wherever news breaks, it's so important to always remember that lives are changed. Here in London, in Buffalo, Uvalde, Texas, Edinburgh, Scotland. Reporting from Rolling Fork, Mississippi. Ukrainian refugees here in Warsaw. We're heading to a small community outside of Mexico City. Getting you behind the stories as they happen. ABC News Live Prime. We'll take you there.
Stream ABC News Live weeknights wherever you stream your news. Only on ABC News Live.
Welcome back to ABC News Live. First, we are staying on top of that breaking news near Washington, D.C., where officials say there are no survivors after an American Airlines flight collided with a U.S. Army Black Hawk helicopter midair. Martin Gotholm, a retired Black Hawk instructor pilot, joins me now with more on that. Martin, what sticks out to you so far from the way officials are describing that this happened?
Well, as the helicopter was coming southbound along the Potomac, you would wonder why you'd have two converging aircraft. And our unit, even though I'd already retired, had that mission about 6 months ago. And when they fly down the Potomac, it's not unusual to have aircraft coming inbound, in this case runway 33, and actually pass right over you. So if you're going to have course convergence like that, then obviously it's going to be the altitude deconfliction. So the course for the helicopters coming down the Potomac, they're supposed to stay 200 feet and below. And that should provide altitude deconfliction with aircraft landing either north-south, which is 0119, which is primarily where 90% of the aircraft. So when you're coming down under goggles, normally you're looking further south and to your left to see aircraft that are coming into 19. This aircraft is coming into runway 33. And even though it's on a visual approach, I flew for SkyWest Airlines, so I'm typed in the CRJ.
It looks like we lost Martin there, former Black Hawk instructor pilot. Again, that was the type of helicopter involved in this crash with the American Airlines jet. We're going to keep following the latest on that crash and bring you updates as we get them. But we also are following Capitol Hill because senators are set to question two of President Trump's most controversial nominees today in confirmation hearings. FBI Director nominee Kash Patel is expected to face questions about his past comments calling to annihilate the deep state. Patel has said the QAnon conspiracy theory is right in many ways, and he once promised to, quote, come after conspirators in the government and the media who he says helped Joe Biden rig the election. Meanwhile, senators are expected to question Director of National Intelligence nominee Tulsi Gabbard about her experience in past comments echoing Russian misinformation. Gabbard has also faced criticism over her 2017 meeting with now deposed Syrian dictator Bashar al-Assad, and we will bring you both of those hearings live when they happen. Meanwhile, President Trump is directing the Pentagon to prepare Guantanamo Bay to detain up to 30,000 migrants while they wait to be deported. Our Chief Justice correspondent Pierre Thomas has the details on that and a look inside an ICE raid in Baltimore as it happened.
In a show of force, the Trump administration preparing to hold up to 30,000 undocumented migrants at Guantanamo Bay before their deportation. The U.S. military base in Cuba, known for holding 9/11 terrorists, may now house migrants who have been detained in the sweeping immigration raids across the nation.
Some of them are so bad we don't even trust the countries to hold them because we don't want them coming back, so we're going to send them out to Guantanamo.
Those raids ramping up. ABC News going inside an ICE operation in Maryland as agents arrest 2 men, both convicted of crimes from robbery to dealing fentanyl.
I need you to go get my car. I just got pulled over.
These men were not deported when they were released from prison, but put back on the streets. Their arrests were among the more than 1,000 executed in the last 24 hours, meant the White House's promise for mass deportation.
New administration in place, how's the tempo different now, if it is?
Oh, yeah, we're full pedal down on the gas. We are going 100 miles an hour. We're trying to get everybody we can, but we're still prioritizing those worst go first cases. But right now, the pressure is on. We're going 7 days a week, making sure that we get every one of these guys off the street.
On Wednesday, President Trump signing his first piece of legislation into law, the Laken Riley Act.
We're going to sign this in honor of Laken Riley.
The bill named for the 22-year-old Georgia nursing student killed by an undocumented migrant requires ICE to detain undocumented migrants accused of theft and violent crimes, even before their conviction. Her mother in tears speaking at the signing.
There's no amount of change that will ever bring back our precious Laken. Our hope moving forward is that her life saves lives.
Our Chief Justice correspondent Pierre Thomas, thank you. And thank you for watching. I'm Diane Macedo. The news never stops, and neither do we. We have a lot more news right after the break. Stay with us.
What does it take to be the most watched newscast in America?
An operation to capture ISIS fighters.
Is this our Combat Operations Center?
We're approaching the gate now. Militants came in from 4 or 5 different directions.
Operational nuclear reactor.
So you have a couple loaded and ready to go. The house is destroyed, but the flag, there's not a tear in it.
Not a tear in it. How important is this label right here, Made in the USA?
Look at your smile. You're proud of this.
I love this.
Great work.
Hi.
Where are you? Where are you?
Appreciate you. Thank you, David. Good to meet you.
Ismail? David.
David.
Yes. I'm David Muir.
I know who you are.
You
Watch
do.
you every night.
ABC's World News Tonight with David Muir is America's most watched newscast. Now you can listen to a podcast version of 2020, available free wherever you listen.
Shifting Gears is the much-anticipated can't-miss series with humor and heart.
You could go back to law school. That's always been your dream.
That was your dream for me.
You like to argue.
You do love to argue.
You might as well get paid for it.
Shifting Gears, new Wednesday on ABC.
Get this, people. Now we're streaming every weekend right to you.
With an all-new show, an all-new view, special for the weekends. Now you can catch The View 7 days a week.
I wonder if you can handle it.
It's The Weekend View.
The Weekend View.
It's The Weekend View, streaming on ABC News Live, wherever you stream. Take a little time to enjoy The Weekend View.
See you on the weekend!
Now streaming Saturday and Sunday mornings on ABC News Live, wherever you stream.
I'm Jacqueline Lee reporting from the devastating fires in Los Angeles. Wherever the story is, we'll take you there. You're streaming ABC News Live.
She's an A-lister, he's a co-star, and he's the director. It seemed to me it was a match made in heaven, promotional-wise. that didn't occur.
Rumors were swirling.
For Blake to file a sexual harassment claim, I don't think anyone saw that coming.
He clearly feels, rightly or wrongly, that his movie was somewhat stolen from him.
It is a fight for power.
This actually could go either way.
It did not end with It Ends With Us.
Is there more to the story here?
Blake versus Justin, now streaming on Hulu.
This is ABC News Live.
The crush of families.
On the ground in Ukraine.
ABC News Live, America's #1 streaming news. Anytime, anywhere. Streaming 24/7, straight to you for free.
Thank you for making ABC News Live America's #1 streaming news.
I'm 110% ready to fall in love.
Tall, handsome, smart. He's perfect.
Time just stood still.
It's kind of already sinking in that these other girls are dating my boyfriend.
Everybody just really wants Grant, and we're all fighting for his love.
You act like you don't care.
He knows how I feel.
I know I'm in trouble.
Everyone's so mean.
I did not know how hard this was going to be.
Mr. President?
You were the last person to see the president alive.
Pink's trying to warn me.
Agent Collins, you're the only one I really trust, and I want to tell you the truth. You're about to be entrusted with top secret information.
The president did something. You're going to want to hear this.
The biggest secret is right under your nose.
What aren't you telling me?
Friday.
A woman's husband is shot and killed.
And his wife fears she could be next.
It's an all-new 2020 murder mystery.
Friday night at 9/8 Central on ABC.
Hi, I'm Diane Macedo. Breaking today on ABC News Live. First, a deadly midair disaster in the nation's capital. Officials believe there are no survivors after an American Airlines passenger jet collided with an Army Black Hawk helicopter over the Potomac River.
Crash. This is Alert 3. Crash. This is Alert 3.
It's the first major commercial plane crash in the U.S. in 16 years. 64 people were on board the plane, including members of the U.S. figure skating team.
Fireboat 201, go ahead and get underway. We're looking for a aircraft versus a helicopter into the Potomac in the area of Reagan National.
I have no viable survivors at this point.
Now a recovery effort is underway for the victims. The water temperature in the Potomac is barely above freezing as we learn new details about that Army military helicopter, what the chopper was doing, and why it was so close to Reagan National Airport. Our special live team coverage starts right now. And we begin with that breaking news near Washington, D.C. Officials say there are no survivors after an American Airlines flight collided with a U.S. Army Black Hawk helicopter midair. It happened as the flight from Wichita, Kansas was approaching the runway at Reagan National Airport. 60 passengers and 4 crew members were on the flight, including figure skaters and coaches returning from the national championships. 3 soldiers were also on the helicopter on a training flight, and crews from all over the region are now trying to recover bodies from the Potomac, which just started thawing after being frozen for weeks. Secretary of Transportation Sean Duffy says it's a clear night. It was a clear night in that the helicopter and plane were both in a standard flight pattern.
It is not standard to have aircraft collide. I want to be clear on that. But prior to the collision, the flight paths that were being flown from the military and from American, that was not unusual for what happens in the D.C. airspace. There was communication. It was, I would say, standard communication. So there was not a breakdown, if that's your question, in communication between the military helicopter and the American Airlines flight. There was communication between the aircraft and the tower.
Was the plane aware there was a helicopter in the area?
I would say the helicopter was aware that there was a plane in the area.
Let's bring in ABC News transportation reporter Sam Sweeney along with ABC's Perry Russum for more. Perry, the big question now is how this happened. If what we just heard is true, how do both of these aircraft go on a standard flight pattern and yet end up colliding?
You know, that's the major question. I also want to highlight how eerie and haunting it is to be here at DCA right now, about 12 hours after this deadly collision between the Black Hawk and the American Airlines plane, as they are still searching for 30-plus people who are presumed dead in the water. A mother just arrived with her 2 children with their bags going into DCA to get on their plane. We know the airport opens at about 11 o'clock, so just about 2 hours from now with the first plane. I was checking the board inside, a Southwest flight that is scheduled to take off at 10:55. So about 14 hours after this deadly collision, the airport is going to be reopening. I had a chance to talk with Senator Tim Kaine from Virginia after the news conference this morning. He was visibly upset during the news conference. I was watching his reaction to some of the things that were said, and I wanted to ask Senator Kaine, are you comfortable with the fact that the airport is reopening just 14 hours after, and we just don't know all the information of exactly how this happened, or at least is not being released to the public? And Senator Kaine told me he is very confident in that decision. He says that he trusts the leaders who make the decision to reopen the airport, but it seems like, from some of the things that were said from Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy, from some of the investigators, that they have a general idea. I keep thinking about what Secretary Duffy said when he said this was absolutely preventable. That is a very definitive response, a very definitive answer for something that happened just 14 hours ago. And then the American Airlines CEO, he said they don't know why the helicopter went into the plane's path. So those 2 statements really stuck out to me in terms of why they decided it was safe to reopen the airport. But again, we're still waiting for the NTSB to have the lead on this. They have the lead on this investigation right now. But the major question that, everybody here is asking is, how does this happen? This is such a busy airport. I know Sam Sweeney can talk more about that, but it was very eerie driving in this morning to DCA and not seeing any planes taking off, Diane.
And Sam, I want to dig in a little bit more on something Perry just said, which is Sean Duffy saying that this was preventable. And also the distinction that he made when asked if the plane knew that the helicopter was nearby, and he kind of hesitated for a second and said, I would say the helicopter knew that the plane was nearby.
And that's exactly right, because we have the audio of that. We have the audio of the air traffic controller telling the helicopter that there is a regional jet on final approach. Do you have it in sight, which is standard air traffic control communication. And the helicopter responds that he does, in fact, have that aircraft in sight. So why did that helicopter hit that airplane as it was landing? There are several scenarios that are possible, one being some sort of disorientation, another one being that the helicopter thought that the plane was landing on another runway, the primary runway at Reagan National, but it was switched from the primary over to a secondary runway in the final moments before touchdown, which is also common, and that helps relieve some of the pressure in this busy airspace. As far as preventable, there's a saying in the safety industry that all incidents are preventable. We just have to understand what happened.
All right, Perry Russum, Sam Sweeney, thank you both. And that plane had taken off from Wichita, Kansas, headed for Reagan National. Now officials in Wichita are giving an update on the crash. Let's listen in.
That investigation. So I know this is going to be a tragedy that touches our community. We have such a steep history of being involved in aviation, and being a close-knit community like we are, it's going to have consequences for years to come. I do want to make a general comment about air safety in general. We have the safest skies in any country in the world. And when a tragic incident like this happens, obviously we want to do the investigation, which will take days and weeks to go through that process, and to make sure that we can prevent accidents like this from happening in the future. And so I appreciate all of the updates we'll have this morning. I know there will be more coming out, both in D.C. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Congressman. We also have a representative for Senator Jerry Moran, who will share a statement as well.
Mayor, thank you. I'm Mike Zangerslow with United States Senator Jerry Moran's office. The senator asked me to share the following statement on his behalf. Wichita is located in the heart of our nation, and today we are grieving. I received confirmation this morning that no one survived the crash of American Airlines Flight 5342. This is a sad day for Kansans. and our nation as we awaken this morning to this tragic news. My heart grieves for the lives that were lost and their loved ones, who are now learning that their friend or family member was among those who perished. There will be much to learn and to do in the coming days in the wake of this tragedy. But today, please join me in praying for Kansas. May God comfort those who are mourning. Mayor, thank you.
I would like to now ask our airports director, Jesse Romo, to provide some updates. And again, a lot of the details are still waiting for confirmation. And so we ask that Jesse give us the latest that we have confirmed.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, everyone. Jesse Romo, Director of Airports, Wichita Airport Authority. I don't have a lot of official information to share. We will get that directly from NTSB. American Airlines will be providing the official updates and information. They do have a newsroom that you can go to online. The website is aa.com/newsroom. There is also an 800 number to utilize for the friends and family members of the people aboard the flight, 1-800-679-8215. I will say that airport staff did activate our family incident support team last night, and so if family members did show up to the terminal to have additional information, even for support, we were there with them with our team of volunteers, along with other airline staff and representatives. The airport remains open. There is air traffic continuing. Right now, we do have fog, so I would ask everybody to please drive safe as you're headed to the airport or are traveling today, and keep up with your airline for additional information. And right now, that's all I have. Thank you.
I would like to say that Director Jesse Romo, City Manager Bob Layton, and several council members were at the airport last night as the care team got activated. I also learned from American Airlines this morning that additional care team members have come to Wichita and will be providing support for families as well as crew members. I am in direct contact with American Airlines to find out the confirmed information to provide to all of you. But I want to reiterate that any information should go to their hotline, especially for families. And that number that Jesse said already, but I will remind everyone to use again, is 1-800-679-8215. In addition, this afternoon at high noon, the Wichita City Council, in contact with the Greater Wichita Ministerial League and multiple faith leaders in Wichita, will be coming together for a community-wide prayer. And we ask that anyone who would like to join us to come to City Hall here in downtown Wichita for that community prayer. All are welcome. At this time, our community needs to come together to support the family members who have been impacted, to come together in honor of those individuals on that flight. And as a council, we will lead in bringing this community together to pray for our community, but also move our community to know that there are resources. And as a city, we will have additional resources, especially for staff who have been impacted. And I am again grieving with everyone in our community and those in Washington, D.C. due to this very tragic incident that happened. We will take a few questions at this time.
Do you know how many of the passengers are Wichita residents versus traveling back home to D.C. or somewhere else?
At this time, we don't have that information, and I know that we don't have the manifest at this moment.
Have you spoken with any family or friends of members or people on the plane?
The care team was activated last night. and one family was there. And I want to say thank you to our local media partners who were respectful here in Wichita. That says a lot about our community. The care team was there to provide comfort for that family, and the council members were also there to provide comfort for them. But at this time, that is all we have in regards to family members.
Do you know how many families did show up last night?
Only one.
Was everything normal at the beginning of this flight taking off from Wichita?
Say that again.
Was the flight normal taking off?
I will have Jesse.
Yes, to our knowledge, everything occurred as normal, so there was no abnormality to the operation.
Will this flight continue as normal tonight, or is this flight on hold? Any changes at all?
I know Reagan National was shut down for a while. They have plans to reopen the airport, and I haven't heard yet when exactly they're going to open, and I haven't heard specifically for this flight. But if we do have additional information, that will come from American as well. And so if folks are looking to fly on that route, just need to continue to check with American Airlines.
Jesse, how many seats were on the plane on the 700? Is that 75, or do you know what it's configured to?
Well, good word. The configuration depends, for each aircraft, but it is approximately about 75 seats normally, and I would have to get specifics on that aircraft, but I don't have that at this time.
Has there been any contact with Bombardier, especially with this being the airplane?
No.
Do you know where they are in the process of contacting all the families?
We do not. And, most of this incident occurred at D.C. and is being managed by the local partners and federal agencies that are responding in the D.C. area. But as was asked earlier, the manifest will be managed by American Airlines, and that information will be disseminated through their official sources as well as NTSB.
I know you said the flight was operating just fine. Was it delayed, or was it running late at any point?
I don't believe so. I don't have that information, but I can look into that.
Can you tell us anything about figure skaters, obviously, that were on the flight who just hosted the U.S. National Championships? On social media, a lot of figure skaters coming out just hoping for the best. Anything?
I understand that some of that information is out there on social media or through other media outlets, but it's not information that we can share at this time.
Mayor, can you talk about, we've heard from a few folks about how big this last weekend was with the U.S. Figure Skating Championship being held here in Wichita, and all of these young Olympic hopefuls, which would have grazed our living room in the future. Can you talk about just how big of an event this past weekend was, and what it meant for the city to have these young skaters here in town?
It was truly an honor to have future Olympians and those who are at the highest competition level of figure skating right here in the Air Capital. We were so excited to have the opportunity to host the national championship. And even yesterday, I had folks tell me how wonderful these last few days have been with additional individuals that came into our community, whether to watch or to participate. So our community was really excited and thankful that everything went well with the championship. And so right now, we're just waiting for more information from U.S. Figure Skating that we can release. But right now, we're just hoping and praying again.
How do family and friends of folks on the plane get in touch with you all? I know there's a phone number for American, but if they want to connect with the local care team and they don't want to go to the airport, how do they do that?
They can reach out to the airport administration building. I'm going to look that up because all of a sudden sleep deprivation kicked in and my mind went blank on the phone number. But let me respond back to you in just a second.
Should affected families be coming to the airport, or are you urging them to stay at home? What should they do?
Everyone responds to a tragic incident a little differently, and so if they do feel that they would be more comfortable in the terminal or coming out there to the airport, we're ready to help support them in any way we can. But there isn't any more information that we can share that they're already being shared with directly by the airline, and so they may want to stay at home as well.
Jesse, would you mind repeating this into the microphone? But that number that families can call is 316-946-4700.
4700 is the Airport Administration Building.
City and Kansas State leaders been in contact with the U.S. Army about the helicopter. Can you speak about that a little bit?
Not about the helicopter. I have been in contact with several of our federal legislators who, again, are sending their condolences, but this was very early. That was yesterday or last night. In regards to any additional investigation, I don't have any.
Last evening, Senator Moran was in contact with the U.S. Department of Defense officials regarding your question, but also NTSB leadership, the CEO of American Airlines, and U.S. Department of Transportation leadership as well.
How closely will you all, Representative Axton, Senator Moran, work with the NTSB and the FAA to kind of stay abreast of getting to the bottom of what happened?
Well, obviously, there's a lot of information to gather around this process in terms of the flight plans and the incidents of what's happened, as well as what they discover through the recovery efforts. It's going to take some time, I know, for NTSB and the investigation team to go through that process, and so there'll be probably some slow release of information as they discover it and work through that. And I know that's frustrating for all of us to actually wait and not have the answers at our fingertips. Obviously, we're reaching out from our office, and both of the senators were in D.C. at the press conference last night, working through that as well. As I mentioned, I spoke last night with the chairwoman of the National Transportation Safety Board, and so she's got a team there at DCA and working together that information. So we'll keep in constant contact as we try to go through that.
Congressman, I assume you've been on this flight several times in the last year. Does it give you pause in terms of the amount of traffic? I know there's a lot of talk this morning about the amount of air traffic around Reagan National. Does this give you pause about that situation and how that's managed right now?
No, this particular flight's been in process for over a year, in use for over a year now. Obviously, it's important for us as a community to have connections, have a direct flight, particularly one of the most commonly routes that's traveled to in Washington, D.C. Obviously, with the Reagan Airport situated there on the river right across from Washington, D.C., there are some twists and turns that pilots and planes have to make as they're coming in and out of that airport. So it does require skill of the pilot to work through that. I don't have any hesitation. I know the major runway there at Washington Reagan is I think it's the busiest in the country for any one runway. The flight last night was on the secondary runway through that process, which is a little bit shorter, which is more appropriate for a plane the size of the CRJ that was flying in there. So it's there's always going to be that process as whether they're coming from the south, as it was last night, or on the approach from the north. But I wouldn't hesitate to continue to fly in and out of Washington Reagan Airport, and including on this particular flight and with this particular plane.
Can we expect more information on how many people on the flight were from Wichita? How many were figure skaters?
And that's one of the frustrating things, I think, as we try to gather all this information. Obviously, there's a lot of concern about how families are going to grieve and find out, in some cases, find out the information. I know a lot of us in the community, myself and others, have been reached out by lots of friends around finding out whether we were on the plane or whether we knew of people that were on the plane through that process. I do know there's a time where we need to make sure that the families get the opportunity to be notified and the next of kin being allowed to know and being able to go through that process before we make that information public. So even though I'd like to be able to know that and know some of those answers to some of those questions, like how many people were from Wichita, how many people were from the Washington, D.C. area. It just unfortunately takes a little bit of time to gather all of that and make sure that the process is followed.
And who's in charge of notifying families?
As far as the notification, this morning, the Secretary of Transportation Duffy in the press conference in Washington, D.C. said that a lot of that notification is going to transition to NTSB and FAA, as well as working with American Airlines and going through that process.
Congressman, you talked about how air travel is so safe. What would you say to people who will pause, taking flights right now?
Yeah, I think when you look at overall track record in terms of how safe within the United States air traffic is, I think it's been 16 plus years since there's been a commercial airplane incident in the country, and you obviously look at the number of miles and number of passengers flown versus other modes of transportation. I still feel confident that we have strong safety measures in our air traffic system. And obviously, we want to make sure that if there are any areas that need to be improved, we work on those. And if there's something to be learned out of this lesson in terms of something that happened in this particular incident, that we'll take that lesson and move forward. Thank you.
The Federal Transportation Secretary called the incident absolutely preventable. Do you agree with that?
I'm sorry. Said what?
The Federal Transportation Secretary, Sean Duffy, called the incident preventable this morning. Do you agree with that assessment?
I believe he has some more information than I do in terms of some of those details. Obviously, when we look at what we've been able to see so far, we've kind of conceded some of the flight path of the Flight 5342, as well as the flight path of the helicopter. What I haven't heard yet is all of the traffic between the air traffic control system and both the helicopter as well as the airplane. He may have access to some information that I don't have. Obviously, we want to make sure that there aren't incidents like this ever in the country. So we want to make sure that we put in procedures that work to make sure that we do prevent them.
Thank you again, Congressman. On behalf of the Wichita City Council again, it was just a year ago that we started this flight. I was actually there alongside Councilmember Glasscock and Councilmember Johnson. It was January 8th, 2024. The first flight included Congressman Estes and Senator Moran, who took that first flight from Wichita to Washington, D.C. We were very honored to have gotten that flight and continue to advocate for those nonstop flights out of our community. So again, this is a true tragedy and one that this council and myself want all of our community members to know that our hearts are heavy. They're also grieving, and we will provide the support that we can to those who have been affected. I want to say thank you, though, to several people who showed up last night and prayed over this council and those who are grieving. Pastor Bob Beckler, Pastor Ben Staley, and Rabbi Greenberg, who also showed up last night. I also want to thank the care team that is continuing to be at the airport there for families affected, as well as crew members affected and staff members affected. And I want to say thank you to City Manager Layton and his staff for gathering us all this morning and allowing us to also have a community-wide prayer in the council chambers here at City Hall at noon. Again, we will continue to keep the community updated as we have confirmed information. And we invite all of you to come to the community-wide prayer, and we welcome anyone to join us. Tragedies like this remind us that we are one community. Whether a Wichitan, a Kansan, or an American, we are one community. And in times of struggle, we do come together in grief and sadness to lift one another. Wichita is stronger because we are together. Once again, we offer our deepest condolences to all the individuals whose lives were lost and to the families who are grieving. Thank you.
We've just been watching officials there in Wichita, Kansas, giving an update on the deadly collision over Washington, D.C. That American Airlines flight that collided with a military helicopter had taken off from Wichita. We had just heard the mayor there talking about the impact the tragedy is having on their community. They also echoed what we heard from D.C. officials earlier, saying, quote, no abnormality to the operations. The plane and the helicopter are both said to have been on a standard flight path, and now sources are saying parks in Maryland, D.C. and Virginia, some near the shore at least, are closed due to debris found from that crash in the Potomac River. A source tells ABC News the black boxes from the collision still have not been recovered, but dozens of bodies have already been taken out of the water. 64 people were on board the flight, including 4 people from the crew, 3 members of the Army on that military helicopter. And so far, officials are saying they don't believe there are any survivors. This is now no longer a rescue mission. It's a recovery mission. I want to bring ABC News transportation reporter Sam Sweeney for more. Sam, anything stick out to you from what Kansas officials are saying here in this presser?
No, right now all eyes are on this helicopter. Why did this helicopter collide into this aircraft after telling air traffic control that he saw that regional jet on final approach? What was the confusion? What happened? Was there a vision issue? Was there a disorientation issue? What led to this? That's what investigators are going to try to figure out. As you mentioned, they have not found the black boxes, but in this incident, we may not learn that much from the black boxes on this American Airlines plane. It was on final approach. It was clear to land. It really didn't do anything wrong. It was hit by the helicopter. The focus is going to be on that helicopter and that pilot's decisions.
The NTSB is expected to give its first briefing on this collision later today. What are you listening for there?
The NTSB is an independent unit that is designed to investigate accidents and figure out why they happen and then give a recommendation so they can prevent it from happening again. They are very methodical. So what we will hear today is that they are on scene. They are leading the investigation. They're going to tell us what their first steps are, what they're seeing out there, but they're not going to speculate. Jennifer Homendy, the chair, she will get out there and she will be very clear that they will give us an update every couple of hours in the first few days. Then we will get a preliminary report within 30 days. But we may not know the final cause of this incident for 18 to 24 months. They will not speculate.
It is 9:30 Eastern time. For anyone just joining us, we are following that breaking news of a collision of an American Airlines passenger flight with a military helicopter in Washington, D.C. The collision happened just before 9 p.m. last night. No one is believed to have survived this crash. So 64 people on board the plane, 3 soldiers on board that military aircraft, and now there is a recovery effort underway there in the Potomac River trying to retrieve those bodies and parts of the aircraft. And I want to bring in Washington, D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser for more. Mayor Bowser, I know it's a busy time, so thank you for coming on. Can you just give us the latest on these search and recovery efforts?
Well, we briefed the press a little bit earlier today, where we had federal, local officials, DC Fire and EMS leading the search and rescue effort. Our fire chief reported that we were switching to a recovery effort and transferring leadership to the National Transportation Safety Board. He confirmed that we have recovered 28 people, and that we continue and will be in the water until we recover everyone.
Mayor, the big thing that seemed to stick out from that presser you just referred to is officials saying that the plane here and the military helicopter are both on a standard flight path. So can you tell us any more about how this happened?
I really can't say that. I do know that it's very obvious and clear that the airplane was approaching the runway in the way that all pilots approach the runway, very close to landing. I know the Secretary of Transportation reported that the military helicopter was on a standard mission. I'm not exactly sure what that means, but we do know that an independent body, the National Transportation Safety Board, is on scene. I met the chairwoman this morning. They have space nearby where they will be able to begin their investigation. I also expect that they will take over briefings to the press about the investigation, about the cause, but also final information for families.
And Mayor, as you're talking, we also can see a live shot of the Potomac River in Washington, D.C., where that recovery effort is underway. How challenging is it given how cold the water is?
Well, I think our first responders performed heroically as always. Fire and EMS called on support from all around the region. So we had counties and state officials from Virginia supporting us, as well as the Coast Guard, our D.C. National Guard, and everybody that we've called on, including law enforcement, our law enforcement, federal law enforcement, are on the scene. I think that probably the most challenging part was this happened in the dark of night, and over the river it's very, very dark and very, very cold. And even with those conditions, I think that once we got the 911 got the signal from the tower, we had probably a boat on scene to confirm that it was indeed a plane down within minutes. So I'm very proud of our first responders who ran towards danger, got in dangerous waters, and are really working hard to support those passengers and the military personnel on that helicopter.
And Mayor, I know you are coming to us from Reagan National Airport. Some of the victims' families gathered at the airport overnight. What are you hearing from them, and what more can you tell us about the people involved here?
Well, I've met with the CEO at American Airlines. His team was on the ground almost immediately. He was here sometime in the middle of the night, and they are talking directly to their families. They put out information about a 1-800 number to contact, and I would urge families who are impacted to call that 1-800 number so that they can talk directly to airline officials. Later, the NTSB. Later, they will be making referrals to us and our medical examiner.
Mayor, do you know why it took 10 minutes to get into the water?
From the time of collision, I don't know exactly how long it took to get into the water, but I think that we had a standard response time.
Any message now to those who are looking at this and are afraid to fly, Mayor?
Well, I think the clearest message came from our airports director, who has been in constant contact with the FAA, and the Secretary of Transportation was here. They have indicated no reason not to resume operations here at Reagan National. The recovery efforts will not be interrupted in any way. The main recovery field is a little bit closer to the Bowling Air Force side, and those recovery efforts are going to continue. But I think the very strong message to the flying public is that our officials at FAA and here at the airport have indicated no reason to stop air travel.
All right, Washington, D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser, we appreciate your time today, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you.
And today in Wichita, Kansas City Council members are hosting a prayer vigil for victims of the crash. Kansas U.S. Senator Jerry Moran joins me now for more on this. Senator Moran, thank you for coming on. I know it's a tough time for you and your constituents today. So talk me through this, because you were on the very first nonstop flight from Wichita, Kansas to D.C. about a year ago. You say you've taken this route hundreds of times. So what was your first reaction to hearing that a flight on that very same path collided with this military aircraft?
Well, I mean, you start with disbelief, you know, what happened, what are the facts, but how could this be? And then as the story unfolded, it became evident that this was a serious accident, a real challenge, and with some significant likelihood of loss of life. And of course, today we know that's been confirmed. And so it starts with disbelief, and it ends with this sense of tragedy, this care and concern for other people. And I suppose at some point in time, it then evolves into how do we make sure that no other victim has ever had, or that we certainly want to be the safest in the air as possible. And how do we make sure that that is and remains true?
And Senator, I know you've been in regular contact with the NTSB and the FAA, which are investigating the crash now. Have they told you any more about what happened here and how this happened?
Well, no, not really. And I've talked to the I talked to FAA and the Secretary of Transportation this morning. I've talked to Chairman Hamady, NTSB, twice today. So we're asking those questions, and we will know more, I think, throughout the day. I think the important thing that had to happen before much detail was provided, even as much detail as currently known, is the family members needed to be notified. They come first, and then we'll spend time. I chair a subcommittee, a committee on aviation in the United States Senate. We'll have hearings. We are fully paying attention to what we just went through with FAA reauthorization and the rules of which affect general aviation and aviation across the country. We want to make sure that what we've done is correct. And as we learn things from this incident, from this tragedy, we'll make changes as needed. I think there's a number of things that you would want to look at in any airplane accident, and we're going to do that. We're going to do it once more, and we'll certainly do it with passion and commitment for our victims. You know, you mentioned this flight. I do fly this plane, this flight many times. We have one nonstop service, one flight a day to Washington, D.C. from Wichita's Eisenhower Airport. The nature of that flight and the nature of Wichita and Kansas is we will know the victims, and we'll know somebody who knows the victims. We'll know family members or where they work. And so you saw with the mayor and the effort in Wichita, you heard about the prayer vigil that's taking place later at City Hall in Wichita. The thing about this is that we're so close. We're small enough, and yet we're big enough to have the capacity to do many things. And one of the things that stayed with us is, you know, populations grow and people change, is we still care about our neighbors and our friends. And so there's a tremendous outpouring. I mean, it's a really, really sad day at home in Kansas, and it will be that way, difficult to recover from for a really long time.
Understandable there, of course. Officials say there were about 300 responders who were on the scene last night. I know you were at Reagan National Airport throughout the night. What was it like there?
It was a sense that everything that could be done was being done. You could see the dramatic and significant response to this collision, and it was widespread. And while I expressed my condolences earlier and I talked about the nature of Wichita and Kansas, I mean, there are victims who are not Kansans. There are certainly people here in the Washington, D.C. area. And I saw that the folks who work here, who work at the airport, who provide emergency response for the D.C. area, they were at work doing their job with tremendous intensity and skill, and we're very grateful for the efforts to do everything they could to retrieve and to find anybody who might be living and to recover those that were not. And I mean, it was, and I would say that the federal response, I have long-term relationships with the FAA and the National Traffic Safety Transportation Board, but also just American Airlines. We had an important conversation last night with the CEO of American Airlines, but all of the folks, I talked to the Secretary of Defense, the Secretary of Transportation, all those folks were responding to me as they should. I mean, I saw this. They responded as they should, and there was a lot of willingness and interest in trying to make sure that the best circumstance could arise from this terrible circumstance.
Senator, have you been able to talk to any family members of the victims? Any message to them today?
You know, we've monitored our telephones here in our office, in our Senate offices, trying to find out if there's any family members that have reached out to us. We certainly have staff in Wichita for the same purpose, and we're reaching out to be available if those victims' family members want to have a conversation with me or with our team. I also understand there's additional gathering of victims' families here in Washington, D.C. later today, and that'll be another opportunity for us to make sure we're available for any kind of, certainly the idea of comfort and sympathy and condolences, but also if there's something specific that we can do to help solve a problem, to answer a question, we'll be there.
All right, Kansas U.S. Senator Jerry Moran, we appreciate your time today, Senator. Thank you.
Thank you.
And let's go over to ABC's Whit Johnson over at Reagan National Airport. Whit, I know you've been following the investigation and the search and recovery effort. Any more on how they made that decision to take this from a rescue effort and declare it a recovery mission?
Well, Diane, I can tell you that we've actually moved across the area since we arrived here in the middle of the night. Earlier this morning, we were on the Potomac River at a park, and we could actually see a full view of, at the time, what were search and rescue operations underway. As the sun came up, the helicopters started coming low and started taking a look at the debris field as well. And that's when we got the information that this went from search and rescue to a recovery mission, and they no longer believe that it's likely that there were any survivors in this awful collision. But what I can tell you is the debris field spans several miles, and I think part of the reason why authorities wanted us to move is they wanted to make sure that they had personnel along the shores of the Potomac River, because you have fast-moving currents and things moving downriver that they really need to make sure that they keep track of all of it. Some of the new information that we got about the plane itself, we're told that it was found inverted in about waist-deep water. So upside down, the fuselage broken into 3 different pieces. The helicopter, the Black Hawk helicopter, largely intact, but authorities have been able to recover the bodies of at least 27 people believed to have been on that plane, and at least 1 person connected to the helicopter. And I got to tell you that the mood here is very grim, and it's a sort of an eerie feeling here at Reagan National Airport, because they did shut down the airport for a period of time, but now they say it's going to reopen, and we're starting to see people, families with their luggage and their bags showing up again, getting ready to travel here later this morning. Diane?
And with having seen that effort underway on the Potomac River, how challenging are the conditions right now?
Extremely challenging. I could say that rescue crews or dive teams, recovery teams have been getting a little bit of a break in terms of the temperatures. But remember, D.C. has been in this cold snap for several weeks. So much of the Potomac, I was here about a week or so ago for the inauguration, much of the Potomac was frozen over. So it's taken a few days. There's still these chunks of ice along the banks. And we're told that part of the plane is sort of connected in this mix of water and ice. And it makes it extremely difficult for those divers who are literally risking their lives going into the fuselage. The water, we're told, is about 36, 37 degrees, and the divers are going down into the fuselage trying to recover some of the bodies, and they say that they're doing everything they can to reunite the victims with their families, but it is painstaking and dangerous work ahead. Diane?
A lot of courage right now in the Potomac, that's for sure. ABC's Whit Johnson, thank you. And let's go to investigative reporter Olivia Rubin now. Olivia, what do we know so far about the victims, the people impacted on this flight?
Well, we know mainly that, of course, it's the figure skating community that has been impacted by this. The community put out a statement saying that there were a number of family members, teammates, coaches who were on that flight from Wichita to D.C. coming back from what was described as a developmental training camp that was, of course, going on with the U.S. Championship. And we heard Kansas officials talking about this earlier, saying that this was the highest level of figure skating that occurs in the United States, that it was a wonderful event, that they spoke about people from all over the country going there, that, of course, this tragedy coming right after. We're also just getting an update from the Skating Club of Boston, the CEO and director of that club, saying that there were 6 skaters that were on that plane, which is just awful. It seems that they identified some of the individuals there. He said that the club had sent 18 skaters to compete in those the United States Championships. 12 of them were at the development camp. 6 is a horrific number for us, but we're fortunate and grateful it wasn't more than 6, is what the statement says. So that sort of gives you a sense of how this community is impacted, that they're grateful that they only lost 6 people, Diane. It's just stunning.
It sure is. ABC's Olivia Rubin. Olivia, thank you. And ABC News senior White House correspondent Selena Wang is following the latest from the government. Selena, what are you hearing from the White House and the Department of Defense about this? Because obviously the other aircraft involved here was a military helicopter.
Exactly. We've just heard from Department of Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth. He posted a video on social media where he said they are investigating what happened and how, and that the Army unit that was involved in this, because this was an Army Black Hawk helicopter, that has been paused on hold. He said that they were conducting an annual nighttime required evaluation. He called this an annual proficiency test. He said that the crew on board had nighttime vision goggles. He also said this crew was fairly experienced. Take a listen here to what else he said.
We do know on our side who was involved. It was a fairly experienced crew, and that was doing a required annual night evaluation. They did have night vision goggles. An investigative team from our Aviation Safety Center was deployed last night and already is in Washington, D.C. to investigate what's going on. We anticipate that the investigation will quickly be able to determine whether the aircraft was in the corridor and at the right altitude at the time of the incident.
Hegseth said as well that they're not sharing any names here about the crew members because they're still currently just starting to notify close family members about who those 3 Army pilots were, those 3 Army crew members who were in that plane. Now, this also comes as you're hearing from the Transportation Secretary during that press briefing. He was saying that he absolutely believes that this could have been preventable, but they're still trying to get to the bottom of this. He wants to reassure the public that they need to know that it is safe to fly in America, but understanding that the public is really rattled after this horrific tragedy is happening over the nation's capitals, over this highly regulated airspace in Washington, D.C. Duffy also said during that press briefing that this was a standard flight path, that there was nothing unusual. You also had President Trump weighing in overnight. He thanked the first responders, but he also questioned why this could have happened on a clear night, raising the same questions that we've been talking about all day, given that this was a standard flight path as well. But Diane, this is also a major test for these new cabinet members in the Trump administration. For Sean Duffy, yesterday was his first full day on the job. Pete Hegseth has also only been in this role as Department of Defense Secretary for a few days.
All right, ABC News senior White House correspondent Selena Wang. Selena, thank you. And we've also just learned President Trump will be speaking later this morning about this crash, and we, of course, will bring that to you live when it happens. Coming up, 2 major confirmation hearings are set to take place. What you can expect from Trump's nominees for Director of National Intelligence and Director of the FBI. We'll be live on Capitol Hill with the latest. Stay with us.
What does it take to be the most watched newscast in America?
An operation to capture ISIS fighters.
Is this our Combat Operations Center?
We're approaching the gate now. Militants came in from 4 or 5 different directions. Operational nuclear reactor. So you have a couple loaded and ready to go. The house is destroyed, but the flag, there's not a tear in it. Not a tear in it. How important is this label right here, Made in the USA? Look at your smile. You're proud of this.
I love this.
Great work. Hi. Where are you? Where are you? Appreciate you. Thank you. David, good to meet you. Ismail? David.
David.
Yes, yes. I'm David Muir.
I know who you are.
You
I watch
do?
you every night.
ABC's World News Tonight with David Muir is America's most watched newscast.
Whenever, wherever news breaks, it's so important to always remember that lives are changed. Here in London, in Buffalo, Uvalde, Texas, Edinburgh, Scotland. Reporting from Rolling Fork, Mississippi. Ukrainian refugees here in Warsaw. We're heading to a small community outside of Mexico City. Getting you behind the stories as they happen. ABC News Live Prime. We'll take you there.
Stream ABC News Live weeknights wherever you stream your news. Only on ABC News Live.
Amanda Riley was a mother, wife.
Everybody loved her.
I heard the words, "You have stage 3 blood cancer."
We gave our hearts, our prayers.
We thought she was God's gift, but she was a liar.
Why would somebody fake cancer?
There's all these pictures of her in the hospital with IVs, tubing. It was only a matter of time until Amanda's whole world came tumbling down.
Oh my God!
Scamanda premieres tonight on ABC and stream on Hulu.
Welcome back to ABC News Live. First, we have breaking news. Senators are questioning two of President Trump's most controversial nominees today. The confirmation hearing for Director of National Intelligence nominee Tulsi Gabbard is set for later this morning. But right now, the hearing for FBI Director nominee Kash Patel is underway. Among other things, he's expected to face questions about his past comments calling to annihilate the deep state. Let's listen.
Down Trump, just like they did with Crossfire Hurricane. They have yet to learn a lesson, and I hope you'll learn that lesson for them or teach that lesson. And their conduct, yet again, seriously eroded integrity of this once storied institution. As I've said before, if a politically charged investigation is to be open, it must be done the right way, and that didn't happen here. Mr. Patel, in my time, I've never seen our law enforcement intelligence community institutions so badly infected with political decision-making. And I say intelligence community because you know what happened when 55 people, former or present intelligence agencies, signed a letter in 2020 that the laptop was a Russian hoax, as an example. So all of this is these institutions breaking faith with we the people. Mr. Patel, you must be fair, you must be consistent, but you must be aggressive. Your actions must be based on accountability. And transparency brings accountability. Should you do so, you'll have my support. And remember, either you're going to run your agency or the agency's going to run you. And the agency certainly ended up running Director Wray and probably people before him. Without objection, I'm going to put in this letter in the record, and this letter is sent to Director Wray December the 9th last year, calling for him and his deputies to step down, and it's titled, quote unquote, failures. Now I turn to Ranking Member Durbin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate your commitment to the Judiciary Committee's longstanding bipartisan practice of vetting presidential nominees. A little history. The FBI dates back to the start of the last century, 1908, when then Attorney General Charles Bonaparte organized a special agent force. J. Edgar Hoover became director of the FBI in 1924 and led the Bureau for 48 years until his death in 1972. He is credited with professionalizing the Bureau and developing its investigative ability. However, With little or no oversight, Hoover also used the Bureau's investigative powers improperly. He infamously directed the FBI to spy on Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., Thurgood Marshall, and other civil rights leaders of the day. In 1975, the United States Senate created Frank Church's committee, and they disclosed widespread abuses by the FBI and other U.S. intelligence agencies. The Church Committee concluded these agencies had engaged in illegal surveillance, and as a result, quote, groups and individuals have been assaulted, repressed, harassed, and disrupted because of their political views, social beliefs, and their lifestyles. And quote, the intelligence agencies have served the political and personal objectives of presidents and other high officials. The Hoover era of the FBI, the Watergate scandal, and the findings of the Church Committee highlighted the risk of political interference in FBI investigations and led to significant, important reform. In 1976, Congress passed a law that limits the FBI director to a single term of 10 years, which was intended to insulate that position from political influence. And critically, we made the FBI director's appointment subject to the advice and consent of the Senate. That's why we're here today. Since 1935, the motto of the FBI has been fidelity, bravery, integrity. These qualities represent the Bureau's core values and the high standards that are expected of all of its employees, including the director of the FBI. After meeting with Mr. Patel and reviewing his record, I do not believe you meet this standard.
We are watching the confirmation hearing for FBI Director nominee Kash Patel. So far, we have heard from the committee chair, Senator Chuck Grassley, concerned about politicization of the FBI. He says by the Biden administration, Democrats like Dick Durbin, who's speaking now, will be expressing those same concerns about the nominee himself. We will have much more on those hearings as well as that plane crash in Washington, D.C. right after this break. Stay with us.
Get this, people. Now we're streaming every weekend right to you.
With an all-new show, an all-new View, special for the weekends. Now you can catch The View 7 days a week.
I wonder if you can handle it. It's the Weekend View.
The Weekend View.
It's the Weekend View. Streaming on ABC News Live, wherever you stream. Take a little time to enjoy the Weekend View.
See you on the weekend!
Now streaming Saturday and Sunday mornings on ABC News Live, wherever you stream.
I love this version of me.
America's #1 most watched daytime talk show is ABC's The View.
You all heard it here first.
I love it. I'm there for it.
Hot topics, political views.
That's what we're about.
Voices that matter. It all goes down right here.
That's why it's called the what?
The View.
I love it. I'm all in. Second that. This is going to be must-see TV, and so much could happen.
Who is this guy?
He was kind of creepy. Pure evil.
We were shocked.
This is every woman's nightmare. This is not just any killer.
There was 11 skulls.
Drawn using a finger in blood.
All of these victims' souls belong to him.
They're mine.
I'm more sane than most Americans. This guy is an evil genius. He's the best serial killer that ever existed.
He compared himself to Ted Bundy.
Wild Crime, 11 Skulls, only on Hulu.
All we want is to find our way home.
I'll get you home.
Got a crew of murderous bounty hunters. He's coming after us. We have to move fast.
We have no idea who he is.
You can trust me.
You're a Jedi, right?
Of course.
What just happened?
Watch this.
Skeleton Crew, new episodes Tuesdays, only on Disney+.
Diane Macedo. We have breaking news here on ABC News Live. The deadly midair disaster in the nation's capital. Officials believe there are no survivors after an American Airlines passenger jet collided with an Army Black Hawk helicopter over the Potomac River.
Crash, crash, crash. This is Alert 3. Crash, crash, crash. This is Alert 3.
It's the first major commercial plane crash in the U.S. in 16 years. 64 people were on board, including members of the U.S. figure skating team.
Fireboat 201, go ahead and get underway. We're looking for a aircraft versus a helicopter in the Potomac in the area of Reagan National. I have no viable survivors at this point.
Now, a recovery effort is underway. The water temperature in the Potomac is barely above freezing, and we're learning new details about that Army military helicopter and who was on board, what that chopper was doing, and why it was so close to Reagan National Airport. Our special live team coverage starts right now. And we're going to get right to that breaking news on that collision over Washington, D.C. Officials say there are no survivors after an American Airlines flight collided with a U.S. Army Black Hawk helicopter midair. It happened as the flight from Wichita, Kansas was approaching the runway at Reagan National Airport. 60 passengers and 4 crew members were on that flight, including figure skaters and coaches returning from the national championships. 3 soldiers were also on that helicopter on a training flight, and now crews from all over the region are trying to recover bodies from the Potomac. We're also expecting President Trump to speak about the crash soon. ABC News Chief Global Affairs correspondent Martha Raddatz joins me, along with ABC's Perry Russum from Reagan National Airport. And Perry, the Secretary of Transportation, Sean Duffy, says this was a clear night, and both the helicopter and the plane were in a standard flight pattern. So what more are you hearing about how this happened?
Yeah, so that's the main question, is why did all of this happen? We have some reporting that's done by Pierre Thomas as well as Aaron Katersky, where they're looking at a couple of different situations. The NTSB who is leading this investigation. They're trying to figure out if the helicopter was flying above, it was flying higher than it was supposed to. But right now at Reagan, there are 3 different things happening at the same time. You have recovery efforts that are happening in the Potomac. You have the NTSB leading the investigation. At the same time, the airport is reopening. The airport is set to reopen in just about an hour from now. We are at Terminal 1. There are 2 terminals here at Reagan National, also known as DCA. Those 2 terms are kind of used interchangeably, so if you hear us using both of those terms, we're talking about the same airport. But we are seeing people arrive here to get on their planes to go to Southwest. And then for Terminal 2, which is right over here, cars have been arriving to drop off passengers. It's very eerie being here, knowing what happened just about 13 hours ago, and thinking that this airport will be reopening in just about an hour from now, 14 hours after this deadly collision between the American Airlines flight and the Black Hawk helicopter. But I did talk with Senator Tim Kaine, who says he is confident in the decision to reopen. We did hear from Secretary of Transportation Sean Duffy, who said that this was absolutely preventable. He also said that the helicopter knew where the plane was. So we're still waiting for a definitive answer on how this happened, why this happened, but it seems like investigators know enough to feel comfortable to reopen this. I mean, we are seeing parents arriving with their children, apparently headed to vacation. One woman was arriving with her 2 small kids and their luggage to get on their flight. I spoke with one man who was at the ticketing booth for Southwest as he was preparing to go on his flight. He says that he is confident in the safety to get on the plane. He actually told me he was more worried about losing his luggage than something like this happening again, which I think speaks to how safe and secure the airlines in America and the airspace has been for years and years, which makes this so alarming. But it is quite eerie to have all these 3 things happening at one time, especially the 2 things happening at the same time, with the airport reopening and planes will be landing and taking off soon, going right over where investigators are searching for 30-plus people presumed dead still in the Potomac.
And Martha, there was an interesting moment during the presser where the Transportation Secretary was asked if the plane was aware of the helicopter, and he sort of paused for a second and said, "I'll say the helicopter was aware that there was a plane in the area." Interesting distinction he made there. They also at one point used the language that the helicopter came into the path of the plane. Now the Defense Secretary, Pete Hegseth, is saying the crew of this Army helicopter was using night vision goggles and going through this required annual nighttime evaluation, but that they were fairly experienced. So what do you make of his description of the helicopter part of this?
Well, I think we've heard that from air traffic control. Air traffic control asked the helicopter pilots if they had a visual on the regional jet. And the helicopter pilot answered, yes, we have a visual. So the helicopter pilot thought he had the plane in his vision, and it is up to him because he was flying visually, not on instruments. It was, as we've said, a clear night. So that helicopter pilot, add those night vision goggles, may well have, and this is definitely something they will be looking at, thought he had the jet, thought he had the lights of that jet, when in fact he may have been looking at something else, the lights of the city. When you come down that route, and I was there last night, I know what a clear night it was, but the water is black, and behind it you can see Washington, D.C., the Washington Monument, the U.S. Capitol lit up, the city lit up at that hour of the night. So something they will be looking at is whether that helicopter pilot thought he had the jet in his visual line, which he said he did, but may have been looking at something else, the lights of the city. I have flown so many times in those Black Hawk helicopters when the pilots are on night vision goggles, and every one of them will tell you it is far more difficult. That's why they were doing that training. I mean, you heard the Secretary of Transportation and others today say everything was normal. This is a regular flight pattern, but they will indeed look at the altitude. Helicopters, when they are going down the Potomac River, should be at about 200 feet and not higher. Whether there's something about you can land higher, and he thought he was behind that jet, is also something they will look at. But as one aviation expert said, this may not have happened if it wasn't a clear night, because in those situations, pilots are often on instruments and looking very careful at the conditions. And sometimes when you fly into something like this and it's a clear night, all of us kind of look out and think everything's okay. Definitely not the case last night. And you mentioned Secretary Hegseth. He said that this unit, which is in Fort Belvoir, which is about 20 miles from DCA, from the airport, will take a 48-hour operational pause. This is a Black Hawk helicopter, but it is in a unit that does priority air transport, meaning there are often VIPs on the helicopters, senior Army leadership. That was obviously not the case this time. Also think it's so important, Diane, to remember all these victims and those soldiers, those families. Some of them apparently have not been notified yet, but certainly if anybody's watching, they know a tragedy occurred, Diane.
And Perry, officials say the fuselage, the main body of the plane, was found upside down and in 3 pieces. What's the latest on the recovery efforts now?
Yeah, so it is tricky. I mean, it is cold out here. The water is still incredibly cold. We were talking with some of the investigators and search and rescue teams about what the difficulties are. This is a massive debris field. Yes, this crash happened, but it happened in the Potomac, and the Potomac is moving. There's current, and they told us that this debris field stretches down to the Wilson Bridge, which is a couple miles away from where the plane and the helicopter went into the water, and they say it is tricky to deal with this. Remember, they are diving underwater. Yes, it's only 7-8 feet deep, waist deep in some parts, but they're dealing with jagged metal, jagged steel. They have to be very, very careful with all of this, so it's going to be tricky. But also, you know, weather was not helping last night. It was cold, it was dark. We have more rain that is forecast tomorrow overnight, so they kind of have a little bit of a window right now. It is incredibly sunny, a very clear day, so the weather is on their side in that aspect, but it is still cold outside, and the water is even colder, Diane.
All right, Martha Raddatz, Perry Russum, thank you both. And ABC's Elizabeth Schulze is there at Reagan National Airport right now. Elizabeth, what is it like there? We heard officials saying there were some families there overnight. What are you seeing there now?
Yeah, Diane, so we are inside Terminal 1. This has become the area where officials are briefing us on what's happening. The airport is still closed right now, but is expected to open within an hour at 11 a.m. Eastern time, so we should start to see some people coming in. We're actually taking flights in and out of here, but the focus here has been on that recovery effort, but also the focus on the victims, Diane. I mean, we heard from American Airlines CEO that there were some family members here who were waiting to pick up loved ones as this crash happened. They are now being taken care of by American Airlines in centers here. They've brought in staff to provide logistics, hotels, food. As the families are notified, there's also a hotline through American Airlines to try to give some information to any families who are trying to figure out exactly who could have been on that flight. Now, here's what we do know. We do not know any of the names of the victims through American or from officials, but we do know that there were 64 people on board that American Airlines flight. That includes 60 passengers, 4 crew members, and then those 3 service members on the military helicopter. The fire chief has said that 27 bodies have been recovered so far from the plane, 1 from the helicopter. And at this point, then, Virginia's medical examiner and the Army medical examiner will be involved in that operation to try to identify those bodies. We have gotten some additional information from outside sources. In a statement to ABC News, U.S. Figure Skating said that it had several members of its skating community on that flight, including athletes, coaches, and family members. They were returning from a training camp in Wichita to come back here to D.C. And then the Boston Skating Club has just confirmed that 6 of its skaters were on that flight. In addition to that, we also know from Russian state media 2 Russian skaters were on the flight, so a big contingency there. But of course, the numbers here, really impossible to imagine. So many of these families grieving, so many questions that they have still. And right now, the focus when I'm talking to officials here is to talk to those families, notify them first before they're putting out the information to the public, Diane.
And Elizabeth, President Trump is expected to speak about this soon. What are you listening for there?
You know, of course, there are a lot of questions about how exactly this happened. I can tell you, as someone who lives here, that these flights at this time are regular. We know how often you're coming in and out of this airport. It's incredibly busy, and to feel that sense of security under threat. Diane, I was just talking to the governor of Virginia, and he says this does hit home for so many people and really does put into question, is it safe to fly? Even though, of course, generally they're saying the message is safe, and they're reopening the airport here in just a couple of minutes. So a lot of the message will be what support does he offer? What does he have to say to those families and who are clearly in shock or grieving right now? And what kind of tone will he take, Diane, as he addresses this crisis that's unfolding?
All right, Elizabeth Schulze, thank you. And let's go to ABC News senior White House correspondent Selena Wang. Selena, what are you hearing from the White House and the Department of Defense about this?
Well, as you just mentioned, we're expecting President Trump to address the public. He'll be in the briefing room at 11 a.m. We're told that he's also expected to be joined by Sean Duffy, the Transportation Secretary, and Pete Hegseth, Department of Defense Secretary. This also comes as Hegseth has just posted a video online where he is confirming some of this information. He is saying that this is a tragic incident and that it's moved from the rescue phase to the recovery phase. He also provided, Diane, a little bit more detail on what exactly this Army helicopter was doing. He said that this was an annual training evaluation, that this was a nighttime flying evaluation. He said that they did have night vision goggles. Take a listen to what else he said here.
We do know on our side who was involved. It was a fairly experienced crew and it was doing a required annual night evaluation. They did have night vision goggles. An investigative team from our Aviation Safety Center was deployed last night and already is in Washington, D.C. to investigate what's going on. We anticipate that the investigation will quickly be able to determine whether the aircraft was in the corridor and at the right altitude at the time of the incident.
Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy also said that they are not going to rest until they get to the bottom of this. Now, President Trump, he last night was questioning how this could have happened on a clear night, questioning why the control tower didn't get this information, why it wasn't communicated to the people who were flying the helicopter. You heard Martha there walking through some possibilities. So the big question during this briefing, is President Trump going to have any of those answers? We know that Trump has been briefed regularly in the Situation Room by his senior advisors. I was just told by the Department of Homeland Security that DHS Secretary Kristi Noem is currently with the Coast Guard right now being briefed. The last we heard there was that the Coast Guard had communicated to the White House that 30 bodies have been recovered.
All right, ABC News senior White House correspondent Selena Wang, thank you. And we will bring you President Trump's remarks live right here on ABC News Live. And let's bring in our national security and defense analyst, Mick Mulroy, for more on that crash. Mick, as more information and video comes in, what are your initial thoughts in terms of the description, the video, and the audio we're hearing?
So, Diane, from listening to the press conference in which you just played with Secretary Hegseth, I guess the first question would be, if both aircraft are in the right corridor and at the right altitude, how would this happen? And that's something, of course, that's going to be determined by the investigation. The second question that's more long-term is this the best place for helicopters to be training, particularly on night vision devices, if they were in fact using those, but certainly doing night training operations? And I think that's going to be a more long-term discussion. Is there another place to do this? And could this cause the same incident to occur if they continue on with this area being an area for training for these pilots?
Mick, it's certainly not the first time that we have had to go on air to report a crash involving a military helicopter on a training exercise. Is there any call for more change in that area in general?
Well, it's important to point out that the training is continuous. So it doesn't mean that these are inexperienced pilots. They could be very experienced, and the Secretary of Defense just said that they were experienced. So it doesn't mean necessarily that that was due to something that they did not know in previous training. It's continuous, but it is something that will be looked at, particularly as congested as this area is. A lot of people know this. I do. I fly in often to Reagan National. It is a very highly congested area, not just with commercial traffic, but a lot of military helicopters. They use them for VIP transport, to include the president, of course, with Marine One, but all sorts of different levels of State Department, CIA, and Pentagon officials travel on these Black Hawk helicopters. And so you can see them often. So there's going to have to be some deconfliction, I would think, to make sure that these two paths don't cross, especially if both aircraft, again, were in the areas that they were supposed to be and this still happened, which seems unlikely, but that does look like what they're saying right now until they are fully able to do the investigation.
All right, Mick Mulroy, thank you. Coming up, senators are questioning two of President Trump's nominees on Capitol Hill. We'll bring those confirmation hearings to you live when we come back. Stay with us.
Let's get this done.
Being a cop is stressful. Every year on the job is different. You never really stop being a rookie.
Work smarter, not harder. When I became president, I asked about the secrets. Aliens, who killed JFK. Agent Collins.
Yes, sir.
I want to tell you the truth.
What aren't you telling me?
Nightline, the stories that shape your world, that shape your life. Dramatic, stunning, empowering, jaw-dropping. The most powerful stories of our time. Nightline, on right after Kimmel and streaming on Hulu. David Muir, ABC's World News Tonight, the most watched newscast in America, and honored with the Emmy Award, winner for Outstanding Live News Program. More Americans watch World News Tonight with David Muir than any other newscast.
Welcome back to ABC News Live. First, we are following dueling hearings on Capitol Hill as senators question two of President Trump's most controversial nominees. FBI Director nominee Kash Patel and Director of National Intelligence nominee Tulsi Gabbard are both in the hot seat. There's Patel on the left side of your screen, and on the right, the committee they're getting ready to start questioning Gabbard. And right now, let's listen into that hearing for FBI Director nominee Kash Patel, where he's giving his opening statement.
Play a pivotal role in securing our freedoms and our safeties for American citizens. If confirmed as the next FBI director, I will remain focused on the FBI's core mission. That is to investigate fully wherever there is a constitutional factual basis to do so, and to never make a prosecutorial decision that is solely the providence of the Department of Justice and the Attorney General. For the first 8 years after law school, I served as a public defender, first for Miami-Dade County and later for the Southern District of Florida. During that time, I represented some pretty awful human beings, charged with some pretty heinous crimes. But what I learned there was the core value that has been enshrined in me since, that due process must be provided without bias to all Americans. And if we cannot provide due process to the worst, then there can be no due process for anyone, and our constitutional republic fails. But I battled on that hill for that due process. I would later serve in the Obama Justice Department as a terrorism prosecutor in the National Security Division, where we successfully contributed to the prosecutions of terrorist organizations like Al-Qaeda, Al-Shabaab, and others. I was honored to receive the 2017 Assistant Attorney General's Award from Loretta Lynch for my work in helping the Ugandans bring members of al-Shabaab to justice for murdering 74 innocent people, including an American. I would also receive the Human Intelligence Award from the intelligence community for related work on that mission. My experiences at the National Security Division and would later be followed by my experiences on the National Security Council as Senior Director for Counterterrorism, and later as a Deputy Director of National Intelligence responsible for the production, creation, and promulgation of the Presidential Daily Briefing, our nation's most sensitive classified information and secrets to protect our country. My time in the White House was preceded by my time right here in Congress as a staffer on the House Intelligence Committee, where I spearheaded the investigation that exposed serious FISA, Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act abuses by members of the Department of Justice and the Federal Bureau of Investigation. That misconduct eroded the public trust in our FBI. The erosion of trust, as Chairman Grassley pointed out, is all too low today. 40% of Americans have trust in the FBI. In order to get it back, there's a twofold track, Senator. One, violent crime is exploding in this country, and we cannot afford them to allow it to run away. We must tackle violent crime. Just in 2023 alone, there was 100,000 rapes, 100,000 drug overdoses, and 17,000 homicides. The priority of the FBI, if I'm confirmed, will be to ensure that our communities are protected and safeguarded and our children have parks to play in and not needles to walk over. The way we do this, we let good cops be cops. We let law enforcement, and we provide them with the tools necessary and resources they need to get after violent crime. The second way we do this on equal track is aggressive constitutional oversight from Congress. The public trust can only be restored if there is full transparency, and I am committed to that full transparency. Members of Congress have unfortunately submitted hundreds of questions that have been unanswered by the FBI in recent times. That will not occur if I am confirmed. All appropriate requests for information will be responded to expeditiously and fully. I'm committed to working alongside the dedicated men and women of the FBI. They are warriors of justice, and I will always have their backs because they have the backs of the American people. I look forward to answering your questions, and I want to take a moment to thank my family, my friends, people who've traveled here, and my entire team that has made this day possible. God bless America, and I look forward to your questions.
Seven minutes first round, is that right? 7 minutes for 3 minutes the second round. Mr. Patel, I'm not going to go through all the things that you've done through your career because I said those in my opening statements, but Democrats on the committee say you don't have experience. What are you most proud of from your career in public service?
Mr. Chairman, I appreciate the question. It's really humbling to be afforded the opportunity to have served this country for 16 years. But I think what I'm most proud of is my work in national security, protecting the no-fail mission, returning American hostages, killing high-value terrorists that brought hate and destruction to our shores. I've served that mission in Democratic and Republican administrations, and it is the one mission that we cannot fail, and it is the one mission where the FBI must play a critical role.
Okay. As you well know, and you and I discussed this in my office, whistleblowers are critical to rooting out waste, fraud, and abuse. Their courage to come forward and make legally protected disclosures about government wrongdoing benefits the country. I think they're politically, they are good American citizens, just want the government to do what it's supposed to do. I think they're treated by bureaucracies, not just in the FBI, but throughout the bureaucracy, like skunks at a picnic. Will you protect whistleblowers from retaliation unlike former Director Wray, and promote a culture at the FBI that values whistleblowers' important contributions?
Absolutely, Mr. Chairman. I share in your beliefs about the importance of whistleblowers.
So we've spent a lot of taxpayers' money ruining whistleblowers. Will you commit to ensuring that no taxpayer money will be used to identify and retaliate against whistleblowers?
Senator, if I'm confirmed, it will not.
Okay. You and I have heard a lot of criticism about various statements about January 6th. You said, quote, those who broke actual laws should be prosecuted, end of quote. But you've also called out the partisan nature of prosecutions and compared how the Biden Justice Department treated January 6th defenders with how they ignored many other crimes. Those include crimes related to illegal immigration, as well as riots that took place around the country. So explain your position on January 6th to this committee, and how do you respond to critics who say that you're anti-law enforcement?
Mr. Chairman, I greatly appreciate the question, the opportunity to discuss that. If anyone wants to consider me as anti-law enforcement, then look at my 16 years in government service, whether I was trying 60 jury trials in state and federal court upholding the rights of the indigent and breathing life into constitutional due process, or later as a national security prosecutor, where I served this country and overseas, and later when I was a Joint Special Operations Command civilian embedded with SEAL Team 6 and Delta, chasing down some of the most high-value target terrorists there are on this earth and successfully achieving a mission end state. I have always respected law enforcement. I have taken that oath and will take that oath again, God willing, to be the next director of the FBI. As for January 6th, I have repeatedly, often, publicly, and privately said there can never be a tolerance for violence against law enforcement. And anyone that commits an act of violence against law enforcement must be investigated, prosecuted, and imprisoned. And on January 6th, I said the same thing about acts against law enforcement. The Capitol Police, who I have served with, and when I was Chief of Staff at the Department of Defense, rushing to the aid of the members of this committee and your colleagues to provide the National Guard was my top mission priority, not politics. And that is my love of this country, to protect our laws and our way of life. And it was no different. If there's any ever corruption, I have been the first to call it out. And I will continue to call out corruption in government service, because it is a privilege to serve this nation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Outside of this committee and
You're watching the confirmation hearing for FBI Director nominee Kash Patel. The Senate's also getting ready to question the Director of National Intelligence nominee Tulsi Gabbard, and we will have much more on those hearings, along with the latest on that deadly midair collision near Washington, D.C. right after this. Stay with us.
So much to talk about.
This is greatness.
Aren't you so lucky? Not a lot of people can say they can take their sister to work every day. What could go wrong? What's in the actual thing? Love a little chaos.
Welcome to the show. You're in the presence of greatness.
America's #1 news, ABC News, now streaming 24/7 on Disney+. Friday night, a mystery that shook a small town.
I woke up to the gunshot. Mom, she's hysterical.
Then, after losing her first husband, how could this happen?
Okay, she's had not one, but 2 husbands shot in the head.
Miriam became convinced she was being watched.
And then
there's a dramatic discovery under her doormat.
It's a handwritten note. Alan's first, you're next. Run, run, run.
All new 2020, Friday night on ABC.
Reporting from Tel Aviv, I'm Martha Raddatz. Wherever the story is, we'll take you there. You're streaming ABC News Live. Reporting from Burlington, Vermont, right in the heart of the path of totality. Wherever the story is, we'll take you there. You're streaming ABC News Live.
Hi, Hi, I'm Diane Macedo. Let's get right to that breaking news. President Trump is preparing to address the deadly midair collision over Washington, D.C. Officials say there are no survivors after an American Airlines flight collided with a U.S. Army Black Hawk helicopter. It happened as the flight from Wichita, Kansas was approaching the runway at Reagan National Airport. 60 passengers and 4 crew members were on that flight, including figure skaters and coaches returning from the national championships. 3 soldiers were also on the helicopter on a training flight. Now crews from all over the region are trying to recover bodies from the Potomac, which is just barely above freezing. Perry Russum is at Reagan National Airport with the latest on this. Perry?
Hey, Diane. Yeah, so we are still waiting to find out some more information from the NTSB, who is leading this investigation into how this could have happened. But we are at almost 14 hours now from when this crash happened between a Black Hawk helicopter and American Airlines flight that happened just before 9 o'clock last night. The airport is slowly waking back up. It opens up in about a half hour from now at 11 o'clock Eastern, with the first flight taking off at 10:55. It's headed to Nashville. So we have 3 things happening here at Reagan at the same time. We have the investigation that's happening from the NTSB. We have the airport that is waking back up. And then we also have recovery efforts that are happening in the Potomac. I mean, you think about the friends and families of the loved ones, their loved ones of the people who have died in this horrid, horrid crash as they wait for confirmation on what happened. But we do know from investigators that everybody is presumed dead. 27 people have been recovered from the plane. 1 person has been recovered from the helicopter, but this is a massive debris field stretching miles. We're being told from investigators. Remember, this happened above the Potomac with both aircraft landing in the Potomac, and the river is moving. So we know that some of the debris has been found by the Wilson Bridge, which is a few miles away from where both aircraft did go into the water. And we are hearing some pretty gruesome information on the conditions of what things are being found and where. And we did hear from some of the D.C. fire people who are in charge of this recovery, who said that their own firefighters and their own divers are going to have to get some help after seeing what they are seeing today. So it's a very dynamic scene here. We have the airport reopening in about 25 minutes from now with that first flight, as I mentioned, that Southwest flight that is headed to Nashville. But you keep just thinking about the families of those who have died as they search for, closure and confirmation on what happened to their loved ones, as rescue operations are still happening at the Potomac. Diane.
Yeah, unthinkable for them, I'm sure. Perry Russum at Reagan National Airport. Perry, thank you. And let's bring in Olivia Rubin for more on the victims. Olivia, the mayor of Wichita was pretty emotional when she spoke about this tragedy and how it's impacting their community. So what is the latest in terms of who was on board that flight?
Yeah, and so emotional when she was speaking about this, because this tragedy came after what was sort of a joyous celebration, an event that was going on in Wichita, and that is the United States Figure Skating Championship. Officials in Wichita described this as sort of the highest level of figure skating that goes on in the country. They were saying how it had brought people from around the country, that people were so joyous. Just yesterday, they said that they were hearing from community members about just how wonderful it really was. And then, of course, we are now being told that some of those individuals, the participants, the coaches, the family members, were on board of that flight returning to D.C. That's according to the U.S. Skating Championships. They said they were involved in sort of a national development training camp that was going on with those championships. We're also getting a statement in today from officials in Boston related to skating there, who have said that they tragically lost 6 individuals as part of the crash, who were, of course, involved in this skating championship. So just horrific. And, the officials in Kansas were describing how a family had come to the airport last night. They didn't give too many more details there. But, of course, we have also heard about family members in D.C. going to the airport. You would have to assume that people are still being identified. Family is being notified. We heard from Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth this morning who said in a pre-recorded video statement that they do know who were the 3 soldiers that were on board the military helicopter, but they are holding that information back as they continue to notify next of kin, because as Secretary Hegseth said, not all of the family has yet been notified for those helicopter soldiers, but they do know who was on there, but nothing released yet.
Yeah, and you know, for people watching at home, even as media, sometimes when we get identifying information, we will hold back on releasing it, because obviously the proper protocol is to make sure all families are informed before we do, and law enforcement does the same. So we, of course, will continue to keep everyone updated as we can appropriately. Olivia Rubin, thanks for staying on top of that for us. And ABC News senior White House correspondent Selena Wang joins me now with the latest from there. Selena, we know we're going to hear from the president soon, but we're also hearing from the Secretary of Defense here, of course, because this military helicopter was involved. And he's shedding a little bit more light on what was happening on that side of things. He says this crew was experienced, even though they were on a training mission. And he says they were using night vision goggles. Why is that so important?
Yeah, Diane, those are all critical details. Because this was a training mission, there were questions as to whether or not this crew was experienced, if this accident could have had something to do with that. But Hegseth, in that pre-recorded video, he said that this was a fairly experienced crew. They had night vision goggles, that this was an annual required training evaluation. Now, take a listen to what else he said in this video. And as Olivia just mentioned earlier, he said that while the Department of Defense knows who these crew members were, they are withholding that information as they are starting to notify those close family members. So take a listen.
We do know on our side who was involved. It was a fairly experienced crew, and that was doing a required annual night evaluation. They did have night vision goggles. An investigative team from our Aviation Safety Center was deployed last night and already is in Washington, D.C. to investigate what's going on. We anticipate that the investigation will quickly be able to determine whether the aircraft was in the corridor and at the right altitude at the time of the incident.
And Diane, we're expecting to hear from President Trump in the briefing room in the next 30 minutes or so. We're told by sources that he's going to be joined by Hegseth and by Sean Duffy, the Transportation Secretary. And what's important to point out here is that this is the first really major test for these new cabinet nominees. Some of them are new to the job. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy had his first full day on the job just yesterday. This is the first week for Hegseth. This is also the first week for Kristi Noem, who is the DHS Secretary, the Department of Homeland Security Secretary, and I'm told by a DHS spokesperson that she is currently with the Coast Guard as we speak, being briefed. So this is a critical disaster that they're having to face, as the public has many questions about how this happened, how are they going to get to the bottom of this, and can they ensure the public that the skies are completely safe. Sean Duffy earlier said that they will not rest until they get all of those answers. Critical questions, just given that we know how congested the airspace is in the nation's capital and also how highly regulated it is.
All right, ABC News senior White House correspondent Selena Wang, thank you, and we will bring you President Trump's remarks as soon as they begin right here on ABC News Live. And let's get into a little bit more on this deadly collision. ABC News national security and defense analyst Mick Mulroy is taking a look at the defense part of it. Mick, we're getting more information now from the defense secretary about the soldiers on board this helicopter, their experience, the training mission, the night vision goggles. What do you make of that? And also him saying that the helicopter hit the plane.
So, Diane, of course, training is continuous in the U.S. military as it is for commercial pilots. So the fact that they were training doesn't mean they were inexperienced. The question I think is really going to come down to is this the best place to be training at all, which is essentially right next to Reagan National Airport, and especially if you're training on night vision devices or at night in general. It's very difficult. It takes a very high level of skill. And quite frankly, as somebody, I'm not an aviator, but somebody who's been on a lot of Blackhawks, if you're flying over a city, it becomes particularly difficult on night vision devices because there are so many lights and so many of them can be disoriented. So I think that is the question that's going to come out of this quickly before they restart this area for being allowed to use for training for Blackhawk pilots. These helicopters are used for VIP transport all around DC, but this is really going to be a question that I think they're going to focus on.
And Mick, as we hear from the president in just a little while, what are you listening for there?
We're going to be, I think we should be listening for that particular piece of information, whether this is going to be allowed to continue. And of course, ultimately, as the Secretary of Defense said, they need to determine whether this Black Hawk was in the right corridor at the right altitude. If they were, then this is a much bigger problem, because this should never have happened if they were both where they should be. But that's what the investigation is going to determine.
All right, Mick Mulroy, thank you. Coming up, senators are questioning two of President Trump's nominees on Capitol Hill. We'll bring those to you live when we come back. Stay with us.
You know something serious about to happen. I have an idea.
You guys have eyes on your targets.
Shouldn't we strategize?
Come on, we're gonna improvise. Freestyle.
No.
Hey, good morning, America.
Good morning, America. Good morning, America.
Good morning, America.
Good morning, America.
Every day of your life. ABC's David Muir, the most watched newscast in America. More Americans watch ABC's World News Tonight with David Muir than any other newscast. America's #1 news, ABC News, now streaming 24/7 on Disney+.
Welcome back to ABC News Live. First, we are following dueling hearings on Capitol Hill as senators question two of President Trump's most controversial nominees. On the left side of your screen is FBI Director nominee Kash Patel, and Director of National Intelligence nominee Tulsi Gabbard is there on the right. And right now, let's listen in as Gabbard gives her opening statement.
Politicized by his opponents to undermine his presidency and falsely portray him as a puppet of Putin. Title I of FISA was used illegally to obtain a warrant to spy on Trump campaign advisor Carter Page, using a Clinton campaign-funded false dossier as their so-called evidence. Biden campaign advisor Tony Blinken was the impetus for the 51 former senior intelligence officials' letter dismissing Hunter Biden's laptop as disinformation, specifically to help Biden win the election. Former DNI James Clapper lied to this committee in 2013, denying the existence of programs that facilitated the mass collection of millions of Americans' phone and internet records, yet was never held accountable. Under John Brennan's leadership, the CIA abused its power to spy on Congress, to dodge oversight, lied about doing it until he was caught, and yet has never been held responsible. Under Biden, the FBI abused its power for political reasons to try to surveil Catholics who attend traditional Latin Mass, labeling them as quote-unquote radical traditionalist Catholics. Personally, just 24 hours after I criticized Kamala Harris and her nomination, I was placed on a secret domestic terror watch list called Quiet Skies. Sadly, there are more examples. The bottom line is this must end. President Trump's re-election is a clear mandate from the American people to break this cycle of failure, end the weaponization and politicization of the intelligence community, and begin to restore trust in those who've been charged with the critical task of securing our nation. If confirmed as DNI, I will do my very best to fulfill this mandate and bring leadership to the intelligence community with a laser-like focus on our essential mission: ensuring the safety, security, and freedom of the American people. As the President's principal intelligence advisor, I'll begin by leading by example, checking my own personal views at the door, and committing to delivering intelligence that is collected, analyzed, and reported without bias, prejudice, or political influence. I enlisted in the Army because of the horrific terrorist attack on September 11th. And volunteered to deploy to Iraq in 2005, where I served in a medical unit. After nearly 22 years in uniform with 3 combat deployments to the Middle East and Africa, I'm now a lieutenant colonel in the U.S. Army Reserve, where I serve as a battalion commander of soldiers in Oklahoma, Missouri, and Arkansas. I served in Congress for 8 years on the Homeland Security, Foreign Affairs, and Armed Services committees. And it's my experience in the military and in the halls of Congress that have given me a deep understanding of the complex challenges that our nation faces, in both roles engaging with world leaders, in both roles being privy to highly classified intelligence. So I know firsthand how essential accurate, unbiased, and timely intelligence is to the President, to Congress, and to our warfighters. I also know the heavy cost of intelligence failures and abuses. Senator Collins, you led the creation of ODNI specifically to address those intelligence failures of 9/11 and Iraq's so-called WMDs. The need for the ODNI under strong leadership still exists today. If confirmed, I'll bring my experience and fresh eyes to leading the intelligence community. And my day one priorities will be to assess the global threat environment, identify where gaps in our intelligence exist, integrate intelligence elements, increase information sharing, and ensure that unbiased, apolitical, objective collection and analysis to support the President and policymakers' decision-making occur. I'll work to end the politicization of the intelligence community and ensure there is a clear mission focus in the IC on its core mission of this unbiased, apolitical collection and analysis of intelligence to secure our nation. I'll work to rebuild trust through transparency and accountability. This is a national security imperative. And I'll work to assess and address efficiencies, redundancies, and effectiveness across ODNI to ensure focus of personnel and resources is on our core mission of national security. Now, in my meetings that I've had with many of you, you expressed bipartisan frustration about recent intelligence failures as well as the lack of responsiveness to your requests for information. Whether it's the surprise October 7th Hamas terrorist attack, to the sudden takeover of Syria by Islamist extremists, failures to identify the source of COVID, anomalous health incidents, UAPs, drones, and more. If confirmed, I look forward to working with you to address these issues. Ensuring the safety, security, and freedom of the American people is a mandate of leadership that rises above partisan politics. If confirmed, my commitment to the President, to you, and to the American people is this: I will do my very best to find the truth, no matter where it leads, and share that truth with President Trump, his advisors, and you in Congress, providing you with that unbiased, timely, and accurate intelligence as you make the tough decisions that'll impact the safety, security, and freedom of the American people. Now, before I close, I want to warn the American people who are watching at home. You may hear lies and smears in this hearing that'll challenge my loyalty to and my love for our country. Those who oppose my nomination imply that I am loyal to something or someone other than God, my own conscience, and the Constitution of the United States, accusing me of being Trump's puppet, Putin's puppet, Assad's puppet, a guru's puppet, Modi's puppet, not recognizing the absurdity of simultaneously being the puppet of 5 different puppet masters. The same tactic was used against President Trump and failed. The American people elected President Trump with a decisive victory and mandate for change. The fact is, what truly unsettles my political opponents is I refuse to be their puppet. I have no love for Assad or Gaddafi or any dictator. I just hate Al-Qaeda. I hate that we have leaders who cozy up to Islamist extremists, minimizing them to so-called rebels. As Jake Sullivan said to Hillary Clinton, quote, Al-Qaeda is on our side in Syria. Well, Syria is now controlled by an Al-Qaeda offshoot, HTS, led by an Islamist jihadist who danced in the streets on 9/11 and who was responsible for the killing of many American service members. Democrat senators in the past resorted to anti-Christian bigotry against some of President Trump's judicial nominees like Amy Coney Barrett and Brian Boucher. I condemned those actions as a Democrat in Congress at the time, as religious bigotry must be thoroughly condemned by all of us, no matter the religion. Unfortunately, there are some Democrat senators who still don't understand the principle of freedom of religion and Article 6 of the Constitution. Quote, no religious test shall ever be required as a qualification to any office or public trust under the United States. Unfortunately, they're once again using the religious bigotry card, but this time trying to foment religious bigotry against Hindus and Hinduism. If anyone is sincerely interested in knowing more about my own personal spiritual path of Hinduism, I welcome you to go to my account on X, where I'll share more on this topic. If confirmed as Director of National Intelligence, I will continue to live by the oath that I have sworn at least 8 times in my life, both in uniform and as a member of Congress. I will support and defend our God-given freedoms enshrined in the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, and I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same. Thank you very much for your time. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Ms. Gabbard. A few reminders before we begin our 5-minute round of questioning. First, a reminder to the audience, once again, I will not tolerate disruptions or disturbances either in favor of or in opposition to Ms. Gabbard. We all came to hear from Ms. Gabbard, not from you. 2 reminders to my colleagues. We'll have a 5-minute round of questions. Not 5.5, not 6, 5-minute round. We will also have a closed session after this hearing in which you'll have another 5-minute opportunity to ask questions. Second, if any question, as Senator Risch alluded to, begins to approach the line of classified material, my crack staff will advise me and I will ask you to hold the question until we get to a closed setting.
Mr. Chairman, could I just inquire? I was under the understanding that if in the open round, because this is the only time the American people will be able to see this judgment, you'd agreed if certain members needed to ask a second round of questions in the public setting, that would be available.
As is our custom, if a member waits until the end of the opening round and has a follow-up question, then we will permit that follow-up question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Gabbard, if confirmed, you'll be entrusted with our nation's most important secrets. We're all entrusted with that information to serve the American people and to keep our country safe. Unfortunately, as you said in your opening statement, we've seen too many instances in recent years of people who were trusted with classified information and went on to abuse and politicize that trust. For example, in October 2020, more than 50 former intelligence officers, many of whom still held a top secret clearance, wrote a letter invoking their credentials to make false claims about Hunter Biden's laptop, likely being Russian disinformation. Do you agree that this was an example of intelligence professionals abusing and politicizing their past positions and credentials?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I do, and it is an example of what needs to end and why the American people elected President Trump to bring about those necessary reforms.
Thank you. Will you commit that no one who abuses his past position and credentials in this fashion will hold a security clearance in the future?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, I want to be fair to my Democratic colleagues. Such abuses aren't just a problem on the left. Also in 2020, President Trump's former National Security Advisor, John Bolton, published a book in which he revealed sensitive conversations with the president on national security matters, including highly classified information. He didn't submit this book for review and approval to ensure that our national security secrets were protected. Do you agree that John Bolton's actions likewise undermined public trust?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Will you commit that no one who so abuses his past position and risks the exposure of classified information by publishing a book without submitting it for review and getting approval before publication will hold a security clearance again or be trusted with classified information again?
Yes.
Thank you. Let's move on to the topic of OD&I reform that I mentioned in my opening statement. Congress originally envisioned the OD&I to be a small coordinating agency that directs, rather than replicates, the now 18 constituent agencies that make up our intelligence community. Over the years, however, the OD&I has strayed from this vision to an organization that now publicly boasts nearly 2,000 people, more than half of whom are not detailed from an intelligence agency, but rather are career OD&I bureaucrats. They've even developed centers that are producing their own analysis. Will you commit today to working with this committee to restoring the OD&I to its original size, scope, and function?
Yes, Senator, I look forward to working with you and the committee as I, if confirmed, assess the current status of who is working in the OD&I and the function that they fulfilled to make sure of its effectiveness and elimination of redundancies and bloating.
Thank you. Do you support some of the policy proposals I mentioned in my opening statement about capping the size of the ODNI, eliminating ODNI taxes, returning employees back to their home agencies to do real intelligence work?
Yes, Senator, I look forward to working with you as we assess where the ODNI needs to be in order to fulfill its core mission and function.
Thank you. And in your preparation for this hearing and this important responsibility, have you developed any thoughts that explains the mission creep and the empire building that we've seen at the ODNI in recent years?
Yes, Senator, I've had the opportunity to review the history of the ODNI, to speak to Ambassador Negroponte, the first Director of National Intelligence, as well as others who have served in this position. I think there are a number of contributing factors to the creation of centers, or not centers, but offices like the recently eliminated Office of DEI within ODNI, and other areas where I need to go in and assess the replication and the duplication of responsibilities that exist elsewhere and some of the other intelligence elements that ODNI has oversight over.
Thank you. Colleagues, I will lead by example and yield back 1 minute of my time and recognize the Vice Chair.
You're watching the confirmation hearing for Director of National Intelligence nominee Tulsi Gabbard. The Senate's also questioning FBI Director nominee Kash Patel, and we will have much more on both of those hearings, as well as the latest on the deadly midair collision near Washington, D.C., right after the break.
I'm 110% ready to fall in love.
Tall, handsome, smart. He's perfect.
Time just stood still. It's kind of already sinking in that these other girls are dating my boyfriend.
Everybody just really wants Grant, and we're all fighting for his love.
You act like you don't care.
He knows how I feel.
I know I'm in trouble.
Everyone's so mean.
I did not know how hard this was going to be.
This is ABC News Live.
The crush of families.
On the ground in Ukraine.
ABC News Live, America's #1 streaming news. Anytime, anywhere. Streaming 24/7, straight to you for free.
Thank you for making ABC News Live America's #1 streaming news.
The Kardashians are here!
What have you been up to?
What haven't we been up to?
We're going to Vegas.
This is my 40th birthday.
Kim and Chloe take India.
That Monday.
I feel like Cinderella at the ball.
Corey!
Here, I make a hole his closet.
You must really like him.
Such a stage mom. Where do you think she learned it?
I'm Kris Jenner.
Oh my God, I'm Kris Jenner.
All we want is to find our way home.
I'll get you home.
A crew of murderous bounty hunters is coming after us. We have to move fast.
We have no idea who he is.
You can trust me.
You're a Jedi, right?
Of course.
What just happened?
Watch this.
Skeleton Crew. New episodes Tuesdays only on Disney+.
Are you ready for some football? GMA at the Super Bowl. It's going to be super.
Starting Monday morning.
It's Super Bowl week on Good Morning America. Here we come, New Orleans.
Attention teachers, no child is to be sent to the principal's office today. Kids, if you want to do crime, now's the time. Happy first day of school.
Yes. Weren't there like 4 more of these?
Yeah, we were robbed.
Hey, buy 3, get 1 free.
I'ma call your mother on you. Bring the rest back here, boy.
Reporting from the deadly and disastrous wildfires here in Altadena, California, I'm Ginger Z. Wherever the story is, we'll take you there. You're streaming ABC News Live.
Hi, I'm Diana Macedo. Let's get right to that breaking news. President Trump is set to address the deadly midair collision over Washington, D.C. at any minute. Officials say there are no survivors after an American Airlines flight collided with a U.S. Army Black Hawk helicopter. The flight from Wichita, Kansas was approaching the runway at Reagan National Airport when it crashed with the helicopter on a training mission. 60 passengers and 4 crew members were on the plane, including figure skaters and coaches returning from the national championships. 3 soldiers were on the helicopter. Now crews from all over the region are working together to recover bodies from the Potomac, and the Coast Guard is telling boats of all kinds to avoid the area. Perry Russum is at Reagan National Airport for us, along with ABC News transportation reporter Sam Sweeney, keeping track of this investigation. Perry, I know the airport's expected to reopen at any minute. What's it like there right now?
Yeah, so, I mean, if you didn't know what happened 14 hours ago, you would expect this is just a typical day here at DCA with the plane set to take off any minute now. The first flight was supposed to leave about 5 minutes ago at 10:55, headed to Nashville, flying out of Southwest, but we are still waiting to see some of the planes take off behind me. I've been trying to check behind me every so often to see once those planes do start going. But, you know, it's business as usual here, which is kind of haunting considering what happened in the waters of the Potomac 14 hours ago with that Black Hawk helicopter colliding with that American Airlines flight. I mean, this debris field is massive. More than 30 people presumed dead are still in the water. We know that divers have been having some issues with how cold the water is. They are dealing with, you know, a broken up plane into 3 different places, as well as this Black Hawk helicopter that is down. The latest numbers that we have is that 27 people were recovered dead out of the plane, and then 1 was recovered dead, one of the Army soldiers, out of the Black Hawk helicopter. But we were hearing from the Transportation Secretary, Sean Duffy, earlier this morning. I mean, remember, this is his 2nd full day on the job, and he kind of gave us a little bit of insight on where this investigation is. I know Sam Sweeney can talk about this to a larger extent, but he did say that this was absolutely preventable, and he did say that the helicopter knew the plane was there. And then from the American Airlines CEO, Robert Isom, he says he doesn't know why the helicopter went into the plane's path. So the NTSB is leading this investigation. They will have the definitive answer on why this happened, but those 3 statements kind of give us a little bit more of a general idea of what happened. And it appears investigators have a strong enough inclination on what happened to feel comfortable to reopen this airport, Diane.
And Sam, the Secretary of Transportation also said that both the plane and the helicopter were in a standard flight pattern. So any more on how that resulted in a collision?
Well, that's the big question. What happened? Now, it's become apparently clear that the helicopter hit this American Airlines plane. The American Airlines plane was cleared for the approach and the landing into runway 33. That's the smaller of the runways. It's possible that this helicopter pilot assumed that he was going in for the longer runway and continued his approach up the river and didn't adjust his course heading. We hear on the air traffic control, though, do you see this airplane, the CRJ, the Canada Air regional jet? And the helicopter says he does. Air traffic controller says go around the CRJ, but we don't hear a response from that helicopter pilot, but he says that he will maintain visual separation. And then, of course, those were the last transmissions before that collision.
And Perry, what's the latest on the recovery efforts now?
Yeah, so the latest numbers that we have, so there are 2 different numbers that are coming out. We know that the White House and some of the government officials have said 30 bodies have been recovered, but then some of the rescue teams here on the ground said 27 people from the plane and then 1 from the helicopter. And we're told that there's the discrepancy in those numbers because D.C. Counts victims in a different way than the government might be doing that, but it seems so far that the average number is 30 so far. But one of the questions we had for the rescue teams earlier this morning is, what are some of the challenges you're facing? I mean, this is a crash that happened above the Potomac. Both aircraft went into the Potomac. It's a river that, you know, it runs. I mean, Wilson Bridge, about a couple miles from where we are, some of the debris is actually flowing down toward the bridge. And this is a very large field that they're dealing with, a very large debris field. And some of the reports that we're hearing is I actually hear a plane taking off right now behind me from DCA. I don't know if you can hear that, that echo, but that's the first plane that's taking off from DCA 14 hours after this crash happened. But some of the information that we're hearing from investigators on the ground is that it's very gruesome, what's being discovered and where it's being discovered. And one of the DC fire personnel was telling us this morning that he is concerned about his own team, his teams that are out here in terms of what they are dealing with and what they are seeing as well, Diane.
And Sam, NTSB is expected to hold their first briefing on this later this afternoon. What are you listening for there?
Well, they're going to explain how their investigation is going to work. They're going to go methodically, piece by piece. They're not going to speculate on the cause. They work with facts and they work with the evidence, and then they will give us briefings. Today, we likely won't get a lot from them. They've just arrived on scene, after the crash. They're going to find what they can. As of just a few hours ago, they still had not recovered the black boxes from that American Airlines plane. They're in the tail of the plane. They likely will get them relatively soon because the water, only 8 feet, so not super difficult, but there is ice there. They have to break apart this ice, and that's something that they are dealing with. But we will get an update each day, and then they'll give us a preliminary report in 30 days, but we might not know the final cause of this crash for up to 2 years.
All right, Perry Russum, Sam Sweeney, thank you both. And ABC's Elizabeth Schulze joins me now from Reagan National Airport. Elizabeth, the mayor of Wichita was emotional when she spoke about how this tragedy is impacting that community. What are you learning about the victims here?
And it is so emotional, Diane. We have to remember there are 67 people total who they say expect no survivors. And that way that breaks down is those 60 passengers on board the American Airlines flight, 4 crew members, and the 3 service members on the military helicopter, each of them with families, loved ones, some of whom do not yet know if, we know that they're trying to notify all of those families and loved ones right now. What we know from officials here at the airport is that they have set up centers for those families to go. Some of those loved ones were waiting here at the airport when the plane was expected to land and instead crashed. They've set up a site here, and they've set up a site in Wichita where the families can go and gather and get the latest information. That the American Airlines CEO says they will provide transportation, logistics, all support, including 100 staff to help be there and support those families. And then we also know that they've opened up a hotline for families who are just looking for information right now. The NTSB then is expected to kind of go through the outreach and identifying the victims. But when we were talking to officials earlier today, they said that the huge part of this will be identifying the victims. So far, 27 bodies, Diane, have been recovered from the plane, 1 from the helicopter, and the Virginia medical examiner and the Army medical examiner are now involved in that operation to identify those bodies.
All right, Elizabeth Schulze, thank you. And ABC News senior White House correspondent Selena Wang is at the White House with the latest. Selena, the defense secretary says the crew of this Army helicopter was using night vision goggles and was undertaking a required annual nighttime evaluation. What does that tell you about some of the circumstances going into this investigation?
Yeah, these are some major new details about what exactly this Army helicopter was doing. And Hegseth, in this pre-recorded video, he is saying that this crew was actually fairly experienced. Even though this was an annual training mission, he says this was a fairly experienced crew, and they did have those night vision goggles. But still huge questions here, as you've been discussing, Diane, about why exactly it missed this passenger plane when it had told the air traffic controller that it did have visuals on that passenger plane coming through. Hegseth also said that they do have the identity of the crew members who were on board, but they're not sharing that information with the public as they are just starting to notify close family members. Take a listen to what else Hegseth said here.
We do know on our side who was involved. It was a fairly experienced crew, and that was doing a required annual night evaluation. They did have night vision goggles. An investigative team from our Aviation Safety Center was deployed last night and already is in Washington, D.C. to investigate what's going on. We anticipate that the investigation will quickly be able to determine whether the aircraft was in the corridor and at the right altitude at the time of the incident.
And Diane, we're expecting President Trump to take the stage in the White House press briefing room any minute now. We're told that he's going to be joined by Defense Secretary Hegseth, who you just heard from there, as well as Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy. And something that's really important to mention here is that for many of these cabinet members, this is the first major crisis that they are dealing with. They are fresh on this job. Yesterday was actually Sean Duffy's first full day. This is Pete Hegseth's first full week. This is also Kristi Noem, the Department of Homeland Security Secretary's first week in this job as well. I'm told by a Department of Homeland Security spokesperson that she is currently actually with the Coast Guard. She is being briefed on this situation, and that President Trump has also been regularly briefed by senior advisors throughout the night and this morning, monitoring the situation from the Situation Room. But big questions that Trump is going to be asked there, and how he can ensure that the federal government ensures that nothing like this happens again, that a tragedy doesn't happen. This has rattled the public, given that this happened in the American aviation industry, that it happened over the nation's capital's airspace, which is highly regulated, but also highly congested. So I'm sure Trump is going to be facing questions not only about this current situation, but the long-term ramifications and ensuring the public that the airspace is safe to fly in.
All right, ABC News senior White House correspondent Selena Wang, thank you. And let's bring in ABC News contributor and aviation analyst John Nance for more. John, you have piloted a wide variety of jet aircraft, logged over 13,000 hours of flight time of commercial airline flights, also in your Air Force career. So given all that experience, what are your initial thoughts when you look at this video, when you hear the audio, when you hear the description of what we know so far?
Well, first of all, there's always, this is true, there is never one cause to an accident. There's always a multiplicity of causes. But we're looking at one of the most important elements here in the early portions of, or the early time after the accident. That is a thing called a see and avoid concept. It has always been semi-bankrupt, so to speak, because we can't always see and avoid. But that's what happened last night. This crew in the helicopter, wearing night vision goggles, which sometimes are really restrictive, was asked to see and avoid and follow the regional jet, and they latched onto something, but obviously it wasn't the regional jet, or they wouldn't have flown anywhere close to them. So we have, once again, because this goes through the history of aviation, a problem with this concept of see and avoid. And I think when we get all the pieces out on the table, we're going to find that this was the type of mistake that was almost inevitable in some respects because of the multiplicity of lights.
And talk to me about that, because one of the big details that came out of that press conference was that air traffic control did communicate with the helicopter asking, do you see this plane? And the pilot responds, yes. So what went wrong after that?
Well, that's the whole point. Is if they thought they saw a target that was exactly what the tower was telling them to follow, they would have fixated on that and not seen, if they even had the capability of seeing them approach, seeing the regional jet. In other words, you say yes because you really do see something and you identify it that way. I can't tell you how many times in my career, military and civilian, I have accepted the responsibility from air traffic control of, do you have the traffic in sight? Yes, I do. There's always a little nagging thought in the back of your mind. Do I really? Is that the guy? Especially at night. It's very difficult. So this is an old known foe in terms of aerial navigation, and it looks like it may have raised its ugly head once again. But this will not be the only cause. There will be a multiplicity of things that led to this accident.
After the September 11th terror attacks, there were questions raised about whether Reagan International Airport should stay open. Do you think they'll have to reevaluate whether training exercises like this one should happen in that area, or whether the airport should stay open at all?
Well, I think everything should be reevaluated, but not really the operation of the airport. The airport is a tried and true friend. It's a very, very busy surface, very demanding for the air traffic controllers in the tower cab. But by the same token, it does a good job for us as a nation. And I certainly don't think that there should be any question of opening it or closing it. This could have happened on approach to Dulles. It could have happened on approach to Baltimore. Basically, I think, as I say, we're talking about very early analysis. But see and avoid concept is definitely one of the possible bugaboos. And that really doesn't have much to do with this particular airport. It has more to do with the corridors that are created to have certain types of air traffic, helicopters, for instance, in the same vicinity as airliners.
All right, John Nance, thank you. And we are waiting for President Trump there in the White House briefing room. He is expected to speak about this crash at any moment. In the meantime, let's bring back ABC's Perry Russum and Elizabeth Schulze at Reagan National Airport, ABC News senior White House correspondent Selena Wang, and ABC News transportation reporter Sam Sweeney, as well as ABC News contributor and aviation analyst John Nance. John, stay with me. Perry, the airport is back open now. We heard that first flight overhead when we last checked in with you. What's it like there right now?
There, Diane, if you're trying to talk to me, sorry.
We have some little technical difficulties. Diane, give me a second here. I'm just going to step out of frame.
All right, looks like Perry's having some issues. Let's go to Sam first. Sam, the big question is, how did this happen, right? So far, officials are saying that both of the aircraft, the plane and the helicopter, were on a standard flight path. We did hear the defense secretary say, though, that we're going to hear more through this investigation as to whether or not the helicopter was at the right height. What do you make so far of what we do know?
Yeah, that's what they're going to look at. They're going to look, was he at the right height? Was there some sort of orientation, spatial issue? He acknowledged that he saw the plane. Was it something else that, you know, he was distracted by in that cockpit? They're going to work to figure all of that out. They're also still working to recover the black boxes. We do know a little bit about this training mission. It is a routine training mission. These were not new pilots. This is a proficiency requirement that they have to do every so often. They had extensive experience, but you have to practice flying in this airspace and keep up to date. We also know about the American Airlines pilots. The captain had been on the job for 6 years. The first officer had 2 years of experience flying this, and it appears that they did nothing wrong. They were cleared onto the approach to runway 33 when they were hit by that helicopter.
Sam, the military helicopter, the pilot there, they were also part of that training mission using night vision goggles. How much more difficult is that?
I mean, that's standard in these sorts of missions on these type of aircraft. But it certainly can add to the confusion or the challenges. There are a lot of things going on, not just on that flight deck, but all around the helicopter. You know, you're constantly looking out for other aircraft, other obstacles. You're trying to navigate. You're also trying to communicate. So there's a lot going on, and you can be easily distracted. And that's why these pilots are, you know, so well trained, so good at what they do. But at the end of the day, they are humans, and accidents do happen.
And Perry, when you look at where this happened, the plane was heading into a runway at Reagan National Airport. It's one of the busiest airspaces and runways in the country. So what's it like there now, and how are people there reacting?
Yeah, you know what, it's interesting. I mean, we were talking to some people as they were arriving here to DCA this morning, and it's as if it's just another day here at DCA, which I think goes to show how safe this country has been, the airspace has been, for such a long period of time. I was speaking with one man here this morning who was getting up to the ticket counter for Southwest, and he said he was more concerned about losing his bags than this happening again. I mean, people are arriving, families are arriving, headed to vacation. We've heard about 4 or 5 planes taking off so far, so really is business as usual. And that's a conversation that I had with Senator Tim Kaine this morning. He's had some concerns about DCA in terms of the workload that it's had. He's raised these concerns for years. He's not saying that the workload exactly had to deal with the collision that we saw last night. But I did have a conversation with him about, are you comfortable with the fact that this airport is essentially now reopened 14 hours after the collision happened? He said, yes, he is confident. But just seeing people here on the ground, it's just another day here at DCA, which I think goes to underscore and highlight how safe the airspace has been over the U.S. And even at the news conference this morning, some of the leaders, investigators were asked, you know, is it safe to fly out of DCA? Is it safe to get on a plane here right now in the U.S.? And unequivocally, they all said yes. And I think that goes to show how comfortable that they are in terms of what they know about this investigation, what went wrong to have the confidence to reopen DCA right now.
And Elizabeth, what's the latest on the victims?
Yeah, so Diane, we don't know formally the names of the victims that have been identified through officials here. They say they first need to find the families, notify them, and then they would put out that information. We have found out some information from statements that have been released to ABC News and to the media. And so U.S. Figure Skating, in a statement to us, says that several members of its skating community were on board that American Airlines flight, and that included, it says, athletes, coaches, and family members who were returning from this training camp in Wichita back here. The CEO of the Boston Skating Club says that included 6 of its skaters on board, and this is an incredibly tight-knit community. The statement from that member says they are just devastated and at a loss for words here. But in the meantime, a lot of other victims that have yet to be identified. We do know from the D.C. fire chief that 27 bodies have been recovered from the plane, 1 from the helicopter from a service member. So there's still a lot of work ahead in identifying who those people are. In the meantime, we are told, Diane, that there have been centers set up here at Reagan Airport and another center in Wichita through American Airlines where families can gather. They can try to get the answers that they need from American Airlines, and the airline said it will provide hotels, logistics, other support to try to get whatever information is needed to those families who are clearly grieving and in shock right now, Diane.
And Selena, we're looking live right now at the White House briefing room. President Trump is expected to speak there at any moment about this crash. Any sense of who will be with him or what he'll say?
Yeah, Diane, well, as you say, he's expected to take that stage any minute now. We're told by sources that he will be joined by Hegseth, the defense secretary, as well as Sean Duffy, the transportation secretary. And a big question that's going to be asked, which has not yet been answered by any of the Army officials or by Hegseth in that pre-recorded video, is why the Army was conducting this training mission at such a busy airport late at night. We know that this was a routine nighttime evaluation, at that they also had nighttime vision goggles, but there are questions about the risks that they were taking. And I also just want to read to you, Diane, some information that we're getting from the confirmation hearing in the Senate for Trump's nominee to be Secretary of the Army. He was just asked whether or not he had any insider details on this collision that happened last night. He said while he didn't have any extra information, he said, quote, "I think we might need to look at where is an appropriate time to take training risk, and it may not be at an airport like Reagan. We know that the nation's capital skies are highly regulated, but it's also a very congested, very busy airspace. So these are certainly questions that President Trump is going to be asked during this hearing. This also comes as Hegseth has said that the crew on board, as Sam Sweeney was just talking about, was trained. They were not inexperienced crew members. So there will also be questions about just how this miscommunication happened, as we know that this crew in the Army helicopter did say they had visuals on that passenger plane. But Sean Duffy, the transportation secretary, earlier today saying that all of the flight patterns were standard, that there was nothing unusual. But President Trump and Sean Duffy saying that they believe this was a preventable tragic situation.
And John, you have a lot of experience flying both commercial and military aircraft. So what's your take on that? The fact that officials, John, actually, there's President Trump. Let's go to our special report.
This is an ABC News special report.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Kira Phillips. President Trump about to address the nation from the White House, requesting for a moment of silence after the deadly midair collision here in our nation's capital.
Thank you very much. I speak to you this morning in an hour of anguish for our nation. Just before 9 p.m. last night, an American Airlines regional jet carrying 60 passengers and 4 crew collided with an Army Black Hawk helicopter carrying 3 military service members over the Potomac River in Washington, D.C., while on final approach to Reagan National Airport. Both aircraft crashed instantly and were immediately submerged into the icy waters of the Potomac. Real tragedy. The massive search and rescue mission was underway throughout the night, leveraging every asset at our disposal. And I have to say, the local, state, federal, military, including the United States Coast Guard in particular, they've done a phenomenal job. So quick, so fast. It was mobilized immediately. The work has now shifted to a recovery mission. Sadly, there are no survivors. This was a dark and excruciating night in our nation's capital and in our nation's history, and a tragedy of terrible proportions. As one nation, we grieve for every precious soul that has been taken from us so suddenly. And we are a country of, really, we are in mourning. This is really shaken a lot of people, including people, very sadly, from other nations who were on the flight. For the family members back in Wichita, Kansas, here in Washington, D.C., and throughout the United States and in Russia, we have a Russia contingent, some very talented people, unfortunately, were on that plane. Very, very, very sorry about that. Whose loved ones were aboard the passenger jet. We can only begin to imagine the agony that you're all feeling. Nothing worse. On behalf of the First Lady, myself, and 340 million Americans, our hearts are shattered alongside yours, and our prayers are with you now and in the days to come. We'll be working very, very diligently in the days to come. We're here for you to wipe away the tears and to offer you our devotion, our love, and our support. There's great support. In moments like this, the differences between Americans fade to nothing compared to the bonds of affection and loyalty that unite us all, both as Americans and even as nations. We are one family, and today we are all heartbroken. We're all searching for answers. That icy Potomac, it was a cold, cold night, cold water. We're all overcome with the grief for many who have so tragically perished, will no longer be with us. Together we take solace in the knowledge that their journey ended not in the cold waters of the Potomac, but in the warm embrace of a loving God. We do not know what led to this crash, but we have some very strong opinions and ideas, and I think we'll probably state those opinions now. Because over the years I've watched as things like this happen, and they say, well, we're always investigating, and then the investigation 3 years later, they announce it. We think we have some pretty good ideas. But we'll find out how this disaster occurred, and we'll ensure that nothing like this ever happens again. The FAA and the NTSB and the U.S. military will be carrying out a systematic and comprehensive investigation. Our new Secretary of Transportation, Sean Duffy, his second day on the job when that happened. It's a rough one. We'll be working tirelessly. He's a great gentleman. The whole group these are great people, and they are working tirelessly to figure out exactly what happened. We will state certain opinions, however. I'm also immediately appointing an acting commissioner to the FAA, Christopher Rocheleau, a 22-year veteran of the agency, highly respected. Christopher, thank you very much. Appreciate it. We must have only the highest standards for those who work in our aviation system. I changed the Obama standards from very mediocre at best to extraordinary. You remember that. Only the highest aptitude, they have to be the highest intellect and psychologically superior people were allowed to qualify for air traffic controllers. That was not so prior to getting there. When I arrived in 2016, I made that change very early on because I always felt this was a job that, and other jobs too, but this was a job that had to be superior intelligence, and we didn't really have that, and we had it. And then when I left office and Biden took over, he changed them back to lower than ever before. I put safety first. Obama, Biden, and the Democrats put policy first. And they put politics at a level that nobody's ever seen, because this was the lowest level. Their policy was horrible, and their politics was even worse. So as you know, last week, long before the crash, I signed an executive order restoring our highest standards for air traffic controllers and other important jobs throughout the country. So it was very interesting. About a week ago, almost upon entering office, I signed something last week that was an executive order, very powerful, on restoring the highest standards of air traffic controllers and others, by the way. Then my administration will set the highest possible bar for aviation safety. We have to have our smartest people. It doesn't matter what they look like, how they speak, who they are. It matters intellect, talent, the word talent. They have to be talented, naturally talented geniuses. You can't have regular people doing that job. They won't be able to do it. But we'll restore faith in American air travel. I'll have more to say about that. I do want to point out that various articles that appeared prior to my entering office, and here's one. The FAA's diversity push includes focus on hiring people with severe intellectual and psychiatric disabilities. That is amazing. And then it says FAA says people with severe disabilities are most underrepresented segment of the workforce, and they want them in, and they want them they can be air traffic controllers. I don't think so. This was in January 14th, so that was a week before I entered office. They put a big push to put diversity into the FAA's program. Then another article, the Federal Aviation Administration, this was before I got to office, recently, second term. The FAA is actively recruiting workers who suffer severe intellectual disabilities, psychiatric problems, and other mental and physical conditions under a diversity and inclusion hiring initiative spelled out on the agency's website. Can you imagine? These are people that are, I mean, actually, their lives are shortened because of the stress that they have. Brilliant people have to be in those positions, and their lives are actually shortened, very substantially shortened because of the stress, where you have many, many planes coming into one target, and you need a very special talent and a very special genius to be able to do it. Targeted disabilities are those disabilities that the federal government, as a matter of policy, has identified for special emphasis in recruitment and hiring. The FAA's website states they include hearing, vision, missing extremities, partial paralysis, complete paralysis, epilepsy, severe intellectual disability, psychiatric disability, and dwarfism all qualify for the position of a controller of airplanes pouring into our country, pouring into a little spot, a little dot on the map, a little runway. The initiative is part of the FAA's diversity and inclusion hiring plan. Think of that. The initiative is part of the FAA's diversity and inclusion hiring plan, which says diversity is integral to achieving FAA's mission of ensuring safe and efficient travel. I don't think so. I don't think so. I think it's just the opposite. The FAA website shows that the agency's guidance on diversity hiring were last updated on March 23rd of 22. They wanted to make it even more so. And then I came in, and I assume maybe this is the reason. The FAA, which is overseen by Secretary Pete Buttigieg, a real winner. That guy's a real winner. Do you know how badly everything's run since he's run this Department of Transportation? He's a disaster. He was a disaster as a mayor. He ran his city into the ground, and he's a disaster now. He's just got a good line of bullshit. The Department of Transportation is government agency charged with regulating civil aviation. Well, he runs it, 45,000 people, and he's run it right into the ground with his diversity. So I had to say that it's terrible. Then it's a group within the FAA, another story, determined that the workforce was too white, that they had concerted efforts to get the administration to change that and to change it immediately. This was in the Obama administration just prior to my getting there. And we took care of African Americans, Hispanic Americans. We took care of everybody at levels that nobody's ever seen before. It's one of the reasons I won. But they actually came out with a directive, too white. And we want the people that are competent. But now we mourn and we pray and would like to ask all Americans to join me in a moment of silence as we ask God to watch over those who have lost their lives and bring comfort to the loved ones. And I just want to say God bless everyone in this room. This has been a terrible, very short period of time. We'll get to the bottom of it. So we all saw the same thing. We've seen it many times. I've had the honor of hearing tapes. Tapes are scary, very scary tapes. You had a airliner coming in, American Airlines. He was doing everything right. He was on track. He was the same track as everybody else. They came in. It's probably the same track as they've had for 25 years or more. He's coming in the path. And for some reason, he had a helicopter that was at the same height, obviously when they hit, but pretty much the same height, and going at an angle that was unbelievably bad. When the air traffic controller said, do you see, he was talking about, do you see him? But there was very little time left when that was stated. And then also, he said, follow him in. And then almost immediately after that, seconds after that, there was the crash that took place. Well, you follow him in, that means like everything's fine, follow him in. You had a pilot problem from the standpoint of the helicopter, because it was visual. It was a very clear night. It was cold, but clear, and clear as you could be. The American Airlines plane had lights blazing. They had all their landing lights on. I could see it from the Kennedy Center tape. We had a tape up on the Kennedy Center. That seems to be the primary. Thus far, I'm sure we'll see other tapes because it's such an area where there are a lot of cameras looking up into the air, into space. So we'll probably see many other shots of it before too much time goes by. But we had a situation where you had a helicopter that had the ability to stop. I have helicopters. You can stop a helicopter very quickly. It had the ability to go up or down. It had the ability to turn. And the turn it made was not the correct turn, obviously. It did somewhat the opposite of what it was told. We don't know that would have been the difference because the timing was so tight. It was so little. There was so little time to think. But what you did have is you had vision. The helicopter had vision of the plane because you had vision of it all the way, perfect vision of it all the way from at Kennedy Center where the tape was taken. And for some reason, there weren't adjustments made. Again, you could have slowed down the helicopter substantially. You could have stopped the helicopter. You could have gone up. You could have gone down. You could have gone straight up, straight down. You could have turned. You could have done a million different maneuvers. For some reason, it just kept going and then made a slight turn at the very end, and by that time it was too late. They shouldn't have been at the same height, because if it was at the same height, you could have gone under it or over it, and nobody realized, or they didn't say that it's at the same height. At the same height, it still wouldn't have been great, but you would have missed it by quite a bit. Could have been 1,000 feet higher. It could have been 200 feet lower. But it was exactly at the same height, and somebody should have been able to point that out. So all of this is going to be studied, but it just seems to me, from a couple of words that I like to use, the words common sense, some really bad things happened, and some things happened that shouldn't have happened. So you had a helicopter going in an identical direction. You had a helicopter that was at the exact same height as somebody going in essentially the opposite direction. You had a plane that was following a track, which is a track that every other plane followed. And I don't imagine, I know I've heard today that they might have been following the preceding plane, which was pretty close, but not that close, the preceding plane. But you wouldn't have even been able to see that because of the direction that the helicopter was coming in at. So you had a confluence of bad decisions that were made, and you have people that lost their lives, violently lost their lives. We're going to take a few questions. I'd like to ask our new Secretary of Transportation to say a few words. Sean Duffy, great gentleman, just started. It's not your fault, and I know you agree with me very strongly on intellect and even psychological well-being of the air traffic control. It's such an important position, and I think I can't emphasize stronger. I changed it when I first ran in 2016. I changed it. We had the highest standard that you could have, and then they changed it back. That was Biden, to a standard I read it to you. That was from one of your papers. One of the people in this room actually wrote that. And then I changed it back a few days ago. And unfortunately, that was, we'll see. We don't know that necessarily it's even the controller's fault. But one thing we do know, there was a lot of vision, and people should have been able to see that, at what point do you stop? At what point do you say, wow, that plane's getting a little bit close? So this is a tragedy that should not have happened. Please, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I would just note the President's leadership has been remarkable during this crisis. We have had a whole of government response, local, state, federal, and when you see that kind of cooperation, it begins with the leadership in this body. So thank you for that, Mr. President. You make our jobs a lot easier. You made an important point that when we deal with safety, we can only accept the best and the brightest in positions of safety that impact the lives of our loved ones, our family members. And I think you make a really important point on that, Mr. President. That is the motto of your presidency, the best and the brightest, the most intelligent coming into these spaces. I want to take a moment and extend my condolences to the families of the loved ones. We commit to them that we are going to get to the bottom of this investigation, not in 3 years, not in 4 years, but as quickly as possible with the NTSB, who is here today, as well as the FAA. What happened yesterday shouldn't have happened. It should not have happened. And when Americans take off in airplanes, they should expect to land at their destination. That didn't happen yesterday. That's unacceptable. And so we will not accept excuses. We will not accept passing the buck. We are going to take responsibility at the Department of Transportation and the FAA to make sure we have the reforms that have been dictated by President Trump in place to make sure that these mistakes do not happen again. And again, I want to thank you for your leadership, Mr. President, and I appreciate the confidence you placed in me. Thank you.
Pete, would you like to say something, please?
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Again, I want to echo what the Transportation Secretary said about your leadership. From the moment we found out about this, we were in contact with the White House trying to determine exactly what happened. I would echo it as well. No excuses. We're going to get to the bottom of this. We first and foremost, from the Defense Department, want to pass our condolences to the 64 souls and their families that were affected by this. Never should happen. And certainly the 3 service members, the 3 soldiers, a young captain, staff sergeant, and a CW2, Chief Warrant Officer, on a routine annual retraining of night flights on a standard corridor for a continuity of government mission. The military does dangerous things. It does routine things on the regular basis. Tragically, last night, a mistake was made. I think the president is right. There was some sort of an elevation issue that we have immediately begun investigating at the DOD and Army level. Army CID is on the ground investigating. Top-tier aviation assets inside the DOD are investigating, sir, to get to the bottom of it so that it does not happen again, because it's absolutely unacceptable. But I want to echo what the Transportation Secretary and you, Mr. President, said, because it pertains to the DOD as well. We will have the best and brightest in every position possible. As you said in your inaugural, it is colorblind and merit-based. The best leaders possible, whether it's flying Black Hawks and flying airplanes, leading platoons, or in government. The era of DEI is gone at the Defense Department, and we need the best and brightest, whether it's in our air traffic control, or whether it's in our generals, or whether it's throughout government. So thank you for your leadership and courage on that, sir, and we'll stand by you on it. Thank you.
Very much. JD, please.
Well, thank you, Mr. President, for your leadership. I just want to reemphasize something the President said, and you've heard from the Secretary of Transportation and of Defense. There really was a whole of government response. We were all on the phone. We were all communicating yesterday, trying to get to the bottom of this immediately, but also try to communicate with the American people about what happened. Something the President said that I think bears reemphasizing, which is that when you don't have the best standards in who you're hiring, it means, on the one hand, you're not getting the best people in government, but on the other hand, it puts stresses on the people who are already there. And I think that is a core part of what President Trump is going to bring and has already brought to Washington, D.C., is we want to hire the best people because we want the best people at air traffic control, and we want to make sure we have enough people at air traffic control who are actually competent to do the job. If you go back to just some of the headlines over the past 10 years, you have many hundreds of people suing the government because they would like to be air traffic controllers, but they were turned away because of the color of their skin. That policy ends under Donald Trump's leadership because safety is the first priority of our aviation industry. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you,
On DEI and the claims that you've made, are you saying this crash was somehow caused and the result of diversity hiring? And what evidence have you seen to support these claims?
It just could have been. We have a high standard. We've had a much higher standard than anybody else. And there are things where you have to go by brain power, you have to go by psychological quality, and psychological quality is a very important element of it. These are various very powerful tests that we put to use, and they were terminated by Biden, and Biden went by a standard that's the exact opposite. So we don't know, but we do know that you had two planes at the same level. You had a helicopter and a plane. That shouldn't have happened. And we'll see. We're going to look into that. We're going to see. But certainly for an air traffic controller, we want the brightest, the smartest, the sharpest. We want somebody that's psychologically superior. And that's what we're going to have. Yeah. Yeah, please, go ahead.
Mr. President, you mentioned at the top of the briefing that there were several Russian nationals on the flight.
Yes.
Will the U.S. government be willing to facilitate the transfer of their remains, considering the fact there is no direct air travel between the two countries?
We've already been in contact with Russia, and the answer is yes, we will facilitate. Yes. Please, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. The situation in the Democratic Republic of the Congo is getting worse, even though President John Lorenzo has been mediating the conflict between Rwanda and the Democratic Republic of the Congo because he wants to bring peace and stability. The situation is really bad right now. I want to hear from Ms. President if you have any plan in the future to bring peace in the Democratic Republic of the Congo.
You're asking me a question about Rwanda, and it is a very serious problem. I agree, but I don't think it's appropriate right now to talk about it. But it is a very serious problem.
We don't even yet know the names of the 67 people who were killed, and you are blaming Democrats and DEI policies and air traffic control and seemingly the member of the U.S. military who was flying that Black Hawk helicopter. Don't you think you're getting ahead of the investigation right now?
No, I don't think so at all. I don't think with the names of the people, you mean the names of the people that are on the plane? You think that's going to make a difference?
Does it comfort their families
They
to
are
hear you
a
blaming
group of
DEI
people that have
policies?
lost their lives. If you want a list of the names, we can give you that. We'll be giving that very soon. We're in coordination with American Airlines. We're in coordination very strongly, obviously, with the military. But I think that's not a very smart question.
But are you
I'm
blaming-
surprised coming from you.
Are you blaming
Please.
Thank you.
Please.
Thank you, President Trump. Thank you for being here. Based on your analysis so far, do you have a sense of who was at fault, if it was the plane, the helicopter, air traffic control, and can you assure people that it is safe to fly in and out of D.C.?
Well, I've given you the analysis, and the analysis was it was based on vision. You had a lot of people that saw what was happening. You had some people that knew what was happening. There was some warnings, but the warnings were given very, very late. You know, those warnings were given very late. It was almost as they were given. A few seconds later, there was a crash. It should have been brought up earlier. But the people in the helicopter should have seen where they were going. I can't imagine people with 20/20 vision not seeing, you know, what's happening up there. Again, they shouldn't have been at the same height. You're going in reverse directions or sideways directions. Obviously, you want to be at different heights. I see it all the time when I'm flying. You have planes going in the opposite. They're always lower. We're higher. So if somehow there's a screw-up, there's not going to be a tragedy. It'll be close. But, you know, there's never going to be a tragedy if you're at a different elevation. For whatever reason, they were at the same elevation. And also, from the American Airlines standard, he's along the track that every plane is along. You say, what was a helicopter doing in that track? It's very sad. But visually, somebody should have been able to see and taken that helicopter out of play. And they should have been at a different height.
Thank you, sir. You mentioned the Russians that were on board that plane. What other nationalities were on board that passenger
There
jet?
were a couple of others. We're going to be announcing it in about an hour. We have some very specific information. We're calling the countries. We've spoken to most of them, but there were some other countries represented.
Mr. President, have you spoken to President Putin?
I have not, no.
Mr. President, on your executive order,
Not about this.
On your executive order, you've already issued an executive order you say will restore aviation safety.
Right.
This crash happened after that. Was the executive order successful, and what more needs to change to keep people safe?
Well, you know, we issued it 3 days ago, and we're in the process of making those changes. This is something that should have been done a long time ago. Actually, my original order should have never been changed, and I think maybe you wouldn't have had this problem. Maybe. Yeah, please, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. We see like everyday life that very often those diversity hires cause sometimes issues, as you just mentioned. So what plan do you have? Are we going to see some fire? Are you going to fire some of those diversity hire in the federal government? What's plan do you have?
I would say the answer is yes. If we find that people aren't mentally competent, you see the language. The language is put out by them. And if you see that, I'm not going to bore you by reading it again, but these are not people that should be doing this particular job. They'd be very good for certain jobs, but not people that should be doing this particular job.
Mr. President, you have today blamed the diversity elements, but then told us that you weren't sure that the controllers made any mistake. You then said perhaps the helicopter pilots were the ones who made the mistake.
It's all under investigation.
I understand that. That's why I'm trying to figure out how you can come to the conclusion right now that diversity had something to do with this crash.
Because I have common sense, okay? And unfortunately, a lot of people don't. We want brilliant people doing this. This is a major chess game at the highest level. When you have 60 planes coming in during a short period of time, and they're all coming in different directions, and you're dealing with very high-level computer work and very complex computers. And one of the other things I will tell you is that the systems that were built, I was going to rebuild the entire system, and then we had an election that didn't turn out the way it should have. But they didn't build the systems properly. They spent a lot of money renovating a system, spending much more money than they would have spent if they bought a new system for air traffic controllers, meaning the computerized systems. There are certain companies that do a very good job. They didn't use those companies. They used companies that should not have been doing it. No, I think it's very important to understand that for some jobs, and not only this, but air traffic controllers, they have to be at the highest level of genius. Okay.
I want to ask you about the ice skaters in a moment because the U.S. Ice Skating Committee was affected. But first, if I can, the cited FAA text that you read is real. But the implication that this policy is new or that it stems from efforts that began under President Biden or the Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg is demonstrably false. It's been on the FAA's
Who said
website.
That, you?
No, it's on the website, the FAA's website. It was there in 2013. It was there for the entirety.
What I read.
It was there for the entirety of your administration too. So my question is, why didn't you change the policy during your first administration?
I did change it. I changed the Obama policy, and we had a very good policy. And then Biden came in, and he changed it. And then when I came in 2 days, 3 days ago, I signed a new order, bringing it to the highest level of intelligence. Okay.
It was on the website.
Please. Quiet.
Welcome back to the. I'm sorry. You mentioned that a vision was probably the problem that was at issue in this crash. There's been some reports that one of the pilots in the helicopter may have been using night vision equipment. Was there any indication?
I heard that. We don't know. We're going to know that pretty soon. It may change your view plane if you do have the night vision. So it's very possible that could have happened. That would be maybe a reason why you wouldn't actually see as well as on a clear night. You can see sometimes better without it. I have a couple of more.
Mr. President, is it helpful to have your Secretary of Transportation confirmed, and does this intensify your interest in getting other nominees confirmed quickly?
Go to what?
Is it helpful to have your Secretary of Transportation confirmed, and does this intensify your interest in getting other nominees confirmed quickly as well?
Well, sure. We want fast confirmations. And the Democrats, as you know, are doing everything they can to delay them. They've taken too long. We're struggling to get very good people that everybody knows are going to be confirmed, but we're struggling to get them out faster. We want them out faster. It's a good question, actually. We've been pushing Sean. Everyone knows Sean for a long time. He got many, many Democrat votes, but they want to take as long as they can. They ask questions like some of the questions that Peter would ask that were totally irrelevant and not very good questions, but they want to just keep it going. They want to keep it going as long as possible. I was very honored, actually, that you got so many Democrat votes. That was really good. That was really good.
When are you planning to meet with the families? And second question, is it your impression that military training was done during that time?
The what?
The training that the helicopter was involved in. Is it anything you can tell us about
You
that?
don't know. These are the things that will come up with the investigation. You don't know, but the helicopter obviously was in the wrong place at the wrong time, and a tragedy occurred. Please.
I've got a question about the...
No, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. You've been critical of the current regulations, and you've called for big reforms at FAA. I'm curious, sir,
Well, I made the reforms, actually.
what is your message?
3 days ago, I made them.
Yes, sir. What is your message then to the American public in the weeks and months ahead? Should they feel hesitant to fly? And if you could clarify perhaps something that the Defense Secretary said when he said that this helicopter went on a continuity of government mission?
I don't know what that refers to, but they were practicing. They do that. They call it practicing, and they were, and that's something that should be done. It's only continuity in the sense that we want to have very good people, and that has to be in continuity, and that's what they refer to. But it was basically practice, and it was a practice that worked out very, very badly. Okay.
On his question, the first question, should people be hesitant to fly right now?
No, not at all. I've not hesitated to fly. This is something that it's been many years that something like this has happened, and the collision is just something that we don't expect ever to happen again. We are going to have the highest level people. We've already hired some of the people that you've already hired for that position long before we knew about this. I mean, long before. From the time I came in, we started going out and getting the best people because I said it's not appropriate what they're doing. I think it's a tremendous mistake. You know, they like to do things and they like to take them too far, and this is sometimes what ends up happening. Now, with that, I'm not blaming the controller. I'm saying there are things that you could question, like the height of the helicopter, the height of the plane being at the same level and going in opposite directions. It's not a positive. But no, we're already hiring people. No, flying is very safe. We have the safest flying anywhere in the world, and we'll keep it that way. Thank you all very much. Thank you very much, everybody.
Okay, yeah, hold on. An hour of anguish for our nation. No survivors. 64 passengers and crew on board that American Airlines flight. 3 U.S. soldiers flying that Black Hawk helicopter. Now, we all want to know what happened in the dead of night here in Washington, D.C. Let's start with our transportation correspondent, Gio Benitez. He is there on the scene of the crash, where recovery efforts are in full force right now to find those remaining victims. Gio, what do we know?
So, Kira, let's take this step by step with what we know exactly. It started with this American Airlines plane originally scheduled to land on runway 1. That is the biggest runway here. It is also the busiest runway in the country. It is just nonstop. At the last moment, air traffic control changed that to runway 33. Now, we don't know exactly why, but we do know that that was pretty commonplace. This happens all the time here at this airport. The American Airlines CEO says that everything was looking normal on approach as they were landing. Then it gets to the helicopter, and this is the Black Hawk. And that Black Hawk was at 350 feet. And for some reason, it seemed to be heading toward the plane. And again, we don't know why that happened either, but we do know that air traffic control actually said to the Black Hawk pilot, "Do you see the plane?" And they confirmed that they saw the plane, or at least a plane. And we just don't know if there was any confusion there in the Black Hawk at the time. We know that there were three different soldiers there in the Black Hawk conducting this training mission. That doesn't mean they were inexperienced. It just means that this is sort of like a routine training that the military is always doing. And at that point, that's what we don't know. What happened? Did they get confused? And so there are many questions about that particular moment with the Black Hawk, Kira.
Gio, stay with us. Also with us, pilot and aviation consultant Steve Ganyard. Steve, I understand from the tower audio that the Army pilot did confirm twice that he had eyes on the American Airlines plane. Could flying on night vision goggles in an urban environment with lots of light sources, ambient light, have caused him to misidentify the airline traffic?
Kara, the short answer is yes, but it would have happened perhaps whether they were on night vision goggles or not. Being at that altitude and being asked to pick out something that is either moving or flashing or looks very much like the background as they were coming in, they would have been looking at the lights of, say, Alexandria on the other side of the river. And so obviously they thought they had the airplane, they thought they had their interval, the regional jet in sight. But they clearly did not. I think one of the things that we need to come back to here is, as Gio pointed out, this crew said, we see the airplane and we assume responsibility for visual separation, meaning that the crew of that helicopter, believing that they had the airplane in sight, said, we will make sure that we stay behind him and we will not get in his way. So that boils down to who's at fault here, and if that is the case, then we need to figure out why. Gio brought up some things that the president also brought up. Were they at the right height? They were supposed to be staying at 200 feet or below as they transit on the route along the river, so that will be a question. The president brought up that perhaps the direction from the controller was late. That may be something else that they'll want to look at, but the fact that the Black Hawk pilots assumed responsibility puts it back, the onus back on them to make sure that there no midair occurred. So now we have to figure out what happened, but it's quite easy for any pilot who has ever flown at night to understand how the crew in that Black Hawk helicopter may have thought that what they saw was the airplane that they were supposed to follow, when in fact it was either another airplane somewhere else or a light on the ground. So this is not something, it's probably human error, but it's also something that has happened many times in the past in aviation, and it's something that the FAA is going to have to go back and look at in terms of separating helicopter traffic and fixed-wing traffic coming into DCA.
Meanwhile, there is no current FAA administrator. The president, they're announcing in the briefing he's now appointed an acting administrator for the FAA, Christopher Rocheleau. We will talk more about him in just a second, but I want to bring in our chief global affairs correspondent, Martha Raddatz. Martha, we now know that this Army helicopter was executing a training mission, but these pilots were not rookies.
They were not rookies. In fact, what Pete Hegseth said earlier today was they were fairly experienced. This is a requirement right now, these annual night evaluations going down the river. These are helicopters that ferry VIPs or senior Army leadership regularly. So this crew was practicing that sort of movement, even though they'd probably done it many, many times before. As Steve said, they train in the Army, the Navy, the Marine Corps all the time. That is what readiness is all about, and that's what they were doing on this mission, on this training mission. But today, President Trump's Army Secretary nominee, Daniel Driscoll, said there are appropriate times to take risk and there are inappropriate times to take risk. I think we might need to look at where is an appropriate time to take training risk, and it may not be near at an airport like Reagan, where the airplane was hit. But Hegseth said very, very clearly today a mistake was made, and they were clearly pointing the finger at the helicopter, although the president kept referencing air traffic control as well. He also said something that stood out to me, which I have not heard, which they were going in opposite directions, because we have been told that they were both in that landing pattern. So I don't know where that particular comment came from, but it's something that they will look at. They will look at everything. Clearly, the administration wants to get information out as soon as possible, Kara.
Martha, thank you. Let's bring in our chief White House correspondent, Mary Bruce. She was inside that briefing. She's in the briefing room now. Mary, just 10 days into his presidency, Trump is taking on his first national tragedy and wasting no time bringing up diversity hires into the conversation here as a possible cause of this crash with no evidence at all. And you challenged the president on that.
I did, and Kira, I think it's important to be clear here that what we just heard from the president was a lot of speculation, but not a lot of answers or clarity into what actually caused this crash. He has suggested it may have been the air traffic controllers. He pointed to possibly the pilots of the helicopter, and repeatedly, yes, he suggested that diversity, equity, and inclusion programs may somehow have played a role here. Of course, in the week and a half that he has been in office, he has made clear that he is targeting these programs, trying to strip them away from the federal government. And I did ask him point blank, is he suggesting that diversity hiring is somehow to blame for this crash, and what evidence had he seen to suggest that? And he told me it just could have been. He admitted, quote, "We don't know," pressed again by another one of my colleagues here in the room as to how he could have been suggesting this was a diversity hiring issue, given that this is still an ongoing investigation and there's still so much that remains unknown. And the president said, it's because I have common sense. I think it's also important to note here that just a few hours ago, earlier this morning, his own new transportation secretary, Sean Duffy, said point blank everything was standard in the lead up to this crash. The bottom line, Kira, right now, we simply still do not know what caused this crash.
Mary Bruce, thank you. We will be back on the air for the NTSB briefing later this afternoon. Our coverage continues now on ABC News Live and abcnews.com. David Muir will have the latest on world news tonight from D.C. I'm Kira Phillips. We take you now back to your regular programming, and I'll see you back on ABC News Live.
This has been a special report from ABC News.
Welcome back to ABC News Live. First, we have continuing coverage now of that deadly midair crash. After an update there from President Trump, that collision happened over Washington, D.C. The president called it a dark and excruciating night in our nation's capital and in our nation's history. 67 people are dead, including 3 service members, after a military helicopter crashed into an American Airlines flight. Trump expressed his condolences and promised the investigation will uncover what happened. But in the meantime, he said it's possible the collision could have been the result of the FAA hiring unqualified workers in an effort to push diversity. He later clarified he has no evidence of that. He also seemed to blame the helicopter pilot, saying the helicopter took a bad angle, should have been able to stop or avoid the plane, and, quote, did somewhat the opposite of what it was told. Roughly 30 bodies have been pulled from the wreckage in the Potomac River so far, and a massive recovery effort is underway for the remaining victims. ABC News senior White House correspondent Selena Wang is following that from the White House. ABC News transportation reporter Sam Sweeney has been following this investigation for us, and ABC News senior investigative correspondent Aaron Katursky is here with me now. So, Aaron, how is the president's description of the helicopter taking a wrong turn compared to what other officials are saying in terms of what we know so far of how this happened?
So far, we had heard that authorities believed that both the helicopter and the plane were on a similar glide path into Reagan National Airport. The president seemed to suggest something different, that perhaps there was an errant turn by the helicopter pilots. He did not say where that information occurred or the origin of it, but it does seem at odds with what the narrative has been so far. Something happened where air traffic control, according to the audio that we've heard, was in contact with the helicopter, affirming that the pilots aboard the helicopter saw the aircraft. They affirmed that they had seen the aircraft. It's possible, using night vision goggles, that the pilots may have become disoriented. That's going to be a key early focus of the investigation.
And I want to bring in our international affairs correspondent, Martha Raddatz, because, Martha, you have been along on these training missions sometimes when they are using these night vision goggles. What is that like, and how easy is it to confuse another aircraft or city lights for that plane? Because in this case, the pilot did say that he saw the plane, and now, of course, the speculation is maybe he didn't.
I have not only been on training exercises, but I've been in combat zones in those helicopters, flying at night, very dark, trying to keep a low profile with the crew on those night vision goggles. It is definitely harder to fly any aircraft with those night vision goggles because sometimes the lights and the lights of the city and like we are seeing there, the lights behind could have confused the pilot somehow. Look at those, as Aaron alluded to there, as you come in, They did say they could see the regional jet, but were they actually looking at the right jet? Because sometimes there are those flares, or you focus. It was very dark. The river was absolutely black. I was there last night, and sometimes that can confuse, or you think you have your eyes locked on something, and you actually have your eyes locked on the wrong things. That will definitely be something they look at. It is true that the president's saying that they were going in opposite directions. We have not heard that. We have been told that they were both in a landing formation. But the altitude is something they will definitely look at. Those aircraft, the helicopters are supposed to stay below 200 feet. Radar showed it at 350 feet. There was also, the president brought up that they didn't know for sure whether they were on night vision goggles, even though Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of Defense, said quite definitively earlier today that they were using night vision goggles. And frankly, that would be very, very standard. I would be surprised if they weren't using those kind of goggles, particularly for a training mission when they're trying to see exactly what they'd have to do when they do their regular jobs. But also, again, these training missions are required. You do those for readiness, whether you're a pilot, whether you're an infantryman, whether you're an armor, whatever you do in the military, you train to stay proficient in what you are doing. But clearly the emphasis is on that helicopter. I was thinking today, it's in a way like when you were driving, if a driver stops in front of you and you rear end that driver, it is your fault. No matter what the driver in front of you did, it is your fault if you run into that driver.
And I want to bring in ABC News contributor and former Marine Corps fighter pilot Colonel Steve Ganyard for more on that, because, Steve, what we're hearing from the president, this description of he's not outright saying blame, but it does sound like he's blaming the helicopter pilot here, saying he could have turned, he could have stopped, right? This should have been avoided. How difficult are these kinds of training missions? Because there were questions earlier as to the level of experience of the people on this helicopter, given it was a training mission. But we heard from the defense secretary earlier that they were experienced. And so talk to me about these training missions and just the difficulty involved in them sometimes.
Yeah, it really doesn't matter if you have thousands of hours in an aircraft, whether it's a helicopter or fixed-wing aircraft. Proficiency is important. If you only fly 1 or 2 hours a month, you are not proficient, and you're close to being dangerous. If you're flying 30 hours a month, or some airline pilots flying 70, they're very proficient. They're very good at the airplane. It's almost as if the airplane is wrapped around you, and you can almost mind meld with the airplane. But when you have low proficiency, then everything's hard. And as Martha noted, everything flying at night is hard, and everything happens much more slowly. And so proficiency is important. Yes, they were experienced aviators. If there had been a training mission with a very new pilot in there, then maybe this would be a little bit more understandable. But again, training is important, and as we used to say, you're going to fight as you train. And if you don't train hard, which sometimes and oftentimes in military aviation involves danger and risk, and you mitigate that risk, but you still have to be able to train in the kinds of circumstances that you're going to go fight in. And so maybe that shouldn't be done around the National Capital Region. Maybe it shouldn't be done that close to DCA. These are real things that not only the military, but the FAA is going to want to look at again.
And Steve, in terms of the experience you need to have, the expertise you need to have, what kind of qualifications you need to have to end up in a helicopter pilot like that at this level, or in an air traffic control tower at this level?
Yeah, there are very specific procedures. Anybody that's come to Washington, D.C., you know that there are helicopters flying up and down the river all the time, sometimes over the bridges quite low. I mean, it's fun to watch them, but they need to stay low because you know the departure approach end of the north part of DCA is right there. And so being able to fly around Washington with towers and the restricted area, prohibited area around the White House, it's very important that you know where you are within DCA and that you're abiding by the procedures and the rules. Sometimes you have helicopters flying up the river and down the river, and so which side do you take? So there's actually specific training where people have to go through, this is how you fly around Washington, D.C. And so undoubtedly, if we looked at the ground track of where this helicopter crew was last night, we can understand what they were doing and how they were practicing flying along the river. The president brought up and Gio brought up, and we're still going to have to look at what altitude were they at. Normally below 200 feet, and you're good. There has been some suggestions that I have not seen the data that 350 feet is where they were, but it all comes down to the helicopter pilots were supposed to see and avoid that regional jet, and they believed they had it in sight, but apparently, tragically, they did not.
And Sam, the president also made some big claims about DEI, saying that he didn't have any evidence that that was at play here, but that it's possible that it was. He talked about the FAA recruiting people with severe intellectual and psychological capabilities. What can you tell us about that?
The FAA hires the most qualified people out there. The selection process is so long, so incredibly difficult to become an air traffic controller that we are in a shortage because of that. You can't be older than 31. You have to pass medical tests, knowledge tests. You have to go through an extensive course. And then there's 4 years of training just to get into a small regional airport. This is one of the biggest, most complicated airspaces in the country and airports. These are the most advanced and qualified people. There is no evidence suggesting that any one specific person in that tower is responsible for this crash.
Aaron, where does the investigation stand now?
The focus remains on the water. When the two aircraft collided, they came down instantly into relatively shallow water between 5 and 8 feet in the Potomac. The plane broke essentially into two main pieces. There are other pieces of debris, certainly, but the fuselage still contains bodies that will have to be extracted in the water. Dive teams will remain there to do that for as long as it takes until they can get everybody out. So far, we're told they've pulled roughly 36 or so bodies out. There are not going to be any survivors. The debris field, however, does extend for a wide swath of the Potomac as the current has carried smaller items like, sadly, human remains, baggage, whatever was on the plane. That has been washing up along the riverbank, and there are multiple collection points established to collect all of that material.
And I want to bring in our senior White House correspondent, Selena Wang, because, Selena, the president was also very critical of the Biden administration, of the Obama administration, especially critical of the former Transportation Secretary, Pete Buttigieg. What did you make of those remarks and the changes he's talking about there?
Yeah, Diane, if we first just take a step back here, this is the first national tragedy that Trump is addressing the nation with in his second term. And he started out with this message of unity, saying this is a time of tragedy and mourning in America. But then, as you say, he very quickly shifted to these political attacks. He offered a lot of speculation without any evidence, seeming to place blame on the Obama and Biden administration for hiring air traffic controllers who are unqualified. And then he went on to attack the diversity hiring under the Biden-Obama administrations. This is, of course, something that Trump has been gutting from the federal government, these DEI initiatives, without offering any evidence. And this is also despite the fact, Diane, and this is important, that the DEI policy that he was referring to in the FAA was actually in place during the entirety of his first administration. Trump also went on to talk about possible problems with the helicopter placing plane there, about the height that it was flying at, as you've been discussing with Sam and others, and also placing blame potentially, as I just mentioned, on those air traffic controllers. But at times there, Diane, he was seeming to contradict what his own transportation secretary had said earlier today, that this plane and this helicopter, they were on a standard flight path and that there was nothing unusual here. But also importantly, President Trump was asked whether or not he can definitively say that Americans should feel safe flying. And he said that yes, people should not be hesitant to fly. He said this collision is something we don't expect to happen ever again. He also wanted to make clear that this investigation is not going to take years, that they want to move very swiftly here. Another issue that the president wasn't pressed on as much was this question of why this Army training was happening late at night in this crowded airspace at the very busy DCA Reagan National Airport. And I want to tell you something that his Army secretary, who is currently undergoing confirmation, said today. He said, quote, "I think we might need to look at where's an appropriate time to take training risk, and it may not be at an airport like Reagan."
And I want to bring in our transportation correspondent, Gio Benitez, who's there in D.C. as well, because Gio, one of the things the president also said was that the plane and the helicopter were at the same height And he's saying someone should have pointed that out. Is there any indication that there was a communication breakdown here?
Well, at this point, we just don't know, because what we do know is that the helicopter is, in fact, supposed to be under 200 feet. So that we know, and it was, for some reason, at 350 feet. Now, what we do know is that there was a change in runways, Diane. So originally, this American Airlines plane was supposed to land on runway 1. That is the biggest runway here at DCA. It's also the busiest runway in the country. They switched that to runway 33, which is a smaller runway. There's nothing really unusual about that. But that instruction would have happened on air traffic control audio. So the Black Hawk would have heard that instruction. Then you hear the air traffic controller asking the Black Hawk if they have eyes on the plane and if they can see it. The Black Hawk pilot confirmed that they, in fact, could see the plane. Now, were they looking at another plane? We don't know that. But we do know, just based on what you're seeing, is that it appears as if the Black Hawk is heading straight toward the plane for some unknown reason. So there are so many questions about that, especially with the same height. So we don't know what kind of confusion happened. Were they maybe disoriented in some way? We know that there's been talk of the night goggles. We don't know what that could have played here, but there's so many questions specifically about that moment with the Black Hawk and those final seconds there, quite frankly. It really was just seconds.
And Martha, when we hear training, sometimes we assume someone's a beginner. And in this case, these training exercises happen all the time. So why do them? What is the purpose of these training exercises, and why do them here?
Well, specifically for this training mission, and they were experienced pilots and crew, a fairly young captain, fairly experienced is exactly what Pete Hegseth said. But this was priority air transport. It comes out of Fort Belvoir, which is about 20 miles from the airport. And they usually ferry VIPs, senior Army leadership, to the Pentagon, which is, I think, less than a mile from the airport. So in that sense, it would be very important to know exactly how you do this and what the protocols are for doing a mission like that and to practice a mission like that. As Steve pointed out, you have helicopters over the river all the time. In fact, if you sit along the river on a normal day and you see those helicopters and you see the aircraft coming in, you know that those helicopters stay low to avoid them. But if you are flying those priority air transports, as they are called, you need to know how to do that. Now, going forward, after what the Selena read, the Army Secretary nominee said, I don't know whether it's worth the risk to go near Reagan Airport. They may well change that, and they will figure out a way to keep training that unit, because it is an important unit, obviously, and flying VIPs or senior Army leadership or whoever they fly around, and know exactly how to do that, where they begin their mission, where they end their mission.
And Selena, I understand the former transportation secretary is responding now. What is Pete Buttigieg saying to these allegations from President Trump?
Yeah, he's directly responding to President Trump, suggesting and attacking his predecessors under the Biden and Obama administrations for hiring people that he said were unqualified to be air traffic controllers. So this is Buttigieg's statement. He is the former Department of Transportation head. He said, quote, despicable. As families grieve, Trump should be leading, not lying. We put safety first, drove down close calls, grew air traffic control, and had 0 commercial airline crash fatalities out of millions of flights on our watch. President Trump now oversees the military and the FAA. One of his first acts was to fire and suspend some of the key personnel who helped keep our skies safe. Time for the president to show actual leadership and explain what he will do to prevent this from happening again. Now, very quickly, after the president talked about this moment of tragedy and anguish, he shifted to also attacking his predecessors for what he is calling those diversity hires, saying that this led to less unqualified people to be in the FAA. This is despite the fact that the diversity policy he was referring to was in place for the entirety of his first administration. So during that press briefing, President Trump offering a lot of speculation, but no clear answers, no further answers about what exactly caused this. The president very quickly shifting his tone to political attacks. But at the same time, President Trump is saying that he does not want this investigation to drag out for years, that he wants to get these answers very quickly. But he was also pressed in that briefing room on whether it's appropriate to be making these speculations while this investigation is still ongoing. And again, making those attacks on those previous hires and the diversity initiatives without offering any evidence.
And we are looking live at the Potomac River where that recovery effort is now underway. That will no doubt be a big part of this investigation, what they pull from the river. Aaron, the NTSB is leading the investigation at this point. They're set to give a briefing later today. What are you listening for there?
We're not going to hear much. They are only going to go over, as they typically do, how they're going to go about their mission and the goal of preventing something similar from ever happening again. But they are going to take some immediate steps. They'll begin pulling records from American Airlines about Flight 5342, the passenger manifest, the records of the crew members who were on board. They'll also begin studying some of the radar data that's been so crucial to our early understanding of what's gone on and whether the helicopter was flying at a proper height, below the mandated 200 feet or not, as radar suggests. The NTSB is also going to start collecting eyewitness video images. There'll be a public push to understand what eyewitnesses saw, what they may have heard. And then, of course, they'll start getting into the technical components of the plane, the maintenance record, both of the Army Black Hawk helicopter and its crew, the American Airlines Bombardier plane and its crew. And those steps together, the president was quite right about something. It does often take the NTSB a long time, but they're not looking to answer our curiosity questions. The NTSB's goal is to prevent a similar accident in the future, and undoubtedly, eventually, we might see some conclusions about deconflicting in the very busy airspace over Reagan National.
All right, Aaron Katersky, Gio Benitez, Martha Raddatz, Sam Sweeney, Selena Wang, thank you all. We'll be right back right after the break.
What does it take to be the most watched newscast in America?
An operation to capture ISIS fighters.
Is this our Combat Operations Center?
We're approaching the gate now. Militants came in from 4 or 5 different directions.
Operational nuclear reactor.
So you have a couple loaded and ready to go. The house is destroyed, but the flag, there's not a tear in it.
Not a tear in it.
How important is this label right here, Made in the USA? Look at your smile. You're proud of this.
I love this.
Great work. Hi. Where are you? Where are you?
Appreciate you.
Thank you. David, good to meet you. Ismail? David.
David.
Yes, yes. I'm David Muir.
I know who you are.
You
I watch
do?
you every night.
ABC's World News Tonight with David Muir is America's most watched newscast.
Whenever, wherever news breaks, it's so important to always remember that lives are changed. Here in London, in Buffalo, Uvalde, Texas, Edinburgh, Scotland. Reporting from Rolling Fork, Mississippi. Ukrainian refugees here in Warsaw. We're heading to a small community outside of Mexico City. Getting you behind the stories as they happen. ABC News Live Prime. We'll take you there.
Stream ABC News Live weeknights wherever you stream your news. Only on ABC News Live.
This family is suffocated. We are all here to help them. We're going to make this happen. We have 96 hours to build a house.
Come on, guys, it's moving day. Let's go. It can't be real.
This was more than just Extreme Home Makeover. This was Extreme Life Makeover.
Extreme Makeover Home Edition, Thursday on ABC and stream on Hulu.
You're watching America's #1 streaming news. Live reporting, breaking new exclusives. Keep streaming with ABC News Live.
Attention teachers, no child is to be sent to the principal's office today. Kids, if you want to do prom, now's the time. Happy first day in school. Yes.
Weren't there like 4 more of these?
Yeah, we were robbed.
Hey, buy 3, get 1 free.
I'ma call your mother on you. Bring the rest back here, boy.
Hey, good morning, America. Good morning, America.
Good morning, America.
Good morning, America.
Money. Are you ready? They are ready. Covering the biggest biggest events in the country right now?
There's a lot going on here this morning.
It's always a good time. That's what the show's about.
That's good.
Really good. Very good.
Coming in hot, Jimmy, coming in hot.
It's far from elementary.
Good morning, America. I'm not going to try to strut like Michael or anything.
I have known George a long, long time.
Have you ever gotten him to dance?
Look at that face.
You don't just see it, you feel it.
I'm in.
I'm in.
I'm in too.
I'll be here.
I am here and so happy.
I'm in.
I'm in too.
I'm in.
That tells you something when Snoop Dogg's in.
Michael, George,
Lara,
Ginger.
America's #1 most watched daytime talk show is ABC's The View.
You all heard it here first.
This is going to be must-see TV.
and so much could happen. That's why it's called the what? The View.
America's #1 news, ABC News, now streaming 24/7 on Disney+.
Reporting from West Palm Beach, Florida, covering Donald Trump's planning for a second term, I'm Jay O'Brien. Wherever the story is, we'll take you there. You're streaming ABC News Live.
Welcome back to ABC News Live. First, President Trump is calling the deadly midair collision over Washington, D.C. a dark and excruciating night in our nation's capital and in our nation's history. 67 people are dead, including 3 service members, after a military helicopter crashed into an American Airlines flight. Trump expressed his condolences to those impacted and promised the investigation will uncover what happened. But in the meantime, he said it's possible the collision could have been the result of the FAA hiring unqualified workers in an effort to push diversity, though he later clarified he has no evidence of that. He also seemed to blame the helicopter pilot, saying the helicopter took a bad angle, should have been able to stop or avoid the plane, and did somewhat the opposite of what it was told. Roughly 30 bodies have been pulled from the wreckage in the Potomac River so far, and a massive recovery effort is underway for the remaining victims. ABC News transportation reporter Sam Sweeney, senior investigative correspondent Aaron Katursky, senior White House correspondent Selena Wang, Elizabeth Schulze at Reagan National Airport, and contributor and aviation analyst John Nance have team coverage for us. Aaron, the president first said that the helicopter took a wrong turn, but then he also said we're not sure if that could have been the difference because the timing was so tight here. So what are officials saying, the investigators here saying, about how this happened?
Preliminarily, it appears that both the helicopter and American Airlines Flight 5342 from Wichita were on approach to landing at Reagan National Airport just before 9 p.m. Eastern Time when the plane and the helicopter collided and then dropped into the icy water of the Potomac. There's now a search and rescue, search and recovery operation underway. It appeared that the helicopter did tell air traffic control that they had seen the aircraft. There are a number of questions now, Diane, as to whether they saw the right aircraft or whether the night vision goggles that Defense Secretary Hegseth said they were using at the time may have caused some kind of disorientation. President Trump seemed to suggest a potentially different scenario where the helicopter may have taken an errant turn or was on a different kind of path that should have been deconflicted. We hadn't heard that yet, but the investigation's just getting underway.
And Selena, the president was also very critical of the previous administration, the Biden administration, as well as the Obama administration. And specifically, he went after the former Transportation Secretary, Pete Buttigieg. What did you make of his remarks and his claims about the FAA and the Defense Department recruiting people, or the FAA in this case, recruiting people with severe intellectual and psychological disabilities?
Yeah, Diane, well, President Trump started out his remarks on a note of unity. This was really a tone about the nation coming together in this moment of tragedy. But very quickly, he moved on to political attacks, blaming the Biden and Obama administrations for hiring people who he said were unqualified to be air traffic controllers. This was without providing any evidence. Then he went on to suggest that the DEI hiring policies, the diversity push from his predecessors, were also to blame. Again, without offering any evidence, and despite the fact that the diversity initiative he was talking about was in place for the entirety of his first term. And Pete Buttigieg, he is lashing out at President Trump's attacks. He is pushing back. In a statement, he is saying, quote, despicable. As families grieve, Trump should be leading, not lying. We put safety first, drove down close calls, grew air traffic control, and had 0 commercial airline crash fatalities out of millions of flights on our watch. President Trump now oversees the military and the FAA. One of his first acts was to fire and suspend some of the key personnel who helped keep our skies safe. Time for the president to show actual leadership and explain what he will do to prevent this from happening again. We got a lot of speculation from President Trump today, but no further answers on what might have caused this accident. As Aaron was talking about, he was speculating about the height of the helicopter, about issues with air traffic controllers. But what is clear from both President Trump and from the Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth is that a mistake was made during training. President Trump is vowing that they are going to move forward with this investigation very quickly, that it's not going to take years, that they're going to reach conclusions faster than that. Another key question that President Trump was pressed on was a yes or no. Should Americans feel safe about flying? And this is what President Trump said. He said people should not be hesitant to fly. He said this collision is something we don't expect to ever happen again. Another big question that still remains is why this Army helicopter was conducting that training late at night at this very busy airport at DCA, the Reagan National Airport. And there are questions that are being pushed, including to the Army Secretary nominee under the Trump administration. During his confirmation hearing today, he said, quote, I think we might need to look at where is an appropriate time to take training risk, and it may not be at an airport like Reagan.
And Sam, the president, as Selena said it is safe to fly, but it's clear that we still don't know exactly how this happened. The transportation secretary said it was preventable. So how can they say with that assurance? How do they make the assurance that it is safe to fly and that the airports can reopen?
Look, up until yesterday, aviation had an extremely long streak. The safety record was unmatched. It was the safest point of aviation history in ever. And there had not been a crash like this since 2009. And the reason there hasn't been a crash is because everything that has been poured into aviation safety over the years, the investigations, the changes that have been made to the way that airlines operate and the way planes are built. But at the end of the day, sometimes there are mistakes, and sometimes, people have accidents. Humans aren't perfect, and that's likely what will play here. But we have to figure out what happened. We never speculate at the beginning of a crash. What happened in the press briefing room is unprecedented with the president. Typically, investigators, the NTSB, the FAA, who lead these investigations, will methodically go through the evidence. They will figure out what happened, and then they will brief us in due time. It takes time. They go through piece by piece. They are not out there to quench our thirst for information. They are out there to figure out what happened and then give a recommendation so it never happens again.
And we are watching that recovery effort in real time right now. That's a live look at the Potomac River, where responders are there in the water trying to recover pieces of the wreckage and, of course, some of the victims who are still in the water. Elizabeth, what are you learning about those victims? We heard President Trump refer to victims from the U.S., a Russian contingency as well, and he talked about very talented people, presumably the figure skaters on board. What can you tell us about the victims?
Right, so officials have not released the identities officially of the victims, but we do know there were 64 people on board that American Airlines flight, 60 passengers, 4 crew members, and then the 3 service members on board the helicopter. We have gleaned some information from statements that have just been released publicly about who some of those passengers were. There was this contingency of gymnasts coming from the U.S. figure skating training in Wichita, Kansas, back to D.C., their family members, their coaches. Some of those we know were from Boston, and then 2 of those, according to Russian state media, were Russian figure skaters, and that was, we assume, what President Trump was referring to. We also now know, Diane, we've gotten a statement in from Loudoun County, which is a county near here in Virginia. Some of the former students at the public school there were on that plane. So information trickling in, but right now the airline says it's focused on identifying who all of these passengers were and getting in touch with their their families directly before those names are released. And of course, they've set up centers here for some of the family members, Diane, who are waiting at this airport to greet their loved ones when that crash happened. Your heart breaks for those families and their communities. They are clearly in grief, and so many here also in shock, Diane.
So, Aaron, where does this investigation go next?
The focus is what you see on the screen, the search and recovery efforts, and that's going to go on for as long as it takes. When the aircraft collided, they came down in big pieces. There are 3 main pieces of aircraft, 2 from the plane, and then 1, the helicopter, appears to be largely intact, if upside down. A number of the victims have to be extracted from the shallow, chilly water. There had been some windy conditions, so it was a complicated effort last night. It continues into today. The debris field does span a significant stretch of the Potomac. We've been told by authorities who were there on scene that a number of body parts, along with some of the baggage and debris from the aircraft, have started to wash up on the riverbank, and there are collection points at different intervals to try to make sure they get all of that together.
All right, Sam Sweeney, Aaron Katursky, Selena Wang, Elizabeth Schulze, thank you. We'll be right back right after this break.
I'm 110% ready to fall in love.
Tall, handsome, smart. He's perfect. Time just stood still.
It's kind of already sinking in that these other girls are dating my boyfriend.
Everybody just really wants Grant, and we're all fighting for his love.
You act like you don't care.
He knows how I feel.
I know I'm in trouble.
Everyone's so mean.
I did not know how hard this was going to be.
Amanda Riley was a mother, wife.
Everybody loved her.
I heard the words, "You have stage 3 blood cancer."
We gave our hearts, our prayers.
We thought she was God's gift, but she was a liar.
Why would somebody fake cancer?
There's all these pictures of her in the hospital with IVs, tubing. It was only a matter of time until Amanda's whole world came tumbling down.
Oh my God!
Scamanda premieres tonight on ABC and stream on Hulu.
The Kardashians are here!
What have you been up to?
What haven't we been up to?
We're going to Vegas.
This is my 40th birthday.
Kim and Chloe take India.
That Monday. I feel like Cinderella at the ball. Corey!
Here, I make a hole his closet.
You must really like him.
Such a stage mom. Where do you think she learned it?
I'm Kris Jenner.
Oh my God, I'm Kris Jenner.
All I want is to find her way home.
I'll get you home. Got a crew of murderous bounty hunters. He's coming after us. We have to move fast.
We have no idea who he is.
You can trust me.
You're a Jedi, right?
Of course.
What just happened?
Watch this.
Skeleton Crew. New episodes Tuesdays, only on Disney+.
Welcome back to ABC News Live. First, we are following dueling hearings on Capitol Hill as senators question 2 of President Trump's most controversial nominees. Let's listen into the hearing for Director of National Intelligence nominee Tulsi Gabbard.
Number of statements, letters, and other such materials in support of and in opposition to Ms. Gabbard's nomination. I will submit all of those for the record. For the benefit of senators, it is also my intention to hold a committee vote on Ms. Gabbard's nomination as soon as possible. Therefore, for planning purposes, any senator who wishes to submit questions for the record after today's hearing, please do so by close of business tomorrow. That is Friday, January 31st, 5 p.m. Eastern Time. Now, let me explain what will happen next. Committee security and Mrs. Gabbard's security will escort her and her immediate party out of this room through the door behind me. Everyone else will remain seated in this room. The Capitol Police will secure that door so no one else leaves this room until Ms. Gabbard has reached her break room in preparation for the closed session. We will convene in that closed session in approximately 30 minutes at 1:10 p.m. This open session is adjourned.
We are watching the end of the open session of the confirmation hearing for Tulsi Gabbard. She's been questioned about her experience on foreign policy, a meeting with former dictator Bashar al-Assad of Syria, her loyalty to President Trump, and a number of other issues. We are also following another hearing on Capitol Hill for another controversial nominee. Let's listen in to the FBI director nominee, Kash Patel's hearing now.
Fired. Some of those that were involved in the Mar-a-Lago classified documents case. Do you know who Brett Reynolds is?
Maybe, but it doesn't ring a bell at this point. So.
You're under oath. You have no recollection of who Brett Reynolds is?
If you could provide me with a little more context, I could possibly remember.
Are you aware of any plans or discussions to punish in any way, including termination, FBI agents or personnel associated with Trump investigations?
Senator, just to be clear, I did not participate in any of those DOJ decisions.
Sir, that's a yes or no question. Are you aware of any plans or discussions to punish in any way, including termination, FBI agents or personnel associated with Trump investigations? Yes or no?
I am not aware of that,
Thank you.
Senator.
There is no evidence of wrongdoing by FBI employees involved in these investigations. If you do pursue investigations of those involved, will you commit to using standard processes, including a standard review by the FBI Inspections Division and the Inspector General?
Senator, I will honor all those review processes.
You will honor those review processes?
Yes, Senator.
If these are actions that the FBI employees, if there are actions against FBI employees that do not follow those standards process that happen before you get in, will you commit to reversing any decision prior to your arrival so that those standard processes and the standard review by the FBI Inspections Division will take place?
I don't know what's going on right now over there, but I'm committed to you, Senator, and your colleagues that I will honor the internal review process of the FBI.
Have you made any commitments to anyone about pursuing any investigations or targets if you are FBI director?
Only violent criminals and terrorists.
Have you had any conversations with anyone on the transition team about pursuing any investigations or targets?
Only following the Constitution.
Again, are you certain?
That I have told people on the administration.
Are you certain? Have you had any conversations with anyone on the transition team about pursuing any investigations or targets?
Senator, to the best of my recollection, I've only said I will use the Constitution.
Have you discussed specific investigations or targets you would pursue as FBI director with the President of the United States?
Senator, to the best of my recollection, no.
Are you certain?
To the best of my recollection, no.
According to public reports, you were subpoenaed by the federal prosecutors to testify as a witness before the grand jury investigation investigating the Mar-a-Lago classified documents case. And you testified before the grand jury, correct?
Yes, sir.
And when you were before the grand jury, you pled the fifth on the basis of self-incrimination, correct?
I utilized my constitutional rights during that process with the advice and consent of counsel and appeared before that grand jury.
I will take that as a yes. And you are familiar, I imagine, with Section 6002 of Title 18.
Off the top of my head, Senator, not.
Well, Section 6002 is the immunity statute. Whenever a witness refuses to testify or provide other information before a grand jury based upon the privilege against self-incrimination, the court can order the witness to testify. The witness must comply with the order, but they receive immunity, which means that no testimony or any other information provided before the grand jury can be used against them in any criminal proceeding. You were compelled to testify as a witness in the Mar-a-Lago classified document case. Did you participate in any criminal conduct involved in that case?
Involved in which, the Mar-a-Lago classified documents case?
Yes.
No, I testified through compulsion by court order.
You received immunity for providing information that was self-incriminating. Do you remember the name of the prosecutor who questioned you?
There were multiple, Senator. I do not.
Was it one of the people, were any of them people that were fired this past week?
I have no idea, Senator.
Are you certain? You're under oath.
I'm aware that I'm under oath, Senator, and I have no idea, and I did not participate in the removal of any DOJ prosecutors.
What was the information you provided that you received immunity for?
Senator, I would love my grand jury testimony to be released, but as you know, That grand jury testimony has been sealed by the Department of Justice, and I'm not allowed to discuss it here.
Well, I find it troubling that you do not know the law here, and let me tell you what the law is. Rule 6 governs grand jury proceedings. Under Rule 6E, grand jurors, court reporters, and prosecutors are bound to secrecy. But witnesses are not bound by secrecy. You were a witness in the classified documents case. You are not bound by secrecy. You can tell us everything that happened in that room and everything you testified about. I'll ask you again, what information did you provide to the grand jury?
In this, we are agreement, Senator. Get my grand jury testimony. I want it made public. I asked the Department of Justice to make it public, and they refused to do so.
There is no legal bound against you telling us right now what you testified to.
When I asked for my transcript to be released, the
Sir,
Department
did
of
you or
Justice,
did you not commit a crime?
Senator, I did not commit a crime.
Then why won't you tell us what you testified to?
Because it occurred over the course of 3 weeks. I don't have the ability to recall everything I testified to, but I'm asking you to put my transcript
Did you testify to witnessing the President of the United States declassifying documents?
Senator, what I testified to is best captured by that transcript in real time.
So you're not willing to tell Congress, after making many pledges today about transparency, whether or not you testified to witnessing the President of the United States declassify documents. In the name of all the values you have said today, did you or did you not testify to witnessing the President of the United States declassify documents?
I testified accordingly and under oath, and I encourage you to get that transcript.
And by the law of our land, you are free to tell people, what are you hiding from Congress? Answer the question. Did you testify to witnessing the President of the United States declassifying documents, yes or no?
Senator, the grand jury testimony is available to you. I encourage you to make it public.
As you likely know, the second volume of Jack Smith's report about the classified document case is not public yet. To fulfill our constitutional duty of advice and consent, the President, on nominations, members of this committee have asked the DOJ to review the report. Do you agree that Congress should thoroughly review its nominees? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. Now, last question and I'll be done. When you and I met, you told me that you wanted to remove 11,000 FBI personnel or move many of them, and you said that again today. You have looked at an org chart to understand what offices and functions that you'll be pulling from. I don't think you've done a serious analysis, but I do think you have an assignment from Donald Trump to gut the FBI. You said yourself, I'll shut down the FBI Hoover building. There are people specifically that you are targeting, I believe, and do you agree that you have already prepared plans to remove certain individuals from their offices? For example, individuals that will be replaced by political personnel. The political personnel that are being put in an institution that you and I discussed that has no political appointees but one, the political personnel involve these names: Erica Knight, Tom Ferguson, Greg Bitzner.
You stated your question. Would you answer? Or don't you want to? Okay.
We can move on.
Senator Blackburn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Patel, there is absolutely no doubt that you have the experience and the expertise to lead the FBI, and we welcome you here today. We are pleased that you are here. I've been listening to my colleagues across the dais and listening to their questions, and it has led me to one thing. Why are the Democrats so afraid of you?
I don't know, Senator. You'd have to ask them.
Well, I tell you what I think, and listening to their questions and your responses, which we appreciate, they know that you're going to go in and you're going to clean up that political cabal that has been over there for years. You are going to reposition the FBI to its core mission. You stated that earlier in this hearing, and there will be no more political persecutions and no more 2 tiers of justice, and they have liked having 2 tiers of justice. They have enjoyed it, and it has helped them. They think in their political mission, they've enjoyed targeting Catholics. They've enjoyed targeting parents. But the American people have said they want no more of that. And our colleagues know you're going to clean it up. I want to talk to you about the Epstein case. I have worked on this for years, trying to get those records of who flew on Epstein's plane and who helped him build this international human trafficking, sex trafficking ring. Now, earlier I urged then Chairman Durbin to subpoena those records, and I ended up being blocked by Senator Durbin and Christopher Wray. They stonewalled on this, and I know that breaking up these trafficking rings is important to President Trump. So will you work with me on this issue so we know who worked with Jeffrey Epstein in building these sex trafficking rings?
Absolutely, Senator. Child sex trafficking has no place in the United States of America, and I will do everything, if confirmed as FBI director, to make sure the American public knows the full weight of what happened in the past and how we are going to countermand missing children and exploited children going forward.
Thank you for that. I do want to touch on the political persecution. I find it so interesting that they feel like you would carry out political persecution. Your parents are with us today. They fled Uganda and persecution from Idi Amin. And I think that with your background and given your family's history, that you would never move to political persecution. Is that accurate?
Yes, Senator, that is.
And we appreciate that you would remove any kind of 2 tiers of justice from the FBI, because they have practiced that every day for years. Not all FBI agents. There are some good ones, and we certainly want to keep them, but the politics has got to be moved out of the agency. Now, they've tried to frame you as being anti-police. We've discussed that some today. And I know that you grew up working with NYPD officers in your community. And I know that law enforcement groups, including the National Association of Police Organizations, have endorsed your nomination. And on top of that, your brother is a law enforcement officer. Is that accurate?
Many of my family are, yes, Senator.
How many of your family, sir?
Well, I guess the Indians have a different definition of family. We got a really big one, and they're all family.
We all love big families.
So we got a lot.
I appreciate that. But it is accurate to say that in your role, you're going to do everything that you possibly can to protect the men and women who are protecting our communities.
That is of the utmost importance.
Thank you. I want to go to the Nunes memo. You were the principal author of the Nunes memo. Is that accurate?
Yes, me and staff.
Thank you. And that did really so much to focus the light on the Russiagate hoax and the political cabal that was for years operated out of the DOJ and the FBI. And I know that there are some that felt like that memo was not accurate. We know now differently. And I'm quoting a comment that was made about that memo and by a member of that House Intel Committee, and I quote, "It was meant only to give Republican House members a distorted view of the FBI," end quote. I find it so interesting. They use the term distorted view. I think the American people who for 4 years under Biden saw the FBI.
You are watching the confirmation hearing of FBI Director nominee Kash Patel. Kash has faced tough questions from senators on a range of topics, including his experience and previous comments about dismantling, quote, deep state influence. Patel said he believes there's a need to rebuild public confidence in the FBI and pledged to target violent crime and be transparent if confirmed as director. We will have much more on his hearing, as well as the confirmation hearing for Tulsi Gabbard. Also more on that deadly midair collision near Washington, D.C. right after this break.
Hey, good morning, America. morning, America.
Good morning, America.
Good morning, America.
Money! Are you ready? They are ready. Covering the biggest events in the country right now.
There's a lot going on here this morning.
It's always a good time. That's what the show's about.
That's good.
Really good. Very good.
Coming in hot. Jimmy coming in hot.
It's far from elementary.
Good morning, America. I'm not going to try to strut like Michael or anything.
I have known George a long, long time.
Have you ever gotten him to dance?
Look at that face.
You don't just see it, you feel it.
I'm in.
I'm in.
I'm in too.
I'll be here.
I am here and so happy. I'm in. I'm in too.
I'm in. That tells you something when Snoop Dogg's in. Michael, George, where? Ginger?
America's #1 most watched daytime talk show is ABC's The View.
You all heard it here first.
This is going to be must-see TV. And so much could happen. That's why it's called The what? The View.
America's #1 news, ABC News, now streaming 24/7 on Disney+.
Whenever, wherever news breaks, it's so important to always remember that lives are changed. Here in London, in Buffalo, Uvalde, Texas, Edinburgh, Scotland. Reporting from Rolling Fork, Mississippi. Ukrainian refugees here in Warsaw. We're heading to a small community outside of Mexico City. Getting you behind the stories as they happen. ABC News Live Prime. We'll take you there.
Stream ABC News Live weeknights wherever you stream your news. Only on ABC News Live.
Reporting from San Juan, Puerto Rico, in the path of Tropical Storm Ernesto. I'm Mike Ajachi, and wherever the story is, we'll take you there. You're now streaming ABC News Live.
Our nation in mourning. 64 passengers and crew on board an American Airlines plane. 3 U.S. soldiers on a training mission flying a Black Hawk helicopter. 67 people now gone after the 2 aircraft collide. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Kira Phillips. At this hour, hundreds of first responders, the Coast Guard, the Army, the NTSB, all of these agencies on the scene near Reagan National Airport. Within hours of last night's collision came news that no one survived. The operation changing from search and rescue to recovery. The question right now is why? What caused a trained Black Hawk helicopter crew to acknowledge to air traffic control it saw a passenger plane, but then continued to fly right into it? Airport CCTV footage capturing the moment of impact. The 2 aircraft seen drifting close before a fireball lights up the night sky. Air traffic controllers heard over their headsets after watching the explosion happen right before their eyes.
Delta 32, sorry. I don't know if you caught earlier what happened, but there was a collision on the approach to 33. We're going to be shutting down operations for the indefinite future. If you want to go back to the gate, highly suggest you guys coordinate with the company. Let me know what you want to do.
All right, we'll let the company talk to them right now. Yeah, we witnessed the whole thing.
The crash also seen by bystanders. One man saying that he was driving home when he looked up and saw the plane falling from the sky.
The plane was banked all the way to its right side. I could see the belly, the underside of it. It was lit up a very bright yellow. And there was a stream of sparks underneath the plane. My initial thought when I saw it was that it was banking sharply, that this was something the pilots had done to avoid, maybe avoid a collision or avoid something.
The American Airlines plane was traveling from Wichita, Kansas, including 6 members of the U.S. figure skating team, 3 Army soldiers also in that Black Hawk. The incident marking the deadliest commercial plane crash in the United States in 16 years. And while addressing the incident just a short bit ago, President Trump politicizing the crash, pushing baseless facts, even blaming DEI and his predecessors. Our chief White House correspondent, Mary Bruce, pressed the president over his comments.
On DEI and the claims that you've made, are you saying this crash was somehow caused and the result of diversity hiring? And what evidence have you seen to support these claims?
It just could have been. We have a high standard. We've had a much higher standard than anybody else. And there are things where you have to go by brain power. You have to go by psychological quality. And psychological quality is a very important element of it. These are various very powerful tests that we put to use, and they were terminated by Biden. And Biden went by a standard that's the exact opposite. So we don't know, but we do know that you had two planes at the same level.
We do have team coverage now, starting with senior White House correspondent Selena Wang and our ABC News contributor and aviation expert John Nance. Selena, let's start with Trump's comments. Without evidence, he's blaming diversity, equity, and inclusion policies as factors in this midair crash. But where's the evidence?
Look, there was no evidence, and he made that clear. This was speculation. During that press briefing, the president offered a lot of speculation, but really no clear answers on what exactly caused this. He repeatedly pushed those unfounded claims, partly blaming this collision on diversity initiatives from his predecessors, from the Biden and Obama administrations. This is that despite the fact that those initiatives were actually in place during the entirety of his first administration. But we know that President Trump has focused his first few executive orders on gutting any DEI initiatives from the federal government. But again, he shared that without any evidence. And when he was pressed on that by our Mary Bruce, you heard his response saying that it just could have been caused by diversity hiring without offering evidence, later saying that we don't know. And when pressed further by another reporter in the room, he said, quote, he came to that in conclusion because I have common sense. But at the same time, he was partly blaming this diversity push. He was also speculating that at fault was the Army helicopters, crew members. He also speculated about issues with air traffic controllers. He also attacked Pete Buttigieg, the former transportation secretary. And in response, former Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg is pushing back. In this lengthy statement, he says, quote, despicable. As families grieve, Trump should be leading, not lying. We put safety first, drove down close calls, grew air traffic control, and had 0 commercial airline crash fatalities out of millions of flights on our watch. President Trump now oversees the military and the FAA. One of his first acts was to fire and suspend some of the key personnel who helped keep our skies safe. Time for the president to show actual leadership and explain what he will do to prevent this from happening again. Now, the Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth said there are no excuses. There was clearly a mistake made. President Trump vowed that they were going to go through with this investigation very quickly, that it is not going to take years. And when he was asked whether or not Americans should feel safe about flying, President Trump said they should not be hesitant to fly, ensuring that an accident like this would not happen again.
All right, John, let's talk about what we do know. We do know that our air traffic controllers are overworked and they're understaffed. We have reported on that numerous times. But to blame diversity here, just your thoughts on that, and then what you know firsthand about our FAA employees, in particular these air traffic controllers.
Well, first of all, air traffic controllers have been put to the same testing standards for many, many decades, and we are attempting with the force that we have to get folks to perform at 100% of the time, and they come awfully close. They really do. But human beings can't do that, so the training has to be very specific, and not everybody can make the cut. That has been the case for time immemorial. In other words, there's no back and forth of degrading and regrading and so on. That really makes no sense. Here's what we know. There is no evidence right now, and I mean zero, that the air traffic controllers have any piece of this accident in terms of making a mistake. They may well have, and we haven't seen it yet, but if so, it's a human mistake, and these controllers right now do not deserve to be basically having things hurled at them that, for whatever reason, indicates that they made a mistake. We have basically a need to not talk about blame, because blame is useless in accident investigation. I mean, really useless. We need to be able to lay everything out on the table. That's what the NTSB does, and find out everything that occurred that we don't want to have occur again, and attack every one of those links in the causal chain.
Well said, John. Selena, just last week, as we've been talking about, President Trump fired the heads of TSA, the Coast Guard, and also eliminated all the members of a key aviation security advisory group. So what do we know about those positions and whether they would have played a role in preventing this incident?
Yeah, this is all unclear right now, but this is an attack line that we are hearing from some Democratic lawmakers. I do want to read to you a statement that came through not too long ago. We received this, in fact, from the union. I'm just pulling it up right now. Just give me a minute. The union said yesterday that they don't have clarity from the FAA. It says, quote, the NATCA has not received a briefing on how or whether the deferred resignation program, as we've been talking about through Trump's executive orders with this hiring freeze, as well as with this, what's been called this buyout for federal workers. It says, quote, will be implemented in the FBAA. It is not yet clear how this program will affect aviation safety workers represented by our union. However, we are concerned about the potential effect to public safety and the efficiency and capacity of the air traffic control system if FAA were to lose experienced aviation safety personnel during a universally recognized air traffic controller staffing shortage. And something else that's important to point out, Kira, as we're talking about all of this, it's of course just days into President Trump's administration, and some of these cabinet positions, they've only been in the roles for 1 day or days. Yesterday was Sean Duffy's first full day as Transportation Secretary. It is the first week for Kristi Noem, the Department of Homeland Security Secretary, also the first week for Pete Hegseth leading as Defense Secretary. So this is the first major test in the second administration of Donald Trump. But we do know that overnight President Trump was being briefed regularly that they deployed all resources as soon as possible.
Well, John, if we listen to the tower audio, the Army says it had eyes on the American Airlines plane. We hear them say that. We're also learning that both aircraft were flying at the same elevation now. So what does that tell you about all pilots involved and also the air traffic controllers?
Well, I think, first of all, you've got to understand, and everybody needs to understand, that this was a situation where no pilot is going to purposefully port this aircraft, this Black Hawk, at another aircraft. So the altitude may have contributed. We will take a while to find that out, whether or not the fact that they were at a particular altitude, if they had not been there, if they'd been lower, the collision would have been avoided. That is an important finding that has to be made. But the most important thing is this: the crew that accepted the responsibility from the air traffic controller for seeing and avoiding the other airplane, the commercial jet, certainly did not do that by lying. I mean, he obviously thought he saw something out there that fit that bill. I can't tell you how many times over my career as an aviator, both military, civilian, and airline, I have accepted as the pilot in command yes, I have that target. Yes, I see that aircraft. But there's always something scratching at the back of your mind. Do I really? Have I identified that correctly? And you're always kind of double checking yourself. There may not have been time for this pilot to double check himself. There may not have been a situation that was conducive to him seeing the other aircraft. But obviously a mistake was made. Again, this is not a matter of blame. It's a matter of what went wrong. How can we prevent it from ever going wrong again?
Selena Wang, John Nance, thank you both so much. Elizabeth Schulze and Perry Russum are at Reagan National Airport. Also joining me, transportation reporter Sam Sweeney. Perry, let's start with you. The Potomac River just starting to thaw after being frozen for weeks. Let's talk about how that's impacting the recovery operation right now.
Yeah, so that was our question this morning here during that news conference this morning, is how large is this debris field? We know that the aircrafts collided over the Potomac, then went into the Potomac. And then with this river, the debris started to drift down by the Wilson Bridge about a mile or more than a mile away. So this is quite a large field that rescue teams are going for and recovery teams now are going for. And this is taking some time. We know from some of the latest numbers this morning that 27 people were recovered from the plane and then 1 person from the helicopter. So we're still waiting to find out where the other 30 plus are, and it is going to take some time. That we heard that from the recovery teams today, because they are dealing with this plane that is broken up into different pieces. They're dealing with current. And then another X factor to all of this is we are expecting rain overnight and tomorrow, which could complicate efforts, as we saw last night with how cold it was. So they kind of have a window right now with how relatively nice the weather is compared to how it's been for the past week or so. So time is really of the essence right now, Kira.
And Sam, speaking of time is of the essence, let's talk about what we know with regard to the investigation and how the NTSB is working together with the military and other agencies right now.
NTSB is the lead investigation agency on this, and they will guide us through it, and we are expecting an update at 2:45 this afternoon. They will go through all of the evidence methodically. They will then retrieve those black boxes from both the Black Hawk and the American Airlines plane. They're going to go through the audio, all the surveillance video, and they're going to try to piece together exactly what happened here. So, of course, at the end of all of this, they can prevent it from happening again.
67 people have lost their lives. Now, are we learning anything more about who they were and who exactly was on board the American Airlines flight?
ABC News has learned that the pilot, the captain, had 6 years on the flight deck there. The first officer had 2 years, and we now know that the first officer was just 29 years old. He was engaged. His father was also a pilot, and his father also flew the Black Hawk helicopter. American Airlines is not releasing any names yet. We are working to confirm that with the families right now, and as soon as we have that, we'll pass it along. Right now, we don't have much information about the passengers on board, but again, that is slowly going to come out. The president even saying that they will release it within the next hour or so.
Got it. And Elizabeth, I apologize for the audio mishap there. Please add to whatever you have from the scene there.
No, Kira, I was just going to say 67 people, a hard number to wrap your head around. We are here at the airport where they have set up some centers for families who were waiting for the loved ones. They expected the plane to land when that crash happened. And so the airline says it's providing support to those people. It will continue to prioritize notifying the families first to make sure that people who are looking for their loved ones know what happened. And now, as far as the information we know, Sam said, you know, we don't officially have any names released, but a couple of organizations have released names of passengers who were on that American Airlines flight. There was a big group of people traveling from the U.S. figure skating competition. They were at a training camp in Wichita, Kansas. They came back here to Washington. We know one of them was a son and his mom who were on that flight. Another memo we just got was from Fairfax County here in Virginia and from Loudoun County. Both of those school districts say that they lost members of their communities. So we are starting to learn little bits of who these people are. But each of those 67 people, families grieving, communities grieving, a lot of people in shock as they process exactly how this happened, Kira.
So, Elizabeth, I actually didn't realize that you were able to get inside the terminal there. It's a small world. Our family priest is actually where you are right now, praying and meeting with family members, crew members. I'm going to text you his name and number right now. Maybe you can get a chance to connect with him. We can hear firsthand how he's trying to heal hearts right now. Elizabeth, thank you so much. Sam and Perry, appreciate you all. All right, let's get back to that daunting task now of recovery and just the bodies that have to be pulled out from the freezing Potomac River right now. That's where the U.S. Coast Guard and multiple partner agencies are carrying out this very fragile and very emotional mission. Former Coast Guard Commandant and retired Admiral Thad Allen has commanded scenes like this, and he joins me now. Through the decades, Thad, you and I have been at scenes like this. It is got to be one of the most heart-wrenching missions to be a part of, and that is having to recover these bodies. Put into perspective right now what the Coast Guard has been doing through the night, the assets that the Coast Guard has, and what exactly members of our Coast Guard are doing right now.
Well, thank you, Kira. The Coast Guard will be doing exactly what you would expect us to do, ready to respond and then bias for action when something occurs. There actually is a backstory to the Coast Guard response to this event. Following the events of 9/11 and the attack on the Pentagon, when I was a local regional commander, two capabilities were established in the Washington area. One was a rotary wing air intercept program with helicopters at National Airport, and the other one was the creation of a station at Bolling Air Force Base for surface assets for the Coast Guard, because we had to flow those in after 9/11 and support the closure of the river. This time, when the event occurred, there was a ready boat at Bolling that got underway immediately, and there was an aircraft at National Airport that was able to respond immediately. They then drew in resources from around the area, other Coast Guard units to increase the presence on the water. As we did after 9/11, they closed the waterway north of the Woodrow Wilson Bridge and created a safety zone and enforced that zone for the other first responders. And I think what you're seeing is a maturation starting with the Air Florida crash, the tragic Air Florida crash, 9/11, and most recently the bridge collapse in Baltimore. There's extraordinary cooperation and integration of the forces in the local area. Coast Guard is part of that team, proud to be part of it and lead it. And they've demonstrated several times now that the wisdom of having these assets in D.C. and ready to respond with a bias for action is in the country's best interest.
And, you know, let's talk about the divers, also the Army Corps of Engineers, all there on the scene right now. You know, there's the task of having to remove the debris, get the parts of that aircraft for the investigation, but you also have to work on recovering these victims. So finding the victims, but preserving the wreckage. Just talk about what a fragile task this is, and how, you know, divers and Army Corps engineers have to, you know, work so carefully to do this, Thad.
Well, with any complex incident, you have to have an integrated incident command system that brings all the forces together and unifies the effort. Anything short of that, you're going to suboptimize your ability to meet the public's expectation of what we should be able to do. That's exactly what's happening right now. I've actually participated in exercises with the Washington, D.C. and local responder community from time to time, including an event they held on the anniversary of the Air Florida crash. So the notion of creating unity of effort, communication, and cross-coordinating, while the role of the Coast Guard in this case would be maintaining a safety zone for those other activities, it's completely integrated and flawless so far, in my view, in the response.
How do you respectfully recover a body, Thad?
Well, this is heartbreaking and anguishing. There's no easy way to do it, but you need to do it with professionalism, with respect. There's a way to treat the remains. There's a way to interact with the families. All of that is part and parcel of the mission of the Coast Guard, and we've been doing it for years. I've had the unfortunate task of having to talk to the families, debrief them after unsuccessful rescue attempts, or actually celebrate with them when we've been successful. It's part of what we do, what we're trained to do, and while it's a heavy burden on our folks, we do it with, in my view, skill and grace. And we've had resources on scene at Station Washington to reinforce these folks and help them out with the obviously mental stress that these missions bring.
Of course. Talk about stress, you know, finding those data recorders, the so-called black boxes. It's an extreme priority as well. Talk about that process on going about finding the black box and why, you know, that's so important to understanding how things went down.
Well, if you're really going to analyze an accident and understand the causes and then actually be able to make changes in the future to avoid similar accidents, you have to start by establishing the basic facts. You can't postulate what happened. You can't guess. You can't give opinions. You have to actually get the equipment, analyze it, collect the debris, analyze where it was at on impact, and then make a determination on the causal factors of this thing. This is not something you should do from the seat of your pants and opine just because something has just happened.
As someone, I'm going to ask you a personal question, just maybe sort of deviate for a moment and kind of bring in again, sort of the human side of things. You had to oversee Katrina. You had to oversee the BP explosion. You know, presidents have called on you, Bush, Obama, Trump, all of them, for your insight and your support because of the experience that you have had. What are you thinking about as you have watched this through the night and knowing what you know? What are the questions that you have, and what are your thoughts on what happened here so far?
Well, I think you could divide it into two lines of inquiry. One is the causal factors related to the event itself, and then the actual response and how that was carried out and how that contributed to as much of a success as you could in determining the facts and establishing it. Obviously, we have the terrible situation to deal with. There are no survivors, but getting all the information together, the best thing we can do for the folks who were lost in this crash is to completely understand why. make changes in the future and make sure that to the extent possible, we never have an incident like this again.
Amen to that. Retired Admiral Thad Allen. Oh, okay, Thad, we are going to go straight to Nancy Kerrigan. You may remember her. Famous ice skater responding to lives lost there on that American Airlines flight.
I was kind of busy myself and sort of separated from a lot of what was going on. But I mean, I've seen them a lot of times here and there over the years, but everything you've heard of them, like maybe being a little tough, but with a smile on their face. And like anytime I walked in, oh, hi, it's so good to see you. It's like always welcoming and happy to see one another. And like, so just to walk in here and not see that is, I think, would be very strange for everybody that comes here, especially those that are here day in and day out. And it's going to be hard. And I always feel like, what am I doing? I don't come to the skating club all the time, but it was the only place I thought I should be right now. I did not expect this, neither did Stanley. I'm not sure, but we just wanted to be here with each other. And for Doug, we watched Doug's interview, and
that helped us.
It did help. Thank you. Yeah,
there are so many memories, and just having seen the skaters competing and knowing that Max is now, he did so well in the Nationals. He's made the world team as an alternate. And then Spencer, who was in your ice show, could you tell us what you told me about?
You had a
his
great
skating?
story.
Mm-hmm.
My company does free outdoor shows around the city. Nancy's hosted and started many of them. And Spencer was in his first show with our company this past December in Kendall Square in Cambridge. And he'd never done a professional show before. It was a new experience for him. He was nervous. And then after the show ended, he came over and he was just beaming. This kid was so talented. He'd only started skating a few years ago, and he had all of his triples, and not just that, but this natural grace and beauty and understanding of ice and speed, and his positions were just so gorgeous. And he came to me and smiling ear to ear, saying, I get it now. I understand. He started to discover this connection with the audience and that joy that he was giving to other people through his gift. And he said, please let me skate again with you next year. I had already reached out to people like Doug, who is the artistic director of Ice Dance International, and said, you've got to keep your eye on this kid. You're going to want him for your company. He was just brilliant and so kind. And he was great backstage. That matters to me even more than the onstage talent of these kids. And
we watched him here.
Yeah, I don't understand. I don't understand this. And just really praying for his family.
For all of them.
For all of them.
Olympic potential?
Yes, I do.
Definitely.
I've never seen somebody come to it so fast.
And so naturally.
So naturally.
I think it was 3 years ago. Mia, do you know Ben? 3 years ago.
That's unheard of.
I mean, these kids can make it look really easy when they're doing triple jumps and all of their triples. It's actually not very easy. You know, you don't just need talent. You need to have a lot of hard work to get there.
Grit.
And for him, and grit, thank you, and resilience. And for him to get there in 3 years, that's why I refer to him as a phenom.
What about Gina? Olympic potential? She's 13.
Oh, yeah. Oh, she was in it to win it. And she was in it to win it in, like, in a Tenley way. Full of grace, a serious competitor, but so nice about it and so supportive of her fellow competitors. just a delight, but for a little 13-year-old, just full of grace. And I want to say one other thing about Vadim and Jenya, because I refer to them as being strict, and I think what I really mean to say is they had high standards, because they were incredibly kind. They were so kind, but they had high standards. And the combination really worked with their kids, because they felt the support, but they also knew where their bar was. And I have to say, for me as CEO here, I could not walk into this arena, see them for the first time that day, and for them not to come over, shake my hand, and thank me for the opportunity to be here, which you don't always see. Just very grateful and generous with their feedback.
You mentioned, sadly, this was the first time that the skating world has dealt with a tragedy like this. You mentioned the 1961 crash. I'm wondering if the group has any reflections on that. Especially being in this building where it's being overlapped.
I mean, we can probably all speak to that. Well, maybe you're probably too young.
Thank you.
I grew up in the shadow of that. So the crash had happened before I was born, but my mom had me skating at a very early age. And even as a little 4-year-old, as a little 3-year-old, I knew something terrible had happened. Folks weren't talking about it, but there was a pall. There was like this black energy in the arena at the old facility at 1240 Soldiers Field Road. And as a little kid, it was like the terrible awful that you couldn't talk about. It was that devastating. And I just knew not to ask about it, but I could viscerally feel it. I think we'll see how we move forward here. The fact that we have no skaters on the ice right now and no coaches is not because we asked them not to come. I think they're staying away, they're just processing this, and they're taking a break. But I think Nancy and Tenley and Elin and Paul coming to join us today and not knowing there would be media here, but just to be part of the fabric of our community over the decades speaks a lot to why skating is such a special and in many ways unique sport, a really strong sport.
I will attest to that, going through something tragic, not like this, but myself, that the communities stood behind me, and I'm grateful for that. And so it's my turn now to hopefully be here. I'm not sure what it is to do. Maybe get someone a cup of coffee, but a hug, I'm here for hugs. I don't know. It's just, I want to be able to give back what I feel like I got.
Nancy, so many people see figure skating as hyper-competitive.
Oh, thank you.
Can you see other figure skaters other than competitors? Obviously today, even though perhaps you didn't personally know these people, you feel a connection. So skaters just don't see each other as somebody else to beat on the ice. Do that.
But I think there's like a camaraderie. We spend a lot of time focused on yourself or your team if you're a para dance, but you're in the cold, not so much here, but a lot, hour after hour. So there is like this, you don't have to know everybody to feel that connection. We've been through the same thing, that training, that rigorous schedule of falling over and over and somehow picking yourself back up, which is like the main lesson I think learned in skating is you get back up. Keep on trying, and even when it's hard, you get back up. Even when you're crying, hurt, pain, you get back up and move forward. It's not easy, but that's what we all have to do now together.
Can you reflect on what this loss means for the sport, too? To lose coaches like that, to lose just up-and-comers like that, what that means for the sport.
Does anybody want to start on that one?
Is there more than just here?
I would say, first of all, that the sport will rebound. It always hurts to lose coaches of the talent we lost. In 1961, the same thing happened. We lost some very, very outstanding coaches, but coaches came up and worked harder. To Nancy's point, Nancy went through a very tough time. She had great resolve in 1994 and came back. Tenley, around her Olympic time, as you may recall, had an injury, if I recall correctly, Tenley, but she fought back. Skaters are resolute. The other thing I would say is that we're part of a larger sports community. I've heard today from the president of USA Hockey, the executive director of USA Hockey. I've heard from countless people in other sports. We band together. We're a family, not only of figure skating, but of sports men and women. So I think we will very much rebound, and we'll get some coaches going.
Nancy, you spoke about the coaches a little bit. Are there others that were lost that you would like to share anything about, that you knew personally?
No, I don't know.
Not of your generation,
no,
really.
Yeah, no. Okay. There obviously were more, I think, on the plane that weren't from here, but other skaters. So our community's not that. It's pretty small. I think everyone's talked to people in different parts of, like Washington and Virginia, and it's not just here that's hurting, and it's not just in these specific places. Every rink that has skating has some, I'm sure, some feeling towards this. It's tragic. But I can't give it, I don't know. I can't think.
Other questions?
This was a tragic loss of life, and you mentioned the community is pretty small. So how would you explain the depth of loss in this instance?
We're feeling it.
Well, the community is small. I mean, we have 1,100 members here at the Skating Club of Boston. I think U.S. Figure Skating has 100,000 members. So it's small and it's tight-knit, but it's also very large. I think what makes it feel small is we're so cohesive. And for Nancy's point, and I think Tenley's as well, what you experience at an ice facility here in Boston can be so similar to what you experience in Los Angeles and elsewhere, that there's a common denominator to it. So folks feel this and can relate to this. They can relate to having young kids in their own facility, whether it's here in Boston or Northern Virginia or DC or elsewhere in the country. And I think that's what really makes it so small and tight-knit. Other questions?
Doug, is this a time of day when you normally would see skaters out here training?
This would be packed. What time is it?
It's 1:30.
Oh.
In an hour, it would be packed.
But there would be kids here.
But we would still have kids
Always.
here. We'd have Team USA kids here that have already, they're past high school. They can train at any time of day. Those coaches would be here. Four Continents Championship, an international event that Max is supposed to go to, is coming up. The World Championships are coming up. The Junior World Championships are coming up. We have 2 skaters going to the Junior World Championships. We have the current and just very recently minted U.S. pair champions who train here and are members here who are going to the World Championships at TD Garden at the end of March. So there would normally be a lot of training here. Folks have taken a break. Misha and Elisa are with Max. They're training mates. They're friends. And all friends with the Hans and the Lanes, too. So, yes, this would normally be crowded.
When do you plan to see people back out on the ice?
I don't know. I think when they're comfortable coming back on the ice.
And what is your message to your community of 1,100 members? You said, what is it that you told the families and the members?
I was just working on a communication with them right before coming out here, that it's tragic, that we all feel it. We can't explain it. We're in this together. We always support each other together. It's part of the fabric of who we are, both at the Skating Club of Boston and in our skating community. Offer them opportunities to come in and grieve together, both tomorrow, like actually this evening and tomorrow. And so we'll put that out there and see how our members respond. I can tell they're feeling things. I think I mentioned earlier, I just can't get to all the texts and emails that I've been getting. And it's heartwarming, and I feel bad that I'm not responding as quickly as I might like. But it really does feel good to know that so many people from around the world and around this country really care. And they care about, but they care about the sport, and they care about the athletes. And that's really why we're a tight-knit community.
Could I just, I think what we'll find is that the skaters will come to the ice and skate as part of the healing, because when you skate, it's an expression, and I think that it will help them to be together on the ice.
Agreed.
Yeah, and that's what I was just thinking, this similar, that we all grieve differently, and I just urge them all to be patient with each other, because someone might want to get out there and just practice like it was last week, and someone else might feel like that's not appropriate, but we all grieve differently and at different times and in different ways, and we just have to be accepting, like, that's how they're dealing with it. They just have to go, and somebody else might not be able to step back on the ice for a little while, and that's okay too. Like, just be patient with one another and be there to support one another, whichever way they choose to deal.
And I think for me, as the leader of this organization, it's my job to make sure our ice is occupied and is at capacity. But I have to tell you that this ice being empty...
You probably remember her face and her voice. We were just listening to Nancy Kerrigan, our former Olympic figure skating champ from the 90s. We are just getting word of those names, those ice skaters, skating champs that were killed in the American Airlines flight. Nancy Kerrigan there speaking at the Skating Club of Boston in Norwood, Mass. An emotional Nancy Kerrigan, as we are now learning that it was 6 individuals, 6 individuals from the Skating Club of Boston that were killed in that plane crash. We are learning their names. I'm going to tell you who they are right now. It was 2 skaters, their mothers, and also 2 of the coaches. Gina Hahn, one of the skaters there, killed in that plane crash, a skater that trained there where Nancy Kerrigan is in Norwood, Massachusetts, 13 years old. Her mother, Jen Hahn, was also on that flight with her and killed. 16-year-old skater Spencer Lane and his mother, Molly Lane, both killed in that plane crash. And then we are learning those Russian world figure skating champs, the coaches of those athletes, a part of that skating club there in Boston, Vadim Nomov and also Zhenya Shishkova. Those are the 2 Russian skating champs and coaches of those 2 young skaters that were killed in that plane crash, along with their mother. The U.S. Figure Skating putting out a statement saying U.S. Figure Skating can confirm that several of our members of our skating community were sadly aboard American Airlines Flight 5342, which collided with that helicopter in Washington, D.C. These athletes, coaches, and family members returning home from the National Development Camp that was held in conjunction with the U.S. Figure Skating Championships in Wichita, Kansas. This U.S. Figure Skating statement going on to say, we are devastated by this unspeakable tragedy and hold the victims' families closely in our hearts. We will continue to monitor the situation and release more information and names as they become available. We, too, will continue to follow the names and information of all 67 individuals that were killed on that American Airlines aircraft, along with the Army Black Hawk helicopter. So, if we were just to start from the very beginning, and I give you an idea of where we stand right now, besides the fact that our nation is in mourning, 64 passengers and crew were on board that American Airlines plane. 3 U.S. soldiers were on that training mission, flying that Black Hawk helicopter. And now we confirm that 67 people are gone after those 2 aircraft collided. I'm Kira Phillips. I'm glad you're following along with us as we continue our breaking news coverage. At this hour, we can tell you hundreds of first responders, including the Coast Guard, the Army, the NTSB. They are still on the scene right there near Reagan National Airport. Within hours of last night's collision, we got the news that no one survived. The operation changing from search and rescue to recovery. The question right now is why? What happened? What caused a trained Black Hawk helicopter crew to actually acknowledge twice to air traffic control that it did see a passenger plane, but then it continued to fly right into it? And then we've got the airport CCTV footage capturing the moment of impact. The 2 aircraft seen drifting close before a fireball lights up the sky. Air traffic controllers heard over their headsets after watching the explosion happen right before their eyes. Here was the conversation.
Delta 832, sorry. I don't know if you caught earlier what happened, but there was a collision on the approach in the 3-3. We're going to be shutting down operations for the indefinite future. If you want to go back to the gate, I highly suggest you guys coordinate with the company. Let me know what you want to do.
All right, we'll let the company talk to them right now. Yeah, we witnessed the whole thing.
The American Airlines plane was traveling from Wichita, Kansas. 6 members of the U.S. figure skating team on board. We now know their names. We know there were 2 athletes, 113, 116. Their moms on board with them, along with their 2 Russian coaches. The incident marking the deadliest commercial plane crash in the United States in 16 years. And while addressing the incident at the White House earlier today, President Trump politicized the crash. He pushed baseless facts. He even blamed DEI and his predecessors. But our chief White House correspondent, Mary Bruce, was there in the briefing room, and she pressed Trump on his comments.
On DEI and the claims that you've made, are you saying this crash was somehow caused and the result of diversity hiring? And what evidence have you seen to support these claims?
It just could have been. We have a high standard. We've had a much higher standard than anybody else. And there are things where you have to go by brain power, you have to go by psychological quality, and psychological quality is a very important element of it. These are various very powerful tests that we put to use, and they were terminated by Biden, and Biden went by a standard that's the exact opposite. So we don't know, but we do know that you had 2 planes at the same level.
We have team coverage now, starting with senior White House correspondent Selena Wang, also our ABC News contributor and aviation expert John Nance joining in on the conversation here. Selena, the president is clearly being extremely critical of his predecessors. What do you make of his comments and also the baseless claims that he pushed during a time of tragedy?
Yeah, Kieran, this is the first major tragedy that his administration is dealing with in his second term. And in those remarks in the press briefing room, he started out on a message of unity, that this is the nation coming together in a moment of tragedy and anguish. But to your point, he very quickly shifted to political attacks, placing blame on his predecessors, the Biden and Obama administrations, without any evidence. He several times pointed to DEI initiatives as partly to blame for hiring unqualified air traffic controllers. But again, he had no evidence for this. And you heard that when our Mary Bruce pressed him on this, about whether or not he's directly saying that this crash was caused by diversity hiring, Trump said, quote, "We don't know," quote, "It just could have been." And when he was pressed again by another correspondent, he said he came to the conclusion, quote, "because I have common sense." Now, air traffic controllers have been subject to the same standards for decades, and those DEI initiatives that he was referring to were in place for the entirety of his first administration. But we know that Trump has made gutting DEI initiatives from the federal government a key priority in these first days of his administration. Now, President Trump, he also attacked the former Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg, and Buttigieg is now responding to those attacks from Trump with this following statement. He said, quote, "Despicable. As families grieve, Trump should be leading, not lying. We put safety first, drove down close calls, grew air traffic control, and had 0 commercial airline crash fatalities out of millions of flights on our watch." President Trump now oversees the military and the FAA. One of his first acts was to fire and suspend some of the key personnel who helped keep our skies safe. Time for the president to show actual leadership and explain what he will do to prevent this from happening again. Kira, President Trump, he also vowed that this investigation would be carried out quickly, that this would not take years. And when he was asked directly whether or not Americans should feel safe about flying, he said that Americans should not hesitate to get in a plane and that an accident like this, a collision like this, would not happen again.
And John, we are expecting the NTSB at any time to hold its first briefing. Clearly, this investigation is going to take a while before we see the full report. But in the past, we have been able to get glimpses of what they're able to confirm and put together, so we can kind of get a good idea on what happened here. What are you going to be listening for in the briefing? And of course, those 2 black boxes hold many answers.
Yes, they do. The cockpit voice recorder and the flight data recorder, which are actually in orange boxes. We always say that they're black boxes. Those are going to be important, but we also have a lot of different radars hitting these 2 craft, and we'll be able to piece together, even if we didn't have the black boxes. I think, exactly where each craft was. What I'm expecting to hear from the NTSB, and what I'm sure we will hear, is kind of a here's where we are at the very beginning. Here's what we know. Here's what we have been led to believe because of the tapes or anything else. But that will be the end of any speculation because there's just too many things that have to be looked at. Right now, they're in an information gathering phase, and that is going to be very important. Every eyewitness, every camera that might have been aiming in that direction, and of course, the metallurgy itself and kicking tin, so to speak, and pulling the wreckage up and looking at, for instance, where was the first contact.
John Nance, Selena Wang, thank you both. Elizabeth Schulze and Perry Russum are at Reagan National Airport. Also joining me, transportation reporter Sam Sweeney. Perry, let's start with you. And can you bring us any updates about the recovery operation and how it's going at this hour?
Yeah, so this recovery effort is still ongoing, Kira. So far from the numbers this morning, 28 bodies have been recovered, but more than 30 still have to be pulled from the wreckage. This debris field stretches more than a mile, we're being told. The Potomac River taking some of the debris down the river closer to the Wilson Bridge, a couple miles from where we are right now. But something that Nancy Kerrigan said in that news conference kind of sticks out to me when she was talking about the sport of ice skating, how it's just the athlete on the ice. That is their world, and they learn by falling and picking themselves up. And what they're dealing with now is a fall that none of them have ever prepared for, and they have to figure out a way to carry forward. And I also thought it was interesting how she mentioned grief, as you could just see the different waves of grief that are hitting them and how everybody grieves in a different way, where some people decide to talk about it, others decide not to talk about it. But Nancy mentioning how important it is to respect how everybody wants to handle it. You know, in the coming days, coming weeks, we're going to hear stories about the people who were killed, 67 in all, 64 on the plane, 3 in the helicopter. And it really is just haunting to be here at this airport where last night this crash happened, and business is just going on as usual, because for those families of those people who were killed, life will never be the same.
Yes, you're absolutely right about that, Perry. And you mentioned that operations have resumed. Sam, you know, a lot of people are asking the question today, should they be worried about flying? From the president on down, they are trying to assure folks that it's okay, that it's safe to fly. So bring us some more assurance.
Kira, this is certainly a concern for many people, but you have to keep in mind that this is the first crash, a serious crash in the United States, as you said, in more than 15 years. We have never, until yesterday, had a safer period in aviation than we do right now. This is going to rock the industry, and they are going to study this. They're going to try to figure it out. At the end of the day, accidents do happen. There are holes in the system, and sometimes the system does break down, but it is very rare. They're few and far between. Aviation is incredibly safe. There's a saying that you are more at risk driving to the airport than you are getting onto a plane, and that stands true today.
Elizabeth, what more are we hearing from American Airlines CEO?
You know, and just to pick up on what Sam was just saying, the American Airlines CEO said he understands that people are shook by this, but I have been talking to passengers who are here inside Reagan Airport. They have flights that have been taking off and landing now for the last couple of hours, and most of the passengers I've talked with, Kira, say they feel okay. One young man I talked to said that he was on an American Airlines flight that had been scheduled for this morning. It was canceled because they didn't have flights out until 11 a.m. Eastern today, and he was rebooked. But he said at the end of the day, he has to get on that flight. Life goes on. But he did look up the model number of that plane. He wanted to know if he had been on a plane like that, as I know so many of us have, and saying, could that have been me? And this man said to me, it very well could have. I've been on a plane like that many times before. So something that we will all second guess, but we know that a lot of the family members of some of the victims are here at the airport. Some were waiting to pick up their loved ones when those planes were when the plane was supposed to land. Others are at a center that American Airlines has opened up in Wichita. They say they want to provide the support for these family members. The priority is getting in touch with them, making sure they know first before any information is publicly released about the victims, and those identities being released first to the families, and making sure that they have that information, Kira.
Elizabeth Schulze, Sam Sweeney, Perry Russum, thanks, guys, so much. And we, of course, will stay on this investigation throughout the day. You know, there's two stories that we're continuing to track, not just the devastating midair collision near our Reagan National Airport here in our nation's capital, but also happening here in our nation's capital, up there on the Hill, the confirmation hearing of President Trump's controversial pick for the FBI director position, and that is Kash Patel. And that's where we want to take you to now. We want to listen in.
Washington, D.C. cannot fix the problems of this country, but everyday cops can and do it every single day. And so if I'm confirmed as FBI director, we're going to work with local law enforcement because they're going to tell us what they need, and we're going to give them everything we can. But we are not going to trample on local law enforcement because they're the ones keeping our communities safe just as much as anyone here.
The citizens of Florida will be happy to hear that, as well as Americans. As you know, after the second assassination attempt, which took place in the state of Florida, against a Florida resident, now President Donald Trump, many people were surprised that that could happen in just over 2 months. Many people were shocked that a would-be assassin could get that close to a president after it had just happened so quickly. So needless to say, many Americans, and certainly Floridians, demanded a transparent and accountable investigation of that second assassination attempt. I was tasked, along with law enforcement in Florida, to pursue that investigation. And every step of the way, federal law enforcement, the FBI specifically, and the attorneys, federal attorneys, frustrated our efforts, told us we couldn't go on the crime scene, they wouldn't share evidence, they suggested that we would be violating the law if we pursued our own investigation, even in the face of us telling them and informing them that a 6-year-old girl almost died as a result of state and local law enforcement having to shut down the roads to pursue that would-be assassin, and I'm not going to use his name. In an unprecedented action, because of these frustrated efforts, I, as the Attorney General of Florida, had to sue the DOJ and Merrick Garland because they refused and obstructed our ability to prosecute and investigate our own laws against one of our own citizens, even in the face of such distrust of the FBI, who was pursuing an investigation against the victim himself. So at a time when you have data that shows that Americans' trust in the FBI is at its lowest point in history, when the FBI is not trusted by local and state law enforcement, can you think of a better time for the FBI to say, yes, Florida, investigators, come in, let's work this together, not to the detriment of the investigation, but in a collaborative effort? Can you think of a better time to have done that rather than hide beside some law that they said prevented us from moving forward with our own investigation?
Senator, off the top of my head, I can't, but let me just say this. Law enforcement is not supposed to be territorial. Law enforcement is not supposed to be a turf battle. Law enforcement is best done in this country when it is complementary, and it should have been done in that instance.
Do I have your commitment? Now, mind you, I'd like to enter into evidence the complaint that we filed against Merrick Garland, the complaint for declaratory and injunctive relief. This was a result of the FBI obstructing our investigation at every turn. Do I have your commitment that as soon as you are confirmed, which I believe you will be, that you will address this suit, interface with the investigators and the lawyers in Florida, and begin cooperating with us so that we might pursue justice for that little girl?
Absolutely, Senator.
And I'll just finally end with, yes, I have had a lot of work experiences, as you have, working on the front lines with law enforcement to go after those violating laws. But I am also the wife of a law enforcement agent, federal, now local. We need somebody at the helm that understands the mission is to stand on that line between good and evil, between crime and chaos. There is no other mission. And we trust that you're going to right-size this agency and set it back on course. And I am proud to support you.
Thank you, Senator.
Is there any objection among the committee for her request to insert things in the record? I hear none, so ordered. Now we start our second round, 3 minutes each one. I've spoken on this issue many times. I may have even discussed it with you in my office. The FBI's Foreign Influence Task Force inappropriately briefed me and Senator Johnson. That briefing was later used to falsely tie our Biden family investigation to, you can expect it, Russian disinformation.
Senators right now are questioning one of President Trump's most controversial nominees, Kash Patel, for director of the FBI. Patel facing questions about his past comments calling to annihilate the deep state. He also pushed the QAnon conspiracy theory, once even promising to come after conspirators in government and the media, who he says helped Joe Biden rig the 2020 election. We'll continue to follow this hearing and also all the latest details on that deadly midair collision that took place here in our nation's capital as well. Quick break. We'll be right back.
The news never stops. We are here in Israel, a nation at war.
Hurricane Helene screaming across the state, and that's why ABC News Live never stops.
Taking you to the center of the story.
As news breaks live. ABC News Live is there for you all morning live.
Right there, as events unfold across the day, breaking down the day's top stories.
ABC News Live Prime going there, wherever the story is.
And ABC News Live lighting up the weekend.
ABC News Live.
Because the news never stops.
She's an A-lister, he's a co-star, and he's the director. It seemed to me it was a match made in heaven, promotional-wise. That didn't occur.
Rumors were swirling.
For Blake to file a sexual harassment claim, I don't think anyone saw that coming.
He clearly feels, rightly or wrongly, that his movie was somewhat stolen from him.
It is a fight for power. This actually could go either way.
It did not end with It Ends With Us.
Is there more to the story here?
Blake versus Justin, now streaming on Hulu.
You know how difficult my dad is.
You know, I hear everything from in here.
I'm broke and I need a place to stay until I find a job. Can we try to talk to each other like rational adults?
You watch the news lately? That's not a thing anymore. You could go back to law school. That's always been your dream.
Actually, that was your dream for me.
You like to argue.
You do love to argue.
Might as well get paid for it.
ABC's David Muir, the most watched newscast in America. More Americans watch World News Tonight with David Muir than any other newscast. Friday nights at 9 on ABC. Meet true crime.
True murder mystery.
Shocking.
Sex, betrayal, lies.
A bombshell.
The greatest true crime stories.
2020. Friday nights at 9.
Reporting from the path of Hurricane Milton in Tampa, Florida, I'm Whit Johnson. Wherever the story is, we'll take you there. You're streaming ABC News Live.
Our nation in mourning. 64 passengers and crew on board an American Airlines plane, 3 U.S. soldiers on a training mission flying a Black Hawk helicopter. 67 people now gone after those 2 aircraft collided. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Kira Phillips. At this hour, hundreds of first responders still on the scene. The Coast Guard, the Army, the NTSB, they're all there near Reagan National Airport. As you know, within hours last night and the collision that happened, we got the news that no one had survived. The operation changing from search and rescue to an all-out recovery mission. The question right now, though, is why? What caused a trained Black Hawk helicopter crew to acknowledge to air traffic control twice that it saw a passenger plane, but then it continued to fly right into it? Airport CCTV footage actually capturing the moment of impact. The 2 aircraft seen drifting close before that fireball right there lights up the night sky. Air traffic controllers heard everything over their headsets after watching that explosion right before their eyes. Here's what they heard.
Delta 32, sorry. I don't know if you caught earlier what happened, but there was a collision on the approach into 33. We're going to be shutting down operations for the indefinite future. If you want to go back to the gate, highly suggest you guys coordinate with the company. Let me know what you want to do.
All right, we'll let the company talk to them right now. Yeah, we witnessed the whole thing.
The American Airlines plane was traveling from Wichita, Kansas, with 6 members of the U.S. figure skating team on board. The incident marking the deadliest commercial plane crash in the U.S. in 16 years. We have team coverage, starting with senior White House correspondent Selena Wang, also our ABC News contributor and aviation expert John Nance. So, John, NTSB is expected to hold its briefing this hour. Tell me what you'll be listening for.
Yep. Basically listening for the parameters of their first release, if you will, which is basically to say what they're doing to get organized, what they're going to be looking at first. And this is a pretty standard thing. The book, so to speak, is about yay thick on all the procedures. And they start with gathering information. So that will be the prime focus. Make sure every camera is downloaded, make sure every eyewitness is scheduled to be debriefed, etc.
So, Selena, what more are you hearing from the White House and the Department of Defense about the crash?
Well, Kira, you heard the president in the briefing room earlier today. He started on a message of unity, that this is a time of tragedy and for the nation to come together, and what he said was an hour of anguish. But then he very quickly shifted to political attacks. He was blaming without evidence his Democratic predecessors under the Biden and Obama administrations, saying partly that DEI, diversity initiatives, were to blame, claiming that this was leading to unqualified air traffic controllers. Now, where Mary Bruce pressed the president on this, asking if he is saying that this collision was caused by diversity hiring. Take a listen here.
On DEI and the claims that you've made, are you saying this crash was somehow caused and the result of diversity hiring? And what evidence have you seen to support these claims?
It just could have been. We have a high standard. We've had a much higher standard than anybody else. And there are things where you have to go by brain power. You have to go by psychological quality. And psychological quality is a very important element of it. These are various very powerful tests that we put to use, and they were terminated by Biden. And Biden went by a standard that's the exact opposite. So we don't know, but we do know that you had 2 planes at the same level.
Now, when the president was pressed on that exact issue just moments later, asking why he was coming to this conclusion about these diversity hires, he said, quote, "It's because I have common sense." Again, the president offering no evidence for that blame. He also attacked the former transportation secretary, Pete Buttigieg. And Buttigieg is now responding to those attacks from Trump with this lengthy statement. He's saying, quote, "Despicable. As families grieve, Trump should be leading, not lying. We put safety first, drove down close calls, grew air traffic control, and had 0 commercial airline crash fatalities out of millions of flights on our watch." President Trump now oversees the military and the FAA. One of his first acts was to fire and suspend some of the key personnel who helped keep our skies safe. Time for the president to show actual leadership and explain what he will do to prevent this from happening again. We know that one of Trump's first priorities, and it was issued in an executive orders in his first days in office, is that he was going to gut DEI initiatives from the federal government. He is clearly doubling down on that in this explanation about the cause of this, again, without providing any evidence. But President Trump was also asked whether Americans should feel safe flying in the skies. He said that Americans should not hesitate to fly, that this type of collision would never happen again, that this collision would never happen again. But a big question that remains unanswered is why this training, which they say is a routine training, was happening at such a busy airport. And the Army Secretary, who had a confirmation hearing today, he said that we should be asking questions about whether it's an appropriate risk to be conducting these kinds of trainings at such a busy airport like Reagan National Airport.
So, John, let me ask you, just from your experience and your background, we know air traffic controllers are overworked, they are understaffed, they're under a lot of pressure. We need to hire more. We've been on that story for years now. But is it fair in your eyes, and knowing what you know, for the president to start talking about diversity issues here that may have caused this problem?
It's beyond perplexing how that part of the discussion even was raised. First of all, there's not even a scintilla of evidence that the air traffic controllers controlling those airplanes last night were in any way, form, or fashion less than 100% perfect in what they were doing. That's always what they try to be, is 100% perfect, which for humans is really technically impossible. Yet air traffic controllers do this all the time. So without any evidence to turn around and blame them in whole or in part is, I think, rather ridiculous. But the basic thing is is without any evidence at this point. Now, after the investigation is completely through, maybe there was some procedure that they sidestepped or didn't do right. But at this threshold, you certainly cannot say that with any degree of integrity.
Selena Wang, John Nance, thanks, guys. Elizabeth Schulze and Alex Brachet remain at Reagan National Airport. Also joining me, transportation reporter Sam Sweeney. So, Alex, what do we know about the recovery operation at this hour? We know that 27 bodies have been recovered. Are teams making any progress?
Well, Kira, they are making progress, and we'll get a little bit more of an update at that 2:45 anticipated briefing from the NTSB. But I have to underscore just how difficult the conditions are in which these dive teams and first responders are dealing with right now. You know, the temperature has risen now that it's daylight, and so it certainly makes it a little bit easier. But that water was very, very frigid last night. It's still very cold today, and that hampers efforts. Also, the wind has been blowing, which certainly does scatter debris. And when you're talking about nearly half of the victims of this crash being accounted for, there's still quite a ways to go. And I can tell you that, you know, for Reagan, which has started to resume somewhat regular operations, I mean, we've seen passengers coming in and out of the Terminal 1 here today, and some of them are just kind of shell-shocked. I talked to one woman who just landed from Dallas, and she arrived to learning about the news, and you know, it was kind of this eerie feeling as you know, folks try to return back to normal. But it's also very clear that for the families of these 64 individuals on that plane and the 3 members of that Army helicopter team, you know, normal will never be the same.
Yeah, isn't that that's the truth for sure, Sam? You know, flights are up and running again, but still there's a lot of people that are very concerned about flying. What do you say to them?
Rightfully so. Definitely always good to question this, but what I can say is that flying is safe. We are, until yesterday, in the safest period in aviation that we've ever been. And yesterday, that was rocked. And we will study this. The safety agencies will study this. They will investigate this, and they will figure out exactly what happened here, and they will do their best to prevent it from happening again. But overall, you know, there's a saying in aviation, you are more at risk driving to the airport than you are on an airplane. Thousands of planes fly every day here in the U.S., millions across the world each year, and we have not had a single major deadly accident here in the United States in more than 15 years.
We need to remember that. Elizabeth, we just heard from Nancy Kerrigan. Boy, thinking back to the 90s, the Olympic figure skater. It's her community there in Boston, her skating community, where they are now dealing with the loss of life. At least 6 people that they mentioned and named and talked about. What more are we learning about these skaters, their parents, and their Russian coaches?
And just such an incredibly tight-knit community, one that is grieving, as you heard Nancy Kerrigan say, just truly at a loss for words for how to describe this tragedy. When you think about your members of a team, we know that one of those members was Spencer Lane. He was an ice skater, and his mom, Molly Lane, was traveling with him, Kira. A lot of what we've heard from the U.S. Figure skating has been talking about how this was families with their children traveling back from that training camp in Wichita here to D.C. We do also have a new statement now from the U.S. Olympic and Paralympic Committee talking about how these were family members of the U.S. figure skating community. And it goes on to say there are truly no words to capture the depth of our sorrow. And this is just a small sliver, Kira, of the 67 people presumed dead. We know 60 passengers on board that American Airlines flight, 4 crew members, those 3 service members in the military helicopter, each of them with a Astoria community that's grieving. American Airlines says its priority is talking to those family members, providing them with support, and making sure that they are notified first before the public is notified. But obviously, a long road ahead as they continue to deal with the shock of what happened here just a short time ago, Kira.
Alex, Sam, Elizabeth, thanks, guys. Appreciate it. A lot of people dealing with the shock. The investigation, as we know, is going on in full force right now, and pilots across the country have been asking the same questions that we are asking. What happened? Retired Black Hawk instructor pilot Martin Godholm joining me now. Martin, I guess, you know, we'll get to the Black Hawk and just military training and these types of exercises that take place all the time for the sake of readiness. But just from what you know, and you've taken off and landed at this exact airport, the same runway, from your experience and what you know about comms and the aircraft and military exercises like this, what are your thoughts right now as we are asking so many questions?
Our unit deployed for that mission up in D.C. After I retired, but I talked to a friend of mine, a fellow instructor pilot, and he said when the helicopters come down that route, altitude deconfliction is really the only safety factor. So the Black Hawks are supposed to be 200 feet and below. They try not to get too low, they'd get complaints. They'd usually split at about 100 feet. And that should provide plenty of altitude separation between helicopters and any aircraft coming in to land on the runway, because TCAS, which alerts the pilots, or converging flight paths weren't a consideration because of the congestion. So there were times when aircraft would be going right over the helicopters. So really altitude deconfliction was the only safety. And it appears that the one or more of the crews deviated from that altitude.
And how does that happen? Because you're supposed to all be on the same comms, right? The American Airlines, the helicopter, the air traffic control operators. So what would cause a deviation?
Pilot inattention, pilot error. And I'll tell you, when you're flying under night vision goggles, it's great when you're out in the desert. It's magnifying ambient light 2,000 to 3,000 times. But when you're in a congested city area with a lot of light, the goggles can actually be a hindrance. You can actually flip them up and just fly visual. And it would have been very hard, if they were under goggles or not, for them to see that aircraft coming in. So when the air traffic controller said, Pat 25, do you have the CRJ in sight? They may have been looking down at the other runway that they normally land at, the airplanes, north-south roughly, and been looking somewhere else and not even seen that aircraft, but maybe saw another. And there's going to be a lot of things in the chain of sequences that they always talk about can be broken. In hindsight's 20/20, but had the controller said, Pat 25, you've got a CRJ at your 11 o'clock half mile, same altitude converging, do you have it in sight? And then say, pass behind, maybe that would have avoided the accident, right? It would have been a lot more immediacy. But it was, even if nobody had been talking, the altitude separation should have prevented this accident.
So it's possible, with all the ambient light, all the light, the sources of light that were presented in that moment, that the pilot could have misidentified the airline traffic. Is that possible?
Certainly, or not even really been able to see it. When he acknowledged, he may have had another aircraft that he was looking at. And I'll tell you, it's very hard under goggles in that kind of highlight area. So should have been, if they weren't at 200 feet and below, then it was clearly pilot error. But obviously, there's going to be a thorough NTSB investigation to figure out all the causes.
And just to hammer the point home, just because this was a training mission, look, that's a part of the military mission, readiness. You're training all the time. These weren't rookie pilots. So I think that's important to point out that, this was a crew that had been, launching and landing numerous times. It wasn't like a first flight out.
Certainly. I mean, they're all flight school grads. They're experienced pilots. They'll look at how much experience. But training missions, especially post 9/11, take place all the time. You're flying all the time in the military to keep your skills. So it wasn't like it was a new pilot being trained. It was just two pilots out on a training mission with a crew chief.
Well, and you pointed out the congestion, and we know, I mean, this is one of the busiest airports in the country. Let's talk about the challenges when you are in an airspace like this. You've got the Pentagon right there. There's the airport. There's all the monuments. I mean, there's so many things in such a tight, specific area. That's got to be a challenge as a Black Hawk pilot, yes?
Oh, yes, and certainly any pilot. So in real congested airspace, like I said, the TCAS on board the CRJ might have alerted the pilots, but they're listening to the same tower controller that the pilots were, and they heard those guys acknowledge, the Army pilots, that they had them in sight and that they would pass behind. So at that point, these guys are on short final, the CRJ pilots, and all their concentration is landing the aircraft.
You know, you make a good point that, you know, these were experienced pilots. They were on a required annual nighttime evaluation. How often do these pilots have to train on these types of missions, and how much experience does a pilot typically have before taking on one of these nighttime training missions?
So the experience varies, but you always have, much like you have a captain and a first officer, you always have a pilot and commander and instructor pilot in charge of the flight. So it's not for lack of experience. We train all the time, whether you're National Guard, Reserve, or active duty. You have the same minimum flight standards as far as the hours, the types of flying you have to do, the minimum flight hours for night vision goggles. So post 9/11, the training went through the roof. As a National Guard pilot here in North Carolina, it was my second full-time job. I flew all the time.
Oh, it's heartbreaking for the community, I know, but I sure appreciate you joining us just with your background and your insight, Martin. Thank you.
Thank you.
Coming up, controversial cabinet pick, Kash Patel gets a grilling on Capitol Hill. The confirmation hearing still underway for Trump's nominee to head the FBI. We'll take you there live next.
What does it take to be the most watched newscast in America?
An operation to capture ISIS fighters.
Is this our Combat Operations Center?
We're approaching the gate now. Militants came in from 4 or 5 different directions.
Operational nuclear reactor.
So you have a couple loaded and ready to go. The house is destroyed, but the flag, there's not a tear in it.
Not a tear in it.
How important is this label right here, Made in the USA? Look at your smile. You're proud of this.
I love this.
Great work.
Hi.
Where are you? Where are you?
Appreciate you.
Thank you, David. Good to meet you. Ismail? David.
David.
Yes, yes. I'm David Muir.
I know who you are.
You
I watch
do?
you every night.
ABC's World News Tonight with David Muir is America's most watched newscast.
Freeze Morgan Guillory Major Crimes.
Where did you get this?
Check out at the dollar store.
You hired me because I noticed things that you miss.
Let's solve this case.
Bingo. Our killer's name is Dubois.
Did you just Google who's the killer on your phone, Morgan?
No, I did not do that.
Attention teachers, no child is to be sent to the principal's office today. Kids, if you want to do crime, now's the time. Happy first day of school. Yes.
Weren't there like 4 more of these?
Yeah, we were robbed.
Hey, buy 3, get 1 free.
I'ma call your mother on you. Bring the rest back here, boy.
Dueling confirmation hearings happening on Capitol Hill today. Senators questioning 2 of President Trump's most controversial nominees, Kash Patel for director of the FBI and Tulsi Gabbard for director of national intelligence. Patel facing questions right now about his past comments, calling to annihilate the deep state. Also promising to come after conspirators in government and the media who he says helped Joe Biden rig the 2020 election. Then you have Tulsi Gabbard. Her hearing has now ended. Senators grilled her about her experience and past comments echoing Russian misinformation. Gabbard has also faced criticism over her 2017 meeting with now deposed Syrian dictator Bashar al-Assad. For more, let's bring in our Justice and Homeland Security reporter, Jack Date, also our national security and defense analyst, Mick Mulroy, plus our Jay O'Brien, who's up there on the Hill. He's been listening to everything within these confirmation hearings. So, Jack, this is what Patel actually said today about the January 6th rioters and violence against law enforcement. Let's take a listen.
As for January 6th, I have repeatedly, often, publicly, and privately said there can never be a tolerance for violence against law enforcement. And anyone that commits an act of violence against law enforcement must be investigated, prosecuted, and imprisoned. And on January 6th, I said the same thing about acts against law enforcement.
All right, but Jack, Patel has also said that undercover FBI agents provoked rioters to enter the building that day and that the FBI planned this attack for months. He's given money to rioters through his foundation. What is the law enforcement community saying about his nomination and hearing a little bit of a flip-flop here on some issues?
Well, right. You're hearing several things. On the one hand, Kash Patel boasts that he has the support of several law enforcement organizations like the National Sheriff's Association and others that he claims represent over 300,000 law enforcement around the country. However, these types of activities that he took part in, especially raising money for January 6th defendants' families and things of that nature, are concerning to many in law enforcement, especially those who fought bravely on January 6th and spilled their blood on that day. He says he doesn't tolerate that kind of violence against police, but when asked about specific defendants who sang in the January 6th choir, that project that he participated in, promoting that music, he claims not to know who those people are or doesn't know anything about their cases, but he claims that the money went to the families of nonviolent offenders. It's hard to square how he doesn't know anything about the violent ones, but does seem to know about the nonviolent ones. And, more broadly, Kash Patel, as a nominee, it's not unusual to have Republicans nominated as FBI director. All the past FBI directors, from Chris Wray, James Comey, Bob Mueller, Louis Freeh, all Republicans. But he's the only Republican, or the only nominee in memory, really, that has played such a prominent role in politics and in the political arena, appearing at political rallies and things of that nature. And at a time where both parties are calling for a depoliticization of the FBI, he's somebody who has squarely played in the political arena, and that is something that is concerning to many.
So, Jay, what are you hearing on the Hill about the Patel hearing?
Yeah, a few tense moments in that hearing. As Jack just alluded to, there was this sparring moment between Adam Schiff, who brought up that moment with the January 6th choir, and Patel's alleged role in producing a mixtape, essentially, of January 6th defendants singing the national anthem. And they spar on the definition of we, because Patel had said we produced it. And it was just a representation of the fact that Democrats had pointed questions for Kash Patel, ranging from that to, of course, his philosophy on the role the FBI should take, et cetera, et cetera. But what we didn't really hear in this hearing was Republicans with significantly pointed questions for Patel, save for Tom Tillis, who talked about the fact that he did not like the January 6th defendant pardons that President Trump enacted because he didn't align with the idea of pardoning those who assaulted police officers. And Kash Patel somewhat more sided with Tom Tillis, the senator of North Carolina, than he did with Donald Trump on that issue. Nonetheless, he doesn't emerge from this hearing with any of us keeping eyes on specific Republicans on that committee as potential swing votes for Kash Patel. Unlike Tulsi Gabbard, who had a rockier hearing before the Senate Intelligence Committee, where lawmakers on both sides of the aisle, Democrats and Republicans, had pointed questions for her on FISA, on her previous support for Edward Snowden. She wavered when she had pointed questions from Democrats, but Republicans listening closely on whether or not she viewed Edward Snowden as a traitor. There were Republicans who had pointed questions for her on her worldview and her previous meetings with Bashar al-Assad in Syria and things of that nature. So keep a close eye on Tulsi Gabbard, also because the makeup of the Senate Intelligence Committee, she can't afford to lose one Republican vote, because unlike the other committees on Capitol Hill, that would tie it up and mean that John Thune, the top Republican in the Senate, would have to do some kind of legislative magic to essentially get her nomination out of committee onto a floor vote. So Tulsi Gabbard, of all the hearings up here on the Hill today, the one with perhaps the rockiest path so far, Kira.
All right, and Mick, let's talk about the Tulsi Gabbard hearing, which has wrapped up. She has supported Edward Snowden, who has leaked huge troves of top secret government information. This is how she responded when she was pressed on that.
Do you still think Edward Snowden is brave?
Mr. Vice Chairman, Edward Snowden broke the law. I do not agree with or support with all of the information and intelligence that he released, nor the way in which he did it. There would have been opportunities for him to come to you on this committee or seek out the IG to release that information. The fact is, he also, even as he broke the law, released information that exposed egregious, illegal, and unconstitutional programs that are happening within our government that led to serious reforms that Congress undertook.
As a former CIA operative, Mick, do you have any concerns about Gabbard for this position?
So, Kara, I'd point this out, which was what she was pointing out. If there's a issue, a whistleblower type issues, there's means of which to carry that out, and that's to go through the proper chain of command. And of course, the Senate has an oversight committee of which he could have approached. The way he did it is he unilaterally decided to release all this information. It's important to point out most of the information he released had nothing to do with domestic surveillance. It had to do with our military capabilities, which is extraordinarily sensitive. So like President Trump said in 2013, Edward Snowden was a traitor. So I think that's what the senators were looking for in her response, but she did essentially say that what he should have done is available to anybody right now if they have an issue. So my concern would be the same with her as it would be anybody looking for this position, is a full accounting for those who break the law and release our most secret information. It is critical to any intelligence community and member like the CIA that happens, or we will not be able to do our job.
Jay, Jack, Mick, thanks, guys. Stay with us. We've got more on that midair collision, killing 67 people overnight here in our nation's capital. New details straight ahead.
I'm 110% ready to fall in love.
Tall, handsome, smart. He's perfect.
Time just stood still.
It's kind of already sinking in that these other girls are dating my boyfriend.
Everybody just really wants Grant, and we're all fighting for his love.
You act like you don't care.
He knows how I feel.
I know I'm in trouble.
Everyone's so mean.
I did not know how hard this was going to be.
Amanda Riley was a mother, wife.
Everybody loved her.
I heard the words, "You have stage 3 blood cancer."
We gave our hearts, our prayers.
We thought she was God's gift, but she was a liar.
Why would somebody fake cancer?
There's all these pictures of her in the hospital with IVs, tubing. It was only a matter of time until Amanda's whole world came tumbling down.
Oh my God!
Scamanda premieres tonight on ABC and stream on Hulu.
The Kardashians are here!
What have you been up to?
What haven't we been up to?
We're going to Vegas.
This is my 40th birthday.
Kim and Chloe take India.
That Monday.
I feel like Cinderella at the ball.
Corey!
Here, I make a hole his closet.
You must really like him.
Such a stage mom.
Where do you think she learned it?
I'm Kris Jenner. Oh my God, I'm Kris Jenner.
All we want is to find our way home.
I'll get you home. Got a crew of murderous bounty hunters. He's coming after us. We have to move fast.
We have no idea who he is.
You can trust me.
You're a Jedi, right?
Of course.
What just
Watch this.
Skeleton Crew. New episodes Tuesdays, only on Disney+.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Kira Phillips. You are watching ABC News Live and our continuing coverage of that midair crash here in our nation's capital. The NTSB set to provide more updates any moment. We're standing by for that briefing. We will bring it to you live as soon as it happens. 64 passengers and crew on board that American Airlines plane, 3 U.S. soldiers on a training mission flying that Black Hawk helicopter. In all, 67 people now gone after those 2 aircraft collided. You are looking at live pictures of the Potomac River as hundreds of first responders, that includes the Coast Guard, the Army, the NTSB, they're all on the scene near Reagan National Airport, hoping to find what caused a trained Black Hawk helicopter crew to acknowledge to air traffic control twice that it saw a passenger plane, but then it continued to fly right into it. The incident marking the deadliest commercial plane crash in the United States in 16 years. We have team coverage, starting with senior White House correspondent Selena Wang, also our ABC News contributor and aviation expert John Nance. So, John, the NTSB is expected to hold its briefing, its first briefing, actually, any moment now. Are you surprised that we are hearing from them so soon? And do you think we could get some pretty solid clues, even answers to what exactly happened here?
Well, I'm not surprised that they're holding a conference at this point, because this is kind of an establishing thing. Here's who we are. Here's what we're doing, what we're looking for. This includes the opportunity to talk to the public through us in the media and say, you know, anybody who saw something, we need to talk to you. So this is a standard methodology, and it's a really good one. Secondly, do I expect any revelations, so to speak? We may get 1 or 2 things that the NTSB has picked up on that the general public hasn't. But I think right now it's more or less a gathering process of trying to get all the information they possibly can in the right place.
Selena, newly minted DHS Secretary Kristi Noem sharing photos of herself surveying the damage with the Coast Guard. What more are we learning from Trump's administration and his new cabinet members now?
Well, Kira, we're actually just learning from an Army official who just briefed reporters that the 3 Army soldiers who were on that Army helicopter, they were highly trained, they were very, very experienced. This comes, Kira.
Just tell her.
Orders that the 3 Army soldiers, that they were very experienced. He said that they had a lot of training under their belt and that they are very used to flying this route along the Potomac River, and that the unit's pilots, in fact, are some of the best in the Army. This also comes as President Trump held that press briefing earlier with reporters, and he offered a lot of speculation, but not a lot of answers on what exactly caused this crash. He also speculated, Kira, without providing any evidence, that partly to blame for this crash are DEI policies under the Biden and Obama administrations. Take a listen here to how he responded when our Mary Bruce pressed him on how he drew this conclusion.
On DEI and the claims that you've made, are you saying this crash was somehow caused and the result of diversity hiring? And what evidence have you seen to support these claims?
It just could have been. We have a high standard. We've had a much higher standard than anybody else. And there are things where you have to go by brain power, you have to go by psychological quality, and psychological quality is a very important element of it. These are various very powerful tests that we put to use, and they were terminated by Biden, and Biden went by a standard that's the exact opposite. So we don't know, but we do know that you had 2 planes at the same level.
The president offering no evidence there for the conclusion that he came to, and he was pressed again by another reporter in the room about why he was blaming DEI initiatives from the past. And he said, quote, because I have common sense. Now, we know that one of Trump's priorities in this first few days of his administration is to gut DEI initiatives from the federal government. Now, the president also attacked Pete Buttigieg, who is the former transportation secretary. And Buttigieg is out with a scathing response to President Trump. He said, quote, "Despicable as families grieve. Trump should be leading, not lying. We put safety first, drove down close calls, grew air traffic control, and had 0 commercial airline crash fatalities out of millions of flights on our watch. President Trump now oversees the military and the FAA. One of his first acts was to fire and suspend some of the key personnel who helped keep our skies safe. Time for the president to show actual leadership and explain what he will do to prevent this from happening again." Now, President Trump also said that people should not be hesitant to fly, that they do not expect a collision like this to ever happen again. And Kira, another important point, as we're hearing from the president and these cabinet secretaries, is that a lot of them are fresh on the job. Yesterday was Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy's first full day in his role. It is the first week for Hegseth after he went through that bruising Senate confirmation battle. Also the first week for DHS Secretary Kristi Noem, who is spending time today with the Coast Guard and was being briefed by them.
John, let me ask you about the air traffic controllers. Shouldn't they have recognized that 2 aircraft were flying at the same elevation?
Well, if you're taking a look at a situation like that dynamically, you've got an airplane on approach, you expect it to be at a certain lower altitude. To see the oncoming helicopter and be able to identify it on their radar scope means that you've got to take attention away from everything else and almost be looking for a problem. Now, then possibly they should have and could have, but the investigation will have to go into that extensively. Who was doing what in the tower cab? Who was communicating? And what opportunities did they have to actually see this developing?
Selena Wang, John Nance, thanks, guys. Appreciate you both. Elizabeth Schulze, you remain at Reagan National Airport as we're monitoring live pictures there of that briefing that the NTSB will hold at any moment now. We will take folks there live as soon as it starts. What are you learning about the victims? The first names that were actually brought forward were these 2 young ice skaters that were on that plane. Their 2 Russian coaches and also the 2 skaters' mothers on board with them. It was really our first glimpse into putting names and faces to the victims after the Skating Association put out a statement. What else do you know about this group from Boston?
You know, and it's 67 people, Kira. It's a hard number to wrap your head around, but you're right. That first group of people from the Skating Club of Boston, Jean Hai Han and Tin Han, her mom, so they're an athlete, a figure skater, and her mother, Spencer Lane, another athlete, and his mother, Molly Lane, and then their coaches, Vadim Nomov and Zhenya Shishkova, who are well-known Russian skaters turned coaches. This is an incredibly tight-knit community, and we saw in an emotional response how this community is mourning in shock. Just 6 of those people. They're expected there were more figure skaters on board, too. We have a statement from the U.S. Figure Skating basically saying that several team members and family members, so we expect that number just in that community to grow. They were all there for the training camp in Wichita, Kira, and they were coming back here aboard that flight together. Beyond that, we've heard from some school districts, Fairfax County, Loudoun County here in Virginia. Both say they have lost members of their communities. We know that this list is going to continue to grow for so many of us, Kira, who live around here. This is so deeply personal. And the fact is that, you know, we know that there were 60 passengers on board that American Airlines flight. That also doesn't include 4 crew members and then the 3 service members on the military helicopter. So a number that will grow. We'll have to see if the NTSB does release the names of any more victims in this briefing scheduled in just a couple of minutes. But American Airlines says that right now the priority is getting in touch with those families and providing them with as much support as possible.
Of course, and just outside where you are there at the terminal, Elizabeth Schulze, we find our Alex Prochet. Alex, any new details regarding the recovery operation that's taking place in the cold waters there in the Potomac, searching for bodies?
Well, Kira, I mean, we're getting almost like minute by minute kind of details that are trickling in. That team of NTSB workers is actually walking by me right now. We're anticipating this press conference to begin around 2:45. I don't know if we can pan over. You see them walking into Terminal 1. There was another group that passed by earlier on, and so they're going to be outlining just how this investigation is going to be carried out. But I will tell you that, you know, as operations have resumed here at Reagan National Airport. I mean, there's an eerie kind of cloud that's hanging over this place. I've talked to a number of travelers today. One woman who came in from Dallas this morning, she didn't know about what had happened until she landed, and she told me kind of matter-of-factly she probably would have second-guessed it. Other folks recognize the context of air travel, and guy telling me that, look, it's an incredibly tragic accident, but he also recognizes that these things happen really, really infrequently. Someone else told me, he's traveling to Kansas City today, that he was actually pretty surprised that the airport is opening or opened as quickly as it did. But that, yes, it does feel eerie to him. And as we learn more and more details about those souls on board both of these aircrafts, I mean, I think today is going to become increasingly difficult, Kira.
And Sam, just listening to Alex talk about just the eerie feeling there. I mean, imagine being in one of those flights now, either taking off or landing, and having to, come across the scene there where that aircraft went down in the middle of the night. But folks are still showing up at the airport, and they're getting to where they need to go.
Yeah, a lot of these people that our teams have been talking to say, look, accidents happen. It's an unfortunate event, and hopefully it doesn't happen again, and that this was just some sort of unique freak accident. Overall, aviation is safe in the United States. As we've been saying all day, this is the first serious deadly crash in the United States in more than 15 years. The NTSB and the FAA have been working tirelessly for decades to investigate incidents, to fix problems, to build better aircraft and run better airlines, and they've succeeded. But of course, nothing is perfect, and last night the system failed, and we need to figure out why to prevent it from happening again.
We'll get some answers when the NTSB begins that briefing, expected any minute now. We'll take it live. Alex, Sam, Elizabeth, thank you all so much. Let's get back to that daunting task now of recovery and just the bodies that have to be pulled out from the freezing Potomac River right now. That's where the U.S. Coast Guard and multiple partner agencies are carrying out this very fragile and very emotional mission. Former Coast Guard Commandant and retired Admiral Thad Allen has commanded scenes like this, and he joins me now. Through the decades, Thad, you and I have been at scenes like this. It is got to be one of the most heart-wrenching missions to be a part of, and that is having to recover these bodies. Put into perspective right now what the Coast Guard has been doing through the night, the assets that the Coast Guard has, and what exactly members of our Coast Guard are doing right now.
Well, thank you, Kira. The Coast Guard will be doing exactly what you would expect us to do, ready to respond and then bias for action when something occurs. There actually is a backstory to the Coast Guard response to this event. Following the events of 9/11 and the attack on the Pentagon, when I was a local regional commander, two capabilities were established in the Washington area. One was a rotary wing air intercept program with helicopters at National Airport, and the other one was the creation of a station at Bolling Air Force Base for surface assets for the Coast Guard, because we had to flow those in after 9/11 and support the closure of the river. This time, when the event occurred, there was a ready boat at Bolling that got underway immediately, and there was an aircraft at National Airport that was able to respond immediately. They then drew in resources from around the area, other Coast Guard units to increase the presence on the water. As we did after 9/11, they closed the waterway north of the Woodrow Wilson Bridge and created a safety zone and enforced that zone for the other first responders. And I think what you're seeing is a maturation starting with the Air Florida crash, the tragic Air Florida crash, 9/11, and most recently the bridge collapse in Baltimore. There's extraordinary cooperation and integration of the forces in the local area. Coast Guard is part of that team, proud to be part of it and lead it. And they've demonstrated several times now that the wisdom of having these assets in D.C. and ready to respond with a bias for action is in the country's best interest.
And, let's talk about the divers, also the Army Corps of Engineers, all there on the scene right now. There's the task of having to remove the debris, get the parts of that aircraft for the investigation, but you also have to work on recovering these victims. So finding the victims, but preserving the wreckage. Just talk about what a fragile task this is, and how divers and Army Corps engineers have to work so carefully to do this, Thad.
Well, with any complex incident, you have to have an integrated incident command system that brings all the forces together and unifies the effort. Anything short of that, you're going to suboptimize your ability to meet the public's expectation of what we should be able to do. That's exactly what's happening right now. I've actually participated in exercises with the Washington, D.C. and local responder community from time to time, including an event they held on the anniversary of the Air Florida crash. So the notion of creating unity of effort, communication, and cross-coordinating, while the role of the Coast Guard in this case would be maintaining a safety zone for those other activities. It's completely integrated and flawless so far, in my view, in the response.
How do you respectfully recover a body, Thad?
Well, this is heartbreaking and anguishing. There's no easy way to do it, but you need to do it with professionalism, with respect. There's a way to treat the remains. There's a way to interact with the families. All of that is part and parcel of the mission of the Coast Guard, and we've been doing it for years. I've had the unfortunate task of having to talk to the families, debrief them after unsuccessful rescue attempts, or actually celebrate with them when we've been successful. It's part of what we do, what we're trained to do, and while it's a heavy burden on our folks, we do it with, in my view, skill and grace. And we've had resources on scene at Station Washington to reinforce these folks and help them out with the obviously minimal stress that these missions bring.
Of course. Talk about stress, finding those data recorders, the so-called black boxes. It's an extreme priority as well. Talk about that process on going about finding the black box and why, that's so important to understanding how things went down.
Well, if you're really going to analyze an accident and understand the causes and then actually be able to make changes in the future to avoid similar accidents, you have to start by establishing the basic facts. You can't postulate what happened. You can't guess. You can't give opinions. You have to actually get the equipment, analyze it, collect the debris, analyze where it was at on impact, and then make a determination on the causal factors of this thing. This is not something you should do from the seat of your pants and opine just because something has just happened.
As someone, I'm going to ask you a personal question, just maybe sort of deviate for a moment and kind of bring in again, sort of the human side of things. You had to oversee Katrina. You had to oversee the BP explosion. Presidents have called on you, Bush, Obama, Trump, all of them, for your insight and your support because of the experience that you have had. What are you thinking about as you have watched this through the night and knowing what you know? What are the questions that you have, and what are your thoughts on what happened here so far?
Well, I think you could divide it into two lines of inquiry. One is the causal factors related to the event itself, and then the actual response and how that was carried out and how that contributed to as much of a success as you could in determining the facts and establishing it. Obviously, we have the terrible situation to deal with. There are no survivors, but getting all the information together, the best thing we can do for the folks who were lost in this crash is to completely understand why, make changes in the future, and make sure that to the extent possible, we never have an incident like this again.
A lot of people dealing with the shock. The investigation, as we know, is going on in full force right now, and pilots across the country have been asking the same questions that we are asking. What happened? Retired Black Hawk instructor pilot Martin Gotholm joining me now. Martin, I guess, we'll get to the Black Hawk and just military training and these types of exercises that take place all the time for the sake of readiness. But just from what you know, and you've taken off and landed at this exact airport, the same runway, from your experience and what you know about comms and the aircraft and military exercises like this, what are your thoughts right now as we are asking so many questions?
Our unit deployed for that mission up in D.C. After I retired, but I talked to a friend of mine, a fellow instructor pilot, and he said when the helicopters come down that route, altitude deconfliction is really the only safety factor. So the Blackhawks are supposed to be 200 feet and below. They try not to get too low. They'd get complaints. They'd usually split at about 100 feet. And that should provide plenty of altitude separation between helicopters and any aircraft coming in to land on the runway, because TCAS, which alerts the pilots, or converging flight paths weren't a consideration because of the congestion. So there were times when aircraft would be going right over the helicopters. So really altitude deconfliction was the only safety, and it appears that the one or more of the crews deviated from that altitude.
And how does that happen? Because you're supposed to all be on the same comms, right? The American Airlines, the helicopter, the air traffic control operators. So what would cause a deviation?
Pilot inattention, pilot error. And I'll tell you, when you're flying under night vision goggles, it's great when you're out in the desert. It's magnifying ambient light 2,000 to 3,000 times. But when you're in a congested city area with a lot of light, the goggles can actually be a hindrance. You can actually flip them up and just fly visual. And it would have been very hard, if they were under goggles or not, for them to see that aircraft coming in. So when the air traffic controller said, Pat 25, do you have the CRJ in sight? They may have been looking down at the other runway that they normally land at, the airplanes, north-south roughly, and been looking somewhere else and not even seen that aircraft, but maybe saw another. And there's going to be a lot of things in the chain of sequences that they always talk about can be broken. In hindsight's 2020, but had the controller said, Pat 25, you've got a CRJ at your 11 o'clock half miles.
Straight to the NTSB briefing now and our special coverage on the network.
Now reporting, David Muir.
Good afternoon. We're coming back on the air because the NTSB is now holding a briefing on this deadly midair collision between an American Airlines flight and a U.S. Army Black Hawk helicopter here in Washington, D.C. You can see we're here on the banks of the Potomac. Let's listen.
The National Transportation Safety Board is an independent federal agency that's charged by Congress with investigating every civil aviation and serious accident and serious incident in the United States and significant events in other modes of transportation. I want to start by expressing our deepest condolences, our sympathies on behalf of the entire board for those who lost loved ones in this terrible tragedy. Our thoughts, our prayers are with you. Entire communities were affected, and we are thinking of you. With me today is Bryce Banning. Bryce is a senior aircraft accident investigator with the National Transportation Safety Board. He's also going to serve as our investigator in charge of this investigation. Also with me today is the entire board. We have Todd Inman, member Todd Inman. Todd is going to serve as the board member on scene, the spokesperson for this investigation. All of the board members will be here. We have Vice Chairman Alvin Brown, member Mike Graham, who lived in Wichita for 20 years, and we also have member Tom Chapman. The NTSB's headquarters is just a mile from here. And so we are all here because this is an all-hands on-deck event. And we're here to assure the American people that we are going to leave no stone unturned in this investigation. We are going to conduct a thorough investigation of this entire tragedy, looking at the facts, Now, with that, I want to level set. When we go to the scene, and we were here last night, we allow the responders to do their important safety mission, which in this case was search and rescue and recovery. We stand back to allow them to do their important safety mission. And so this, for us, is our first full day on scene with our entire crew coming together. We have about nearly 50 people on scene, and in addition to our resources back at headquarters in our labs and throughout the agency. So with that said, we are not going to get into specific facts in this press conference. I want to level set here. We're going to get into our investigative process. As we are able to confirm factual information, we will provide that. I do want to say this is a whole of government effort. I was able to brief, along with others, the President of the United States and the Vice President this afternoon. I want to thank them for their leadership, for their tremendous support of the NTSB, for our investigators, and for the responders that are on scene doing an important mission. I also want to thank Secretary Sean Duffy, who I was communicating with early on after we first got word of this tragedy. We've been working together throughout the day, along with his team at the DOT and within FAA. I also want to thank Secretary Pete Hegseth, who was also integral in working with us today. Chris Rochelot, the acting administrator of the Federal Aviation Administration. We've heard from many members of Congress on both sides of the aisle. And so I will say this is a tremendous, one more time, whole of government effort. I also want to take a moment and thank the many, many responders that have been on scene. It has been an incredible effort. And I will have a full list that I will provide, that we will provide tomorrow, but I do want to thank them for all their work. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Member Inman for additional remarks.
So today is our first full day on scene. Our investigative team will be on scene as long as it takes in order to obtain all of the perishable evidence and all of the fact-finding that is needed to bring us to a conclusion of probable cause. Our mission is to understand not just what happened, but why it happened, and to recommend changes to prevent it from happening again. Since we're just beginning our investigation, we don't have a great deal of information to share right now. We will keep you informed by giving regular updates as we learn more. Our intention is to have a preliminary report within 30 days, and the final report will be issued once we've completed all of our fact-finding and investigation. Now, we will not be determining the probable cause of the accident while we are here on scene, nor will we speculate about what may have caused this accident. Today, we will be going and having an organizational meeting and establishing our parties to our investigation. We currently have the following parties that are already identified: PSA Airlines, GE Aerospace, Sikorsky, FAA, NACTA, which represents the air traffic controllers, ALPA, which represents the pilots, Army, AFA, which represents the flight attendants. The Transportation Safety Board of Canada will be an accredited representative under Annex 13 of ICAO. They will be supplemented by MHIRG as a technical advisor. They were previously known as Bombardier, sorry. The NTSB offers this party status to those companies, government agencies, and associations that have employees, activities, or equipment involved in the accident. We offer that because they will provide technical expertise and relevant information supporting the development of the best possible factual record. Once they join this investigation, They are not permitted to release documents or talk publicly about the investigation without the consent of the NTSB. So I want to stress this. It is only the NTSB that will provide information related to this investigation, with one exception. Regarding the fatalities that occurred, that notification will be handled by the DC medical examiner. We will not be discussing fatalities or names. That will be handled by them as the proper authority. So we want to talk a little bit about our process. We will analyze the facts and determine the probable cause of the accident and then issue a report of those determinations. I also want to talk a little bit about some additional people that are here with us, and they're very important to us, and that is our family assistance group. Later today, we will be briefing the families. We normally try to do this before a media event, but in this case, they're still arriving. Our family assistance specialists are already working closely with local officials and others to help assist them in their efforts to support everyone that's affected by this accident. And let me just reiterate what the chair said. A loss of life in an aviation accident is very unusual in the United States. And our heartfelt sorrow goes out to everyone that's affected. It affects us, it affects everyone around us. There are a lot of people hurting today. We will help find out what happened. We will do it factually, and we will do it accurately. As part of this, we are going to be standing up some specific working groups. Those working groups will be operations. They will be looking at the history of the accident flight and crew members' duties for as many days before the crash as appears relevant. We'll be forming a structures group, which will be the documentation of the airframe wreckage and the accident scene, including calculation of impact angles to help determine the plane's pre-impact course and altitude. We'll have a power plants group. They will do the examination of the engines and the engine accessories. We'll have a systems group. They will study the components of the plane's hydraulic, electrical, pneumatic, and associated systems, together with the instruments and elements of the flight control system. We'll have an air traffic control group. They will do reconstruction and review of air traffic control systems provided to and including acquisition of pertinent flight track surveillance information, what you might typically think of as radar or ADS-B, along with controller pilot communications. We will also have a survival factors group. They will be doing the documentation of impact, forces and injuries, community emergency planning, and all crash and fire rescue efforts. Also, due to the unique nature of this crash, we will be having a helicopter group as well. Lastly, we will have a human performance group, and this will not be its own group. It will actually be a part of the operations, air traffic control, and helicopter groups. They will study the crew performance and all before the accident factors that might be involved in human error, including fatigue, medication, medical histories, training, workload, equipment design, and work environment. Now we're going to take a few questions, but I will again stress, we don't have a lot of information now. We will continue to gather that. We will try to release it as we can, but we will only talk about the facts of the case that we know right now. I'm going to ask, we'll call on a few people. I'm going to ask that you state your name and affiliation.
James Matthews from Sky News. So we've heard from President Trump today talking about DEI hiring policies within the FAA and associating that with the cause of this accident. What do you say to that?
Well, unfortunately, I didn't hear the remarks. I was briefing House and Senate members, but I believe, Chair, would you like to take that?
As part of any investigation, we look at the human, the machine, and the environment. So we will look at all the humans that were involved in this accident. Again, we will look at the aircraft, we will look at the helicopter, we will look at the environment in which they were operating in. That is standard in any part of our investigation. I'll turn it back.
Chair, can I ask you, has the flight data recorder been recovered yet? And what is the difficulty in a water disaster like this, which presents a very difficult environment for your investigators and the people out of the water right now?
Well, the question was on the flight data recorders. And we have not recovered the flight data recorders yet. We know they're there. They are underwater. This is not unusual for the NTSB. We have many times recovered flight data recorders in water. We have our lab right here that is about a mile from the NTSB, so it's not unusual. And once we get those, we'll be able to get those read and information from them to be able to provide further information to you. I'm going to turn it back over to Member Inman.
Hey there, Heather Henry with CBS News. Earlier today, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth said a mistake was made last night. Based off of you all's initial investigations and preliminary findings, have you all been able to tell whether this was human error or mechanical failure?
The question was, has there been human error or mechanical failure? We don't know what we know just yet. We do not know enough facts to be able to rule in or out human factor, mechanical factors. That is part of the NTSB investigative process and where all of these groups will come together. It's one of the reasons why the NTSB is known as the gold standard. We will take the time that's necessary, but I'd also like to reiterate, if we find something that is a significant issue that warrants immediate action, we will not hesitate to make those recommendations and make them public. We have a good track record on that, and we want to continue doing so. Sir.
Hello, Sir. Tom Costello with NBC News. Does it hurt your investigative process, maybe for the chairman, does it hurt your investigative process to have the president already suggesting possible causes here as you try to keep an open mind and begin this investigation?
Thank you.
Tom, with all due respect, I think the press also likes to state what probable cause is before we get to the probable cause. So what I'm going to say is you need to give us time. You need to give NTS, it's not that we don't have information. We do have information. We have data. We have substantial amounts of information. We need to verify information. We need to take our time to make sure it is accurate. That's best for you. That's important for the families. It's important for legislators who are seeking answers to try to figure out what they're going to do about this. And so it will take time. We do have a lot of information, but we need some time to verify that.
Yeah, Member Chase Williams with Fox Business. I'm wondering about the conditions in the tower last night. Were there any performance issues in the past with any of these controllers? Anything of that?
The question is about controllers. As I said, we are just now forming the groups. The controllers do have union representation, which they are entitled to. They'll be working with our party system and our party groups. They'll be conducting interviews. Those interviews will need to be analyzed, transcribed, and other team members will need to look over it. It'll be a long process, but we will go through the entire history.
Michelle Gray, The Independent. My question is for the chairwoman. Can you tell us more about what the president and the vice president's responses were when you briefed them this afternoon?
Sure. So the question was about my briefing for the president and the vice president. As is standard, we offer briefings on our process and what we know, and this was a briefing with the president and vice president and with Secretary Duffy and Secretary Hegseth and also the acting administrator of the FAA. There was discussion on what we know so far and our process, and that was about it.
Ma'am, Chairwoman, Stephanie Ross with ABC News. Similar to Tom Costello's question, the president has stated what may have caused the crash, stating common sense. Does that affect your progress at all at this early stage?
Yeah, so the NTSB, we conduct an important safety mission where we take a very careful approach. I'm sorry, the question was on speculating during investigations, which is we often hear about. What I will say is we look at facts on our investigation, and that will take some time. And at some point, we'll be able to provide that factual information, as Member Inman said, and provide that hopefully tomorrow.
Hang on a second.
Dave Jefferson from Reuters. Have you been able to retrieve the black boxes from the helicopter? Has the military decided whether they're going to read those to the NTSB? And what about the ATC tapes?
So the question was about black boxes, which are referred to as black boxes, which are typically orange. We have not recovered any of the boxes involved yet. We feel comfortable and confident that we will be able to. Right now, recovery of life is probably most important in those that were involved. I mean, there are still ongoing recovery efforts involving the fatalities involved, along with some debris is coming out as well. We will make sure that that perishable evidence is maintained. We have a great process for that. We will probably have more than one black box, so to speak. It's our understanding that the Sikorsky helicopter is equipped with some form of recording devices, and those will be read either by the DOD or by us. We have a good starting relationship with them, and we've already made agreements in order to be able to do that. So I feel comfortable in what we're going to be doing. The other question was about air traffic control. We received a very large package of information from the FAA at about 3 a.m., I believe, this morning. That is still being reviewed and analyzed. I would say there's a lot more information that usually comes in that than what you may find online and people might speculate about. And that is part of that overall process where we take the time to get the information correct and to make sure all the parties are engaged and involved and can fact check that information. One.
Gabe Cohen from CNN. Can you tell me if the NTSB has reviewed this FAA internal report that has been cited by the New York Times indicating that the controller that was on duty at the time of the crash was doing a job that's usually done by two people?
We have not reviewed any specific reports about the controllers at this time, at least from the leadership team. Our investigators are continuing to pull all that information. Their personnel records, their files, where they were at, whether they were fatigued, all that information will be part of that investigative process. But right now, we can't speculate on anything that may have been reported in the media until we get the opportunity to validate and understand how it impacts the investigation. We're going to take just a few more questions. Sir?
Yes, Orange Khanna and Zebra Magazine. What's the process and logistics like of bringing the families in? Are they coming into the airport? And how are you going to sort of treat the sensitivity of bringing them to the place where this tragedy happened?
So the question is about the families. And many of those families are still en route. Some are still being notified from both the military and from the commercial crash. There is a family assistance facility that's being stood up by American and PSA Airlines in Bethesda, Maryland. They've already been working on that, standing it up. Our team from our disaster assistance team has also been coordinating with them. We plan on briefing them. It is customary that at some point, if the families wish to go to part of the accident site, that we would arrange such a thing, but it will only be when we know that it's safe, we have the correct perishable evidence, and we can do it in the proper modesty that should be for those family members. It will be a little bit of a process, but it will take some time.
Sir, to follow up on the air traffic control system.
No. Sir, or are you?
I know that Marielle Carville with DC News now. We've heard from some witnesses that they saw people were able to come down the slides of the plane. Has there been any indication that people made it off the plane into the water?
Well, again, we will not speak to the fatalities. The DC medical examiner will, but I think the DC fire chief this morning very succinctly said correctly that we believe there are no survivors.
Last question.
So hang on one second. Right now, we're going through the debris fields. Nothing we've seen would indicate that maybe slides or chutes were deployed. It was a very quick, rapid impact, but we've seen nothing in that regard so far from the evidence we have, but we still need to verify all of that information. One more question?
For example, right here. Are you going to be looking at the family member's cell phone?
Go ahead.
Jeff Cook, ABC News. What do you know about the altitude of the helicopter at the moment of impact? And can you talk about the procedure for such helicopters in that area?
The question was about the helicopter procedures. And in D.C., it's kind of a unique environment. We've been getting briefed more and more by the FAA. I'm not an air traffic control specialist, but they're actually helicopter zones, if you will, or tracks. And this one was transiting, I believe, from track 1 to 4. as part of their normal procedure. If you live in D.C., you see a lot of helicopters going down into this area. So there's a very well-defined system in that regard. As far as altitude, until we get the additional information, we can't validate or basically corroborate any of that until we get more of the electronic data and the data that's on the plane. I do want to clarify one question that also came about cell phones. You know, in today's age and time, a lot of electronics and other devices do contain a lot of different information. We've found on a number of our accidents that we actually are notified through a smartphone that may sense that. As part of our process, we will obviously treat all of the effects of the deceased with dignity. We are already starting to pull that information together. If we feel that it's necessary to find or pull some of that information, we will work with the families and make sure we do it in a manner that's respectful for them and their privacy. But right now, we don't have any plans specifically on that amount, on that area until we need to. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
You've been watching a live press briefing with the NTSB taking questions, limited questions here, less than 24 hours after the deadliest air disaster here in the United States in nearly 24 years. This American Airlines regional jet and a U.S. Army Black Hawk helicopter. There was some news that came from this news conference. In addition to laying out how they'll proceed with their investigation, they say very carefully it'll be based on the facts. They said it'll be 30 days was the number they gave until they release their report, unless there's any urgent change that needs to take place. They said they would step out in front of that report in 30 days. But they did break some news here during this press conference, and I just want to go over a couple of the things that we learned. They have not recovered the flight data recorders from both the regional jet and the recording device from the Black Hawk helicopter, though they made it very clear they believe both of those recording devices are still in the water. And we heard the NTSB say it's not uncommon that it would still be in the water at this point. They feel very strongly that they'll be able to get to that information. You heard the NTSB was asked about Defense Secretary Hegseth suggesting that there must have been some sort of a mistake last night. The NTSB would not go there, only simply to say that they will investigate all humans involved, all mechanics involved, the aircraft involved, et cetera, as they move forward in their investigation. They did reveal that the FAA, as of 3 a.m. this morning, did deliver a batch of research information from air traffic control. I gather that will include communications and the logs from air traffic control, but we'll, of course, have to wait to report that out. They talked about this briefing actually coming before their meeting with the families involved, the families of the victims. They said that's somewhat rare to address the cameras and the public before meeting with the families, but they pointed out in this case, many of the families are still en route to the scene to meet with the NTSB. They said they do have their team ready to work with those families who are undergoing an unbearable loss at this point. And I want to bring in Gio Benitez. He covers aviation for us. And Gio, that was news that they don't have the data recorders yet, but they're very confident they'll get to them.
Absolutely, and it's critical, of course, David, that they actually find that. But there are so many questions here, and what you heard from the NTSB is a fairly typical first NTSB press conference after an accident, where they're sort of detailing the process of this investigation because it takes them so much time to obtain this. And a lot of times, what we see at the very beginning with these stories isn't what the investigation ends up finding. We saw that with the Alaska door plug when it flew off back in January of last year. We saw how that changed, and that's very likely what would happen here as well. There are some key questions, though, and certainly the Black Hawk helicopter being at 350 feet, that is at least what this preliminary flight data that we have right now says, because it was supposed to be at 200 feet or below. So that's going to be one question that they're going to be looking at for sure. By all accounts right now, the American Airlines plane had a normal approach as it was landing. That is what it looks like. The American Airlines CEO said that, and just about everyone has said that as well. But air traffic control, the question of air traffic control, at one point, air traffic control did tell the Black Hawk helicopter and asked the Black Hawk helicopter pilot, did they see the plane, this CRJ plane? Did they see it? And the Black Hawk helicopter pilot actually said that, yes, they did. But moments later, that's when the accident happened. Now, President Trump earlier today did raise the question of, was that warning early enough? And so that's going to be something investigators are going to be looking at, Dave.
Be questions, too, about whether or not it might have been another aircraft in the sky that perhaps the team on that Black Hawk helicopter might have seen, because we've all seen those images captured on a number of cameras here in the Washington, D.C. area, different angles. And at that moment, there was actually another plane in the foreground, not far off from the actual regional jet and the Black Hawk helicopter that were involved in this. So many questions moving forward. And as Gio just mentioned, the altitude, that's, of course, early reporting here. We'll see if that bears out from the NTSB. They were asked actually about altitude and did not want to address that. They were also asked about whether or not there's any evidence that the emergency slides or chutes had been deployed on this regional jet. They said so far there is no indication that that was the case, but said, of course, it's still very early in this investigation. I want to bring in Martha Raddatz, our chief global affairs correspondent. Martha, you heard Gio mention the altitude there. Questions also for the NTSB here moments ago about sort of the flight patterns here and the routine training. You and I both know we often see Black Hawk helicopters over the Potomac, many of them carrying sort of diplomatic guests or members of the government, but many times they are undergoing routine training. And through your reporting, we've also learned that those who were on board the Black Hawk helicopter were very experienced.
They were very experienced, David, and they have done this route numerous times. This unit is in charge of what's called priority air transport. And just as you said, that's VIPs or leadership, whether that's civilian or military leadership. And what they practice is getting those people in and out of D.C. in an emergency, for instance, in a continuity of government. If something terrible happened in Washington, D.C., they would want to get those leaders, those senior leaders, out of the city for continuity of government. So these are important training flights. You had an instructor Black Hawk pilot on that flight and an evaluating pilot. And that instructor pilot would be helping the evaluating pilot qualify, something you just have to do regularly. It does not mean the evaluating pilot is not an experienced pilot. They just have to qualify probably once a year, and nighttime is part of that. We believe they had night vision goggles on. Pete Hegseth said that this morning. President Trump said he was not sure, but that is a very routine thing to do, is use those night vision goggles. It's harder to fly, according to pilots I have talked to, with those night vision goggles, especially with a lighted city in front of you. They're great in the desert when you need extra light, but sometimes it's more difficult to fly when you have lights ahead of you. That is something they will definitely be looking at to see if perhaps that had anything to do with this, David.
And a quick follow-up for you, Martha, because one of the central questions, and there are so many questions this early on, but one of the central questions will be that conversation that's already been made public between the air traffic controller who was trying to reach out about 30 seconds or so. That's what's been reported before the collision took place to that Black Hawk helicopter, saying to be aware, obviously, of the regional jet. Do you see it? The answer was yes. And then the early reporting now, and you can hear it in the audio, is that air traffic control then reaches back out to the Black Hawk helicopter just seconds before the collision, asking yet again to wait for the regional jet to go by, and there was no response. That's going to be looked at very carefully here.
It certainly will be, David. And that helicopter, we can't stress enough, they were flying visual only. This wasn't an instrument landing. This wasn't, I can't see anything, so I'm going to let my instruments help me land. They had visual verification, so they said, of that regional jet. Obviously, there was a mistake made. We don't know exactly why or what exactly happened when that helicopter rammed into that jet. But that last transmission where you didn't hear them answer, that will be key. David?
Martha Raddatz with us here for our live coverage of this NTS briefing, the first of its kind with this investigation underway. Martha, thank you. One last question here from former Air Force pilot, ABC News aviation consultant John Nance. John, thanks for being here as well, because for people watching across this country, it's been more than 2 decades since we have reported on a deadly air disaster of this scope here in this country. And one of the things that everyone has heard at home already is that air traffic control audio. What do you make of the interaction between air traffic control, the Black Hawk helicopter, acknowledging that they saw the plane, still unclear whether it was the actual plane or a different plane in that airspace as well that might have distracted them. And again, this is all just a speculation and something the NTSB will have to answer. But when you see the video, you see the collision, and you hear the audio of the air traffic control, the exchange some 30 seconds before that collision, what does that indicate to you so far?
Indicates to me so far that there is almost a certainty to the fact that there was a confusion, and how that confusion came about is going to be one of the key elements of the investigation. But they acknowledged that they saw the jetliner, and I'm sure that's exactly what they thought they were seeing. But as you pointed out, there's so many lights around, there's so many opportunities to not have the right thing. I can't tell you how many times in my career, both military and civilian, I've accepted the responsibility and said, yes, I have them in sight, and hoped that I really did have the right one in sight, because it's very difficult. Also, the pace of communications is something that needs to be talked about. The communications are single, in other words, one push to talk, one voice, pardon me, in either direction at a time. And what you end up with is a situation where we have crammed as much information as we can get, and there's a lot of confusion that comes about when people are talking too fast.
And John, when you look at some of this early reporting and the numbers, when you're talking about that plane, you heard Gio mention this, that American Airlines has come out and said that their data so far shows that that plane was coming in for a very normal landing and had been told to go to runway 33 to change runways sometime beforehand, but had redirected and was coming in. And American Airlines so far saying that everything looked extremely normal, at least given what they've had access to so far. And the idea, the notion that this regional jet was some 2,400 feet from a normal landing there on the runway, it's just extraordinary that this would play out moments before all of those passengers would have been safely down.
I'm sure they didn't have any idea what hit them. And it was at such a low altitude, you're concentrating only on putting the airplane on the runway. It's right there in front of you. This is not the point of time at which electronics, for instance, could help you. We have a thing called a TCAS, a traffic collision avoidance system. It cuts out at about 1,000 feet because you wouldn't want it coming on saying dive, dive, dive when you're at 200 feet. The altitude is going to be one of the things, too. They're going to look at the altitude of both jets. But it does appear that the American Airlines was right where he was supposed to be.
And John, one last question for you. You heard the NTSB confirm what we learned from the fire chief this morning, and that is they believe there are no survivors here. They said moments ago there's no evidence that the slides or the chutes on that regional jet were deployed, though it's still very early. They acknowledge that. And there are also early reports that that fuselage, that jet is in at least 2 to 3 pieces in the water, as well as that Black Hawk helicopter. When you see that video of that collision, that explosion in the nighttime sky and where they landed, you'd be hard-pressed to think that anyone could have survived that kind of impact in waters that are 32 to 36 degrees here.
Yes, that's a very correct statement, David. I think, first of all, when I saw that and managed to evaluate it a little bit, the speed with which the fuselage or the remains of the airplanes and the helicopter hit the water, probably that was unsurvivable. But even if somebody had survived that, the waters were going to give you about at 36 degrees around maybe 35 or 40 minutes of useful consciousness, maybe less.
60 passengers, 4 crew on board that plane, 3 service members on board that Black Hawk helicopter, and we are thinking of them all and of all of their families. And you heard the NTSB say some of those families are still being notified as we're on the air right now. I'm going to return you now to regular programming. Our coverage will continue on ABC News Live, abcnews.com, of course, 24 hours a day. And then we'll be back with the entire team for a special edition of World News Tonight. I'm David Muir, right here along the Potomac. I'll see you a little later today. Good day.
This has been a special report from ABC News.
Thanks, David. All hands on deck. That's the word from the NTSB as it just wraps up its first press conference since last night's midair collision here in our nation's capital. Hundreds of first responders, including the Coast Guard, the Army, the NTSB, all here on the scene near Reagan National Airport. And while the search for bodies continues, so do the answers, or the search for answers, rather, as to exactly what happened. Retired air traffic controller Steve Abraham actually ran the air traffic control tower at New York's JFK Airport. Steve, talk about a stressful job. I can't thank you enough for joining in on this conversation. Let's just start with, help us understand, how something like this could happen. We know there are many safeguards in place to prevent collisions like this, correct?
There are. The system's designed, obviously, for high volumes of traffic in very confined spaces, such as the airspace around Washington National Airport. And the helicopter routes and the approach paths are designed to avoid this exact thing.
So you're still in contact with a lot of people in air traffic control. What's the word? What are they telling you? What do they think happened?
I think everybody in the ATC business realizes that in situations like this, you wait for the NTSB to finish their investigation, and it will be a lengthy and thorough one, because one thing we can all agree on is, retrospectively, people never question their findings. And you don't question their findings because they do such a thorough and extensive job that they never want their integrity questioned. So unfortunately, a lot of the information that's available now, that people are listening to recordings that aren't really certified recordings. They're from transceivers that are in the vicinity of the airport, may not capture the complete audio recording between both the controllers and the pilots. And radar displays or ADSB displays aren't the certified radar images. So I would, I think anybody in my line of work knows you wait for the NTSB to come up with their findings, because they won't be questioned and they will be correct.
All right. Well, let me put some specifics together. And of course, I'm not asking you to give us, hard and fast and for sure answers here. But I think this is very important to talk about, because we did listen to the tower audio, and the Army pilot does confirm, not just once, but twice, that he actually had a visual on the American Airlines plane. And we've talked about that. Even the experts have talked about that. Could flying on night vision goggles in an urban environment like this, with all the lighting sources, the ambient light, could that impact what the pilot is seeing? When you think about the lights, the night vision goggles, is it possible that he or she could have misidentified this as an aircraft?
All I can say is I'm not really qualified to answer that. I've never had on a pair of night vision goggles, and it would be presumptuous of me to state one way or another.
Okay, so let me ask you this. Shouldn't the air traffic controllers have recognized that there were two aircraft flying at the same elevation?
I would tell you that routinely in confined airspace, and I can only speak to JFK because that's where I worked, it is routine for helicopters and airplanes to come what people would think are extraordinarily close. But the assumption of the controller, once visual separation is established, is that both aircraft will see and avoid each other. And from what can be gleaned from the recordings, and again, I will emphasize that those recordings are not the certified recordings. Those will be analyzed and parsed by the NTSB syllable by syllable. It appears that the controller believed visual separation was established because in the event that you cannot establish visual separation, you must, as a controller, perform another type of separation to keep those two targets separated.
Got it. So we know the helicopter had eyes on the American Airlines aircraft, but we don't know at this point if the American Airlines pilot had eyes on the helicopter.
I have not heard the tape, so I'm not sure.
Got it. And that came from the Transportation Secretary earlier today in the press conference. I mean, clearly there's so many questions. Well, Steve, we know that air traffic controllers definitely are overworked. They're understaffed, and changes have to be made. I mean, we've reported on those stories time and time again. Do you think that could have even played a part here as you sort of walk through knowing what you do, the kind of hours all of you put in on a regular basis?
So I think anybody who works as an air traffic controller doing their job 6 days a week, 10 hours a day, it is a challenging profession to be constantly put under that level of stress. That said, controllers are consummate professionals, and if they are not physically capable because of fatigue to do their job effectively, they let people know that.
Point well made.
Yeah, I mean, everybody who does that job that I used to do realizes the gravity of their decision making and ensures that the flying public is kept safe. That's what they do.
And when you think of all the flights that take off every single day, we have a pretty incredible track record of success. Steve Abraham, thank you so much for your time. Appreciate you.
My pleasure. Have a great afternoon.
So as recovery efforts continue, victims of this tragic crash are starting to be identified. 2 coaches from the skating club of Boston, Jenya Shishkova and Vadim Novov, have been identified as among the victims on board last night's American Airlines flight. Joining me now, skating coaches and Olympians, Melissa Gregory and also Denis Petukov. They are friends of Jenya and Vadim, and they also knew Alexander Kirstenov, a coach from Delaware that we have now learned also lost his life in this crash. I sure appreciate you both being with us. I know this has been a very emotional day. Melissa, I'll let you start. Tell us about your 3 friends.
Well, first, I would like to say that as more reports coming in, we are hearing more and more people that we have known were on board, but every single person that was on that flight had friends and family somewhere. So our hearts and our prayers go out to every single family and friend from everywhere, to anybody that was on those flights. We can speak only to the people that we knew personally, which, Vadim and Jenya and Sasha were truly remarkable individuals, great skaters, excellent coaches, wonderful friends, and amazing parents. So we participated in many competitions, shows. With Vadim and Jenya specifically, we shared ice with them when we were training ourselves, and then later when we started coaching here in Connecticut, they were part of our daily lives. We were on the ice daily while they were coaching, and we were coaching and skating ourselves as well. So it's really a devastating news that we received, and we're still trying to process all of this.
You mentioned that they are parents. Do you know how the kids are doing? Do they have the love and support around them right now? Do you know, Melissa or Dennis?
This morning we have communicated with one of their best friends, and we knew that they were flying to Washington just to see how Maxim Naumov is doing, and wanted to support him. We also seen Vadim a few days ago at the competition in Wichita, and we have stopped and gave him a hug and asked how they doing, and everything seemed really normal. So waking up to this devastating news was shocking to us.
And Melissa, let me ask you about what Dennis just mentioned, the National Development Camp in Wichita, where you saw Vadim. Tell us about why they were there and what was special about this event and why this was very important to these skaters.
So when we saw Vadim, he was there for his skaters that was competing, and his son as well, who medaled at the national championships, and he and his wife stayed later for the National Development Camp, which is for development of younger skaters, which Vadim and Jenya have been raising many young skaters from the time that they started skating, all ready to win national and international gold medals. So they were devoting their time to coach and see these young skaters develop. And they were on their way home from that camp.
And Dennis, can you tell us more about Alexander? We were just learning of the loss of his life, and we don't know much about him. Can you tell us about this coach from Delaware?
Yes, Alexander and I go way back. We knew each other since we were teenagers, and we have skated on the many international high-level events. We have seen each other at competitions. I knew his wife and also a skater, and his daughter. We recently also saw them at competitions. I can tell that he was an amazing person and wonderful friend, and I was always happy to see him. So my heart goes out to his family and his wife and his daughter. Yeah.
Melissa and Dennis, I really appreciate your time. I know this is very difficult, not only for you, but the entire skating community. Thank you so much for spending some time with us. For more on the investigation now, as we continue to dig into this tragic collision, we have new information coming to us from our White House correspondent, Selena Wang. Also, our transportation reporter, Sam Sweeney, who's been working through the night, Alex Brichet, who remains on the scene there where this collision happened, and also John Nance, our aviation analyst and pilot. John, let's start with you. You were listening to the NTS briefing. What stood out to you?
Well, I think that it's a standard all hands on deck approach by the NTSB on a very, very difficult accident, and one right, of course, in the nation's capital backyard. They're going to throw everything at this they possibly can, and they're an incredible group of people, about 400 employees of the NTSB, and they are literally the gold standard worldwide for being able to get down to, forget blame, but get down to the question of what exactly happened in all its complexity, and what do we have to do to make sure it never happens again. And that's the key element here.
I'm just getting word in, guys, just for a moment here, that apparently dive teams have now ceased operations out there in the Potomac. I'll just read it right to you. Dive teams ceasing operations on the Potomac because they have recovered all the bodies they are able to without moving the fuselage. This is two sources familiar with the operations there in the Potomac right now telling us here about 40 bodies have been recovered so far. Among them, the body of at least one of the soldiers from that Army Black Hawk helicopter that went down when the two aircraft collided. Additional bodies, we are told, and human remains will need to be extracted from the wreckage once it is all lifted to the surface from the water. Crews are bracing for the possibility that some of those victims will not be recovered, sadly, because of the explosion, the fireball that resulted from that collision. Tough news to hear in real time here as we're getting word from our sources there inside the recovery operation. Sam, We also heard from the NTSB that the flight recorders have not been recovered yet. Let's just talk about how those recordings will help all of us have a better understanding of how this happened.
And the Black Hawk will be crucial to this investigation, more so from the Black Hawk, because what it appears is that the Black Hawk actually hit the American plane that was making a normal approach. Perhaps those pilots never even saw that helicopter approach. So they're going to be very focused on both of them, but we should get more information from the Black Hawk helicopter black boxes. In the American plane, those black boxes are actually orange. They are in the tail section of the plane because that section often is the most, has the least amount of damage in an airplane crash, so they're most protected there. And they can last for a significant period of time underwater. So yes, there is a rush to get them out so they can learn about what happened here, but the water is not going to destroy these black boxes, and they will get them out as soon as it is safe and viable.
Got it. All right, Alex, as we've learned now that the dive teams are ceasing operations, where does this go from here?
Well, Kira, so they've ceased operations. They say they've recovered about 40 of those victims. The others, they're not sure if they will be able to recover, which is certainly tragic news. But the other piece of this is they're still in the process of notifying families. That's something that we heard from the NTSB this afternoon. They say that there are families that are still en route to the DMV to be briefed on their loved ones. And so, that is also a critical and frankly, a just very tragic piece of this. Something else that we learned from the NTSB is that these flight recorders from either aircraft have not been recovered yet from that American Airlines flight or that Black Hawk helicopter. The NTSB has not ruled out human or mechanical factors. And the other piece of this is when we're looking at what these dive teams were dealing with, they were dealing with two main pieces from this aircraft, that Black Hawk helicopter, largely intact. But this debris field is now really, really wide across Potomac. There are reports of debris being found on the shores of Virginia, Maryland, and D.C. We've seen a number of piers in this area that have been shut down as they're trying to collect as much information about this crash as possible. And I will tell you that as operations have started to return to some sense of normalcy here at Reagan, there's a somber kind of eeriness. A number of the passengers that have deplaned and are awaiting their Ubers or their taxis have said that, they heard about this last night. It's felt eerie. They recognize, a large swath of them recognize that air travel is still very, very safe. One chaplain even telling me that, it's more of a risk traveling to the airport than it is actually flying. But still, when something like this hits so close to home or at an airport that you're traveling to, it really kind of puts things in perspective. And that's something that this community is dealing with today.
All right, John, so talk to us about the next steps. We know the NTSB gave a briefing just saying how they're going forward into how this investigation will go day by day. But we're also learning now that dive teams are ceasing operations to recover the bodies. Sadly, some remains may never be found due to the fire within that crash. What should we be paying attention to moving forward at this point?
It's pretty much an information gathering exercise at this point for the NTSB and preserving the wreckage, getting as much of it out as they can, and of course getting any human remains out. But there will be some revelations that will come out in the next week or two, even before that promised 1 month briefing. And some of the things that we'll be looking for is a full transcript, for instance, on, it doesn't have to be certified for us to be interested, but I think a full transcript on the exchange between the controllers and the pilots of the Black Hawk, as well as the commuter jet. And there are other things, too, that I think are going to be important. For one thing, people may not even know that they've got some evidence, cameras that they might have on their house that are pointed in that direction. All of these things needed to be debriefed, and that's going to be the job of the NTSB to find all those pieces of evidence and get them on the table.
All right, and Selena, I understand that Trump just moments ago signed an executive order to appoint the acting commissioner for the FAA because there was not an FAA administrator in place when this all happened today. What more can you tell us about that executive order? Did he take questions? What did he say? Bring us up to date.
Yeah, Kira, we're just getting some notes from my colleagues in the White House press corps. There was a small group of reporters that was at the last minute rushed into the Oval Office. You just laid out the first executive order there, but there was also a second executive order that President Trump signed, and it was a memorandum ordering an immediate assessment of aviation safety and ordering an elevation of, quote, competence over, quote, DEI. This comes as, Kira, we've been talking about how President Trump earlier today partly blamed without evidence diversity pushes from the Biden and Obama administrations on what may have caused this crash, saying that this caused unqualified people to be hired into the FAA. Again, he made these comments without any evidence. Now, in that Oval Office, where he was just briefly speaking to reporters, he was asked whether or not he believed gender or race played a role in this collision, and he said it may have. He was also asked whether there's too many flights out of DCA. He said no. And he was also asked if he felt like what happened last night was preventable. He said, I do, absolutely. Trump declined to comment on if he talked to the victims of the plane crash. He also said he did not have plans to go to the crash site, but plans on meeting with some of the families.
All right, Selena, Steve, Sam, John, thank you all so much. I appreciate it. We're going to take a quick break. Our coverage continues in just a moment.
It was a kidnapping, torture case.
A crime of greed and cruelty.
The men tortured the victim by beating, tasing, and burning him.
And this is where it gets really horrible. The guy was cutting off my roommates. It was like a bad dream.
This crime was horrific.
He's a psychopath.
How could you possibly defend somebody like that?
This was a story about greed, sadism, evil.
Wicked Game, Devil in the Desert, only on Hulu.
Are you ready for some football?
All Super Bowl week long, Good Morning America is in New Orleans.
GMA at the Super Bowl.
From the hottest parties to the best game day food to football fashion for women and all the puppies. Plus, Drew Brees, Stephen A. Smith, and of course, Gronk.
Hey, GMA, you think morning TV can handle me?
It's gonna be super.
And get this, you could win tickets to the big game starting Monday.
Good Morning America.
GMA at the Super Bowl.
America's #1 most watched daytime talk show is ABC's The View.
You all heard it here first.
This is going to be must-see TV, and so much could happen. That's why it's called The what? The View.
With so much at stake, so much on the line, more Americans turn here than any other newscast. ABC News World News Tonight with David Muir, America's #1 most watched newscast across all of television.
Mr. President.
You were the last person to see the president alive.
He was trying to warn me.
Agent Collins, you're the only one I really trust, and I want to tell you the truth.
You're about to be entrusted with top secret information.
The president did something.
You're going to want to hear this.
The biggest secret is right under your nose. What aren't you telling me?
She's an A-lister, he's a co-star, and he's the director. It seemed to me it was a match made in heaven, promotional-wise. That didn't occur.
Rumors were swirling. For Blake to file a sexual harassment claim, I don't think anyone saw that coming.
He clearly feels, rightly or wrongly, that his movie was somewhat stolen from him.
It is a fight for power. This actually could go either way.
It did not end with It Ends With Us.
Is there more to the story here?
Blake versus Justin, now streaming on Hulu.
I'm 110% ready to fall in love.
Tall, handsome, smart. He's perfect.
Time just stood still. It's kind of already sinking in that these other girls are dating my boyfriend.
Everybody just really wants Grant, and we're all fighting for his love.
You act like you don't care.
He knows how I feel.
I know I'm in trouble.
Everyone's so mean.
I did not know how hard this was going to be.
As we try to wrap our heads around this devastating collision, our next guest is a master aviator with more than 6,700 hours of flight time, more than 3,200 hours using night vision goggles. Retired U.S. military pilot Alan Mack joining me now. Alan, we are hearing both aircraft were flying at the same elevation. Clearly, we're getting all different pieces of information now. We're also hearing that all the light sources could have impacted the navigation, and therefore the pilot may have misidentified the airline traffic. Does this all make sense to you? Do you think these are all possibilities of what could have led to what happened?
Yeah, there's all kinds of possibilities, but the aircraft weren't really flying at the same altitude. The commercial airliner was descending down through that altitude, and the other aircraft happened to be coexistent at that altitude. Along with the night vision goggles, we've heard the pilot's experience overall, but what we don't know is their night vision goggle experience, because where that impacts things is you've heard about, all the monochromatic lights.
Stay with us, Alan. The president signing an executive order for an acting director of the FAA plus other EOs. Let's listen in.
And he's a very capable guy.
Extremely experienced in aviation and highly regarded in the industry and in government.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Second, for your signature, we have a presidential memorandum titled Immediate Assessment of Aviation Safety. In light of the damage done to aviation safety by the Biden administration's DEI and woke policies, what this presidential memorandum orders is for your Secretary of Transportation and FAA administrator, in this case acting FAA administrator, to basically ensure that we are actively undoing all of that damage, that we are assessing how much damage was done, and that we're ensuring that people hired within the FAA, in keeping with your memorandum of January 21st, are only the most outstanding, capable people for the jobs that they're being hired into.
In other words, competence.
Yes, sir. Elevating competence over everything else instead of the DEI policies that were pursued by the Biden administration.
I think everyone understands that. And Obama.
Yes.
Both of them. Okay, but Biden much worse. Not even a contest. What they've done is just crazy in so many other ways. Okay?
Mr. President, to be clear, are you saying race or gender played a role in this tragedy?
It may have. I don't know. Incompetence might have played a role. We'll let you know that. But we want the most competent people. We don't care what race they are. We want the most competent people, especially in those positions. And you're talking about extremely complex things. And if they don't have a great brain, a great power of the brain, they're not going to be very good at what they do, and bad things will happen.
Mr. President, there's long been concerns about the amount of congestion out of D.C. airport. Do you think that there's too many flights coming out of that airport?
No, I think we need very smart people running the flights and doing it. The ones that aren't good, when they'll either do one of two things. They'll have too many coming in and they can't handle it, or they'll have the people waiting up in the air, which everyone's been caught in that situation, and circling the airports for an hour, and that's no good either.
Mr. President, are you aware?
Military helicopter training flights that are flying around National Airport all the time, what's your view? Should they be rolled back?
It's fine if they're in the right locations and if they're not at the same levels. I mean, if a plane coming in is at 300 feet or 400 feet and a helicopter's training at 300 or 400 feet, why wouldn't they be up 500 feet higher? So I certainly want, and that to a certain extent is the air traffic controller. Wait, please, wait just a second.
You feel like what happened last night was preventable?
I do, yeah. Oh, absolutely. And obviously, that was something that should not have happened. And we're not going to let it happen again. Yes, please.
Mr. President, on a slightly different subject, on your Canada and Mexico tariffs, will oil be included or excluded from those tariffs?
So we'll be announcing the tariffs on Canada and Mexico for a number of reasons. Number one is the people that have poured into our country so horribly and so much. Number two are the drugs, fentanyl, and everything else that have come into the country. And number three are the massive subsidies that we're giving to Canada and to Mexico in the form of deficits. And I'll be putting the tariff of 25% on Canada and separately 25% on Mexico. And we will really have to do that because we have very big deficits with those countries. Those tariffs may or may not rise with time.
Will oil be part of that, though? Because we get oil from Canada.
Oil is going to have nothing to do with it as far as I'm concerned. Oil has nothing to do with it.
Mr. President, you said regarding Guantanamo Bay, you want 30,000 new beds there. Is there a possibility that will increase, or is 30,000 the maximum?
It could increase, yes.
What would be the maximum?
It depends, but countries that won't take back their criminals that they sent into us, you know, they sent them to us. They put them into the caravans, and they came in. As sure as you're standing there, they were sent by those countries. Then they're going to be met very harshly with sanctions, etc.
And when are you hoping to have Guantanamo Bay, this new facility, up and running?
It'll be up pretty quickly.
How much do you think it's going to cost?
Not very much. A lot of the structure is already there, as you know.
Mr. President, you said that incompetence may have played a role. Are you aware of any performance issues or disciplinary actions that were taken against anyone who was working the tower last night or flying the plane?
No, and I hope that's not the case in this case, but certainly over the years it's been the case. And it's the case with respect to close calls, and it's the case with respect to circling for hours on end. You know, planes circle a lot, and they circle because the people bringing them down, these people that have to be very, very smart, and it's not based on anything other than the brain. We need the smartest people. We need both psychologically smart and just brilliant, period. And we are going to have them in our control towers. We are going to have the most competent people in the country in our control towers, not people that are there for any other reason.
Sir, you said that you envision sending the 80-something thousand IRS agents hired under Biden to the border. What role do you see them playing?
Well, we'll see. I mean, I may do that, or I may use different people, but we're going to send more. We're going to give the Border Patrol some help. Although now, if you look, they've taken in the lowest number since my administration. The numbers are very low. And at that level, we don't need so much help. People know not to come, because if they come, they're not going to make it in, and they're going to be shipped out.
Mr. President, Egypt's president and the King of Jordan have both said that they won't take in displaced people from Gaza like you suggested. Is there anything you can do to make them do that? I mean, tariffs against those countries, for example?
They will do it. They will do it.
What makes you say that?
They're going to do it. Okay? We do a lot for them, and they're going to do it.
Mr. President, you've offered over 2 million federal workers the option to resign immediately. Right. There are 50,000 FAA employees. Does this tragedy give you reason to reconsider that option of resignations because of concerns about staffing issues on airline safety?
If people aren't coming to work, if they're not going to come into the office and report as per the date that you know what it is, everybody knows what the date is, it's been very well documented, then they're going to be terminated.
So you're not concerned, though, that if many people take that offer, there could be shortages that could lead to safety issues?
Then they'll be replaced with very competent people. We have a lot of competent people in this country.
Have you spoken to any of the families of the victims of the plane crash?
I don't want to comment on that.
Do you have a plan to go visit the site or meet with any of the
I have a plan to visit, not the site, because what did you tell me? What's the site? The water?
Or to meet with the first responders down there?
I don't have a plan to do that, but I will be meeting with some people that were very badly hurt with their family member, obviously, but I'll be meeting with some of the families, yeah.
On birthright citizenship, sir, do you believe that there are 5 votes on a Supreme Court that would uphold your position?
On what?
5 votes on a Supreme Court.
What position?
Birthright citizenship.
I think so, yeah. Look, birthright citizenship was, if you look back when this was passed and made, that was meant for the children of slaves. This was not meant for the whole world to come in and pile into the United States of America, everybody coming in and totally unqualified people with perhaps unqualified children. This wasn't meant for that. This was meant, when it was originally done, for the children of slaves. And that was a very good and noble thing to do, and I'm in favor of that 100%. But it wasn't meant for the entire world to occupy the United States.
So you don't see it requiring a constitutional amendment that would be...
I just think that we'll end up winning that court in the Supreme Court. I think we're going to win that case, and I look forward to winning it. This has been going on. We're at that level. We're the only country in the world that does this. There's no other country at this level. There's no other country in the world that does it. It's crazy.
Mr. President, if 64 people lost their lives last night, if you aren't confident that DEI had any role, why bring it up?
Well, all I'm talking about is competence, and we want in that particular position, we have to have the most competent people in our country because we're talking about lives. Now, it may or may not have had to do, but I don't like the fact that the helicopter was at the exact same level as the airplane. The helicopter should have been 1,000 feet or 500 feet above it or something below it. The plane was at 300 to 400 feet, or the plane should have been stopped because the helicopter could have stopped. The plane can't be stopped, but the plane was on a schedule that was, it was along a track. They call it a track. And it's the same track that every other plane's used for many years. It was going down and landing. And the helicopter got in its way. And if the helicopter was higher or lower or stopped or turning left or turning right at a quicker time, I mean, it turned, but it turned when it was too late. A tragic story. So, I don't know, do you blame it on the air traffic controller, too, in addition to the pilots? Maybe the pilot's fault. They should have seen it. I would have thought they should have seen it because it was a plane that was loaded up with lights and everybody. You can see it from Kennedy Center. You can see it very easily. So all I want is the most competent people in our country to be air traffic controllers. It's a very important position. And other positions, too, by the way. We're not only talking about that. We're talking, but air traffic controllers, maybe in particular. They have to be brilliant with computers, brilliant with graphics. They have to be psychologically really, really smart. And, there are a lot of people that wouldn't be able to do that.
Were there any signs of foul play?
Tariffs on Canada and Mexico, 25%. That's coming on Saturday?
That's coming on the 1st, Saturday.
But no oil tariff, no oil tariffs.
No, I don't. Well, I didn't say that. You said that. No.
Well, I don't want to misinterpret.
No, we may or may not. We're going to make that determination probably tonight on oil. Okay. Yeah, because they send us oil. We'll see. It depends on what the price is. If the oil is properly priced, if they treat us properly, which they don't. Look, Mexico and Canada have never been good to us on trade. They've treated us very unfairly on trade. And we will be able to make that up very quickly because we don't need the products that they have. We have all the oil you need. We have all the trees you need, meaning the lumber. We have more than almost anybody in those two categories. In oil, we have more than anybody, and we don't need anybody's trees. We have to free up some of the tree areas that we have. We have great lumber in this country. We have to free them up environmentally, which I can do very quickly. But we don't need what they have. And for us to be subsidizing Canada to the tune of $175 billion a year and subsidizing Mexico to the tune of $250 billion, $300 billion a year, and Mexico is a method of China sending in its product. And with China, I'm also thinking about something because they're sending fentanyl into our country, and because of that, they're causing us hundreds of thousands of deaths. So China is going to end up paying a tariff also for that, and we're in the process of doing that.
Mr. President.
We'll make that determination what it's going to be, but China has to stop sending fentanyl into our country and killing our people.
Mr. President, Israeli media has reported that conversations between Netanyahu's government and the White House have signaled that the U.S. may be about to pull its troops out of Syria. Have you made a decision to pull
I don't know who said that. I mean, I don't know who said that, but we'll make a determination on that. We're not involved in Syria. Syria is its own mess. They got enough messes over there. They don't need us involved in every one.
Mr. President, was there a shortage of staff at the control tower at DCA last night you're aware of?
Well, that's part of competence right there. They shouldn't have that happen. Right there is what I'm talking about. Competence would be you're not going to have a shortage. But if you had the right people, you wouldn't need as many people either.
Do you know if there was a shortage last night or not?
I don't know. No, I don't know. You're telling me something.
Mr. President, you said earlier today that you had not spoken to Putin about this. When was the last time that you spoke with him? And has President Xi responded to your ask to help put pressure to end the war in Ukraine?
I won't comment on either of them, but we're doing very well with regard to both.
There are some reports that Xi might ask of you, in order to give that help, pressure to disavow potential Taiwan independence. Is that something that you would ever do?
We never discussed it.
You had said earlier that we would get more details about the victims on the plane. Can you give more on that now?
Yeah, I have a lot of details, but it's something that'll be released to you also at the appropriate time. No, I have the full details.
There were a lot of young people potentially?
Young people, great athletes, great skaters. Very sad situation from numerous countries. Okay. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
Well, I'm Terry Moran in Washington. The President of the United States there, Donald Trump, signing a couple of executive orders and actions in the wake of this tragic crash here in Washington between a Army helicopter and an American Airlines flight coming into Reagan National Airport. The President signed an executive order appointing an acting commissioner for the FAA, the Federal Aviation Agency, and that he had mentioned earlier. He also signed an executive order, a memorandum, I should say, directing the Transportation Secretary to make sure that the agency undoes what he calls the DEI policies under President Biden. That continues as it did during this Q&A session. President Trump's main message to the American people in the wake of this horrific tragedy with the bodies still in the water. He departed from the usual practice of presidents, which is to tell the facts, tell them straight, and comfort the country. He blamed the accident without any evidence, as he acknowledged, on the diversity, equity, and inclusion policies of his predecessor, Joe Biden. When he was asked directly in the Oval Office here, are you saying race or gender played a role in this crash? He said, it may have. He talked about the need for competency in the FAA among air traffic controllers, and he believes that this was a preventable accident. He was also asked about birthright citizenship. He doubled down on that, getting rid of that through executive order. Talked about tariffs on Canada and Mexico, which he said are going to be at 25% and will go up if he doesn't get what he wants from them. And also was asked about his proposal to force the Gazans, people of Gaza, out of Gaza into Egypt and Jordan. He said Egypt and Jordan will take them. He will make sure of that. So that's the president in the Oval Office. Let's go to our senior White House correspondent, Selena Wang, on that. So, Selena, let's first talk about what the president has done here today in the wake of this crash, and that is to blame diversity, equity, and inclusion policies without a shred of evidence that any of that had anything to do with what happened out over the Potomac last night.
Yeah, Terry, if we just take a step back here, this is the first major crisis that President Trump is dealing with in his second administration. And he entered that White House press briefing room earlier today with a message of unity. He started out saying that this is a time for the country to come together during this hour of anguish and tragedy. But then very quickly, he shifted to political attacks, blaming Democrats, his predecessors, the Biden and Obama administrations, for their DEI practices, for a diversity push, which he blamed for weakening the standards at the FAA and having lower quality air traffic controllers. He made those claims without any evidence. Now, throughout the day, he's been pressed on this. And earlier in the Oval Office, just moments ago, a reporter asked him, why bring this up if you don't have any evidence? And he said it may or may not have been caused by those DEI policies. But again, these are unfounded claims without any evidence. Now, he signed one executive order that was about appointing this acting acting FAA director. The second one was a presidential memorandum to ensure that Biden administration's DEI policies are rolled back. This comes as Trump has made it a key part of his administration in these early days to focus on gutting DEI initiatives from the federal government. That is actually part of an executive order that he had signed in the first days when he took office. But during that Oval Office meeting, he was also asked about whether or not he was going to be meeting with the families. He said he would be. Our Karen Travers also asked President Trump if he's concerned that people who work in the federal government may take the offer of that buyout to resign and be paid out for a few months, and that could lead to a critical shortage in staffing in the FAA. And President Trump's response was that he's not concerned, that he's focused on competence, and that they would hire new people.
And he said it would be no problem getting trained and on the job. But let's go to our ABC News contributor and aviation analyst, John Nance, has been with us throughout this. And on the question of competence, which the president came back to, and training, talk about the kind of training that first the air traffic controller to have that position at that hour might need, and what your sense is. Has there been an erosion of competence in those positions? Not that particular person, but is this a legitimate concern?
No, I don't see. Terry, I don't see any possible support for that. The air traffic controllers have been trained to the same level of expertise, if you pardon the phrase, for a very long period of time. And there's been no erosion that I certainly have perceived. And certainly the biggest problem has always been twofold. Number one, there are not enough of them. Number two, because of the tremendous amount of stress, they can't work beyond a certain number of hours without really imperiling themselves and the system. So time on duty is always a limitation. And on the other hand, you've always got people who are in a managerial position in the FAA for air traffic control who are trying to maximize the utilization of all of our dollars. So it's something that has nothing that I know of to do with the type of individual they've hired, or bigger, rather accelerated standards and lower standards. That just doesn't ring clear.
Thank you for that. Let me just follow up on, look, we're talking about air traffic control right now. This happened, what, less than 24 hours ago. So is that the most likely place, or do we just have to wait and do the hard, painstakingly detailed work of finding out through investigation what has actually happened, rather than kind of pop off and point fingers?
Well, one of the greatest dangers to professional accident investigation is somebody who pops off in one way or another, whether he's the president or somebody else. Many, many years ago, the crash of American 191 in Chicago, I think it was 1979, Woody Driver, who was an excellent accident investigator, kind of lost control of his enthusiasm when he found a bolt out on the runway at Chicago O'Hare, lifted it up for the cameras and said, "Here's the cause." He never lived that down, but it also became a benchmark for us in all forms of aviation and accident investigation to never assume that A, there's one cause to an accident, because there never is, and B, that you can solve it early on. There are always new twists and turns, no matter how cut and dried it appears to be at the very first.
Yeah, that's great advice, because you get locked in, right? You start finding what you're looking for rather than discovering what's actually out there. John, thank you. Stay with us. We want to go now out to Reagan National Airport, where Alex Boucher is live. He's tracking the investigation from there. So, Alex, what are you hearing? What are you seeing there?
Hey, Terry. So the latest we have here at Reagan National is that divers have ceased operations for the day. That is because they have recovered as many bodies as they can without moving the fuselage. That stands at about 40 of these victims from both of these aircraft, 67 total. So that kind of gives you a ballpark as the progress that they've made over the last day or so. But the other thing, we've gotten a readout from the NTSB as to how this investigation is going to be carried out. They're not ruling out human or mechanical factors in this crash. The other thing that they've told us is that they have not yet recovered any of the flight recorders, those black boxes on board either aircraft. And you know that those are just so integral to figuring out exactly what went wrong in those last minute moments before that collision happened. And so that's going to be a piece of this as well. And Terry, one thing that I will also point out is that they are still in the process of notifying some of these families. We're told that some of those families are still en route to DCA to be briefed on their loved ones. And so you can imagine this is going to continue to be a pretty heavy day here at Reagan National.
Absolutely, and we're glad you're there to report on it for us. Thank you, Alex. Stand by. I want to go now to our ABC News transportation reporter, Sam Sweeney. Sam, you have such a good grasp of how these investigations proceed. Where are we in the process? Early days, yeah.
Early days, early hours, this is going to be methodical. We heard the NTSB chair lay all of that out in that briefing. They are not going to rush through this. They're going to go through piece by piece. But right now, they want to focus on anything that is perishable. They are going to lose the evidence if they don't gather it right now. That's the focus. The black boxes, of course, they are central to this and they are a focus. But they can survive in rough conditions in the water. They're going to get them out as soon as it's safe. They get through the ice, they get through that wreckage, and they will eventually get those. But right now, anything that could possibly disappear into the water or float away, they want to try to collect all of that as quickly as they can.
All right. So, and ABC News transportation reporter Sam Sweeney, thanks very much. And I want to just follow up, if I can, with you, Sam, on the paths of these two aircraft that collided. The American Airlines flight, I heard you report earlier, that's a runway that for all of us who fly in and out of Reagan National Airport, you don't see used that much. Is that one possible avenue of investigation, that this was not that familiar perhaps to the pilots, to the pilot of the helicopter, a runway?
That is certainly one of the things that they are going to look at. It's possible that this helicopter pilot assumed that that American Airlines plane was going to land on the main runway, which a majority, as you said, of the flights that land at Reagan do land on that main runway. We've been saying it all day. It's the busiest runway in the country. But oftentimes, to keep things moving and to release some of the congestion, when they bring a smaller regional plane in the last few miles before touchdown, they'll say, hey, can you switch over to runway 33? And these pilots, they fly into Reagan, they're trained to fly into Reagan. They know to expect that in those regional jets. And in this case, we hear in the air traffic control, pilot says, no problem, we'll go over to 33. And then he comes in, and then we hear the air traffic controller say to the helicopter, hey, do you have American CRJ in sight? And we hear the helicopter say, yes. So the question is, does this helicopter pilot A, think that this American plane is going to go on the main runway and he's going to be way clear of it, or is he looking at another airplane?
That is definitely a possibility. Sam, thanks very much. Let's go back to Reagan National Airport, where our Stephanie Ramos is there. And Stephanie, you're reporting on the victims and the families of the victims. You know, we are beginning to learn about them at this point.
That's right, Terry. And as you know, 64 passengers were on that American Airlines flight and 3 Army soldiers on that Black Hawk helicopter, according to officials. And sadly, no one survived. But we are starting to learn a little bit more about the individuals on that American Airlines flight, starting with the first officer. We've learned his name is Samuel Lilly. His family tells us that he had just recently gotten engaged in Ireland. He actually grew up watching his father fly Army Black Hawk helicopters, and that's where his love for flying began. We're also learning about a group of figure skaters that were on board. They had attended a figure skating development camp in Wichita. A married couple, world champions in 1994. They were coaches. Also learning about a young woman, a young skater, Gina Hahn, and her mother, who was accompanying her to that development camp. And we've just learned that 3 students from the Fairfax County District, that's here in Virginia, and 6 parents were also on board that flight. Also another skating coach. So many lives lost. It's hard to imagine the pain that these families that are here at the airport are feeling right now, Terry.
Just awful. Stephanie, Selena, Alex, thank you very much. Well, we're monitoring some other news as well here in Washington. Coming up, we'll have more of President Trump's high-profile nominees, Kash Patel and Tulsi Gabbard. They were on the Hill today getting grilled by senators for their nominations. The road's ahead for them in those confirmation efforts when we come back.
She's an A-lister, he's a co-star, and he's the director. It seemed to me it was a match made in heaven, promotional-wise. That didn't occur.
Rumors were swirling.
For Blake to file a sexual harassment claim, I don't think anyone saw that coming.
He clearly feels, rightly or wrongly, that his movie was somewhat stolen from him.
It is a fight for power. This actually could go either way.
It did not end with It Ends With Us.
Is there more to the story here?
Blake versus Justin, now streaming on Hulu.
Are you ready for some football?
All Super Bowl week long, Good Morning America is in New Orleans.
GMA at the Super Bowl.
From the hottest parties to the best game day food to football fashion for women and all the puppies. Plus, Drew Brees, Stephen A. Smith, and of course, Gronk.
Hey, GMA, you think morning TV can handle me?
It's gonna be super.
And get this, you could win tickets to the big game starting Monday.
Good Morning America.
GMA at the Super Bowl.
Let's get this done.
Being a cop is stressful. Every year on the job is different. You never really stop being a rookie.
Work smarter, not harder.
When I became president, I asked about the secrets. Aliens, who killed JFK. Agent Collins.
Yes, sir.
I want to tell you the truth.
What aren't you telling me?
Nightline, the stories that shape your world, that shape your life. Dramatic, stunning, empowering, jaw-dropping. The most powerful stories of our time. Nightline, on right after Kimmel and streaming on Hulu. David Muir, ABC's World News Tonight, the most watched newscast in America, and honored with the Emmy Award, winner for Outstanding Live News Program. More Americans watch World News Tonight with David Muir than any other newscast.
On Capitol Hill today, two more of President Trump's high-profile cabinet nominees faced grillings during their confirmation hearings on the Hill today. Kash Patel, nominated to be the director of the FBI, he defended himself against concerns from Democratic senators that he would seek retribution against the president's political adversaries.
Did you say this? When Trump wins in 2024 and is in power in 2025, we can prosecute them, referring to Justice Department officials for an actual RICO statute violation, for criminally organizing the United States government to break the law to rig presidential elections. Did you say that, yes or no?
Again, Senator, you're reading a partial statement, so I'm unable to fully respond. If the best attacks on me are going to be false accusations and grotesque mischaracterizations, the only thing this body is doing is defeating the credibility of the men and women at the FBI.
That's Kash Patel. Also on the Hill today, the president's nominee to become the National Intelligence Director, Tulsi Gabbard. Senators pressed her on some of her more controversial views and her past statements, as well as her 2017 trip to Syria, where she met with the now ousted dictator Bashar al-Assad.
Were you able to extract any concessions from President Assad?
No, and I didn't expect to, but I felt these issues were important to address.
Would you view this trip as good judgment?
Yes, Senator, and I believe that leaders, whether you be in Congress or the President of the United States, can benefit greatly by going and engaging, boots on the ground, learning and listening and meeting directly with people, whether they be adversaries or friends.
Well, that is Tulsi Gabbard there. We're going to have much more on the confirmation hearings coming up later this evening. The news never stops. You can find us anywhere you stream live news. I'm Terry Moran. Coming up at 7 p.m. Eastern, be sure to watch a special edition of ABC News Live Prime with Linsey Davis for the latest on the deadly midair collision here in Washington. More ABC News Live continuing coverage on that right after this break.
The news news never stops.
From Tampa, we are here tonight as Hurricane Milton has just made landfall.
The surge just keeps coming up.
Right on the border between Ukraine and Russia.
We're in artillery position about 2 miles away from Gaza.
And ABC News Live is right there everywhere.
We're not far from where this rally took place, so just stick with us here.
Traveling with the president to the U.S.-Mexico border.
Here in London today.
Off the coast of Gaza.
Downtown Tel Aviv, rockets or missiles coming in.
From the most devastating disaster in Hawaii. Some areas are still smoldering.
Wherever the story.
From the front lines,
The ruins of Rafah.
from the FBI,
Reporting from Capitol Hill.
In western Portugal.
Outside of Mexico City.
in Iceland. Let's go.
Here in France.
The eclipse across America.
Just stunning.
Unbelievable.
Streaming live to you.
Wherever the story is.
Wherever the story is,
We're going to take you there. You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live, streaming free everywhere because the news never stops.
So much to talk about.
This is greatness.
Aren't we so lucky? Not a lot of people can say they can take their sister to work every day. What could go wrong? What's in the actual? Love a little chaos.
welcome to the show.
You're in the presence of greatness.
Wherever news breaks, it's so important to always remember that lives are changed. Getting you behind the stories as they happen. ABC News Live Prime. We'll take you there.
Streaming free on ABC News Live. Friday night, a mystery that shook a small town.
I woke up to the gunshot. Mom, she's hysterical.
Then, after losing her first husband, how could this happen?
Okay, she's had not one, but 2 husbands shot in the head.
Miriam became convinced she was being watched.
And then,
There's a dramatic discovery under her doormat.
It's a handwritten note. Alan's first, you're next. Run, run, run.
all new 2020, Friday night on ABC. You're watching America's #1 streaming news. Keep streaming with ABC News Live.
I'm Terry Moran in Washington. We begin with the deadliest U.S. aviation disaster in nearly a quarter century, that midair collision between an American Airlines jet and an Army Black Hawk helicopter. The recovery efforts are still underway at this hour after those 2 aircraft crashed into each other over the Potomac River here in Washington last night. It happened as the plane was approaching Reagan National Airport from Wichita, Kansas. All 64 people on board that plane and 3 soldiers on the helicopter are believed dead. A source who has been briefed on the matter described a gruesome scene. Federal investigators provided an update a little while ago.
We are going to conduct a thorough investigation of this entire tragedy, looking at the facts. We have about nearly 50 people on scene, and in addition to our resources back at headquarters in our labs and throughout the agency.
Earlier today at the White House, in the briefing room there, President Trump paused for a moment of silence and he called the collision a, quote, tragedy of terrible proportions. But then he quickly turned and he started to criticize the Biden and Obama administrations, blaming them without evidence for this fault, for this crash, including he blamed their diversity, equity, and inclusion policies, once again without evidence, as being factors in the crash. Our ABC News chief White House correspondent Mary Bruce pressed the president on that. Was there evidence for his claims? Listen.
On DEI and the claims that you've made, are you saying this crash was somehow caused and the result of diversity hiring? And what evidence have you seen to support these claims?
It just could have been. We have a high standard. We've had a much higher standard than anybody else. And there are things where you have to go by brain power. You have to go by psychological quality. And psychological quality is a very important element of it. These are various very powerful tests that we put to use, and they were terminated by Biden. And Biden went by a standard that's the exact opposite. So we don't know, but we do know that you had 2 planes at the same level. You had a helicopter and a plane. That shouldn't have happened. And we'll see. We're going to look into that, and we're going to see. But certainly for an air traffic controller, we want the brightest, the smartest, the sharpest. We want somebody that's psychologically superior, and that's what we're going to have. Yeah.
And meanwhile, dramatic video shows the moment of the crash. You can see here the fireball in the sky. as two aircraft collided there over the Potomac River. We're also learning more about the victims and some of their photos seen here. Those who died on the plane include American figure skaters, coaches, and family members who'd been at a skating camp out in Wichita, Kansas. ABC News' Alex Prochet is live at Reagan National Airport in Arlington, Virginia, along with ABC News senior White House correspondent Selena Wang here in our D.C. bureau. So, Alex, first, what more can you tell us about the recovery effort right now there along the Potomac River?
Well, Terry, so divers have ceased their recovery operation today. They say that they have recovered around 40 of these victims. The others, they say they would not be able to recover without moving the fuselage of that aircraft. And they're dealing with three main pieces of aircraft. They say that American Airlines flight broke into two pieces. The Black Hawk is largely intact. The other thing that we learned from the NTSB is they have not recovered the black boxes yet, which they hope will give them details into those last few moments before that collision happened, basically pointing a map as to where things went wrong. They say they have not ruled out human or mechanical failure in this. The other thing that's of note here, Terry, is this debris field is very, very wide. And while they're optimistic that they will be able to recover these black boxes, they're able to sustain the harsh temperatures inside underneath the Potomac right now. There's a lot of perishable evidence that they're hoping to recover, and that debris field is very, very wide. You're seeing debris wash up on the shores of Virginia, Maryland, and D.C. now. So a lot of the local piers have been closed because of that. And lastly, and this is, your heart really just kind of goes out to these families. Some of them are still being contacted. We're told that there are families that are still on their way that had loved ones on these aircraft. And so, that is something that is also going to be playing out. And again, I mean, there's an eerie kind of calm to what is normally a very bustling airport.
Obviously, yes. Thank you very much, Alex, for that. Appreciate that. And Selena, now to the president. The presidents in these moments have traditionally kept the politics out of it. They've tried to explain from the position and authority of their office what the facts are and console the country. That's not Donald Trump.
Well, Terry, the president started by consoling the country during his press briefing remarks today. He said this is a moment of tragedy, of unity for the country to come together in this hour of anguish. But to your point, he very quickly switched to political attacks, blaming his predecessors who were Democrats, President Biden, as well as former President Obama, for their diversity, equity, and inclusion efforts. He partly blamed those efforts for this collision, saying it led to weaker safety measures in the FAA. He said all of this without any evidence, using this as an opportunity to rail against DEI. We know that this has been a priority of the Trump administration. In his first days in office, he signed an executive order to roll back President Biden's DEI initiatives, to roll back previous DEI initiatives, to gut that from the federal government. And today, just moments ago in the Oval Office, he signed a presidential memorandum to ensure that there are no DEI initiatives within the FAA. And Trump has been repeatedly asked today by reporters about why he is using this as a possible explanation from the collision when he has no evidence. Take a listen to how he responded to this in the Oval Office.
Are you saying race or gender played a role in this tragedy?
It may have. I don't know. Incompetence might have played a role. We'll let you know that. But we want the most competent people. We don't care what race they are. We want the most competent people, especially in those positions. And you're talking about extremely complex things. And if they don't have a great brain, a great power of the brain, they're not going to be very good at what they do, and bad things will happen.
Now, our Karen Travers also asked the president whether or not he's concerned that the offer from his administration to buy out federal workers could lead to critical staffing shortages in the FAA. President Trump said he is not concerned, saying that they could hire competent people.
Selena, Alex, thank you very much for those reports. Appreciate it. You've been doing that all day for us. And we now want to bring in United States Senator Tammy Duckworth, Democrat of Illinois, an Army veteran as well, who flew Black Hawk helicopters in Iraq. Senator, thank you very much for taking the time on this day. And if I can draw first on your experience in the Black Hawk, flying with this particular airframe, and how does that experience inform you about the investigation and what they need to look at?
Well, you know, I had a briefing today from both the FAA and the NTSB, and I asked some questions coming from my experience. And the key thing about my experience flying Black Hawks is not just that I flew it in combat in Iraq, but also that I flew it out of Midway Airport, where I was based for over a dozen years, flying in a very similar flight profile where I was flying underneath landing and taking, jets that were landing and taking off from Midway Airport, because that's where my armory was located. So I asked some of the questions about where was the aircraft. The aircraft was under visual flight rules last night. I wanted to know what the conversation was between air traffic control and the flight crews themselves, and they were able to tell me that the flight crews did acknowledge instructions from the air traffic controllers to maintain separation from the regional aircraft. I also asked some questions about what equipment was on the Black Hawk that unfortunately went down last night, and we're not going to know yet until they are able to recover that wreckage and also pull out those black boxes. But right now, my heart goes out to all of the family members of those who lost their lives, and we need to focus on the recovery efforts of the victims, and then let's let the NTSB and the FAA do their jobs and investigate, and let's figure out then what went wrong and how we can fix it and make sure it doesn't happen again.
Absolutely. That's the traditional approach. I want to ask you about the president's approach here. You're one of the leaders of our country, one of our senators. And what you just said there, let's get the facts, let's comfort the afflicted, let's do it right here. President Trump chose a very different path, it seems, taking the opportunity with the body still in the water and the family still grieving in the moment of shock, to take off after the Biden and Obama administrations and raise race and gender issues as a potential cause for this without a shred of evidence that any of that was relevant. What's your reaction to that?
Well, it's beneath the office of the President of the United States. What he is implying is that the people at the FAA maybe did not earn their place there, or even more horrific is that he's implying that the pilots of that Black Hawk helicopter did not earn their place into that Black Hawk helicopter. Our air crews are some of the best trained military air crews in the world. And for him to question whether or not they earned their place and were qualified to be flying those aircraft is beneath the office of the President. And as far as the American Airlines pilots are concerned, we have the information. The captain has over 6 years of experience, the first officer 2 years of experience. These are highly qualified, well-trained pilots. If Mr. Trump wants to do something, he should lift his executive order that puts a freeze on federal grant funding, because last year in a bipartisan agreement, we passed FAA reauthorization, which includes a significant amount of money for training more air traffic controllers. We have an air traffic controller shortage in this country right now, and all that Donald Trump has done is sent air traffic controllers a letter asking them to quit their jobs. I actually have heard that he has now sent these messages. Well, maybe it was Elon Musk, perhaps, who sent the letters, but I'm hearing that air traffic controllers in the Northeast region, which includes the Eastern Seaboard, received the letters that were sent out to federal employees telling them to quit their jobs.
If I can thank you for that, and if I can follow up, Senator, on President Trump's concern here. Is there a legitimate concern that standards have been lowered and weakened and diluted in the name of diversity, equity, and inclusion among air traffic controllers working for the federal government? Do you see any evidence of that?
I have seen no evidence of that, and I've been working very hard as the former chairwoman and now ranking member of the Aviation Safety Subcommittee. What we have a problem of in this country is an air traffic controller shortage. We need more air traffic controllers. And let me tell you, when you're out there trying to recruit more people to get them trained to become air traffic controllers, having the President of the United States question them and insult them is not the way that we actually grow more air traffic controllers who will keep our air aviation system safe.
And one more question. What comes next for you as a senator and as a veteran? What do you want to see done here? And are you concerned that, given the president's interest in politicizing it, that the investigation might not go as planned?
Well, that is my next thing, is to make sure that the investigation goes as planned and that the FAA and the NTSB is allowed to do their jobs. Once, as you've mentioned, we recover all of the victims, raise that Black Hawk helicopter, pull the black box out of it, pull the black box out of the regional jet. Let's look at the facts, because that's how we're going to be able to tell what we can do better for next time so that we don't have this same type of horrific accident occur again. We need to keep America's air traffic safe. It's been the safest in the world, and we need to remain that gold standard. But how we stay in that as the gold standard for air traffic safety is by looking at the facts and not being partisan, not bringing politics into it. Let the professionals do their jobs. And having the President of the United States question that does not help us make air traffic safer in the United States.
All right, U.S. Senator Tammy Duckworth of Illinois, thank you very much for being with us. Appreciate your time. Thank you. Well, now I want to bring in a retired former air traffic controller, Stephen Abraham, for more. He's got decades of experience as the voice of Kennedy Airport in New York. So, Steve, thank you for being with us on this very tough day. And we've heard the dramatic audio of the communication before and after the collision. What do you hear in there? What's of interest to you?
So I think one of the things that the public needs to remember is the recordings that you're listening to and that are available on the World Wide Web are not the exact certified recordings from the control tower. Those are taken from scanners and transceivers that are around the airport that may miss syllables that can be critically important in an investigation of this type, which is why, everybody in my field, all controllers realize that you wait for the NTSB to come up with their final report, sometimes 12 months, sometimes 18 months, sometimes 24 months down the road, because their findings are never questioned.
And Steve, that is obviously the hope, that we get a thorough and accurate investigation. One of the issues that's being raised in the immediate wake of this is how many of our air traffic controllers are overworked and understaffed. We've reported on that, but talk a little bit about that and about the qualifications necessary to obtain this specific role. If a lot of them leave in this buyout of federal employees that's being offered by the administration, can they be replaced quickly?
So the average training time for an air traffic controller in a complex facility such as Washington National is 3 to 5 years. If more controllers leave the system, it's just going to be shorter. And the short staffing issue has been one that has been around for decades, unfortunately. And your question about the standards and qualifications of the controllers, having worked in that environment, air traffic controllers are responsible for training the newest set of air traffic controllers. And because it's a team game, and an air traffic control tower, an approach control, a center, they all act as a team, and you want to work next to qualified people. And if you believe the people who are working next to you in training are not qualified, you don't recommend them to be certified. The people who staff our air traffic facilities have been well trained and are consummate professionals at what they do, which is best displayed by, the over 10 years that we've had without a major accident.
Great point. That's a great point. I do want to ask you, based on your expertise here, about President Trump's concern. Okay, raised today, that may or may not be appropriate. It doesn't seem grotesque to me. But I want to ask you about the substantive concern that he has that standards have been weakened and diluted, and that we don't have the top-level training and quality in the air traffic controller community because of diversity, equity, and inclusion efforts. Have you heard that? Are people in the industry concerned about that? What's your take on that?
So I cannot speak to the metrics that go into the hiring of the newest air traffic controllers. But I will say the hiring process has not changed in the last 15 years. It is the same process to get hired that existed over 15 years ago.
So the standards haven't been lowered?
There's nothing that I've gleaned or seen that would show such.
All right, well, thank you on that and on so much else today. Your expertise is invaluable on a day like today. Steve Abraham, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, we are monitoring some other news as well, and coming up, more of President Trump's high-profile nominees, Kash Patel and Tulsi Gabbard, were grilled on the Hill today. The roads ahead in those confirmation efforts when we come back.
The news never stops. We are here in Israel, a nation at war.
We heard what appeared to be gunfire. The former president rushed off the stage.
Hurricane Helene ravaging the coastline of Florida.
It's moving really fast, screaming across the state.
And that's why ABC News Live never stops.
Taking you to the center of the story. As news breaks live.
We hear the small arms fire around us. We're right on the border between Ukraine and Russia.
ABC News Live is there for you at the start of your day, all morning live. ABC News Live, right there, as events unfold across the day. ABC News Live, breaking down the day's top stories.
Lyle and Eric Menendez, there is new evidence in this case.
ABC News Live Prime going there, wherever the story is.
Are you going to build it back up? And ABC News Live, lighting up the weekends.
With breaking news and all the latest pop headlines.
Happy Oscars Sunday.
A lot to watch for tonight.
ABC News Live.
Because the news never stops.
You know something serious about to happen. I have an idea.
You guys have eyes on your targets.
Shouldn't we strategize?
Come on, we're going to improvise. Freestyle.
No.
Hey, good morning, America.
Good morning, America. Good morning, America.
Good morning, America.
Good morning, America.
Every day of your life.
Tonight, the fatal midair collision between an American Airlines flight and a military helicopter. The recovery mission near Reagan Airport. What happened in those final moments? World News Tonight with David Muir reporting from Washington, D.C.
America's #1 news, ABC News, now streaming 24/7 on Disney+.
Here in Washington today, two more of President Trump's high-profile cabinet nominees faced grillings during their confirmation hearings on Capitol Hill today. FBI Director nominee Kash Patel defended himself against concerns from Democratic senators that he would seek retribution against the president's political adversaries.
Did you say this? When Trump wins in 2024 and is in power in 2025, we can prosecute them, referring to Justice Department officials for an actual RICO statute violation for criminally organizing the United States government to break the law to rig presidential elections. Did you say that, yes or no?
Again, Senator, you're reading a partial statement, so I'm unable to fully respond. If the best attacks on me are going to be false accusations and grotesque mischaracterizations, the only thing this body is doing is defeating the credibility of the men and women at the FBI.
Also on Capitol Hill today, the president's nominee to become the National Intelligence Director, Tulsi Gabbard. Senators pressed her on some of her most controversial views and past statements, and her 2017 trip to Syria, where she met with the now ousted dictator Bashar al-Assad.
Were you able to extract any concessions from President Assad?
No, and I didn't expect to, but I felt these issues were important to address.
Would you view this trip as good judgment?
Yes, Senator, and I believe that leaders, whether you be in Congress or the President of the United States, can benefit greatly by going and engaging, boots on the ground, learning and listening and meeting directly with people, whether they be adversaries or friends.
Well, if confirmed to be the Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard would be the youngest ever in that role, only the second woman to hold the position. It was established after 9/11. Coming up, 8 hostages taken by Hamas on October the 7th have been released back to Israel. What we know about their conditions and the reactions from their families as they are finally reunited.
I'm 110% ready to fall in love.
Tall, handsome, smart. He's perfect. Time just stood still.
It's kind of already sinking in that these other girls are dating my boyfriend.
Everybody just really wants Grant, and we're all fighting for his love.
You act like you don't care.
He knows how I feel.
I know I'm in trouble.
Everyone's so mean.
I did not know how hard this was going to be.
Amanda Riley was a mother, wife. Everybody loved her.
I heard the words, "You have stage 3 blood cancer."
We gave our hearts, our prayers. We thought she was God's gift, but she was a liar.
Why would somebody fake cancer?
There's all these pictures of her in the hospital with IVs, tubing. It was only a matter of time until Amanda's whole world came tumbling down.
Oh my God!
Scamanda premieres tonight on ABC and stream on Hulu.
The Kardashians are here!
What have you been up to?
What haven't we been up to? We're going to Vegas. This is my 40th birthday.
Kim and Chloe take India.
That Monday.
I feel like Cinderella at the ball.
Here, I make a hole in his closet. You must really like him.
Such a stage mom.
Where do you think she learned it?
I'm Kris Jenner. Oh my God, I'm Kris Jenner. All we want is to find our way home.
I'll get you home. But a crew of murderous bounty hunters is coming after us. We have to move fast.
We have no idea who he is.
You can trust me.
You're a Jedi, right?
Of course.
What just happened?
Watch this.
Skeleton Crew. New episodes Tuesdays, only on Disney+.
Reporting from Las Vegas, I'm Mola Lengi. Wherever the story is, we'll take you there. You're streaming ABC News Live.
Turning now to the Middle East. Hamas has freed more hostages today as the ceasefire deal in Gaza enters its second week now. Israeli officials say 3 Israelis, 2 civilians and 1 soldier, as well as 5 Thai citizens were handed over by the Red Cross to the IDF. But Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu of Israel called out Hamas over the chaotic exchange. You can see here the hostages being shuttled through a crowd of thousands by masked militants. It was quite a scene. Hamas also announced the deaths of several of their high-level commanders, including Mohammed Daif, one of the masterminds of the October 7th attack. Back in July, the IDF, the Israeli Defense Forces, had claimed that they were killed in a strike in southern Gaza. ABC News foreign correspondent Britt Clennett reports on all this from Tel Aviv. Britt?
Hi, Terry. Well, really emotional scenes here in Tel Aviv as 8 more hostages held in Gaza were released after 15 months in captivity. 3 Israelis and 5 Thai nationals handed over in exchange for 110 Palestinian prisoners. Chaotic scenes in Gaza this morning. Another step of this precarious ceasefire deal complete. Hamas has staged carefully orchestrated ceremonies so far, but Thursday's release was anything but orderly. First, in the ruins of Jabalia camp, Israeli hostage Agam Berger, a female soldier, handed over to the Red Cross. Last May, Agam's father, Shlomi, reacting to video of his daughter from October 7th, her face covered in blood.
You can see on her face that she's unshocked. Yes, it's hard. 20, 30, 40 men with guns against 5 girls. Very brave, yes.
Today, her father finally being able to embrace his daughter. Relief also in Tel Aviv.
Euphoria here in Hostage Square. The friends of Agam Berger are celebrating her release from captivity. She's finally reunited with her family.
Well, I think I'm just going to hug her and say she's very brave, but I don't know. I don't think I have, I don't know how to say.
Yet in Han Yunis, where 2 Israeli and 5 Thai hostages who were kidnapped on October 7th were released, commotion on the streets. Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad fighters struggling to hold back the crowds. Emotional reunions with their loved ones. But Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu condemning the scenes, threatening to delay the release of 110 Palestinian prisoners. They were eventually released today, 32 prisoners serving life sentences for serious crimes, including deadly attacks against Israelis. 30 Palestinian minors also among those released. Last night, Israel arresting dozens in the West Bank to clamp down on celebrations. President Trump's Middle East envoy, Steve Witkoff, in Tel Aviv, said he is determined for the ceasefire to hold.
Well, Witkoff telling me that when it comes to freeing the remaining American hostages, U.S. officials are, he said, on top of it. And we expect one of them to be released in the next round. We know that Keith Siegel and Sagi Dekelchen are scheduled to be released in the first phase of this deal. Terry.
All right, Britt Clennett from Tel Aviv, thanks very much. Well, the news never stops. You can find us anywhere you stream live news. I'm Terry Moran, and coming up at 7 p.m. Eastern, be sure to watch a special edition of ABC News Live Prime with Linsey Davis for the latest on that deadly midair collision here in Washington. There's more ABC News Live continuing coverage right after this break.
I'm 110% ready to fall in love.
Tall, handsome, smart. He's perfect. Time just stood still.
It's kind of already sinking in that these other girls are dating my boyfriend.
Everybody just really wants Grant, and we're all fighting for his love.
You act like you don't care.
He knows how I feel.
I know I'm in trouble.
Everyone's so mean.
I did not know how hard this was going to be.
This is ABC News Live.
The crush of families.
On the ground in Ukraine.
ABC News Live, America's #1 streaming news. Anytime, anywhere. Streaming 24/7, straight to you for free.
Thank you for making ABC News Live America's #1 streaming news.
You know how difficult my dad is.
You know, I hear everything from in here.
I'm broke and I need a place to stay until I find a job. Can we try to talk to each other like rational adults?
Have you watched the news lately? That's not a thing anymore. You could go back to law school. That's always been your dream.
Actually, that was your dream for me.
You like to argue.
You do love to argue.
Might as well get paid for it.
Is suffocated. We are all here to help them. We're gonna make this happen. We have 96 hours to build a house.
Come on, guys, it's moving day. Let's go. It can't be real.
This was more than just extreme home makeover. This was extreme life makeover.
Extreme Makeover Home Edition, Thursday on ABC and stream on Hulu.
Friday nights at 9 on ABC. Mean true crime.
True murder mystery.
Shocking.
Sex, betrayal, lies.
A bombshell.
The greatest true crime stories.
2020. Friday nights at 9.
It was a kidnapping, torture case.
A crime of greed and cruelty.
The men tortured the victim by beating, tasing, and burning him.
And this is where it gets really horrible. The guy was cutting off my roommates. It was like a bad dream.
This crime was horrific.
He's a psychopath.
How could you possibly defend somebody like that?
This was a story about greed, sadism, evil.
Wicked Game, Devil in the Desert, only on Hulu.
Are you ready for some football?
All Super Bowl week long, Good Morning America is in New Orleans.
GMA at the Super Bowl.
From the hottest parties to the best game day food to football fashion for women and all the puppies. Plus, Drew Brees, Stephen A. Smith, and of course, Gronk.
Hey, GMA, you think morning TV can handle me?
It's gonna be super.
And get this, you could win tickets to the big game starting Monday.
Good Morning America.
GMA at the Super Bowl.
I'm Terry Moore, Washington, and we begin with the deadliest U.S. aviation disaster in nearly a quarter century, that midair collision between an American Airlines jet and an Army Black Hawk helicopter. The recovery effort is still underway at this hour after the two aircraft crashed into each other over the Potomac River last night. It happened as the plane was approaching Reagan National Airport from Wichita, Kansas. All 64 people on board that plane and 3 soldiers on the helicopter are believed dead. A source who has been briefed on this matter described a gruesome scene, and federal investigators provided an update a little while ago.
We are going to conduct a thorough investigation of this entire tragedy.
looking at the facts, we have about nearly 50 people on scene, and in addition to our resources back at headquarters in our labs and throughout the agency.
Earlier in the White House briefing room, President Trump paused for a moment of silence and called the collision, quote, a tragedy of terrible proportions. But then he quickly departed from the traditional presidential role in moments of sorrow and crisis, in which presidents traditionally tell the facts and tell them straight and comfort the country. Instead, he blamed the Biden and the Obama administrations. And without evidence, he blamed diversity, equity, and inclusion policies as being factors in the crash. ABC News Chief White House correspondent Mary Bruce, she pressed the president on whether he had any evidence to back any of that up.
On DEI and the claims that you've made, are you saying this crash was somehow caused and the result of diversity hiring? And what evidence have you seen to support these claims?
It just could have been. We have a high standard. We've had a much higher standard than anybody else. And there are things where you have to go by brain power, you have to go by psychological quality, and psychological quality is a very important element of it. These are various very powerful tests that we put to use, and they were terminated by Biden, and Biden went by a standard that's the exact opposite. So we don't know, but we do know that you had two planes at the same level. You had a helicopter and a plane. That shouldn't have happened. And we'll see. We're going to look into that, and we're going to see. But certainly for an air traffic controller, we want the brightest, the smartest, the sharpest. We want somebody that's psychologically superior, and that's what we're going to have. Yeah.
That's the president. Meanwhile, this dramatic video shows the moment of the crash. You can see here, there's a fireball in the sky, and then as the two aircraft collided there, and then down into the river it went. We're also learning more about the victims. Some of their photos are seen here. Those who died on the plane include American figure skaters, coaches, and family members who had been at a skating camp in Wichita, Kansas. ABC News' Alex Perche is live at Reagan National Airport. So, Alex, first, what more can you tell us about the recovery efforts, about what the scene is there? I guess operations continue. What's it like there?
Yeah, well, so operations started back here again around 11 this morning at Reagan National, but all day today, Terry, it's been kind of a somber cloud that's floated over this airport. Folks that have been coming in for reunions with family or even a tuba conference, you know, this is still very much in the forefront, and they understand, you know, just how tragic of an incident occurred here last night. I actually spoke with one gentleman, Dan Quest, who's on his way to celebrate a family birthday party from just outside of Kansas City, Missouri. And he said all he could do was say a prayer for these families that lost people. Take a listen.
You heard about what happened last night, yeah?
Yeah.
What'd you think?
Oh, it was so sad. We prayed right away for the people that are affected by it. Yeah, because families, it could have been our family. It's very personal.
And the other piece of this, Terry, is that, I mean, some of these families of the victims are still being notified. They're still on their way here. We actually just learned about two of those victims, Spencer Lane and his mother, Christine. Her husband, Doug, actually speaking out this afternoon, saying of his son that once he got interested in something, you just couldn't stop him. And of his wife, Christine, she was such a beautiful person, just connected with everyone. And so, you know, this is a huge, huge tragedy for not just this DMV community, but for folks all over the country.
No question about it. Alex, thank you very much for that. And joining me now for more live from the Pentagon is ABC News senior Pentagon reporter Louis Martinez. ABC News senior White House correspondent Selena Wang is also joining us from our D.C. bureau here. Louis, first to you. What more do we know about the soldiers on board that Black Hawk helicopter?
Terry, we know that this was a very experienced team of 3 soldiers that was flying aboard that Black Hawk helicopter. The instructor pilot, this was a qualification flight during nighttime. Army aviators need to be qualified every year to fly in daylight, nighttime, and via instruments. The instructor pilot had 1,000 hours. The female pilot who was in command of the mission at the time had 500 hours, and the crew chief had hundreds of hours of experience as well. And they were all very familiar with this route. They all belonged to this Army aviation unit that essentially transports senior military leaders from the Pentagon to other areas here in the D.C. area or beyond. And part of that means flying nighttime and daytime to get to the Pentagon or beyond in this whole area. So that's what they were practicing. They were making sure that this pilot was qualified, and that is a regular occurrence. And so now we know that 2 of the 3 are still, they're still trying to recover their remains from the Potomac.
Yeah, that recovery effort ongoing. Thank you, Louis. And Selena, we heard the president today, without evidence, blaming the Obama and Biden administrations and diversity, equity, and inclusion policies as factors in this crash. And then he acknowledged he didn't know the cause. He didn't have any evidence for that.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, President Trump has in fact been doubling down on those unproven claims that those DEI policies from his predecessors are to blame for this deadly crash. But as you say, when he was pressed on if he had any evidence of incompetence, any evidence that these DEI programs were to blame, he could not bring up any evidence at all. In fact, our Karen Travers was in the Oval Office and asked him point blank if he believes that race or gender played a role in this deadly crash. The president answered by saying it may have or it may not have. Take a listen to how he answered here.
Are you saying race or gender played a role in this tragedy?
It may have. I don't know. Incompetence might have played a role. We'll let you know that. But we want the most competent people. We don't care what race they are. We want the most competent people, especially in those positions. And you're talking about extremely complex things. And if they don't have a great brain, a great power of the brain, they're not going to be very good at what they do, and bad things will happen.
And Terry, in the Oval Office there, President Trump was signing a symbolic presidential memorandum calling on the Department of Transportation to review the impact of those Biden-Obama DEI policies on aviation safety. He has been making claims without providing evidence that it has damaged aviation safety. We know that removing all of those DEI initiatives within the federal government has been a top priority of President Trump. In fact, one of the first executive orders that he signed was about gutting those diversity policies from within the federal government.
All right. Selena and Louis, thank you very much. We're going to bring in now Congressman Tim Burchett, Republican of Tennessee. He's on the House Subcommittee on Aviation as well as the House Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure. Congressman Burchett, thank you very much for joining us and for bringing that expertise. And given that, let me first ask you, what are your reactions to what happened, and what do you expect out of this investigation? What are you seeing so far?
Of course, just my heartfelt just sorrow for those families, praying for them that God finds them some peace and serenity in all this. I can't imagine having a family member yanked out from under me like that. It's horrible. And I've flown in there or out of there over 100 times. And I've looked down on those spots so many times. I can remember as a kid, there was a tragic airplane crash that actually we started the de-icing on most American jetliners then, or they upped it because a plane crashed there and broke through the ice at the Potomac, and I don't think 2 or 3 people survived. One brave hero, I remember, dove in. I was a little kid just watching that, and I thought all those things. But we have a job to do is that on the Transportation Committee, especially our subcommittee, and I'm sure we'll be reviewing the facts. Why were those 2 in the same at the same height? Why was there a collision? Why were they not diverted? I've read, as I'm sure you all have, some of the transcripts, and if they are accurate, in fact, was there error by the air traffic controller or pilot error? And why were they not called out? And they were called out, but why they did not respond, and why were they not called out sooner? So there's so many questions, but I would caution folks to be a little patient. Let's spend a little time worrying more about the victims right now. We'll have hearings upon hearings, and I'm sure there'll be plenty of finger pointing, but right now my heart just goes out to those families.
Amen. And I remember that crash too. Lenny Skutnik was the name of the man who dove into the icy water to save some of the people who made it out of that plane. Let me ask you, as you've looked at the existing policies and requirements for pilots, for air traffic controllers, do you think that they're sufficient? Are you going to look at any possible changes that are needed?
Yes, and of course something else we need to look at is just the amount of air traffic that flies into Reagan. It's over, I think, over 500 flights a day. I'm not a pilot. My mama actually flew an airplane during the Second World War, and I'm exceptionally proud of her. But it's a different time now than she was in an open cockpit as a young 17 or 18-year-old girl. So I'm well aware of all those things. But again, we just got to delve into all the facts to find out the true answers. We used to have a saying in the Tennessee legislature: we go a little slower, let's get there. We'll get there a little faster. And I think this is one of those instances. But I do want to remind people we still have the safest air travel in the world in this country, and that it's it is a tragedy, but it's something we need to address, and we need to do it in a hurry in Congress.
Yeah, that's a great point. I want to ask you. You said that this is a time, really, we're gonna hash out what happened and have political arguments about it later. We should grieve at this moment, send our hearts out and our prayers out to the families of those who've lost loved ones. But Congressman, I do have to ask you, that's not what President Trump did today. He did at the beginning talk a little bit about that, but then he really, without evidence, started tossing blame around on the FAA and what he says are the DEI policies that he believes may have led to this. Once again, no evidence. We're a divided country. This should be a moment where we come together. Does that help?
Well, the president, of course, is briefed a lot more and more sensitive roles than I am as the 435th most powerful member of Congress, I can assure you. And I think I know President Trump, and he generally has an idea about something, I believe, and he was possibly told some things that I would not be privileged to. So in this incident, I'm not sure about what we know and when we knew it, but I would suspect, him being the president, that he would have already been briefed on a lot of these things, and he knows facts and figures a lot more than we would as members of Congress.
Fair enough. Congressman Tim Burchett of Tennessee, thank you very much for joining us. Appreciate it.
Thank you, brother. Yes, sir.
Well, we're now learning new details about the victims of this crash. Officials say that 14 competitive ice skaters are among those who were killed in the crash. The head of the Skating Club of Boston says 6 of the victims, including 2 coaches, 2 teenage athletes, and the moms of those athletes, were from the Boston club. And we just learned another one of the victims is Ian Epstein, a flight attendant on board Flight 5342. His family sharing this photo and remembering him as a cherished father, husband, brother, and stepfather. ABC's Stephanie Ramos is following the latest from Reagan National Airport for us. Stephanie, we heard members of the skating community speak out today on their tremendous loss. We heard from Olympic medalist Nancy Kerrigan.
We certainly did, Terry. Olympian Nancy Kerrigan gave a heartbreaking interview at the skating club in Boston, her former skating club, and that's where, as you mentioned, 6 of the victims of that deadly crash were a part of. Here's a bit of what she had to say.
We just wanted to be here and be part of our community. I don't know how you look at people go through tragedies and you wonder, how do they do it? I don't know, but we're so strong. Somehow we have a reservoir to dig from, and each one of them are strong enough to get through this somehow. It will take time.
Nancy Kerrigan and so many others not exactly sure how to process all of this. She says that she didn't know the victims personally, but said all the skaters share a bond and a mentality. And we are, as you mentioned, Terry, learning a little bit more about the individuals that were on that plane. As you mentioned, those figure skaters, we know of a married couple that were figure skating coaches, also world champions back in 1994. They were on that American Airlines flight. We've also learned of 3 Fairfax County students. It's here in Virginia, and 6 parents were aboard that flight as well as other coaches. So many lives lost on that flight, and so many families trying to process this tragedy. Terry.
So much grief. The nation will share it as well. Stephanie, thank you for that report. Appreciate it. Coming up at 7 p.m., be sure to watch a special edition of ABC News Live Prime with Linsey Davis for the latest on the deadly midair collision here in Washington. We're monitoring some other news here as well in Washington. More President Trump's high-profile nominees, Kash Patel and Tulsi Gabbard, they were grilled up on Capitol Hill today. The road's ahead in those confirmation efforts when we come back.
Hi everyone, so I am Isabel Strahan and I wanted to give a walkthrough of what has been going on with me.
The first thing that went through my mind was, this must be a mistake. It didn't seem real.
You don't really think the worst until you get told the worst. I'm not gonna cry. That was just the worst moment any parent could expect.
I couldn't even process it really. I was kind of in shock. Isabella and I, we were kind of inseparable.
That love and that support really helped her pull through.
She's come so far in a year.
I'm realizing life is short. It could change like that. I'm very proud of her.
Really great to just feel free.
Life Interrupted. Isabella Strahan's Fight Against Cancer. The powerful special. Wednesday night on ABC. America's #1 most watched daytime talk show is ABC's The View.
You all heard it here first. This is going to be must-see TV, and so much could happen. That's why it's called The what? The View.
With so much at stake, so much on the line, more Americans turn here than any other newscast. ABC News World News Tonight with David Muir, America's #1 most watched newscast across all of television.
Whenever, wherever news breaks, it's so important to always remember that lives are changed. Here in London, in Buffalo, Uvalde, Texas, Edinburgh, Scotland. Reporting from Rolling Fork, Mississippi. Ukrainian refugees here in Warsaw. We're heading to a small community outside of Mexico City. Getting you behind the stories as they happen. ABC News Live Prime. We'll take you there.
Stream ABC News Live weeknights wherever you stream your news. Only on ABC News Live.
Here in Washington, 2 more of President Trump's high-profile cabinet nominees faced grillings during their confirmation hearings on Capitol Hill today. FBI Director nominee Kash Patel, he defended himself against concerns from Democratic senators that he would seek retribution against the president's political adversaries.
Did you say this? When Trump wins in 2024 and is in power in 2025, we can prosecute them, referring to Justice Department officials for an actual RICO statute violation for criminally organizing the United States government to break the law to rig presidential elections. Did you say that, yes or no?
Again, Senator, you're reading a partial statement, so I'm unable to fully respond. If the best attacks on me are going to be false accusations and grotesque mischaracterizations, the only thing this body is doing is defeating the credibility of the men and women at the FBI.
Also on Capitol Hill today, the president's nominee for National Intelligence Director, Tulsi Gabbard. Senators pressed her on some of her more controversial views and past statements, and her 2017 trip to Syria, where she met with the now ousted dictator there, Bashar al-Assad.
Were you able to extract any concessions from President Assad?
No, and I didn't expect to, but I felt these issues were important to address.
Would you view this trip as good judgment?
Yes, Senator, and I believe that leaders, whether you be in Congress or the President of the United States, can benefit greatly by going and engaging, boots on the ground, learning and listening and meeting directly with people, whether they be adversaries or friends.
ABC News' Jay O'Brien joins me now from Capitol Hill for more on these nominations. Jay, what do the roads ahead look like for these 2 nominees, Gabbard and Patel?
Yeah, Terry, well, you saw Patel there. We'll take him first, defending against accusations that he would use the federal government against Donald Trump's political opponents. He said he would return impartiality to the FBI. Democrats skeptical, of course, of that because of Patel's past comments and also the fact that he spent the last few years as an overtly political actor in Donald Trump's orbit. But nonetheless, not really pointed questions at Kash Patel from Republicans on the Senate Judiciary Committee. It puts him in a position where it looks like he's on track to at least get out of that committee and go on to a floor vote. But it's a much different situation for Tulsi Gabbard. She got pointed questions from Democrats and Republicans in her public hearing today. Republicans pushing her on previous comments she's made, sympathetic to Russia, that meeting with Bashar al-Assad, as you saw, past statements she's made where she's praised Edward Snowden. She got repeated questions on whether or not she would call Edward Snowden a traitor, as Republicans and Democrats on that committee believe, and the intelligence community and the vast majority believes. She said she wouldn't do that. She said she only acknowledged that he had committed crimes. She was also pressed on past statements where she's criticized FISA, warrantless surveillance on foreign citizens that the intelligence community uses in large part to do its work. Point being, Tulsi Gabbard's in a much different spot than Kash Patel. Also, because of the makeup of the committee that she's got to go through, if just one Republican votes down her nomination in that committee, it means that it would complicate her situation of getting out to the floor, getting to a vote. She's got to work it out for her to shore up Republican votes, Terry.
Yeah, the Republicans obviously control the game here, and if she loses Republican votes, she's going to be in trouble. Jay, as always, thanks very much. Well, coming up, how Cuba is responding to President Trump's push to house migrants at Guantanamo Bay.
She's an A-lister, he's a co-star, and he's the director. It seemed to me there was a match made in heaven, promotional-wise. That didn't occur.
Rumors were swirling. For Blake to file a sexual harassment claim, I don't think anyone saw that coming.
He clearly feels, rightly or wrongly, that his movie was somewhat stolen from him.
It is a fight for power. This actually could go either way.
It did not end with It Ends With Us.
Is there more to the story here?
Blake versus Justin, now streaming on Hulu.
Are you ready for some football?
All Super Bowl week long, Good Morning America is in New Orleans.
GMA at the Super Bowl.
From the hottest parties to the best game day food to football fashion for women and all the puppies. Plus, Drew Brees, Stephen A. Smith, and of course, Gronk.
Hey, GMA, you think morning TV can handle me?
It's gonna be super.
And get this, you could win tickets to the big game starting Monday.
Good Morning America.
GMA at the Super Bowl.
Tonight, the fatal midair collision between an American Airlines flight and a military helicopter. The recovery mission near Reagan Airport. What happened in those final moments? World News Tonight with David Muir reporting from Washington, D.C.
When I became president, I asked about the secrets. Aliens. Who killed JFK? Agent Collins.
Yes, sir.
I want to tell you the truth.
What aren't you telling me?
Nightline, the stories that shape your world, that shape your life. Dramatic, stunning, empowering, jaw-dropping. The most powerful stories of our time. Nightline, on right after Kimmel and streaming on Hulu. ABC's David Muir, the most watched newscast in America.
Reporting from the aftermath of the Maui fires, I'm Melissa Adan. Wherever the story is, we'll take you there. You're streaming ABC News Live.
Another story we're following today. Cuba says it rejects President Donald Trump's order to house thousands of migrant deportees at the Guantanamo Bay U.S. Naval Base. The Cuban Foreign Ministry released a statement saying the move would, quote, generate a scenario of risk and insecurity for the island. Trump says the, quote, worst criminals who are in the U.S. illegally will be taken to a detention facility in the future as part of his plan to crack down on illegal immigration. A reminder, Cuba has no control over Guantanamo Bay, but they're not happy about this plan. The news never stops. You can find us anywhere you stream live news. I'm Terry Moran. Coming up at 7 p.m. Eastern, be sure to watch a special edition of ABC News Live Prime with Linsey Davis for the latest on that deadly midair collision here in Washington. There's more ABC News Live coverage right after the break.
The news never stops.
From Tampa, we are here tonight as Hurricane Milton has just made landfall.
The surge just keeps coming up.
Right on the border between Ukraine and Russia.
We're in artillery position about 2 miles away from Gaza.
And ABC News Live is right there everywhere.
We're not far from where this rally took place, so just stick with us here.
Traveling with the president to the U.S.-Mexico border.
Here in London today.
Off the coast of Gaza.
Downtown Tel Aviv, rockets or missiles coming in.
From the most devastating disaster in Hawaii. Some areas are still smoldering.
Wherever the story.
From the front lines, the ruins of Rafah.
From the FBI.
Reporting from Capitol Hill.
In western Portugal, outside of Mexico City.
In Iceland. Let's go.
Here in France.
The eclipse across America.
Just stunning.
Unbelievable.
Streaming live to you.
Wherever the story is.
Wherever the story is.
We're going to take you there.
You're streaming.
ABC News Live.
ABC News Live.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live, streaming free everywhere because the news never stops.
Tonight, the fatal midair collision between an American Airlines flight and a military helicopter. The recovery mission near Reagan Airport. What happened in those final moments? World News Tonight with David Muir reporting from Washington, D.C.
Wherever news breaks, it's so important to always remember that lives are changed. Getting you behind the stories as they happen. ABC News Live Prime. We'll take you there.
Streaming free on ABC News Live.
Get this, people. Now we're streaming every weekend right to you.
With an all-new show, an all-new view, special for the weekends. Now you can catch The View 7 days a week.
I wonder if you can handle it.
It's the Weekend View.
The Weekend View.
It's the Weekend View. Streaming on ABC News Live, wherever you stream. Take a little time to enjoy the Weekend View.
See you on the weekend!
Now streaming Saturday and Sunday mornings on ABC News Live, wherever you stream.
Friday night, a mystery that shook a small town.
I woke up to the gunshot. Mom, she's hysterical.
Then, after losing her first husband, how could this happen?
Okay, she's had not one, but 2 husbands shot in the head.
Miriam became convinced she was being watched.
And then,
There's a dramatic discovery under her doormat.
It's a handwritten note. Alan's first, you're next. Run, run, run.
all new 2020 Friday night on ABC.
Isabella Strahan.
It's been rough, it's been challenging, and it's been very hard, but I know I'll get through it.
Life Interrupted.
The first thing that went through my mind was, this must be a mistake.
You don't really think the worst until you get told the worst. I'm not.
Love and that support really helped her pull through. I'm very proud of her.
The Powerful Special, Wednesday night on ABC.
I'm Terry Moran in Washington, and we begin with the deadliest U.S. aviation disaster in nearly a quarter century, that midair collision between an American Airlines jet and an Army Black Hawk helicopter. The recovery effort is still underway at this hour after the 2 aircraft crashed into each other over the Potomac River last night. It happened as the plane was approaching Reagan National Airport from Wichita, Kansas. All 64 people on board that plane and 3 soldiers on the helicopter are believed dead. A source who has been briefed on the matter described a gruesome scene in the water there and along the banks. Federal investigators provided an update a little while ago.
We are going to conduct a thorough investigation of this entire tragedy, looking at the facts. We have about nearly 50 people on scene, and in addition to our resources back at headquarters in our labs and throughout the agency.
And earlier in the White House briefing room, President Trump paused for a moment of silence, and he called the collision, quote, a tragedy of terrible proportions. But then he quickly turned. He departed from the traditional practice of presidents in this moment to lay out the facts with the authority of his office as he knew them and comfort the country. No, President Trump launched into a bitter criticism of the Biden and Obama administrations, and without evidence, blamed their policies on diversity, equity, and inclusion as being factors in this crash. ABC News Chief White House correspondent Mary Bruce pressed the president on that.
On DEI and the claims that you've made, are you saying this crash was somehow caused and the result of diversity hiring? And what evidence have you seen to support these claims?
It just could have been. We have a high standard. We've had a much higher standard than anybody else. And there are things where you have to go by brain power, you have to go by psychological quality, and psychological quality is a very important element of it. These are various very powerful tests that we put to use, and they were terminated by Biden, and Biden went by a standard that's the exact opposite. So we don't know, but we do know that you had two planes at the same level. You had a helicopter and a plane. That shouldn't have happened. And we'll see. We're going to look into that. We're going to see. But certainly for an air traffic controller, we want the brightest, the smartest, the sharpest. We want somebody that's psychologically superior. And that's what we're going to have. Yeah.
Meanwhile, dramatic video shows the moment of the crash. You can see here the fireball in the sky as the two aircraft collided and then plunged into the Potomac. We're learning more about the victims, some of their photos seen here. Those who died on the plane include American figure skaters, coaches, and family members who had been at a camp in Wichita, Kansas. ABC News' Alex Perche is live at Reagan National Airport with us. Alex, what more can you tell us about the efforts there to recover debris, to recover evidence now, as well as bodies?
Hey, Terry. So dive operations in the Potomac have stopped for now. Divers saying that they have recovered about 40 of these victims. The others, they fear they cannot recover without moving the fuselage of that plane, and that's going to be really kind of integral to their investigation. That plane, we're told, has been broken into two main parts. The Black Hawk helicopter is largely intact. One thing that we did learn from the NTSB is that they still have not recovered those black boxes from either aircraft, which usually gives investigators an idea as to what went wrong in those final moments before a crash like what happened last night. The other piece of this is, some of these families are still being notified. Some of these families are still on their way to be briefed by officials here. We actually learned about one family in particular. Spencer Lane and his mother, Christine, were on this flight. Spencer's dad speaking out to our affiliate in Boston, saying that of his son, and once he was interested in something, you could not stop him. And then of his wife, Christine, saying that she is a beautiful person. She just connected with everyone. We're hearing those sentiments from so many of these family members that are learning the fate of their loved ones today here at Reagan National Airport.
All right, Alex, thank you for standing by there all day reporting on what's going on there. Appreciate it. We're joined now by Congressman Suhas Subramaniam. He represents Virginia, a Democrat, and he joins us now. Congressman, thank you very much for being with us. We now know that several of the victims from this disaster are from your district in Northern Virginia. What can you tell us? What have you been told, and how is the community responding?
Yeah, we have folks who are students or former students in our schools. We have a wonderful and really well-regarded ice skating instructor at the local ice skating rink. And just, people are really devastated. It's a really somber mood here, and just a tragic situation that probably will stay with us for a long time. But we're a community that comes together in tragic times, and we'll come together for the families now.
Right, so 3 students, 6 parents among the Northern Virginia victims here. There may be more. So Reagan National has the busiest runway in the country. I'm sure you fly in and out of it all the time, as do I. What are your thoughts about how air traffic is managed there, and whether there needs to be another look at that?
Well, the Virginia delegation for a long time has said that airport has way too much air traffic, and that we should look into all our options when it comes to where some of these flights go out of. But, we want to make sure we have all the facts of what happened. And certainly if that was a contributing factor, then we want to do everything possible to address that. As a member of the Oversight Committee, we certainly would like to look into exactly what happened. And I might even call for a hearing if it's something that we can help fix, because I do not want people feeling unsafe when they travel and get on a flight. That's the last thing we want.
Absolutely. And Congressman, this is a moment when people look to leaders like yourself and others to bring us together. Our hearts go out, and everybody, I think, feels the same way about that. And President Trump, presidents traditionally do that, comfort the nation. He did pause today for a moment of silence and then ripped into his predecessors and without evidence blamed the policies of his predecessors on that. What's your reaction?
You know, that's the way President Trump shows leadership in a situation like this. The way I show leadership, and many others do, is by just being there for the families, getting all the information we can, and using the facts to actually try to fix the situation and make sure it doesn't happen again. And so I hope that the president will work with us on trying to solve this and make sure people feel safe. But certainly, I'd like to think I'm showing a different kind of leadership than what he showed.
Yeah. Well, we appreciate your leadership and wish the people of your district the best as you lead them and the other local leaders through this awful time. Congressman Suhas Subramaniam, thanks very much.
Thank you.
Well, joining me now for more live from the Pentagon is ABC News senior Pentagon reporter Louis Martinez, and ABC News senior White House correspondent Selena Wang is also joining us here in D.C. Louis, first, what more do we know about the identities of the 3 Army soldiers that were aboard that Black Hawk helicopter?
Terry, we know that there were 2 male members of the crew, and that the female member of the crew was actually the one leading the mission, though she was receiving a qualification course, a nighttime qualification, under an experienced instructor pilot. She, too, very experienced. The instructor pilot had more than 1,000 hours of flight time. She had 500 hours, and the male crew chief had several hundred hours worth of flight time as well. They were all 3 of them very experienced with the flight lines around the Potomac River, because their unit, this is what they do. They fly around the Washington, D.C. area, primarily to transport VIPs from the Pentagon to other locations around the D.C. area or beyond. And so what we are told by officials is that this is a very experienced crew, that was not a factor. The factor that also not a factor, that they knew the layout of where they were flying. They didn't matter that it was at nighttime, because they also carry out nighttime flight missions. So one of the things that they're trying to ascertain is exactly what led to this collision. One of the things they're looking for is the data and flight recorder. It's an integrated unit aboard Black Hawk helicopters. That's one of the things that they're looking for, and the search continues also for their remains.
Absolutely. Thank you, Louis. And Selena, the president had a busy day today, right? He was signing executive orders on this, and he was also before the country a couple of times, and he chose to console the country and then to turn it into a political fight, especially about diversity, equity, and inclusion policies, which he suggested, without evidence, are partly to blame for this crash. That's what we get with Donald Trump in the White House.
Yeah, Terry, as you say, President Trump, he addressed reporters several times today, and he actually doubled down on those claims without providing any evidence that DEI policies of his predecessors are to blame for this deadly crash. And just less than 2 hours ago in the Oval Office, President Trump signed a symbolic presidential memorandum ordering the Department of Transportation to review the impact of Biden and Obama's DEI programs on aviation safety. He has been claiming without evidence that those policies to push diversity have actually damaged aviation safety, saying that they prioritize hiring based on diversity and not on qualifications. He repeatedly talked about incompetence. But when pressed on if he had any evidence of incompetence when it comes to this deadly crash, the president could not provide any evidence. Our Karen Travers was in the Oval Office with a small group of reporters just hours ago when he was signing that presidential memorandum, and take a listen to how the president responded.
Are you saying race or gender played a role in this tragedy?
It may have. I don't know. Incompetence might have played a role. We'll let you know that. But we want the most competent people. We don't care what race they are. We want the most competent people, especially in those positions. And you're talking about extremely complex things. And if they don't have a great brain, a great power of the brain, they're not going to be very good at what they do, and bad things will happen.
And earlier, when the president was in front of reporters in the White House press briefing room, he also attacked Pete Buttigieg, the former transportation secretary. This was after the president had brief remarks about unity and the country coming together. He quickly switched to these political attacks. And Transportation Secretary Buttigieg is responding to Trump's attacks in a pretty lengthy statement. I just want to read it to you. He said, quote, "Despicable. As families grieve, Trump should be leading, not lying. We put safety first, drove down close calls, grew air traffic control, and had 0 commercial airline crash fatalities out of millions of flights on our watch." President Trump now oversees the military and the FAA. One of his first acts was to fire and suspend some of the key personnel who helped keep our skies safe. Time for the president to show actual leadership and explain what he will do to prevent this from happening again. And one more important question that was asked in the Oval Office was whether or not Trump was concerned that his administration's offer to buy out these federal workers so that they can resign and that they would be paid out for a few months, whether or not he was concerned that that offer would lead to a shortage of critical staff in the FAA. President Trump said he was not concerned that they could hire competent people.
Yeah, what a day President Trump had. Louis, I want to go back to you on the question of when this accident took place at night. In the Black Hawk helicopter, what do we know about how the pilots were operating that helicopter? Frankly, were they wearing night vision goggles, and would that night vision glasses, and would that matter?
Terry, that's a good question. Earlier today, we heard from Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, who said that they did have night vision goggles, and that is normal. They would have them available to them, but they wouldn't necessarily have to be wearing them. While they are useful, let's say in a very expansive area like the desert, you could also use them in a very bright area like the Washington, D.C. area. But we spoke earlier today with a retired Army official who had 30 years of flight experience, and he told reporters that, you know what, you don't really need night vision goggles to fly in this area, and I'll tell you why. He said that because we are flying this path above the Potomac River that is essentially dark because there are no lights. You have lights to your left and to your right in the Northern Virginia suburbs and in the Washington, D.C. area. You can orient yourself really well. You can also use the strobe light that's going to be there at Reagan National Airport, and you can figure out exactly where you are. And in the center of the console there in the cockpit, there's also a moving map that kind of provides a real-time indicator, kind of like the GPS in your car, of where you are, as well as other information. So while they could have been using night vision goggles, they would have been also beneficial, but they wouldn't have been necessary, particularly in a qualification flight like this one.
Yeah, that's fascinating. Louis, thank you for that. And then, Selena, back to you on the president's concern, however inelegantly stated, that somehow training of air traffic controllers has been degraded and diluted because of concerns about diversity, equity, and inclusion, getting a more diverse air traffic control workforce. He's zeroing in on that.
Yeah, and I just want to read to you some facts, Terry, about air traffic controllers and DEI. First of all, no one is given preferential treatment for race, sex, ethnicity, or sexual orientation when it comes to air traffic controller hiring. The hiring process for air traffic controllers is extraordinarily complex. It does not have direct hiring authority. Everyone must pass a medical exam, a psych evaluation, and an aptitude test. The psych test is more stringent than what is required of a pilot. And the training process lasts about 3 to 4 years from your hiring day. So these are extremely rigorous tests that these air traffic controllers must pass. And while President Trump was repeatedly talking about incompetence, he couldn't provide any evidence of it, Terry.
Yeah, and what evidence there is that we haven't had an accident in 10 years, and in much more than 10 years, regardless of how the training is being done. But there obviously needs to be a close look at everything, and that will happen. Selena and Louis, thank you very much. We are monitoring other news as well, and coming up, 8 hostages taken by Hamas on October the 7th have been released back to Israel. What we know about their conditions and the reactions from their families as they are reunited.
What does it take to be the most watched newscast in America?
An operation to capture ISIS fighters.
Is this our combat operations center?
We're approaching the gate now. Militants came in from 4 or 5 different directions. Operational nuclear reactor. So you have a couple loaded and ready to go. The house is destroyed, but the flag, there's not a tear in it. Not a tear in it. How important is this label right here, Made in the USA? Look at your smile. You're proud of this.
I love this.
Great work. Hi. Where are you? Where are you? Appreciate you. Thank you. David, good to meet you. Ismail? David.
David.
Yes, yes. I'm David Muir.
I know who you are.
You
Watch
do?
you every night.
ABC's World News Tonight with David Muir is America's most watched newscast.
Are you ready for some football?
All Super Bowl week long, Good Morning America is in New Orleans.
GMA at the Super Bowl.
From the hottest parties to the best game day food to football fashion for women and all the puppies. Plus, Drew Brees, Stephen A. Smith, and of course, Gronk.
Hey, GMA, you think morning TV can handle me?
It's gonna be super.
And get this, you could win tickets to the big game starting Monday.
Good Morning America.
GMA at the Super Bowl.
Freeze Morgan Guillory Major Crimes.
Where did you get this?
Check out at the dollar store. You hired me because I notice things that you miss.
Let's solve this case.
Bingo. Our killer's name is Dubois.
Did you just Google who's the killer on your phone, Morgan?
No, I did not do that.
Attention teachers, no child is to be sent to the principal's office today. Kids, if you want to do prom, now's the time. Happy first day of school.
Yes! Weren't there like 4 more of these?
Yeah, we were robbed.
Hey, buy 3, get 1 free.
I'ma call your mother on you. Bring the rest back here, boy.
Well, turning now to the Middle East, Hamas has freed more hostages today as a ceasefire deal in Gaza now enters its 2nd week. Israeli officials say that 3 Israelis, 2 civilians, and 1 soldier, as well as 5 Thai citizens, were handed over by the Red Cross to the Israeli Defense Forces. But Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu of Israel called out Hamas over the chaotic exchange. You can see here the hostages being shuttled through a crowd of thousands by masked militants, kind of a parade there. Hamas has also announced the deaths of several of their high-level commanders, including Mohammed Daif, who was one of the masterminds of the October 7th attack back in July. The IDF had claimed that they were killed in a strike in southern Gaza. ABC News foreign correspondent Britt Clennett reports from Tel Aviv.
Hi, Terry. Well, really emotional scenes here in Tel Aviv as 8 more hostages held in Gaza were released after 15 months in captivity. 3 Israelis and 5 Thai nationals handed over in exchange for 110 Palestinian prisoners. Chaotic scenes in Gaza this morning. Another step of this precarious ceasefire deal complete. Hamas has staged carefully orchestrated ceremonies so far, but Thursday's release was anything but orderly. First, in the ruins of Jabalia camp, Israeli hostage Agam Berger, a female soldier, handed over to the Red Cross. Last May, Agam's father, Shlomi, reacting to video of his daughter from October 7th, her face covered in blood.
You can see on her face that she's unshocked. Yes, it's hard. 20, 30, 40 men with guns against 5 girls. Very brave, yes.
Today, her father finally being able to embrace his daughter. Relief also in Tel Aviv.
Euphoria here in Hostage Square. The friends of Agam Berger are celebrating her release from captivity. She's finally reunited with her family.
Well, I think I'm just going to hug her and say she's very brave, but I don't know. I don't think I have, I don't know how to say.
Yet in Han Yunis, where 2 Israeli and 5 Thai hostages who were kidnapped on October 7th were released, commotion on the streets. Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad fighters struggling to hold back the crowds. Emotional reunions with their loved ones. But Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu condemning the scenes, threatening to delay the release of 110 Palestinian prisoners. They were eventually released today, 32 prisoners serving life sentences for serious crimes, including deadly attacks against Israelis. 30 Palestinian minors also among those released. Last night, Israel arresting dozens in the West Bank to clamp down on celebrations. President Trump's Middle East envoy Steve Witkoff in Tel Aviv said he is determined for the ceasefire to hold. Well, Witkoff telling me that when it comes to freeing the remaining American hostages, U.S. officials are, he said, on top of it. And we expect one of them to be released in the next round. We know that Keith Siegel and Sagi Dekelchen are scheduled to be released in the first phase of this deal. Terry.
All right, Britt Clennett there in Tel Aviv. Thank you very much for that. And coming up, Russia launched a new deadly drone strike in Ukraine. We'll have the details of that ahead.
The news never stops. We are here in Israel, a nation at war.
We heard what appeared to be gunfire. The former president rushed off the stage.
Hurricane Helene ravaging the coastline of Florida.
It's moving really fast, screaming across the state.
And that's why ABC News Live never stops.
Taking you to the center of the story.
As news breaks live.
We hear the small arms fire around us. We're right on the border between Ukraine and Russia.
ABC News Live is there for you at the start of your day, all morning live.
ABC News Live, right there, as events unfold across the day.
ABC News Live, breaking down the day's top stories.
Lyle and Eric Menendez, there is new evidence in this case.
ABC News Live Prime going there, wherever the story is.
Are you going to build it back up? And ABC News Live, lighting up the weekends.
With breaking news and all the latest pop headlines.
Happy Oscar Sunday.
A lot to watch for tonight.
ABC News Live.
Because the news never stops.
You know something serious about to happen. I have an idea.
You guys have eyes on your targets.
Shouldn't we strategize?
Come on, we're gonna improvise. Freestyle.
No.
Whenever, wherever news breaks, it's so important to always remember that lives are changed. Here in London, in Buffalo, Uvalde, Texas, Edinburgh, Scotland. Reporting from Rolling Fork, Mississippi. Ukrainian refugees here in Warsaw. We're heading to a small community outside of Mexico City. Getting you behind the stories as they happen. ABC News Live Prime. We'll take you there.
Stream ABC News Live weeknights wherever you stream your news. Only on ABC News Live.
Hey, good morning, America.
Good morning, America. Good morning, America.
Good morning, America.
Good morning, America.
Every day of your life.
Tonight, the fatal midair collision between an American Airlines flight and a military helicopter. The recovery mission near Reagan Airport. What happened in those final moments? World News Tonight with David Muir reporting from Washington, D.C.
America's #1 news, ABC News, now streaming 24/7 on Disney+.
Some of the other stories we're following today. A Russian drone strike killed at least 6 people and injured 9 other overnight in Ukraine. The drone blew out a wall and surrounding windows of an apartment building. Emergency officials say they evacuated 120 people from the area near the frontline city of Sumy, where Ukrainian defenses are straining to hold the much larger Russian army at bay. Ukraine's military claims Russia launched 81 drones overnight, 37 of which were shot down. Well, Brazilian President Lula da Silva sends a warning to President Donald Trump. He says that if the U.S. imposes tariffs on the Latin American country, he'll respond with his own tariffs. This comes after Trump vowed to protect U.S. interests by raising taxes on countries like Brazil. The U.S. is a large buyer of Brazilian oil and steel products, coffee, and orange juice as well. Well, the news never stops. You can find us anywhere you stream live news. I'm Terry Moran. Coming up at 7 p.m. Eastern tonight, be sure to watch a special edition of ABC News Live Prime with Linsey Davis for the latest on the deadly midair collision here in Washington. We'll have more ABC News Live continuing coverage right after the break.
So I am Isabel Strahan, and I wanted to give a walkthrough of what has been going on with me.
The first thing that went through my mind was, this must be a mistake. It didn't seem real.
You don't really think the worst until you get told the worst. I'm not gonna cry.
That was just the worst moment any parent could expect.
I couldn't even process it really. I was kind of in shock. Isabella and I, we were kind of inseparable.
That love and that support really helped her pull through.
She's come so far in a year.
I'm realizing life is short. It could change like that. I'm very proud of her.
Really great to just feel free.
Life Interrupted. Isabella Strahan's Fight Against Cancer. The powerful special. Wednesday night on ABC.
She's an A-lister, he's a co-star, and he's the director. It seemed to me it was a match made in heaven, promotional-wise. That didn't occur.
Rumors were swirling.
For Blake to file a sexual harassment claim, I don't think anyone saw that coming.
He clearly feels, rightly or wrongly, that his movie was somewhat stolen from him.
It is a fight for power.
This actually could go either way.
It did not end with It Ends With Us.
Is there more to the story here?
Blake versus Justin. Now streaming on Hulu.
You know how difficult my dad is.
You know, I hear everything from in here.
I'm broke and I need a place to stay until I find a job. Can we try to talk to each other like rational adults?
You watch the news lately? That's not a thing anymore. You could go back to law school. That's always been your dream.
Actually, that was your dream for me.
You like to argue.
You do love to argue.
Might as well get paid for it.
Friday night, a mystery that shook a small town.
I woke up to the gunshot. Mom, she's hysterical.
Then, after losing her first husband, how could this happen?
Okay, she's had not one, but 2 husbands shot in the head.
Miriam became convinced she was being watched.
And then...
There's a dramatic discovery under her doormat.
It's a handwritten note. Alan's first, you're next. Run, run, run.
All new 2020, Friday night on ABC.
House football and a Super Bowl team helping kids learn tomorrow. The Philly teacher and her students soaring, just like on Good Morning America.
Friday nights at 9 on ABC. Mean true crime.
True murder mystery.
Shocking.
Sex, betrayal, lies.
A bombshell.
The greatest true crime stories.
2020, Friday nights at 9.
Reporting from Miami, Florida, I'm Victor Okendo. Wherever the story is, we'll take you there. You're streaming ABC News Live.
Tonight, the fatal midair collision between an American Airlines flight and a military helicopter. The recovery mission near Reagan Airport. What happened in those final moments? World News Tonight with David Muir reporting from Washington, D.C.
You're watching America's #1 streaming news. Keep streaming with ABC News Live.
I'm Terry Moran in Washington, and we begin with the deadliest U.S. aviation disaster in nearly a quarter century, the midair collision between an American Airlines jet and an Army Black Hawk helicopter. The recovery effort is still underway at this hour after the 2 aircraft crashed into each other over the Potomac River last night. It all happened as the plane was approaching Reagan National Airport from Wichita, Kansas. All 64 people on board that plane. And 3 soldiers on that helicopter are believed to be dead. A source who has been briefed on the matter described a gruesome scene in the river and along the banks as well. Federal investigators provided an update a little while ago.
We are going to conduct a thorough investigation of this entire tragedy, looking at the facts. We have about nearly 50 people on scene, and in addition to our resources back at headquarters in our labs and throughout the agency.
Earlier in the White House briefing room, President Trump paused for a moment of silence and called the collision a, quote, tragedy of terrible proportions. But he quickly departed from the traditional role of presidents in this moment, delivering the facts with the authority of the office, comforting the country. No, he turned into criticism of the Biden and Obama administrations, political criticism, and he without any evidence, blamed the diversity, equity, and inclusion policies as being factors in the crash. So our ABC News chief White House correspondent tried to press the president on all of that. Take a listen.
On DEI and the claims that you've made, are you saying this crash was somehow caused and the result of diversity hiring? And what evidence have you seen to support these claims?
It just could have been. We have a high standard. We've had a much higher standard than anybody else. And there are things where you have to go by brain power. You have to go by psychological quality. And psychological quality is a very important element of it. These are various very powerful tests that we put to use, and they were terminated by Biden. And Biden went by a standard that's the exact opposite. So we don't know, but we do know that you had two planes at the same level. You had a helicopter and a plane. That shouldn't have happened. And we'll see. We're going to look into that, and we're going to see. But certainly for an air traffic controller, we want the brightest, the smartest, the sharpest. We want somebody that's psychologically superior, and that's what we're going to have. Yeah. That's right.
Meanwhile, the dramatic video that shows the moment of the crash, we've stilled it here so you can see the fireball in the sky at the moment of collision, and then the debris and people tumbling into the river. We're also learning more about the victims of this crash. Some of their photos are seen here. Those who died on the plane include American figure skaters, coaches, and family members who had been at a skating camp in Wichita, Kansas. ABC News' Alex Perchet is live at Reagan National Airport for us. Alex, you've been at that post all day. What have you seen? What has struck you about the scene there today?
Well, Terry, I mean, I think, you know, as you see behind me, as operations have started back here at Reagan National, I mean, there is a kind of an eerie somberness to the day. A lot of folks that we've talked to, and they've been coming in, they're here to visit family. They're here to celebrate birthdays or to attend conferences. But still, you know, the weight of what happened here yesterday is very much front of mind for many of these passengers. I spoke with one gentleman, Dan Quest, who is visiting from the Kansas City area, and he says that he got the news last night. He's here for his grandson's birthday, and he was reflecting on, you know, just how tragic this was, saying that, like, this could have been his family. Take a listen. You heard about what happened last night, yeah?
Yeah.
I mean, what'd you think?
Oh, it was so sad. We prayed right away for the people that are affected by it. Yeah, because families, it could have been our family. It's very personal.
Like he said, it's very, very personal. But, you know, Terry, as these recovery efforts are still underway, we know that dive operations have ceased here in the Potomac. Divers saying they've accounted for about 40 of these victims. The others, they say they cannot retrieve because they cannot retrieve them without moving that fuselage. And there's concerns about that. We learned that that plane, it's been broken into about two pieces. The Black Hawk helicopter is largely intact. But one other thing that we're hearing tonight from our team in the Kansas area, Kansas Governor Laura Kelly saying that she believes, according to her conversations with American Airlines, that we will have the flight manifest from that flight that it would be made public by about Friday. We were told by the NTSB today that they are still trying to get in touch with some of those victims' families, and some of those victims' families are still on their way here to D.C. Terry?
Yeah, just tragic. Alex Perchet at Reagan National Airport, thank you very much again. And joining me now for more live from the Pentagon is ABC News senior Pentagon reporter Louis Martinez, and ABC News senior White House correspondent Selena Wang is with us in D.C. as well. So, Louis, first, what more do we know about the identities of the Army soldiers who were aboard the Black Hawk helicopter?
Terry, there were 3 soldiers aboard this Black Hawk helicopter, and we are told that they were very, very experienced. An instructor pilot who had about 1,000 hours of flight time. The pilot who was actually in command of the flight of the helicopter at that time, she had 500 flight hours. And the crew chief, who had several hundred hours of flight time as well. Very experienced, all very familiar with the flight paths around Potomac River, around the Pentagon, around National Airport. Well, that's because the unit that they belonged to, what they did is they travel around the region, particularly here to the Pentagon, to bring back and forth very senior VIPs from the Pentagon to take them around the Washington area or beyond. So they have to train for daylight hours, they have to train for nighttime hours, they have to train for flight, instrument flight rules as well. And so what we are told is that that flight last night was a qualification flight for the pilot to make sure that she was up to her qualifications. This is annual testing that all soldiers have to go through, whether it be on the firing range with your rifle, or in this case, an aviator having to fly at night. And so a lot of experience here, and I think it's a lot of questions being raised. If they have so much experience, then what may have happened here? Was there a miscommunication at some point? So a lot of speculation going on, but all we are hearing is that officials are just saying, let's wait on the questions until we have more details from investigators.
Absolutely. Let's wait on the question. Let's wait on the details on the investigations. Selena, we heard the president today not do that. Without evidence, blaming the Obama and the Biden administrations and diversity, equity, and inclusion policies as factors in this crash, even while acknowledging that he didn't know the cause.
Yeah, Terry, as this investigation was just getting started, President Trump offered a whole host of speculation, and throughout the day, he doubled down on this claim without any evidence that the predecessor's DEI policies were partly a cause of this deadly crash. But when pressed on whether or not he had any evidence, he couldn't provide anything. Take a listen to how Trump responded when our Karen Travers asked him directly if he is saying that race or gender caused this deadly crash.
Are you saying race or gender played a role in this tragedy?
It may have. I don't know. Incompetence might have played a role. We'll let you know that. But we want the most competent people. We don't care what race they are. We want the most competent people, especially in those positions. And you're talking about extremely complex things. And if they don't have a great brain, a great power of the brain, they're not going to be very good at what they do, and bad things will happen.
Now, the Trump administration has been claiming that the diversity policies under Biden and Obama led them to hire air traffic controllers based on diversity initiatives rather than competence. But I want to offer some fact checks on that about the air traffic controller hiring process. First of all, no one is given preferential treatment based on race, sex, ethnicity, or sexual orientation. Everyone must pass a medical exam, psych evaluation, and aptitude test. The psych test is more stringent than what is required of a pilot, and the training process lasts about 3 to 4 years from your hiring date. And President Trump also in the briefing room today, he used this as an opportunity to slam the former Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg. And Buttigieg has responded to the president's attacks, writing on social media the following, quote, "Despicable as families grieve. Trump should be leading, not lying. We put safety first, drove down close calls, grew air traffic control, and had 0 commercial airline crash fatalities out of millions of flights on our watch." President Trump now oversees the military and the FAA. One of his first acts was to fire and suspend some of the key personnel who helped keep our skies safe. Time for the president to show actual leadership and explain what he will do to prevent this from happening again. But President Trump did offer assurances today that he believes there should be no hesitation for Americans to get on planes, that something like this will not happen again.
Right. Selena Wang. Louis Martinez, thank you very much for that report. Politics coming into it, but let's talk about the crash. I want to bring in Doug Rice. He's a retired pilot with over 50 years of flying experience, and he's also the regional vice president of the California Pilots Association. So, Doug, thank you for bringing your expertise and your insight to us. You've flown in and out of Reagan National Airport numerous times, I'm sure. When you heard about this, what went through your mind? And now that you're seeing some of the facts develop, what do you think?
Well, I'm very disappointed that this happened, and the confluence of the helicopter and the aircraft meeting in the skies is very concerning, in that the system didn't work.
And how so? I mean, it's a busy area. It's right in the middle of the city. Obviously, it's right hard by the Pentagon, and there's helicopters coming in and out of there all the time. So, in your initial takeaways from what you've seen and heard so far, what are you making of that?
Well, the first thing that came to mind was the fact that the helicopter was operating on what is essentially a helicopter highway, a route along the Potomac, and is supposed to be at or below 200 feet above the ground. And this accident occurred at somewhere around 370 to 400 feet. The aircraft was operating in a perfectly normal fashion, landing on runway 33, approximately 1 mile from the end of the runway and would have been in the 300 to 400 foot height range. So theoretically, the two should have been separated by altitude, even if it was close. And air traffic control should have been monitoring both and should have had a readout on the altitude of the helicopter. The question is, what did they show on the radar screen and what did they say to the helicopter as far as keeping it away from the aircraft? The aircraft has priority because he was in the landing configuration and was about 25 seconds from touching down on the runway.
Yeah, for sure. You'd think that, and you're looking at Reagan National Airport. It's such a busy airport, and I just wonder, now you've heard the audio recording of the dramatic communication before and after the collision with the airport. Based on your experience, do you hear the air traffic controllers following protocol there? Are you familiar with seeing military aircraft on approach to that airport?
You're very familiar with seeing military aircraft running up and down the Potomac River at low altitude. Why this one was not at that low altitude is part of the question. What air traffic control saw, or what they directed, was to tell the helicopter to maintain visual separation from this aircraft. The question that has to be answered is, did the helicopter see this aircraft or did they see a different aircraft? And was that part of the confusion on the part of the helicopter pilots?
Got it. And just one more quick one. Is speed a factor here? Because the reaction time is so much less. The aircraft is coming in, and the helicopter is moving very quickly as well.
Well, the helicopter is doing something around a mile a minute going down the river, and the aircraft is doing just over 2 miles a minute coming up the river. So yes, the closure rate is fairly quick, and there's very little time for the controller to give directions. That's why it was so important for the helicopter pilot to acknowledge that he had the aircraft in sight and would avoid it and stay out of the way. And that's what failed here. The other question is, could the CRJ pilots see the helicopter coming down the river towards them, or was it invisible to them because it meshed with the background lighting of Washington, D.C., and therefore they could not see the helicopter and the lighting on it?
Yeah, that's a great point. It's difficult to see them. They're designed to be difficult to see in, enemy terrain, essentially. Doug Rice, we really want to thank you for bringing your expertise to us tonight on this sad night. Appreciate it.
My pleasure, Terry.
Thanks. As we learn more about this crash, we learn more about the victims. Officials say 14 competitive ice skaters are among those killed in the crash. The head of the Skating Club of Boston says 6 of the victims, including 2 coaches, 2 teenage athletes, and 2 moms of those athletes, were from the Boston Skating Club. And we've also now learned another one of the victims is Ian Epstein. He's a flight attendant on board Flight 5342. His family sharing this photo, remembering him as a cherished father, husband, brother, and stepfather as well. ABC's Stephanie Ramos, she's following these stories and more for us tonight. Stephanie, what are you hearing about the victims today and about their families, how they're doing?
Yeah, Terry. Well, like what you just mentioned, that the flight attendant Ian Epstein, we heard from his family saying that he just loved to travel the world. He loved meeting new people. We've also learned about the first officer on that American Airlines plane, Samuel Lilly. His family telling us that he had just recently gotten engaged in Ireland. He was happy for his future, for his life that was to come. His family also telling us that Sam grew up with a love for flying. His father flew Army Black Hawk helicopters, and that's when his love really began. But you mentioned the figure skaters. We're learning a little bit more about them. We've just learned that one of those figure skaters has been identified as 12-year-old Brielle Beyer. She was on that flight with her mother, 42-year-old Justine Beyer, both of them and the other figure skaters returning to the D.C. area from a figure skating development camp in Wichita. We've also learned of a married couple, skating coaches, champions back in 1994. Another coach was on that flight, accompanying 2 youth skaters at that camp in Wichita. So many lives lost, so many different communities coming together, including the figure skating community. Earlier today, we heard from Olympian Nancy Kerrigan. She spoke at her former skating school in Boston, where 6 of those victims skated. Here's a bit of what she had to say.
We just wanted to be here and be part of our community. I don't know how you look at people go through tragedies and you wonder how do they do it. I don't know, but we're so strong. Somehow we have a reservoir to dig from, and each one of them are strong enough to get through this somehow. It will take time.
It will certainly take some time. Nancy Kerrigan and so many in the figure skating community devastated. The families of those other victims devastated as well. Many of them here at the airport. We saw one of the NTSB members who spoke at the press conference earlier today walk by us. He said he was headed to meet with the families. He expects to be with them tonight for several hours, trying to answer their questions. Terry.
Stephanie Ramos, thank you very much for reporting on them. Appreciate it. Well, coming up, I'll speak with a figure skating coach who was at the same skating camp in Wichita as some of those victims were. It's coming up next.
I'm 110% ready to fall in love.
Tall, handsome, smart. He's perfect.
Time just stood still.
It's kind of already sinking in that these other girls are dating my boyfriend.
Everybody just really wants Grant, and we're all fighting for his love.
You act like you don't care.
He knows how I feel.
I know I'm in trouble.
Everyone's so mean.
I did not know how hard this was going to be.
Amanda Riley was a mother, wife.
Everybody loved her.
I heard the words, "You have stage 3 blood cancer."
We gave our hearts, our prayers.
We thought she was God's gift, but she was a liar.
Why would somebody fake cancer?
There's all these pictures of her in the hospital with IVs, tubing. It was only a matter of time until Amanda's whole world came tumbling down.
Oh my God!
Scamanda premieres tonight on ABC and stream on Hulu.
The Kardashians are here!
What have you been up to?
What haven't we been up to?
We're going to Vegas.
This is my 40th birthday.
Kim and Chloe take India.
That Monday. I feel like Cinderella at the ball. Corey! Here, I make a hole in his closet. You must really like him. Such a stage mom. Where do you think she learned it?
I'm Kris Jenner.
Oh my God, I'm Kris Jenner.
All I want is to find her way home.
I'll get you home. But a crew of murderous bounty hunters is coming after us. We have to move fast.
We have no idea who he is.
You can trust me.
You're a Jedi, right?
Of course.
What just happened?
Watch this.
Skeleton Crew. New episodes Tuesdays only on Disney+.
Welcome back. More coverage now. The deadly midair collision here in Washington, D.C. And our next guest is Jackie Brenner. She's a figure skating coach with more than 30 years of experience in that arena. She was in Wichita, Kansas, attending that same figure skating development camp as the skaters, coaches, and officials, some of whom were aboard the American Airlines plane that crashed here in Washington. And Jackie Brenner joins me now. Jackie, thank you very much for being with us. I'm sorry for the loss that you and everyone in the skating community has suffered. And I just want to ask you, they just finished this national competition, some of the sport's rising stars. Tell us about the camp, about your reaction, and about the impact on the skating community.
Well, absolutely, Terry. Thank you. U.S. figure skating just was extraordinary in Wichita, the national championships, and that led to a coach's workshop that I was participating in on the Sunday in Wichita, Kansas, which led us from Sunday, Monday, Tuesday to the developmental camp. The national development team was to get together and be educated and inspired. And that's our rising stars. That's our next generation for U.S. figure skating. And so it's just a perfect model of U.S. figure skating to host this event in this manner. And everyone's inspired and thrilled and on their way home for the next season. And, you can just imagine how devastated U.S. figure skating community is.
I can't actually. I know how important and how joyful the kind of competition and growth that young athletes have in this tragedy. How does the skating community plan to respond? Can you respond in the aftermath of this tragedy? Some of these athletes just so young.
Absolutely. I mean, when the news broke last night, I think everyone was communicating just in our tight-knit community from coast to coast saying, oh my goodness, the flight was on its way from Wichita to the East Coast. And, you know, so much national representation, of course, at the National Development Camp, again, our next generation of rising stars. And so we were all extremely concerned about, you know, who was on the flight. But our hearts are just go out to the families, the coaches, the skaters, the officials, everybody that's been truly impacted by this travesty.
You know, travel sports have become such a big thing. The kids, my own kids, you know, flying around the country, going to different parts of the country for big tournaments and the like in their sports. And this is not, unfortunately, the first time an incident like this has happened. It's been many, many years. But should there be concerns about athletes' travel going forward?
Well, I mean, absolutely. We have the history of the 1961 World Team crash in U.S. figure skating, which just marked our history so much, so many years ago. And I think people are bringing forth, you know, how could this possibly be happening again? You know, this was, as you are well aware, it was a small aircraft and just, you know, teammates and people traveling back to the East Coast to get back to their training environment, to get going again. And again, I did not know anyone that was personally on that flight, but I do know the hearts and souls of the competitors, the coaches that worked so hard day after day diligently to produce this level of athlete in our national governing body of U.S. figure skating. We hold each other tight as we grieve and we honor and we remember those lives lost.
Amen. And you know also, Jackie, the way parents and moms especially have a role in all of this, and it has been confirmed that among those who have been killed were skaters, coaches, and moms from the Boston Skating Club. This is just an unimaginable tragedy.
It truly is. And there are other clubs that were affected as well. And, you know, typically, as you know, with young athletes, either one or another representative of the family usually does attend that event, you know, and so it's just heartbreaking and tragic that this had to impact so many lives, young lives and families and our sport. And again, today we hold each other tight and we remember and honor. And tomorrow we'll have a moment of silence at the arena so everyone can share in this moment together.
The whole country holds you and them and all the victims in our hearts. I guess one consolation, maybe they were doing what they loved, for sure. I know that.
No, absolutely.
Jackie Brenner, thank you for your time. Sorry for your loss.
Thank you.
We are following some other news as well. So coming up, how Cuba is responding to President Trump's push to house migrants at Guantanamo Bay.
Hey, good morning, America. Good morning, America.
Good morning, America.
Good morning, America.
Money. Are you ready? They are ready.
Covering the biggest events in the country right now.
There's a lot going on here this morning.
It's always a good time.
That's what the show's about.
That's good.
Really good. Very good.
Coming in hot. Jimmy coming in hot.
It's far from elementary.
Good morning, America. I'm not going to try to strut like Michael or anything.
I have known George a long, long time.
Have you ever gotten him to dance?
Look at that face.
You don't just see it, you feel it.
I'm in.
I'm in.
I'm in too.
I'll be here.
I am here and so happy.
I'm in.
I'm in too.
I'm in.
That tells you something when Snoop Dogg's in. Michael, George, Lara, Ginger.
Tonight, the fatal midair collision between an American Airlines flight and a military helicopter. The recovery mission near Reagan Airport. What happened in those final moments? World News Tonight with David Muir reporting from Washington, D.C.
America's #1 news, ABC News, now streaming 24/7 on Disney+.
Whenever, wherever news breaks, it's so important to always remember
that lives are changed. Here in London, in Buffalo, Uvalde, Texas, Edinburgh, Scotland. Reporting from Rolling Fork, Mississippi. Ukrainian refugees here in Warsaw. We're heading to a small community outside of Mexico City. Getting you behind the stories as they happen. ABC News Live Prime. We'll take you there.
Stream ABC News Live weeknights wherever you stream your news. Only on ABC News Live.
Reporting from San Juan, Puerto Rico, in the path of Tropical Storm Ernesto. I'm Mike Ajachi, and wherever the story is, we'll take you there. You're now streaming ABC News Live.
Another story we're following. Cuba says it rejects President Trump's order to house thousands of migrant deportees at the Guantanamo Bay U.S. Naval Base. The Cuban Foreign Ministry released a statement saying this move would, quote, generate a scenario of risk and insecurity for the island, unquote. Trump says the worst criminals who are in the U.S. illegally will be taken to a detention facility in the future as part of his immigration crackdown. Reminder, Cuba has no jurisdiction over Gitmo. The news never stops. Coming up at 7 p.m. Eastern, be sure to watch a special edition of ABC News Live Prime with Linsey Davis for the latest on the deadly midair collision here in Washington. More continuing coverage right after this break.
I'm 110% ready to fall in love.
Tall, handsome, smart. He's perfect.
Time just stood still.
It's kind of already sinking in that these other girls are dating my boyfriend.
Everybody just really wants Grant, and we're all fighting for his love. You act like you don't care. He knows how I feel.
I know I'm in trouble.
Everyone's so mean.
I did not know how hard this was going to be.
This is ABC News Live.
The crush of families.
On the ground in Ukraine.
ABC News Live, America's #1 streaming news. Anytime, anywhere. Streaming 24/7, straight to you for free.
Thank you for making ABC News Live America's #1 streaming news.
You know how difficult my dad is.
You know, I hear everything from in here.
I'm broke and I need a place to stay until I find a job. Can we try to talk to each other like rational adults?
You watch the news lately? That's not a thing anymore. You could go back to law school. That's always been your dream.
Actually, that was your dream for me.
You like to argue.
You do love to argue.
Might as well get paid for it.
This family is suffocated. We are all here to help them. We're gonna make this happen. We have 96 hours to build a house.
Come on, guys, it's moving day. Let's go. It can't be real.
This was more than just extreme home makeover. This was extreme life makeover.
Extreme Makeover Home Edition, Thursday on ABC and stream on Hulu.
I'm Rachel Scott reporting from President Trump's inaugural parade. Wherever the story is, we'll take you there. You're streaming ABC News Live.
You're watching America's #1 streaming news. Keep streaming with ABC News Live.
I'm Terry Moran in Washington, and we begin with the deadliest U.S. aviation disaster in nearly a quarter century, that midair collision between an American Airlines jet and an Army Black Hawk helicopter. The recovery effort is still underway at this hour after the two aircraft crashed into each other over the Potomac River last night. It happened as the plane was approaching Reagan National Airport from Wichita, Kansas. All 64 people on board that plane and 3 soldiers on the helicopter are believed dead. A source who has been briefed on the matter described a gruesome scene in the water there and along the banks. Federal investigators provided an update a little while ago.
We are going to conduct a thorough investigation of this entire tragedy, looking at the facts. We have about nearly 50 people on scene, and in addition to our resources back at headquarters in our labs and throughout the agency.
And earlier in the White House briefing room, President Trump paused for a moment of silence, and he called the collision, quote, a tragedy of terrible proportions. But then he quickly turned. He departed from the traditional practice of presidents in this moment to lay out the facts with the authority of his office as he knew them and comfort the country. No, President Trump launched into a bitter criticism of the Biden and Obama administrations, and without evidence, blamed their policies on diversity, equity, and inclusion as being factors in this crash. ABC News Chief White House correspondent Mary Bruce pressed the president on that.
On DEI and the claims that you've made, are you saying this crash was somehow caused and the result of diversity hiring? And what evidence have you seen to support these claims?
It just could have been. We have a high standard. We've had a much higher standard than anybody else. And there are things where you have to go by brain power, you have to go by psychological quality, and psychological quality is a very important element of it. These are various very powerful tests that we put to use, and they were terminated by Biden, and Biden went by a standard that's the exact opposite. So we don't know, but we do know that you had two planes at the same level. You had a helicopter and a plane. That shouldn't have happened. And we'll see. We're going to look into that, and we're going to see. But certainly for an air traffic controller, we want the brightest, the smartest, the sharpest. We want somebody that's psychologically superior, and that's what we're going to have. Yeah.
Meanwhile, dramatic video shows the moment of the crash. You can see here the fireball in the sky as the two aircraft collided and then plunged into the Potomac. We're learning more about the victims, some of their photos seen here. Those who died on the plane include American figure skaters, coaches, and family members who had been at a camp in Wichita, Kansas. ABC News' Alex Perche is live at Reagan National Airport with us. Alex, what more can you tell us about the efforts there to recover debris, to recover evidence now, as well as bodies?
Hey, Terry. So dive operations in the Potomac have stopped for now. Divers saying that they have recovered about 40 of these victims. The others, they fear they cannot recover without moving the fuselage of that plane, and that's going to be really kind of integral to their investigation. That plane, we're told, has been broken into two main parts. The Black Hawk helicopter is largely intact. One thing that we did learn from the NTSB is that they still have not recovered those black boxes from either aircraft, which usually gives investigators an idea as to what went wrong in those final moments before a crash like what happened last night. The other piece of this is, some of these families are still being notified. Some of these families are still on their way to be briefed by officials here. We actually learned about one family in particular. Spencer Lane and his mother, Christine, were on this flight. Spencer's dad speaking out to our affiliate in Boston, saying that of his son, and once he was interested in something, you could not stop him. And then of his wife, Christine, saying that she is a beautiful person. She just connected with everyone. We're hearing those sentiments from so many of these family members that are learning the fate of their loved ones today here at Reagan National Airport.
All right, Alex, thank you for standing by there all day reporting on what's going on there. Appreciate it. We're joined now by Congressman Suhas Subramaniam. He represents Virginia, a Democrat, and he joins us now. Congressman, thank you very much for being with us. We now know that several of the victims from this disaster are from your district in Northern Virginia. What can you tell us? What have you been told, and how is the community responding?
Yeah, we have folks who are students or former students in our schools. We have a wonderful and really well-regarded ice skating instructor at the local ice skating rink. And just, people are really devastated. It's a really somber mood here, and just a tragic situation that probably will stay with us for a long time. But we're a community that comes together in tragic times, and we'll come together for the families now.
Right, so 3 students, 6 parents among the Northern Virginia victims here. There may be more. So Reagan National has the busiest runway in the country. I'm sure you fly in and out of it all the time, as do I. What are your thoughts about how air traffic is managed there and whether there needs to be another look at that?
Well, you know, the Virginia delegation for a long time has said that that airport has way too much air traffic and that we should look into all our options when it comes to where some of these flights go out of. But, you know, we want to make sure we have all the facts of what happened. And certainly if that was a contributing factor, then we want to do everything possible to address that. As a member of the Oversight Committee, we certainly would like to look into exactly what happened. And I might even call for a hearing if it's something that we can help fix, because I do not want people feeling unsafe when they travel and get on a flight. That's the last thing we want.
Absolutely. And Congressman, this is a moment when people look to leaders like yourself and others to bring us together. Our hearts go out, and everybody, I think, feels the same way about that. And President Trump, presidents traditionally do that, comfort the nation. He did pause today for a moment of silence and then ripped into his predecessors and without evidence blamed the policies of his predecessors on that. What's your reaction?
You know, that's the way President Trump shows leadership in a situation like this. The way I show leadership, and many others do, is by just being there for the families, getting all the information we can, and using the facts to actually try to fix the situation and make sure it doesn't happen again. And so I hope that the president will work with us on trying to solve this and make sure people feel safe. But certainly, you know, I'd like to think I'm showing a different kind of leadership than what he showed.
Yeah, well, we appreciate your leadership and wish the people of your district the best as you lead them and the other local leaders through this awful time. Congressman Suhas Subramaniam, thanks very much.
Thank you.
Well, joining me now for more live from the Pentagon is ABC News senior Pentagon reporter Louis Martinez and ABC News senior White House correspondent Selena Wang is also joining us here in D.C. Louis, first, what more do we know about the identities of the 3 Army soldiers that were aboard that Black Hawk helicopter?
Terry, we know that there were 2 male members of the crew, and that the female member of the crew was actually the one leading the mission, though she was receiving a qualification course, a nighttime qualification, under an experienced instructor pilot. She, too, very experienced. The instructor pilot had more than 1,000 hours of flight time. She had 500 hours, and the male crew chief had several hundred hours worth of flight time as well. They were all 3 of them very experienced with the flight lines around the Potomac River, because their unit, this is what they do. They fly around the Washington, D.C. area primarily to transport VIPs from the Pentagon to other locations around the D.C. area or beyond. And so what we are told by officials is that this is a very experienced crew, that was not a factor. The factor that also not a factor, that they knew the layout of where they were flying. It didn't matter that it was at nighttime, because they also carry out nighttime flight missions. So one of the things that they're trying to ascertain is exactly what led to this collision. One of the things they're looking for is the data and flight recorder. It's an integrated unit aboard Black Hawk helicopters. That's one of the things that they're looking for, and the search continues also for their remains.
Absolutely. Thank you, Louis. And Selena, the president had a busy day today, right? He was signing executive orders on this, and he was also before the country a couple of times, and he chose to console the country and then to turn it into a political fight, especially about diversity, equity, and inclusion policies, which he suggested, without evidence, are partly to blame for this crash. That's what we get with Donald Trump in the White House.
Yeah, Terry, as you say, President Trump, he addressed reporters several times today, and he actually doubled down on those claims without providing any evidence that DEI policies of his predecessors are to blame for this deadly crash. And just less than 2 hours ago in the Oval Office, President Trump signed a symbolic presidential memorandum ordering the Department of Transportation to review the impact of Biden and Obama's DEI programs on aviation safety. He has been claiming without evidence that those policies to push diversity have actually damaged aviation safety, saying that they prioritize hiring based on diversity and not on qualifications. He repeatedly talked about incompetence. But when pressed on if he had any evidence of incompetence when it comes to this deadly crash, the president could not provide any evidence. Our Karen Travers was in the Oval Office with a small group of reporters just hours ago when he was signing that presidential memorandum, and take a listen to how the president responded.
Are you saying race or gender played a role in this tragedy?
It may have. I don't know. Incompetence might have played a role. We'll let you know that. But we want the most competent people. We don't care what race they are. We want the most competent people, especially in those positions. And you're talking about extremely complex things. And if they don't have a great brain, a great power of the brain, they're not going to be very good at what they do, and bad things will happen.
And earlier, when the president was in front of reporters in the White House press briefing room, he also attacked Pete Buttigieg, the former transportation secretary. This was after the president had brief remarks about unity and the country coming together. He quickly switched to these political attacks. And Transportation Secretary Buttigieg is responding to Trump's attacks in a pretty lengthy statement. I just want to read it to you. He said, quote, "Despicable. As families grieve, Trump should be leading, not lying. We put safety first, drove down close calls, grew air traffic control, and had 0 commercial airline crash fatalities out of millions of flights on our watch. President Trump now oversees the military and the FAA. One of his first acts was to fire and suspend some of the key personnel who helped keep our skies safe. Time for the president to show actual leadership and explain what he will do to prevent this from happening again." And one more important question that was asked in the Oval Office was whether or not Trump was concerned that his administration's offer to buy out these federal workers so that they can resign and that they would be paid out for a few months, whether or not he was concerned that that offer would lead to a shortage of critical staff in the FAA. President Trump said he was not concerned and that they could hire competent people.
Yeah, what a day President Trump had. Louis, I want to go back to you on the question of when this accident took place at night. In the Black Hawk helicopter, what do we know about how the pilots were operating that helicopter? Frankly, were they wearing night vision goggles, and would that night vision glasses, and would that matter?
Terry, that's a good question. Earlier today, we heard from Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, who said that they did have night vision goggles, and that is normal. They would have them available to them, but they wouldn't necessarily have to be wearing them. While they are useful, let's say in a very expansive area like the desert, you could also use them in a very bright area like the Washington, D.C. area. But we spoke earlier today with a retired Army official who had 30 years of flight experience, and he told reporters that, you know what, you don't really need night vision goggles to fly in this area, and I'll tell you why. He said that because we are flying this path above the Potomac River that is essentially dark because there are no lights. You have lights to your left and to your right in the Northern Virginia suburbs and in the Washington, D.C. area. You can orient yourself really well. You can also use the strobe light that's going to be there at Reagan National Airport, and you can figure out exactly where you are. And in the center of the console there in the cockpit, there's also a moving map that kind of provides a real-time indicator, kind of like the GPS in your car, of where you are, as well as other information. So while they could have been using night vision goggles, they would have been also beneficial, but they wouldn't have been necessary, particularly in a qualification flight like this one.
Yeah, that's fascinating. Louis, thank you for that. And then, Selena, back to you on the president's concern, however inelegantly stated, that somehow training of air traffic controllers has been degraded and diluted because of concerns about diversity, equity, and inclusion, getting a more diverse air traffic control workforce. He's zeroing in on that.
Yeah, and I just want to read to you some facts, Terry, about air traffic controllers and DEI. First of all, no one is given preferential treatment for race, sex, ethnicity, or sexual orientation when it comes to air traffic controller hiring. The hiring process for air traffic controllers is extraordinarily complex. It does not have direct hiring authority. Everyone must pass a medical exam, a psych evaluation, and an aptitude test. The psych test is more stringent than what is required of a pilot. And the training process lasts about 3 to 4 years from your hiring date. So these are extremely rigorous tests that these air traffic controllers must pass. And while President Trump was repeatedly talking about incompetence, he couldn't provide any evidence of it, Terry.
Yeah, and what evidence there is that we haven't had an accident in 10 years, and in much more than 10 years, regardless of how the training is being done. But there obviously needs to be a close look at everything, and that will happen. Selena and Louis, thank you very much. We are monitoring other news as well, and coming up, 8 hostages taken by Hamas on October the 7th have been released. back to Israel, what we know about their conditions and the reactions from their families as they are reunited.
She's an A-lister, he's a co-star, and he's the director. It seemed to me there was a match made in heaven, promotional-wise. That didn't occur.
Rumors were swirling.
For Blake to file a sexual harassment claim, I don't think anyone saw that coming.
He clearly feels, rightly or wrongly, that his movie was somewhat stolen from him.
It is a fight for power. This actually could go either way.
It did not end with It Ends With Us.
Is there more to the story here?
Blake versus Justin, now streaming on Hulu.
Are you ready for some football?
All Super Bowl week long, Good Morning America is in New Orleans.
GMA at the Super Bowl.
From the hottest parties to the best game day food to football fashion for women and all the puppies. Plus, Drew Brees, Stephen A. Smith, and of course, Gronk.
Hey, GMA, you think morning TV can handle me?
It's gonna be super.
And get this, you could win tickets to the big game starting Monday.
Good Morning America.
GMA at the Super Bowl.
Let's get this done.
Being a cop is stressful. Every year on the job is different. You never really stop being a rookie.
Work smarter, not harder.
Attention teachers, no child is to be sent to the principal's office today. Kids, if you want to do prom, now's the time. Happy birthday in school. Yes. Weren't there like 4 more of these?
Yeah, we were robbed.
Hey, buy 3, get 1 free.
I'ma call your mother on you. Bring the rest back here, boy.
When I became president, I asked about the secrets. Aliens, who killed JFK. Agent Collins. Yes, sir. Now I want to tell you the truth.
What aren't you telling me?
Nightline, the stories that shape your world, that shape your life. Dramatic, stunning, empowering, jaw-dropping. The most powerful stories of our time. Nightline, on right after Kimmel and streaming on Hulu. David Muir, ABC's World News Tonight, the most watched newscast in America, and honored with the Emmy Award, winner for Outstanding Live News Program. More Americans watch World News Tonight with David Muir than any other newscast.
The Kardashians are here!
What have you been up to?
What haven't we been up to?
We're going to Vegas.
This is my 40th birthday.
Kim and Chloe take India.
That Monday.
I feel like Cinderella at the ball.
Corey! Here, I make a hole his closet. You must really like him.
Such a stage mom.
Where do you think she learned it?
I'm Kris Jenner.
Oh my God, I'm Kris Jenner.
It was a kidnapping, torture case.
A crime of greed and cruelty.
The guy was cutting off my roommates.
This was a story about sadism, evil.
Wicked Game, Devil in the Desert on Hulu.
Well, turning now to the Middle East, Hamas has freed more hostages today as a ceasefire deal in Gaza now enters its second week. Israeli officials say that 3 Israelis, 2 civilians, and 1 soldier, as well as 5 Thai citizens, were handed over by the Red Cross to the Israeli Defense Forces. But Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu of Israel called out Hamas over the chaotic exchange. You can see here the hostages being shuttled through a crowd of thousands by masked militants, kind of a parade there. Hamas has also announced the deaths of several of their high-level commanders, including Mohammed Daif, who was one of the masterminds of the October 7th attack back in July. The IDF had claimed that they were killed in a strike in southern Gaza. ABC News foreign correspondent Britt Clennett reports from Tel Aviv.
Hi, Terry. Well, really emotional scenes here in Tel Aviv as 8 more hostages held in Gaza were released after 15 months in captivity. 3 Israelis and 5 Thai nationals handed over in exchange for 110 Palestinian prisoners. Chaotic scenes in Gaza this morning. Another step of this precarious ceasefire deal complete. Hamas has staged carefully orchestrated ceremonies so far, but Thursday's release was anything but orderly. First, in the ruins of Jabalia camp, Israeli hostage Agam Berger, a female soldier, handed over to the Red Cross. Last May, Agam's father, Shlomi, reacting to video of his daughter from October 7th, her face covered in blood.
You can see on her face that she's unshocked. Yes, it's hard. 20, 30, 40 men with guns against 5 girls. Very brave, yes.
Today, her father finally being able to embrace his daughter. Relief also in Tel Aviv. Euphoria here in Hostage Squares. The friends of Agam Berger are celebrating her release from captivity. She's finally reunited with her family.
Well, I think I'm just going to hug her and say she's very brave, but I don't know. I don't think I don't know how to say.
Yet in Han Yunis, where 2 Israeli and 5 Thai hostages who were kidnapped on October 7th were released, commotion on the streets. Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad fighters struggling to hold back the crowds. Emotional reunions with their loved ones. But Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu condemning the scenes, threatening to delay the release of 110 Palestinian prisoners. They were eventually released today, 32 prisoners serving life sentences for serious crimes, including deadly attacks against Israelis. 30 Palestinian minors also among those released. Last night, Israel arresting dozens in the West Bank to clamp down on celebrations. President Trump's Middle East envoy, Steve Witkoff, in Tel Aviv, said he is determined for the ceasefire to hold. Well, Witkoff telling me that when it comes to freeing the remaining American hostages, U.S. officials are, he said, on top of it. And we expect one of them to be released in the next round. We know that Keith Siegel and Sagi Dechelchen are scheduled to be released in the first phase of this deal. Terry.
All right, Britt Clennett there in Tel Aviv. Thank you very much for that. And coming up, Russia launched a new deadly drone strike in Ukraine. We'll have the details of that ahead.
The news never stops.
From Tampa, we are here tonight as Hurricane Milton has just made landfall.
The surge just keeps coming up.
Right on the border between Ukraine and Russia.
We're in artillery position about 2 miles away from Gaza.
And ABC News Live is right there everywhere.
We're not far from where this rally took place, so just stick with us here.
Traveling with the president to the U.S.-Mexico border.
Here in London today.
Off the coast of Gaza.
Downtown Tel Aviv, rockets or missiles coming in. From the most devastating disaster in Hawaii. Some areas are still smoldering.
Wherever the story.
From the front lines, the ruins of Rafah.
From the FBI.
Reporting from Capitol Hill.
In western Portugal, outside of Mexico City.
In Iceland. Let's go.
Here in France.
The eclipse across America.
Just stunning.
Unbelievable.
Streaming live to you.
Wherever the story is.
Wherever the story is.
We're going to take you there.
You're streaming.
ABC News Live.
ABC News Live.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live. Streaming free everywhere because the news never stops.
So much to talk about.
This is greatness.
Aren't we so lucky? Not a lot of people can say they can take their sister to work every day. What could go wrong?
What's in the actual? Love a little chaos.
Welcome to the show. You're in the presence of greatness.
Wherever news breaks, it's so important to always remember that lives are changed. Getting you behind the stories as they happen. ABC News Live Prime. We'll take you there.
Streaming free on ABC News Live.
You know something serious about to happen. I have an idea.
You guys have eyes on your targets.
Shouldn't we strategize?
Come on, we're gonna improvise. Freestyle.
No.
Friday night, a mystery that shook a small town.
I woke up to the gunshot. Monk, she's hysterical.
Then, after losing her first husband, how could this happen?
Okay, she's had not one, but 2 husbands shot in the head.
Miriam became convinced she was being watched.
And then...
There's a dramatic discovery under her doormat.
It's a handwritten note. Alan's first, you're next. Run, run, run.
All new 2020, Friday night on ABC.
Isabella Strahan.
It's been rough, it's been challenging, and it's been very hard, but I know I'll get through it.
Life interrupted.
The first thing that went through my mind was, this must be a mistake.
You don't really think the worst until you get told the worst. I'm not gonna cry.
Love and that support really helped her pull through. I'm very proud of her.
The Powerful Special, Wednesday night on ABC.
You're watching America's #1 streaming news. Live reporting, breaking new exclusives. Keep streaming with ABC News Live.
Some of the other stories we're following today. A Russian drone strike killed at least 6 people and injured 9 other overnight in Ukraine. The drone blew out a wall and surrounding windows of an apartment building. Emergency officials say they evacuated 120 people from the area near the frontline city of Sumy, where Ukrainian defenses are straining to hold the much larger Russian army at bay. Ukraine's military claims Russia launched 81 drones overnight, 37 of which were shot down. Well, Brazilian President Lula da Silva sends a warning to President Donald Trump. He says that if the U.S. imposes tariffs on the Latin American country, he'll respond with his own tariffs. This comes after Trump vowed to protect U.S. interests by raising taxes on countries like Brazil. The U.S. is a large buyer of Brazilian oil and steel products, coffee, and orange juice as well. Well, the news never stops. You can find us anywhere you stream live news. I'm Terry Moran. Coming up at 7 p.m. Eastern tonight, be sure to watch a special edition of ABC News Live Prime with Linsey Davis for the latest on the deadly midair collision here in Washington. We'll have more ABC News Live continuing coverage right after the break.
Get this, people. Now we're streaming every weekend right to you.
With an all-new show, an all-new view, special for the weekends. Now you can catch The View 7 days a week.
I wonder if you can handle it.
It's The Weekend View.
The Weekend View.
It's The Weekend View. Streaming on ABC News Live, wherever you stream. Take a little time to enjoy The Weekend View.
See you on the weekend!
Now streaming Saturday and Sunday mornings on ABC News Live, wherever you stream.
She's an A-lister, he's a co-star, and he's the director. It seemed to me there was a match made in heaven, promotional-wise. That didn't occur.
Rumors were swirling.
For Blake to file a sexual harassment claim, I don't think anyone saw that coming.
He clearly feels, rightly or wrongly, that his movie was somewhat stolen from him.
It is a fight for power. This actually could go either way.
It did not end with It Ends With Us.
Is there more to the story here?
Blake versus Justin, now streaming on Hulu.
You know how difficult my dad is.
You know, I hear everything from in here.
I'm broke and I need a place to stay until I find a job. Can we try to talk to each other like rational adults?
Have you watched the news lately? That's not a thing anymore. You could go back to law school. That's always been your dream.
Actually, that was your dream for me.
You like to argue.
You do love to argue.
Might as well get paid for it.
ABC's David Muir, the most watched newscast in America. More Americans watch World News Tonight with David Muir than any other newscast. Friday nights at 9 on ABC. Mean true crime.
True murder mystery.
Shocking.
Sex, betrayal, lies.
A bombshell.
The greatest true crime stories.
2020. Friday nights at 9.
Reporting from the scene of that deadly midair collision outside Washington, D.C., I'm Gio Benitez. Wherever the story is, we'll take you there. You're streaming ABC News Live.
Tonight, the deadliest U.S. aviation disaster in decades. Tragedy on the Potomac River. A Black Hawk helicopter and a plane collide near Reagan National Airport. 64 people on board the plane and 3 on the Black Hawk, now all believed dead. Some of the victims, young figure skaters, just returning from a camp in Wichita, Kansas.
But I feel for the athletes, the skaters, their families, but anyone that was on that plane.
A multi-agency response now underway to figure out what happened. And Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth says a mistake was made. President Trump holding a moment of silence and calling it a tragedy. but then turning to criticism of his predecessor without evidence, blaming diversity, equity, and inclusion policies.
You can't have regular people doing that job. They won't be able to do it. But we'll restore faith in American air travel.
What may have happened in those final moments before the collision? Where does this investigation go next? And what are we learning about those lives lost? Tonight, a special edition of ABC News Live Prime. Good evening, I'm Wade Johnson. Thank you for streaming with us for a special edition of ABC News Live Prime from here in our nation's capital, not far from the scene of America's worst aviation disaster in more than 2 decades. That crash site just over my shoulder down the Potomac River here. Tonight, there are no survivors after an Army Black Hawk helicopter on a training mission collided with an American Airlines flight from Wichita, Kansas, just before 9 p.m. Wednesday. A warning about the next 2 videos you're about to see of the moment of the crash. Airport CCTV camera capturing the 2 aircraft as they collided in the air. You can see that flash of light. And this new video tonight showing the harrowing scene from up close. More than 300 first responders rushing to the debris field, firefighters, Coast Guard, Army, and the NTSB. Divers working in frigid conditions, the icy 36-degree Potomac River. There were 60 passengers and 4 crew on that American flight, 3 crew on the Black Hawk helicopter. When the sun rose, authorities determined no one had survived. Now, we just learned that critical black box has been recovered from the plane. This as tonight the investigation into what went wrong is just getting underway. The American flight was asked to change runways, and the helicopter pilot confirmed to the tower that they had a visual sighting of that plane. So what happened here? Today, President Trump led a moment of silence from the White House briefing room, calling it an hour of anguish for our nation. But it quickly took a political turn, with the president placing blame on the previous administration without evidence. Tonight, we're also seeing the faces of some of the victims, including competitive figure skaters on their way back from the prestigious annual U.S. Figure Skating Championships. Our team is standing by to break it all down, and we begin with World News Tonight anchor David Muir with us here in Washington, D.C.
Tonight, the deadliest air disaster in the U.S. in nearly 24 years. Last night, 8:48 p.m., the deadly catastrophic collision over the Potomac River. An American Airlines regional jet and a U.S. Army Black Hawk helicopter colliding. The emergency calls were immediate.
Crash, crash, crash. This is Alert 3. Crash, crash, crash. This is Alert 3.
The regional jet, American Airlines Flight 5342 from Wichita, Kansas, was coming in for landing. Just 2,400 feet left to go.
Did you see that?
These images of the deadly collision now being closely examined by federal authorities. The moment captured on an EarthCam live stream at the Kennedy Center. The horror lighting up the night sky in Washington. A fireball in the air, sending both aircraft plummeting into the icy, waist-deep waters of the Potomac. The passenger jet breaking into multiple parts. Some 300 first responders on the scene in minutes, conducting a massive search and rescue operation. Emergency vehicles lining up along the Potomac River, using their lights to illuminate the river. Helicopters flying overhead, using their searchlights to scan the dark, frigid waters. Dive teams searching in the water barely above freezing. Late today, D.C. Fire Chief John Donnelly.
Your team's encountered very challenging conditions.
Yes. The river is dark, it's cold, it's windy, there's ice on there, and they're looking for a plane that's underwater. So it's a very challenging response initially, and within 10 minutes of the accident happening, the first fireboat found the plane and began to conduct what they would hope to be rescue operations.
Chief, you broke the very difficult news today that there were no survivors here.
Yeah, I can't imagine a worse scenario for rescue operations, and they've been working really hard at it.
What did they find in terms of the fuselage of the plane?
So you see the pictures now. It's broken up, but it's all in the same area.
And the Black Hawk helicopter?
It's in one piece, as best I understand.
Overnight, the grim, agonizing wait for desperate families, many who do not live here, who were watching along with the rest of the country, waiting for word. Tonight, it is now believed 67 lives lost. 60 passengers and 4 crew members on that American Airlines regional jet. 3 service members on board the U.S. Army Black Hawk helicopter on a routine training flight, according to the FAA. The service members were all experienced. Tonight, satellite images of the recovery operation on the Potomac, boats gathering near wreckage debris, emergency response vessels nearby. But they were not needed. And while the investigation is still very early, Flight 5342 from Wichita was approaching, preparing to land at Reagan National Airport from the south. Minutes before the jet was to land, air traffic controllers asking the American Airlines flight to change runways, to land on a shorter runway, runway 33. The pilots agreed, and air traffic control clearing them to land. The pilots adjusting their approach and prepared to come in for landing. Reportedly less than 30 seconds before the crash, you hear air traffic control also ask the crew piloting the Black Hawk helicopter if they saw the regional jet. The helicopter pilot says yes.
S25, this is CRJ in flight. S25, F1 is CRJ. This club has a aircraft inside precision separation.
The controller makes another radio call to that helicopter, telling them to pass behind the CRJ, the regional jet. There was no reply. Seconds later, the collision. And with those 60 passengers and 40 crew members on board that plane, the plane's radio transponder stopped transmitting just 2,400 feet before they would have landed. They were just a few hundred feet above the water at that point, right over the middle of the river. Tonight, the NTSB says the investigation has just begun. Today was their first full day on the scene, and there are many questions. Among them, authorities will have to answer whether the helicopter might have mistaken another aircraft in the air as the one air traffic controllers were talking about when they first radioed, asking, "Do you see that jet? Do you have the regional jet in sight?" In some of the surveillance, you can actually see another plane in the air. And that's just one question in this investigation. There are also questions about altitude, why the passenger jet and the Black Hawk were operating at the same altitude, and how they were able to get so close to one another. The passenger jet's flight data recorder expected to shed light whether the American Airlines pilots knew that that Black Hawk was so close. The helicopter, it's believed, also had a recorder. And tonight, the NTSB saying they have not yet recovered either of the black boxes.
We have not recovered the flight data recorders yet. We know they're there. They are underwater. This is not unusual for the NTSB.
Late today, we spoke with an eyewitness who saw that passenger jet in the air. He was driving home from work. Ari Schulman.
Ari, I know you were driving home from work and you saw that regional jet through the window?
I did, yes. I saw it out my left window. I was looking ahead when I was driving, but I looked off to my left knowing that the runway was there and wondering if there might be a plane landing, and I looked and there was. I saw the jet, and when I first looked at it, it was completely normal. It was level flight. Everything was fine.
And then moments later, you looked out the window and you saw something very different?
Yes, that's right. I saw little snatches of it for about 2 or 3 seconds at a time, but the second time that I looked, which was just a few seconds later, it was turned over on its right side. It had banked all the way to the right. I could see the belly of it underneath. It was lit up a very bright yellow, and there was a stream of sparks coming down the plane. It looked to me like from the head to the tail. I didn't see the helicopter the first time I looked or the second time I looked or at any point after. If it was there, it was very, very hard to see. But that's surely what I saw was the immediate moment after that collision.
And tonight, we're beginning to learn about some of the lives lost. Among them, the American Airlines pilots, Captain Jonathan Campos, 34 years old, and First Officer Samuel Lilly, 29. His family saying he was newly engaged and just months away from being promoted to captain. Also on that flight, U.S. figure skating confirming 14 athletes, skaters, their coaches and family members also on board, returning home from the National Development Camp held in conjunction with the U.S. Figure Skating Championships in Wichita. U.S. Figure Skating saying in a statement, "We are devastated by this unspeakable tragedy and hold the victims' families closely in our hearts." Tonight, Russian state media also reporting 2 Russian world champion skaters were on the plane. They were married. Many of the skaters were from the Skating Club of Boston. Olympic skater Nancy Kerrigan among the alumni of that program. And today she was in tears as she spoke of those young skaters.
The main lesson I think learned in skating is you get back up. Keep on trying, and even when it's hard, you get back up.
Even when you're crying, hurt, pain, you get back up and move forward. It's not easy, but that's what we all have to do now together.
Among those lost, U.S. figure skating team member Spencer Lane, just 16 years old. He shared this photo from on board the flight just before taking off from Wichita. And he posted this video of himself skating just yesterday with the caption, "I am so happy to have qualified for National Development Camp. It has been my goal almost ever since I became aware that it was a thing. I learned so much and met so many amazing people." One of his coaches today.
This kid was so talented. He'd only started skating a few years ago. He came to me and smiling ear to ear, saying, "I get it now. I understand." He started to discover this connection with the audience and that joy that he was giving to other people through his gift.
Tonight, the crash reminding some in the skating community of a 1961 crash that took the lives of 18 members of the national skating team, 16 family members, coaches, judges, and skating officials flying from New York City to the World Championships in Prague. The crash blamed on mechanical failure. Deadly crashes involving commercial aircraft here in the U.S. are extremely rare. The last one near Buffalo, New York in 2009. And here in Washington tonight, many recalling the crash on the Potomac more than 40 years ago in 1982. An Air Florida flight crashing due to bad weather, killing 78 on board.
A loss of life in an aviation accident is very unusual in the United States. And our heartfelt sorrow goes out to everyone that's affected.
And tonight, the D.C. fire chief telling me they now wait for machinery to help move pieces of that jet before they can continue to recover the victims.
Obviously, there are still some victims in that wreckage.
Absolutely.
We know this hasn't been easy for your teams as well.
Not at all.
We thank you. Thank you for all you're doing.
Welcome. Thank you.
Thanks, Jim.
And our thanks to David Muir for that report. Joining us now for more are U.S. Olympians and figure skating coaches Melissa Gregory and Denis Pechukov. Dennis and Melissa, thank you so much for joining us during this incredibly difficult time. We truly appreciate it. You knew Zhenya Shishkova and Vadim Nomov, world champion figure skaters. What can you tell us about your friends and the kind of people they were?
They were truly remarkable individuals, wonderful people, beautiful skaters, excellent coaches, great friends, amazing parents, just one of a kind. They cared about their athletes and were world champions themselves, and they were just champions in life.
We knew them for a very long time.
And Dennis,
approximately 30 years, we have started to know them as teenagers, and just doing these development camps, and that's how we start our friendship. And then we have grown, and our friendship has grown much bigger through competitive career, then coaching career, and we have spent lots of times here in Connecticut with them on the ice and off the ice. We spent holidays with them in their houses and celebrated birthdays, and knew their son, Maxim Naumov, which is, we are heartbroken about what he has to actually endure at the moment.
You mentioned their son. What kind of comfort is he getting right now? How has the family been rallying around him? And do you know how he received this information about what happened to his parents?
We haven't spoken directly to him, but Dennis mentioned that he messaged a friend that was very close earlier today, and she was on her way down to Washington with him. And of course, he was devastated, heartbroken, and I think that we all have a hard time to process this news and the skating community has really lost some amazing, amazing individuals.
And we're looking at these incredible pictures of the two of them. I also understand that both of you were with them in Wichita at that skating event. And I just wonder, what was it like, you know, what's the last 24 hours been like for you, reflecting on that interaction and that very recent conversation that you had with the two of them?
We saw them a few days ago. We saw Vadim, and we, of course, were really happy to see him. And as usual, came up to him, gave him a hug, and asked, "How are you doing, guys? What's new? Best of luck for upcoming competition. For Maxime, hope everything goes well." So our normal routine, and we were extremely happy to see them, but to learning this news this morning was shocking to us.
Well, Dennis and Melissa, thank you so much for taking the time to speak with us, and our hearts go out to you and your entire figure skating community. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
We do turn now to the urgent Thank you. We do turn now to the urgent search for clues to how this tragedy could happen at one of the nation's busiest airports. Tonight, investigators are looking closely at the flight path and altitude of each aircraft, and was an air traffic controller doing the work of two people. ABC's transportation correspondent Gio Benitez reports.
Tonight, as investigators search the wreckage of that midair disaster in the icy Potomac River, an early focus is the flight path of that Army Black Hawk helicopter. That chopper appeared to be flying at about 350 feet, according to early flight data, when it should have been flying under 200 feet. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth tonight.
The military does dangerous things. It does routine things on the regular basis. Tragically, last night, a mistake was made. There was some sort of an elevation issue that we have immediately begun investigating.
D.C. airspace among the busiest in the country. And tonight, a source with direct knowledge confirming reports that the air traffic controller on duty was performing the job normally done by two controllers. This is usually done when there's less air traffic. But last night, that change from two controllers to one was made 40 minutes earlier than usual because of lighter traffic. Late today, the NTSB responding.
We have not reviewed any specific reports about the controllers at this time, at least from the leadership team. Our investigators are continuing to pull all that information, their personnel records, their files, where they were at, whether they were fatigued.
The union for ATC workers saying tonight it stands with a highly trained, highly skilled workforce. Meanwhile, commercial airplanes are equipped with collision avoidance systems designed to prevent these types of crashes. But that system only works at about 1,000 feet or higher. Remember, the plane involved in last night's crash was flying about 350 feet from the ground. Meanwhile, it was a clear night, so experts say the pilot of the Black Hawk helicopter would have been flying visually.
And Gio Benitez joins us now live from D.C. Gio, what is the latest now on this recovery operation?
Well, Whit, very sadly, about 40 bodies have been recovered from those freezing waters, but it's incredibly challenging for divers. We saw that in David's piece. We feel the chill in the air right here. Just imagine those waters. It's incredibly challenging, and they say that for now, that's all they can safely recover for now, right? Because they're going to have to pull that wreckage out, and eventually then they'll be able to do that. But so many families are going to have a long wait to close this really awful chapter. What?
Yeah, we know that debris field also stretches for miles across the Potomac River. Gio Benitez for us, thank you so much. We appreciate it. We are joined live now by former Air Force pilot and ABC News aviation consultant John Nance. John, thank you for taking the time to speak with us tonight. So just to you, question that you still have tonight about what happened here.
Yeah, the questions primarily, of course, were the altitude. What were they doing at 350 feet if they were supposed to be at or below 200 feet? That's a primary question. And the second question has to do with the fact that we can be sure that these folks in the helicopter did not aim it purposefully at the oncoming airliner. So since they had said they had the other airliner in sight, or the airliner in sight, they must have been looking at something else. So there was a mistaken identity. And then when you are given that kind of information of, do you have that in sight, and you accept that responsibility, your eyes should be on that. Obviously, it was the wrong aircraft.
And we just learned that the black boxes were recovered from the plane. What specifically can investigators learn from that about what went wrong?
Two things in principle. Number one, what was going on in the cockpit. In each instance, we don't know if there is actually a voice recorder in the Black Hawk, but there should be a flight data recorder. The data recorder on both aircraft will show the precise location, altitude, speeds, headings, and possibly post-collision. Those dynamics are incredibly important for reconstructing the accident and finding out at least the best guess of what happened.
And John, also just to ask you, obviously, Washington, D.C., this is an area where a lot of people have flown in and out of. People are familiar with a very busy airspace here. So what is your message to Americans tonight who might be worried about getting back on these regional jets like this one that are flown hundreds and hundreds of times each day across the country?
Well, first of all, this is not only the safest form of transportation, it's one of mankind's greatest achievements. The fact that we can put 100,000 flights in the air every day, bring them back safely, and we almost never have anything go wrong. And that's a good figure, as a matter of fact, for the worldwide number of flights that any of us could buy tickets on. The second thing is you can be sure that with the NTSB focusing on this and the location and the Army and all of it, we will get to the bottom of this and make the changes necessary to make sure it cannot happen again. This is almost a freak accident, but there are elements of it that not only shouldn't have happened, but we have to understand why they did.
And we have to be patient to get those answers, as the investigation will take some time. John Nance for us, as always. Thank you so much. And a little while ago, I caught up with Jimmy Maisel. He was plane watching with his girlfriend last night when the collision happened. Take a listen. And Jimmy is joining me now. Jimmy, thank you so much for walking us through what you witnessed. And just to give our viewers a little perspective here, you were actually at the airport last night with your girlfriend, watching the planes land and take off. You're an aviation enthusiast. This is something you do on a regular basis. But walk us through what you witnessed in the sky.
Yes, sir. So last night, as you know, I was with my girlfriend. We were eating dinner at Gravelly Point Park, just to my right. Right in line with the air traffic control tower.
Yeah, we see the tower right there.
Yep, in that field over there. So we were eating dinner, and we noticed the planes, because they were in a line of formation for their approach patterns, and then they all dispersed after we saw a flash of light.
So you see the flash of light first, and then you notice sort of irregular patterns in the air traffic after that.
Yes, sir. Yeah. So we saw the flash of light, and we were wondering what it was. It looked almost like fireworks, or like white flares, something of that sort. And then we looked at the planes, and the plane that was just about to land went around and did not land. And then as we looked at the landing planes that were going to land, we saw that they dispersed. We noticed the fire trucks and the ambulances and the police cars and police boats and helicopters, like anything you can name, it was there.
Describe that white flash for me, too. Did you hear an explosion of any kind? How far away was it? How bright was it?
It was pretty bright. We could not hear it because we were still in the car, because it was pretty cold last night. But we were in the car, and there was music playing as well, so I didn't hear anything. But we definitely saw it, and it was pretty bright and pretty noticeable. Yeah.
And then at this point, what are you thinking? Because I understand you then moved locations to try to get a better sense of what was going on. Were you scared? Were you worried about what you saw?
Yes, we were. It was a lot of mix of emotions. We were scared and curious at the same time. So after we observed all the police boats and activity at the airport, we decided to go south to Alexandria to the Washington Sailing Marina. And we went down there. It's just south of the airport. And we went down there, and that's where I found out what happened with the midair collision with the military helicopter.
This is your community here. How are you feeling this evening? You've had some time to process, knowing how many people may have lost their lives here.
It's very impactful. I know there was a skating team on there, a lot of skaters. They practice at the local ice rink here, just a few minutes away from my house, so that was definitely close to home. And then just hearing all the news and all the people reach out, it's just really shocking and really concerning to hear.
Well, Jimmy Maisel, it was a pleasure speaking with you. Thank you so much for taking the time, and we're thinking about you and your community, of course, all the families who are going through this difficult time. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
And we also have more news tonight about the Army Black Hawk crew on last night's training mission. The relatively experienced unit was out of Fort Belvoir, about 20 miles from the airport, and usually tasked with what's called priority transport. That means flying important civilian and military personnel into and out of the D.C. area. The instructor pilot had more than 1,000 flight hours, and the pilot being evaluated had more than 500 hours. So joining us now is retired Black Hawk pilot and instructor Martin Gotholm. Martin, thanks to you for joining us tonight. We really appreciate it. So one of the big questions out there that investigators are looking into is the altitude that this chopper was flying, that perhaps it was flying maybe up to a couple hundred feet above where it should have been. What do you make of some of the early reports on this?
So there are very specific helicopter routes with both course and altitude coming down the Potomac. In that route, which is Route 1, helicopters 200 feet and below, that is an absolute restriction. And flying under night vision goggles sometimes is more of a hindrance if they were under goggles, because with all that lighting, for them to actually see the other aircraft at those altitudes or mistake another aircraft for that is very unfortunate. So it looks at this point altitude deviations by one or both crews.
And talk more about the night vision goggles, why they're used and how they could have had an impact in this collision.
So night vision goggles amplify the ambient, the light outside 2,000 to 3,000 times. And when you're in the desert over in Iraq, they're amazing. But when you're in a real congested city environment, it's easier and sometimes better to either flip your goggles up or look under them to get a clear visual picture of the traffic. So when you've got all those lights and you've got your night vision goggles, they can actually kind of wash out and blend at that altitude, making it very difficult to discern a plane coming in at your altitude and crossing your flight path from left to right.
And another thing we heard, some of these audio recordings with air traffic control, the chopper pilots seemed to acknowledge that they saw the plane before the crash. What does that say to you?
It says to me, like your previous guest, that they were looking at another aircraft. And when you're required to maintain visual separation, once you acknowledge or ask for visual separation, then the controller kind of relaxes a little bit because he thinks, well, that aircraft sees the other one. I've told him to maintain visual separation from that other aircraft, but clearly there was a mistake made. So then you fall back on altitude. So if nobody was talking or they made a mix-up, then altitude deconflictions should have saved those people. And once again, I was talking to somebody else, and the air traffic controller said, Pat 25, do you have the CRJ, the Canadian regional jet, in sight? And he acknowledged that he did and requested visual separation. But had he said, you've got a CRJ half mile, 11 o'clock, same altitude converging, do you have the aircraft in sight? If they had mistaken it for another aircraft, then that would have told the crew, I'm looking at my 11 o'clock, they're at the same altitude, they're half mile, we're converging. And that could have avoided the accident. As in any accident, there's always a number of things. They call it a chain, a sequence of events, that if you break that chain in one place, you can avoid the accident. And in this case, all those safeguards failed.
A tragic sequence of events here. Well, we'll have to stand by and wait for more information on the investigation. But Martin Gotholm, really appreciate your insights tonight. Thank you. And we turn now to President Trump's sharp words at the White House today, blaming the deadly accident on the previous administration's DEI policies. Chief White House correspondent Mary Bruce asking him what evidence he's seen to support that claim.
Tonight, with the recovery effort underway and the investigation only just beginning, President Trump, without any evidence, blaming the diversity policies of his predecessors for the deadly crash.
A group within the FAA, another story, determined that the workforce was too white, that they had concerted efforts to get the administration to change that and to change it immediately.
The president accusing the previous administrations of hiring air traffic controllers based on diversity goals, not qualifications. Are you saying this crash was somehow caused and the result of diversity hiring? And what evidence have you seen to support these claims?
It just could have been. We have a high standard. We've had a much higher standard than anybody else. and there are things where you have to go by brain power.
But Trump also acknowledged he wasn't sure if the air traffic controllers made any mistakes. Former President Biden's Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg responding despicable, saying as families grieve, Trump should be leading, not lying. We put safety first, drove down close calls, grew air traffic control, and had 0 commercial airline crash fatalities out of millions of flights on our watch.
Mary Bruce, thank you. Now, how stringent and demanding can it be to become a Black Hawk pilot or an air traffic controller? Today, ABC News Live posed that question to aviation experts. Take a listen.
But I will say the hiring process has not changed in the last 15 years. It is the same process to get hired that existed over 15 years ago.
So the standards haven't been lowered?
There's nothing that I've gleaned or seen that would show such.
Let's talk about what we do know. We do know that our air traffic controllers are overworked and they're understaffed. We have reported on that numerous times. But to blame diversity here, just your thoughts on that, and then what you know firsthand about our FAA employees, in particular these air traffic controllers.
Well, first of all, air traffic controllers have been put to the same testing standards for many, many decades, and we are attempting with the force that we have to get folks to perform at 100% of the time, and they come awfully close. They really do. But human beings can't do that, so the training has to be very specific, and not everybody can make the cut.
And Steve, in terms of the experience you need to have, the expertise you need to have, what kind of qualifications you need to have to end up in a helicopter pilot like that at this level, or in an air traffic control tower at this level?
Yeah, there are very specific procedures. So there's actually specific training where people have to go through. This is how you fly around Washington, D.C. And so undoubtedly, if we looked at the ground track of where this helicopter crew was last night, we can understand what they were doing and how they were practicing flying along the river.
And those 3 experts you just heard from have a combined experience of more than 100 years. All of them stand by the exceptional training demanded to achieve these roles. And here are some more facts of what it takes to actually become an air traffic controller. ATC hiring is extraordinarily complex and does not have direct hiring authority. Everyone must pass a medical exam, psych evaluation, and an aptitude test. The psych test is more stringent than what is required of a pilot. Now, the training process lasts about 3 to 4 years from your hire date. And lastly, DEI and any similar program does not apply to ATC hiring. No one is given preferential treatment for race, sex, ethnicity, sexual orientation, and beyond. When we come back, here are some of the day's other top stories, including some shocking health news from NBA great Dwayne Wade, and 3 of President Trump's cabinet picks on Capitol Hill today facing scrutiny from both sides of the aisle. That's next.
Friday night, a mystery that shook a small town.
I woke up to the gunshot. Mom, she's hysterical.
Then, after losing her first husband, how could this happen?
Okay, she's had not 1, but 2 husbands shot in the head.
Miriam became convinced she was being watched.
And then
there's a dramatic discovery under her doormat.
It's a handwritten note. Alan's first, you're next. Run, run, run.
All new 2020, Friday night on ABC.
This family is suffocated. We are all here to help them. We're gonna make this happen. We have 96 hours to build a house.
Come on, guys, it's moving day. Let's go. It can't be real.
This was more than just extreme home makeover. This was extreme life makeover.
Extreme Makeover Home Edition, Thursday on ABC and stream on Hulu.
Welcome back. I'm Wade Johnson in our nation's capital, not far from the scene of America's worst aviation disaster in 2 decades. 67 people are believed to be dead after an Army Black Hawk helicopter and a commercial airliner collided. The black box from that American Airlines flight has been recovered. We'll continue covering the latest updates on the recovery efforts and the investigation into what happened right here on ABC News Live. Meantime, today was also a big day on Capitol Hill for President Trump's cabinet nominees. Kash Patel nominated for FBI director, Tulsi Gabbard nominated for director of national intelligence, and Robert Kennedy Jr. nominated for Health and Human Services. All face tough questions from senators on both sides of the aisle. Let's listen.
Will you commit that you will not tolerate the firing of the FBI agents who worked with the special counsel's office on these investigations?
FBI employees will be protected against political retribution.
Those individuals deserve to be protected from Trump retribution. That was your first test. You failed it.
Gabbard, a simple yes or no question. Do you still think Edward Snowden is brave?
Mr. Vice Chairman, Edward Snowden broke the law. I do not agree with or support with all of the information and intelligence that he released, nor the way in which he did it.
There have been, as I understand it, dozens of studies done all over the world that make it very clear that vaccines do not cause autism.
As I said, I'm not going to go into HHS with any preordained.
I asked you a simple question, Bobby. The studies all over the world say it does not. What do you think?
Senator, if you show me those studies, I will absolutely, as I promised to Chairman Cassidy, I will apologize.
That is a very troubling response.
Just some of the fireworks today on Capitol Hill. ABC's Jay O'Brien is following all of the developments in the hearings. So, Jay, a busy and at times, as we saw, a confrontational day today. What stood out to you from the hearings?
Yeah, well, this was a chance for all three of those nominees to show that they can essentially take the heat. When it comes to Kash Patel, he vowed that he would make the FBI impartial, make it devoid of political influence. Democrats pushed back on that, saying that he's had a long career, especially over the last few years, of being a political figure in Donald Trump's orbit. But Republicans not with many pointed questions for Kash Patel. No known Republican opposition to his nomination. We didn't get a sense that there were Republicans on the fence in his hearing. A much different story for Tulsi Gabbard. Tulsi Gabbard got tough questions on both sides of the aisle, as you saw with previous praise she's had for Edward Snowden, for comments where she's critiqued the FISA program that allows for warrantless surveillance of foreigners that the intelligence community uses every day, they say, to great effect. She also got pointed questions, of course, for times where she's mimicked Russian talking points, for that 2017 meeting she had with Syrian leader Bashar al-Assad. And again, Whit, she got these pointed questions not just from Democrats, which we were expecting, but from Republicans too. And it means potentially that she could have a rockier path to confirmation than even Patel.
So that's definitely something to watch. And we also saw those hearings with RFK Jr. For Health and Human Services Secretary. Are you getting a sense there on the Hill from Democrats and Republicans about his chances for confirmation?
Well, there was one person we were watching in particular in this hearing, and it's Bill Cassidy, the Republican senator of Louisiana, who's also the chair of the committee where RFK was testifying. And he said today that RFK's previous comments about vaccines, I'm paraphrasing Cassidy, essentially gave him pause. And he said he was, quote unquote, struggling with RFK's nomination because of RFK's history of anti-vaccine rhetoric. Cassidy is a physician. We've been watching Cassidy closely because he's seen as this kind of bellwether vote. He might drag some other moderate Republicans who are possibly on the fence about Kennedy with him. So keep an eye on that. No known opposition, no public no votes at this hour to RFK. But Cassidy just saying he's struggling with this nomination is a signal to some other Republicans, Whit.
And we've seen Republicans have such a narrow majority. J.D. Vance was required to help Hegseth get through to Department of Defense. Jay O'Brien for us. We'll stand by. We'll watch it. We appreciate it. And now let's head back to New York, where Phil Lipoff is holding down the anchor desk there with more of today's top headlines. Phil.
All right, Whit, thanks. We'll take care of that from here and get back to you in just a few. First, as the ceasefire deal in Gaza enters its second week, Hamas freed more hostages today. Israeli officials say 3 Israelis, 2 civilians, and a soldier, as well as 5 Thai citizens, were handed over to the IDF. But Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu called out Hamas over this chaotic exchange. You can see here some of the hostages being shuttled through a crowd of thousands of masked militants. There are new accusations tonight as well against music mogul Sean Diddy Combs. A new indictment lists 3 additional victims of Combs' alleged sex trafficking, saying commercial acts between Combs and a female victim were prearranged, lasted multiple days, were electronically recorded by Combs, and often involved a variety of controlled substances to keep the victim obedient and compliant. The indictment also accuses Combs of assaulting not only women, but also his employees, witnesses to his abuse, and others, as shown, they say, in a hotel security video of Combs kicking, dragging, and throwing a vase at his then-girlfriend, Cassie Ventura. Combs has pleaded not guilty to all the charges against him. Tonight, we are also tracking a pretty powerful cross-country storm. Flash flooding and severe storms stretching from Texas to Kentucky. That system moves into the Northeast tomorrow. Heavy rain from D.C. and New York to Boston. Snow and ice alerts are in effect for New England through the evening commute. And there is still much more to get to here on Prime. Tonight, coming up, Honda issuing a recall for popular models, what you need to know. But next, for many Washington, D.C. natives, the devastating plane crash is bringing back memories of another tragedy. What happened by the numbers?
The Kardashians are here!
What have you been up to?
What haven't we been up to?
We're going to Vegas.
This is my 40th birthday.
Kim and Chloe take India.
That Monday. I feel like Cinderella at the ball.
Here, I make a hole in his closet.
You must really like him.
Such a stage mom. Where do you think she learned it?
I'm Kris Jenner.
Oh my God, I'm Kris Jenner.
The news never stops.
From Tampa, we are here tonight as Hurricane Milton has just made landfall.
The surge just keeps coming up.
Right on the border between Ukraine and Russia.
We're in artillery position about 2 miles away from Gaza.
And ABC News Live is right there everywhere.
We're not far from where this rally took place, so just stick with us here.
Traveling with the president to the U.S.-Mexico border.
Here in London today, off the coast of Gaza.
Downtown Tel Aviv, rockets or missiles coming in. From the most devastating disaster in Hawaii. Some areas are still smoldering.
Wherever the story.
From the front lines, the ruins of Rafah.
From the FBI. Reporting from Capitol Hill.
In western Portugal.
Outside of Mexico City.
In Iceland. Let's go.
Here in France.
The eclipse across America.
Just stunning.
Unbelievable.
Streaming live to you.
Wherever the story is.
Wherever the story is.
We're going to take you there.
You're streaming.
ABC News Live.
ABC News Live.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live. Streaming free everywhere because the news never stops. Friday night, a mystery that shook a small town.
I woke up to the gunshot. Monk, she's hysterical.
Then, after losing her first husband, how could this happen?
Okay, she's had not one, but 2 husbands shot in the head.
Miriam became convinced she was being watched.
And then...
There's a dramatic discovery under her doormat.
It's a handwritten note. Alan's first, you're next. Run, run, run.
All new 2020, Friday night on ABC.
Mr. President?
You were the last person to see the president alive.
He was trying to warn me.
Agent Collins, you're the only one I really trust. And I want to tell you the truth. You're about to be entrusted with top secret information.
The president did something.
You're going to want to hear this.
The biggest secret is right under your nose.
What aren't you telling me?
All we want is to find our way home.
I'll get you home.
But
a crew of murderous bounty hunters is coming after us. We have to move fast.
We have no idea who he is.
You can trust me.
You're a Jedi, right?
Of course.
What just happened?
Watch this.
Skeleton Crew, new episodes Tuesdays, only on Disney+.
It was a kidnapping, torture case.
A crime of greed and cruelty.
The men tortured the victim by beating, tasing, and burning him.
And this is where it gets really horrible. The guy was cutting off my roommates. It was like a bad dream.
This crime was horrific.
He's a psychopath.
How could you possibly defend somebody like that?
This was a story about greed, sadism, evil.
Wicked Game, Devil in the Desert, only on Hulu.
I'm Ian Panel in Tel Aviv, where people are celebrating the return of the hostages. At least some are now on their way home. You're streaming ABC News Live.
Welcome back. Last night's air disaster, not the first time a commercial jet has crashed into the Potomac. More than 40 years ago, an Air Florida flight taking off in snowy, frigid conditions from what was then Washington National Airport crashed into the 14th Street Bridge, which spans the Potomac. We remember that tragic flight in tonight's By the Numbers. On January 13th, 1982, Air Florida Flight 90 to Fort Lauderdale took off at 4 p.m. The airport had been closed that day until noon during blizzard-like conditions. It was just 24 degrees when the Boeing 737 pushed back from the gate. The NTSB ultimately determined pilot error was to blame there because de-icing and takeoff protocols were not followed. In fact, the jet had to travel a half-mile further down the runway in order to achieve sufficient lift. It was airborne for 30 seconds before stalling and hitting that bridge, with parts of the plane then landing in the icy Potomac below. 19 of the 79 people on board were believed to have survived the impact. That's according to the NTSB report, but many had serious injuries preventing them from escaping. One passenger drowned after heroically helping others. Ultimately, only 5 people survived, 4 passengers and a crew member. 4 motorists on the bridge also died that day. There is much more ahead here on Prime tonight. We are going to go back to our teams covering that deadly midair collision, killing a total of 67 people. What's next in the recovery efforts? And of course, the investigation.
The news never stops.
From Tampa, we are here tonight as Hurricane Milton has just made landfall.
The surge just keeps coming up.
Right on the border between Ukraine and Russia.
We're in artillery position about 2 miles away from Gaza.
And ABC News Live is right there everywhere.
We're not far from where this rally took place, so just stick with us here.
Traveling with the president to the U.S.-Mexico border.
Here in London today.
Off the coast of Gaza.
Downtown Tel Aviv, rockets or missiles coming in. From the most devastating disaster in Hawaii. Some areas are still smoldering.
Wherever the story.
From the front lines,
The ruins of Rafah.
From the FBI.
Reporting from Capitol Hill.
In western Portugal.
Outside of Mexico City.
in Iceland. Let's go.
Here in France.
The eclipse across America.
Just stunning.
Unbelievable.
Streaming live to you.
Wherever the story is.
Wherever the story is.
We're going to take you there.
You're streaming.
ABC News Live.
ABC News Live.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live. Streaming free everywhere because the news never stops.
Freeze Morgan Guillory Major Crimes.
Where did you get this?
Check out at the dollar store. You hired me because I notice things that you miss.
Let's solve this case.
Bingo. Our killer's name is Dubois.
Did you just Google who's the killer on your phone, Morgan?
No, I did not do that. This family is suffocated. We are all here to help them. We're gonna make this happen. We have 96 hours to build a house.
Come on, guys, it's moving day. Let's go. It can't be real.
This was more than just extreme home makeover. This was extreme life makeover.
Extreme Makeover Home Edition, Thursday on ABC and stream on Hulu.
It was a kidnapping, torture case.
A crime of greed and cruelty.
The men tortured the victim by beating, tasing, and burning him.
And this is where it gets really horrible. The guy was cutting off my roommates. It was like a bad dream.
This crime was horrific.
He's a psychopath.
How could you possibly defend somebody like that?
This was a story about greed, sadism, evil.
Wicked Game, Devil in the Desert, only on Hulu.
The Kardashians are here!
What have you been up to?
What haven't we been up to?
We're going to Vegas.
This is my 40th birthday.
Kim and Chloe take India.
That Monday. I feel like Cinderella at the ball.
Corey! Here, I make a hole his closet. You must really like him.